When Feng encountered setbacks in his entrepreneurial journey, his Greytant's private butler approached him with news of a substantial inheritance. Feng Yi inquired, "Among so many relatives, why has she chosen to bequeath it to me?" The butler replied, "You possess the most charming demeanor." Feng Yi touched his angular face and mused, "Her judgment is indeed commendable." However, after inheriting the fortune, he began to feel a disquieting sense of unease. The notion of transformation should not be taken lightly. Chapter 1. The Most Charming. The spring sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating the spacious tea room. Feng Yi gazed at the stack of papers before him, his expression taut, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. An hour ago, he had been a beleaguered young man, burdened by insurmountable debts due to a partner's betrayal. Now, however, he found himself facing an elderly gentleman seated across the table. The man was impeccably dressed, every strand of hair in place, exuding the air of a bygone aristocrat. He wore a smile, the curvature of which seemed meticulously calculated. Too much would appear forced, too little would seem dismissive, as if the documents before them were merely a menu rather than a multi-million-dollar property transfer agreement. In Feng Yi's moment of despair, this elderly gentleman had appeared, revealing that he had a great aunt he had never met, who had recently passed away, leaving him a vast inheritance. As a young adult who had just endured the harsh realities of life, Feng Yi found it hard to believe in serendipitous windfalls. Such luck seemed too coincidental to be true. His initial instinct was to dismiss it as a scam. Yet, as he examined the property transfer agreement before him, he felt his skepticism wane, believing it to be authentic to a degree. The presence of 3 esteemed lawyers, well known in the city and easily found online, added credibility to the situation. Feng Yi had even had a brief interaction with one of them. Why was he not entirely convinced? The document before him was a property transfer agreement, not a will. According to the butler, the portion of the estate allocated to Feng Yi had been given directly to him, to be disbursed in installments by the butler, without a specified timeline or amount. This arrangement perplexed Feng Yi. He could not fathom why his great-aunt had chosen such an unconventional method for her bequest. Could the butler truly be so trustworthy? More so than her own descendants? If it were her children or grandchildren, it would be somewhat understandable, as they shared familial ties. Yet a mere butler? The first installment he was to receive was a staggering 100 million. The condition? He simply needed to travel to the Feng family ancestral home and inscribe his name in the family lineage. Setting aside the fact that he had never even heard of the Feng family ancestral home, he was incredulous at the very notion of a family tree. Did such things still exist? What era was this? Nevertheless, the prospect of receiving 100 million simply for inscribing his name seemed too straightforward. Yet, with debts weighing heavily upon him, such a sum was indeed enticing. After a considerable time, Feng Yi finally managed to divert his gaze from the paper. His hands, which hung limply by his sides, brushed against the sweat on his palms as he murmured, "I need to visit the restroom." The elderly gentleman seated opposite him offered a knowing smile and nodded slightly. "Please go ahead." With his body stiffened, Feng Yi exited the tea room, shedding all semblance of calmness. His breath quickened as he hurried into the restroom, shutting the door behind him. He rushed to the sink, turning on the tap to splash cold water onto his face. The icy water failed to awaken him. It was indeed not a dream. He gazed into the mirror, confronting his own reflection. The burden of insomnia and mounting debts had deprived him of rest for far too long. His bloodshot eyes bore a terrifying crimson hue, exacerbated by emotional turmoil. After splashing his face once more and hastily drying his hands, Feng Yi retrieved his phone from his pocket. The screen displayed over 10 missed calls, all reminders for payments. Ignoring them, he opened his contacts, scrutinizing 2 phone numbers. Since leaving the Feng family 5 years ago, he had not dialed either number. Hesitant, he decided to call one of them. It rang for an eternity, but no one answered. He tried the other number. It rang twice before abruptly disconnecting. Not surprising. Feng Yi exhaled softly. One must rely on oneself. He tucked the phone back into his pocket, splashed cold water on his face once more, composed himself, and returned to the tea room. His overheated mind began to cool, and though his voice still quivered slightly, he no longer stumbled over his words. In the presence of the elderly steward, his smile appeared more natural. "I apologize for the wait." "Not at all," the steward replied, observing Feng Yi's current state with an even broader smile. "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes, after some calm reflection. I still have many questions. Your timing of appearance is so fortuitous that I can't help but suspect it was intentional." Feng Yi probed. "No, I originally intended to observe for a year or two. I began monitoring you last month. This is my second month. I became aware of the significant troubles you were facing, which prompted me to reach out sooner, the steward explained, unhurriedly. Feng Yi was uncertain about the veracity of his words and inquired about the distant great-aunt he had never met. The steward provided a brief overview. Feng Yi learned that his great-aunt had emigrated long ago, had children, and primarily developed her career abroad, although she also had business interests in the homeland. During the division of her estate, she left a portion to Feng Yi. After her passing, she was also laid to rest overseas, and he wished to visit her grave. Beyond that, the steward was reluctant to elaborate. I wish to understand the Feng family is a large clan, and, among my generation, there are so many siblings. Why was I chosen? Feng Yi inquired. The steward gazed at him with a smile, as if looking at a kitten he had just rescued from the roadside. Lady Feng remarked that your appearance is most pleasing. Feng Yi touched his angular face. Her discerning eye is truly commendable. It was the first time in his life an elder had complimented his looks. He had often heard remarks suggesting he was fickle and unfortunate, so hearing him praised for being pleasing to the eye was quite unexpected. Feng Yi believed himself to be handsome enough. There were many stars in the entertainment industry with sharper features than his. Still, it seemed that the elders preferred traditional, auspicious appearances, faces that appeared steadier and imbued with a sense of righteousness. However, regardless of my appearance, as long as I am handsome, that suffices. Feng Yi is not entirely narcissistic. During his freshman year, he visited a barbershop, and the owner personally sought his collaboration. He frequently received invitations from various clubs at school. In his sophomore year, he broadened his collaborative scope to earn tuition and savings for a home. He worked with barbershops, photography studios, and accessory shops, even partnering with the largest hot pot restaurant on the commercial street outside campus for promotional photographs. By the second semester of his junior year, he had co-founded a small studio, no longer toiling alone, and had saved enough to acquire his very first apartment. Among his peers, he was considered a winner in life. Fortune smiled upon him in his senior year as he managed to secure a role in a web drama, playing a minor yet memorable character known as the Snake Spirit. Unexpectedly, his luck escalated further. At the beginning of the year, the web drama became a sensation, allowing him to gain recognition through that character, thus marking his tentative entry into the entertainment industry. Just as his career was flourishing and he planned to seize the opportunity to earn some money in the industry, a betrayal from his partner led to a series of unfortunate events, culminating in them absconding with a significant amount of funds. Feng Yi now faced the wrath of furious collaborators, hefty breach of contract penalties, and various compensation claims. Consequently, he found himself in a dire situation, burdened by debt and in urgent need of financial assistance. If not for his precarious circumstances, even a billion would require careful consideration before acceptance. His experiences had taught him not to be overly naive without adequate resilience. Even a pie falling from the sky could crush him. His appealing appearance? So, that left him with a considerable sum? Who were they trying to deceive? A billion, what a vast pit awaited him. Yet, fully aware of the potential pitfalls, he still had to step forward. Regardless of his internal complaints, Feng Yi merely smiled and continued to inquire. Where is the Feng family ancestral residence? Is it that century-old mansion in Yangshan? The old steward chuckled softly, seemingly dismissive of the century-old mansion Feng Yi mentioned. On the outskirts of Yangshan, at Shaofeng Mountain, Feng Yi mused. Indeed, he had never heard of it. Born and raised in Yangshan, he had only left after finishing his college entrance exams, departing for Rongqing and never returning. He had a vague recollection of Shaofeng Mountain, but it was not profound. Nonetheless, this was the first time he had learned of the Feng family ancestral home on Shaofeng Mountain. In the presence of the old steward, Feng Yi pulled out his phone to search for information regarding Shaofeng Mountain in Yangshan and fell silent. He understood the journey would not be easy, but he had not anticipated the challenges would be so formidable. Shaofeng Mountain, also referred to by locals as Snake Mountain, was notorious for its abundance of snakes. The images he saw online sent shivers down his spine. Feng Yi harbored a strong aversion to snakes, however. In order to navigate through this predicament, what were snakes to him? Moreover, the majority of snakes on Shaofeng Mountain were non-venomous rat snakes, and the area was cordoned off for safety. There's someone guarding the ancestral home? Feng Yi inquired. The elder appeared quite pleased with Feng Yi's response, a smile gracing his lips. Of course, someone must oversee it. But rest assured, I have already spoken to the guardian. Feng Yi nodded, finding the challenge to be manageable. I must clarify that I severed ties with the Feng family after my college entrance examination. After a brief pause, he added, due to differing ideologies. For someone who had distanced themselves from the Feng family to venture into the ancestral home, to trace the family tree and add their name would indeed be a daunting task, reminiscent of the historical dramas on television. Feng Yi realized he needed to devise a careful plan. The old steward sensed Feng Yi's apprehension and said, "You need not worry, the family tree is unrelated to the Feng family over there. Years ago, Ms. Feng personally placed the family tree in your ancestral home, and others are unaware of it." Feng Yi raised an eyebrow, finding this statement perplexing. How could the family tree housed in the Feng ancestral home be unrelated to those of the Feng family? Was there a division in the family that his grandfather and great-aunt had experienced? Seated across from him, the old steward presented a coin depicting the 12 zodiac signs. This seemingly trivial metallic ornament was familiar to Feng Yi, who wore one around his neck since childhood. One side of the coin displayed the 12 earthly branches alongside their corresponding zodiac signs, while the reverse showcased a bagua diagram. In the Feng family, only those born in the year of the snake possessed such a zodiac coin. As Feng Yi retrieved his coin, he noticed the one held by the steward flew towards him, aligning perfectly with his own. The two coins overlapped, their designs swirling together. A golden light flashed, momentarily blinding Feng Yi to the intricate patterns on the coin. With a soft click, they came to a halt. Upon examination, there was no discernible trace of the two coins merging. The thickness of the coin had slightly increased, and the side that once displayed the earthly branches and zodiac signs now solely bore the image of the snake, nearly occupying the entire surface. This time, Feng Yi could not contain his astonishment, his eyes widening as he examined the coin, flipping it over and probing its surface with his fingers. Indeed, they had fused into one. Is this new technology? Feng Yi held the coin aloft, questioning the old steward. "It is ancient technology," the steward replied. "You should wear it when you visit the ancestral home. It serves as the key to unlock the family tree." A key? Feng Yi realized that perhaps this family tree was not what he had envisioned. He had not kept abreast of technological advancements and was unaware of the marvels that existed today. Listening to the steward, he reflected on the rapid evolution of technology. Whether it was new or old technology, it was undeniably impressive. At the very least, he was astounded. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of caution arose within him. With such formidable technology at play, the situation was certainly more complex than it appeared. Nevertheless, he signed the agreement. Given his current circumstances, this was the optimal solution. Once the agreement was executed, the old steward departed swiftly, leaving behind a phone number for Feng Yi to reach out if needed. After the old steward and the lawyers departed, Feng Yi lingered alone in the tea room for a while, allowing his emotions to settle before stepping outside. He knew that if he were to drive while feeling disoriented and emotionally tumultuous, it could lead to mishaps. However, as soon as he exited the establishment, a gentle breeze swept over him, causing him to pause abruptly. A realization struck him. He smacked his forehead. I completely forgot the most crucial matter. Hastily, he retrieved his phone and sent a message to the recently saved contact. "Are you there? Could you lend me some money?" Once the message was sent, Feng Yi felt a flush of embarrassment. The amount he wished to borrow was certainly not a trivial sum. For the average individual, securing 50 or 100,000 would already be quite challenging. What he sought was a staggering amount, far beyond the reach of most. With a heavy sigh, he rubbed his face vigorously and added a few more lines. "It would be even better if you could advance me a portion. I could provide an IOU and my fingerprint. I will head to Yang City within 3 days to resolve the family genealogy issue you mentioned. If what you said is indeed true, it should not be too difficult. Even if it is, I will see it through. I require a portion of that 100 million to tide me over." He expected to be left hanging, but to his surprise, a swift reply arrived. "An advance is not possible, but I can personally lend you some. No need for an IOU. Please hold on." Feng Yi meticulously crafted his response. "The amount I wish to borrow is significant." Before he could finish typing, a bank notification pinged on his phone, confirming a transfer of 30 million. It was precisely enough to settle his debts. The bank account number had been included in the agreement he signed, so it was not surprising that the other party was aware of it. They had monitored his situation for over a month, well aware of the debt he owed, which made the sum they provided unsurprising. However, such a large transfer executed so swiftly? Was there no need for in-person transactions? Or were there other expedited channels? Taking a deep breath, Feng Yi searched for the nearest ATM to check his balance. Indeed, 30 million had been credited. This was no fraudulent message. Furthermore, the old steward had mentioned, "I can personally lend you some?" Feng Yi clutched his phone, lost in contemplation. This was a steward? One who could so easily lend 30 million, as if it were merely 3,000? Surely, even a common person would inquire further before parting with 3,000. Yet the old steward had done so with such ease. At that moment, the profession of steward sparkled with a golden allure in Feng Yi's eyes. Of course, this also implied that the inheritance left by the distant grandaunt he had never met could be unimaginably vast. With mixed emotions, Feng Yi sent a text to the old steward. "Aren't you afraid I might abscond with the money?" The steward replied with a smiley face. Feng Yi responded with a compliant emoji, yet a profound sense of caution surged within him. The old steward was unperturbed by the prospect of his flight. There was no escape. One could easily surmise that the newly synthesized zodiac symbol might possess a tracking feature. Even if it did not, anyone capable of utilizing such technology was undoubtedly formidable. Realizing this, Feng Yi exhaled a weary breath and proceeded to the parking lot to drive home. Overthinking would yield no benefits. He needed to address the pressing matters at hand. He had scheduled meetings with several partnering companies to arrange for compensation payments tomorrow. Feng Yi intended to return home for a brief rest to rejuvenate his spirit. He had not slept well for a week, and today's events had been overwhelmingly impactful, leaving him feeling dizzy. Nevertheless, the heavy burden that had long weighed on his chest had momentarily lifted, providing him with a rare sense of relief, allowing his breath to flow more freely. Upon returning home, I immediately indulged in a much-needed slumber. Though it was daylight, my rest was profound, only to be interrupted by the incessant ringing of the doorbell. The visitor was not a debt collector, but rather my college classmate Wu Ji, who resides in the same building. "Are you all right? I've called you over a dozen times, and you didn't answer. I was about to call the police," Wu Ji remarked, scrutinizing Feng Yi. Feng Yi appeared groggy, yet his demeanor was markedly improved compared to the previous days. Despite his disheveled appearance, his charm still eclipsed that of most, a testament to his allure that had once drawn the attention of Tony, the stylist from the barber shop at the school gate, eager to feature him in an advertisement during our freshman year. With the assurance that Feng Yi was safe, Wu Ji felt a sense of relief. Given their close proximity, he felt no need for formality. He poured himself a glass of water and took a seat. "Have you found the person who absconded with the funds from your studio?" Wu Ji inquired. He was only vaguely aware that Feng Yi's partner had deceived him and fled with a significant sum, which Feng Yi had not disclosed, but it was clear that it was a considerable amount. "Not yet," Feng Yi replied, "but I have a solution." "What kind of solution?" Wu Ji stammered, his concern evident. With Feng Yi on the brink of entering the entertainment industry, he feared the potential missteps that could be irreversible. Feng Yi pondered briefly before responding. "I've located a wealthy relative." Wu Ji remained skeptical. "That's reassuring. How much more do you need?" "I can help brainstorm some ideas," he offered. Although he had recently invested a substantial sum into renovating his own shop and was currently financially strained, he did not wish to see Feng Yi stray from the right path. Wu Ji's family had prospered from a relocation compensation, enabling them to purchase 2 apartments in the same building, one on the 5th floor for his parents and another on the 29th floor for himself, conveniently situated beneath Feng Yi's residence. He had also taken out a loan to acquire a commercial property at the community entrance, embarking on his entrepreneurial journey post-graduation. Despite his tight finances, he could still muster a few $100,000. "Thank you, but I can manage the monetary concerns myself," Feng Yi replied. He was aware of Wu Ji's circumstances and chose not to burden him with excessive details. A modest loan could be arranged, but the millions he owed were far beyond Wu Ji's means. Moreover, the situation was intricate, and he preferred to avoid involving too many unrelated individuals. Noting that Feng Yi did not seem to be merely putting on a brave face and that his spirits were improving, Wu Ji decided to change the subject. "Well, it's good to hear you have a solution. Oh, by the way, you'll be staying on the 5th floor for the next few days. If you need to find me, just head to the 5th floor," Wu Ji mentioned. "There's been a rat infestation in the community lately. You're aware of the commotion, right? The homeowners group has been in an uproar for days." Feng Yi nodded. "I've heard a little, but not much." Due to the troubles surrounding his studio, he had not been active in the homeowners group discussions. Wu Ji continued, "Let me fill you in. Recently, several districts have been plagued by a rat problem. Last week, 2 neighboring communities hired exterminators, but instead of eliminating the rodents, they simply fled to other areas. Our community is the closest and has been the hardest hit. I've heard rumors of children being bitten by rats, though I can't verify the truth of it. There's been a lot of gossip flying around." Anyway, my parents on the fifth floor are quite disturbed by the situation. They haven't been sleeping well, and those in the lower floors are faring even worse. Your apartment is also a three-bedroom. You could reside on the 29th floor with your parents, Feng Yi remarked. Wu Ji waved his hand dismissively. My schedule doesn't align with my elders. It would be troublesome. Let's switch places for now and endure this mouse infestation. By the way, have you noticed any mice in your home? Feng Yi pondered carefully and shook his head. I haven't seen any, though I may not have been paying attention. There are fewer mice on higher floors, but one must remain vigilant. I've heard reports of mice on the 30th floor of other buildings. They've even infiltrated those premises. In fact, a resident from the adjacent building captured footage of a mouse scaling the walls. Wu Ji exclaimed. Mice are indeed fascinating creatures no matter how high the building. They can be found wherever there is food, darting across windows and balconies with remarkable agility. The property management has contacted a pest control company that will conduct a thorough extermination in the next couple of days. If you step out, ensure all doors and windows are securely closed. Your reinforced screens should suffice, but seal any other openings and inspect all pipe entries. If mice manage to invade your home, it could lead to significant trouble. After Wu Ji departed, Feng Yi checked the kitchen for any signs of rodent activity, but found none. He had been busy running errands lately and hadn't cooked at home, resulting in a bit of disarray with various documents scattered about. He had disposed of the takeout refuse, ensuring no food was left exposed to attract mice. Stretching lazily, Feng Yi gazed out at the night sky. He had unexpectedly slept through the day and into the evening. A bath was drawn a rare indulgence that he felt inclined to enjoy to relieve his stress. Adjacent to the bathtub was an electronic screen, on which Feng Yi liked to listen to news updates from subscribed channels while soaking. During his busy days, he often neglected other matters, but bath time allowed him to catch up on daily events, ranging from political highlights to social news and entertainment tidbits. With his eyes closed and body relaxed, he listened to the news streaming from the electronic screen. The world-renowned luxury leather brand XX has succumbed to various pressures, abandoning animal leather in favor of eco-friendly materials. City X has just dismantled a gang involved in the trafficking of wild animal skins. Investigations reveal that over 50,000 skins have entered the market, including crocodile and python skins. Extinct plants have resurfaced. Our country's scientific expedition team has discovered during this latest research activity. Such reports have become commonplace for Feng Yi, as similar news surface periodically. Over 40 years ago, volcanic activity surged globally, both on land and beneath the sea, becoming extraordinarily vigorous. In addition, numerous wildfires and forest blazes frequently erupted. Accompanying these phenomena was a climate anomaly that persisted for nearly 2 decades. Even the most oblivious citizens recognized that something was amiss amid such prolonged climatic irregularities. For instance, consider the incessant rain, torrential downpours that seemed unending. Most individuals would experience a range of emotions, from mild annoyance to rising panic in response to such relentless precipitation. Continuous heavy rain is merely one manifestation of a climate anomaly at times. It is prolonged drought or erratic temperature fluctuations that prevail. When one showers, a mere adjustment of 1 degree Celsius in water temperature can evoke sensations of warmth or chill, and an increase of 1 degree in body temperature can lead to noticeable discomfort, particularly for those more sensitive to temperature fluctuations. The sustained anomalies in climate are undeniably catastrophic for certain populations. Those unable to endure such changes may face extinction. The impact of climatic irregularities on agriculture is also profound. Over the course of 2 decades, for the first time in recorded history, global seed banks were activated. Countries around the world have successively opened their doomsday seed vaults. In the face of survival instincts, innovative technologies have swiftly emerged, allowing human life to stabilize rather rapidly. However, species continue to vanish at a rate that leaves biologists astounded. Each year, tens of thousands of species are added to the extinction records, and this pace is only accelerating. Evolution and extinction are fundamental to ecological balance. Yet the velocity of this extinction is harbinger of disaster, sending chills down spines. Scientists from the world's leading institutions have expressed their opinions, with many supporting the theory of the 6th mass extinction threshold. Throughout geological history, there have been at least 5 mass extinctions. Until recently, we have been the prelude to the 6th mass extinction, and now we may very well be at a pivotal juncture. Whether to avert the 6th extinction or to plunge into its midst will be determined by data. Thus, the 6th database was established. Given the alarming rate of species extinction and the drastic reduction in biodiversity, the sixth database also requires data collection, a matter of survival. Consequently, countries have revised their wildlife protection laws, plant protection laws, ecological environment protection laws, and other relevant regulations, establishing new regulatory organizations. This series of newly amended laws has been dubbed the strictest protection laws in history. Fortunately, after nearly 2 decades of climate anomalies, conditions have finally returned to normal ranges, yet the sixth database has not yielded definitive conclusions. Data collection must continue, and until conclusions are drawn, the strictest protection laws remain in effect. Perhaps the conclusions of the sixth database will take decades, even centuries, to emerge. Has the era of climatic anomalies truly passed, or is it merely biding its time? This remains uncertain. However, with the establishment of the sixth database, even in the event of another climatic anomaly, there will be warnings, allowing for proactive preparation. Yet, for the majority of ordinary individuals, such concerns are of little consequence, unless faced with sudden disasters like meteor strikes. Even if it is proven that we are indeed in the midst of the sixth mass extinction, humanity is unlikely to perish swiftly. One might not witness any progress from the sixth database in their lifetime, let alone the potential extinction period that could last for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Instead of contemplating such weighty matters, one might consider what to wear tomorrow, whether any new games have been released, or where to indulge in leisure and shopping. Or ponder the dilemma of, should I buy a house or rent with this salary? How much should I save for a family vacation? Or why did the school call home again about the child? Concerns about extinction are matters for the powerful to fret over for the common person. They seem far too distant. Though it is somewhat regrettable that certain delectable treats can no longer be indulged in and some hobbies must be relinquished, life continues unabated. Feng Yi was born in the year when the climate began to return to normalcy. The elders often remark that he arrived in an auspicious time. Whether it is indeed a fortunate era, Feng Yi cannot ascertain. He, like many other youths who have not experienced the anomalies of climate, remains unaware of the myriad anxieties that accompany such disturbances. However, they are acutely aware of the chaos wrought by the disruption of the ecological balance and the ensuing turmoil within the food chain. For instance, there is the plague of rodents, surpassing even the infestation of cockroaches and mosquitoes. The natural predators, rendered lethargic during the climatic aberrations, have allowed these resilient creatures to flourish unchecked. As Feng Yi refreshes his social media feed, he encounters a celebrity who has made a rather incendiary statement for a public figure. The damned refuse to die, while those who ought to perish do so in droves. Accompanying this bold proclamation is an image of a person wielding a slipper to strike a cockroach. The most popular comment beneath reads, "When you discover a cockroach in your home, rest assured that many more are lurking in the shadows." Chapter 3. Counterfeits. The following day, Feng Yi set out early, bustling about to address the compensation claims from several partner companies. It was only at 3 in the afternoon that he managed to seize a brief moment to hurriedly consume a meal before promptly heading to the last company. The Qianli Group's Rongqing branch. The Qianli Group encompasses numerous leading domestic clothing brands, and Feng Yi had only collaborated with one of them thus far. Given his current status, he had yet to engage with the influential executives of the Qianli Group. However, just as he was about to leave after settling the outstanding payments, he was informed that someone wished to meet him. Lu Yu, the head of the business development team at Qianli Group in Rongqing, was an alumnus from the same university as Feng Yi. During Feng Yi's sophomore year, Lu Yu had been invited to give a lecture at their university. Thus Feng Yi was familiar with his reputation. The Qianli Group is a family-owned enterprise, and Lu Yu, not yet 30, wielded considerable influence within the organization. His ascension to such a position at a young age was not solely attributed to familial connections. Nonetheless, it was surprising that this busy individual would take the time to meet a junior he barely knew. While Feng Yi considered his studio's challenges significant, they paled in comparison to the matters that occupied Lu Yu's level of concern. Feng Yi's assumptions were accurate. Had it been any other time or person, Lu Yu would have likely not given it a second thought. However, during a discussion about a project, Lu Yu had mentioned Feng Yi's studio. He was aware of the incident involving Feng Yi's partner, who had betrayed him and fled after making a donation. Having heard that Feng Yi was in the vicinity to deal with the compensation claims, and with a rare moment of free time and a good mood, Lu Yu decided to summon Feng Yi upstairs, intending to share a few words of wisdom from his experiences, coupled with a touch of compassion from one who has succeeded to one who has faced setbacks. Upon reflecting on Feng Yi's predicament, Lu Yu felt a sense of sympathy. Yet, The business world operates on a different plane. No amount of sympathy holds value. This setback could potentially hinder Feng Yi's ability to recover, with compensation claims totaling over 20 million. It was indeed a substantial burden for someone just embarking on their entrepreneurial journey. Lu Yu was unaware of any notable background Feng Yi might possess, but finding a way to fill such a substantial pit, regardless of the means, was itself a testament to one's resourcefulness. People often grapple with unspoken frustrations. As Lu Yu contemplated how to console this junior without bruising his pride, he was momentarily taken aback when Feng Yi entered the office. First, he was surprised by Feng Yi's appearance. Second, and most importantly to Lu Yu, was Feng Yi's excellent demeanor. There was no trace of resentment or despondency in his eyes, a stark contrast to what one might expect from someone whose career had just faced a severe setback. "Mr. Lu," Feng Yi greeted. "Please, call me Brother Lu. We are merely a few years apart and share the same alma mater. There is no need for such formality." Li replied, his smile transforming into one of warmth, seamlessly shifting from the unfamiliarity of alumni to the potential of business partners. As he had anticipated, Feng Yi's ability to surmount this obstacle, regardless of the method, was indicative of his resilience. Therefore, it was indeed prudent to deepen this connection as fellow alumni. Thus, under the intentionally created atmosphere of camaraderie, Li transitioned the conversation from alumni gatherings to employment rates, from entrepreneurial experiences to the philosophies of the marketplace. Most often, it is Lu Yu who engages in conversation, while Feng Yi plays the supportive role. In the presence of Feng Yi, Lu Yu exudes a palpable sense of superiority, his words imbued with the concern and guidance of a successful individual addressing a junior who is facing setbacks in his career. As their dialogue concluded, Lu Yu glanced at his wristwatch. Feng Yi understood that it was time for him to take his leave. "I've taken note of your words, Brother Lu. Thank you for your time. I hope I haven't imposed too much." Just as he was about to excuse himself, Feng Yi's gaze sharpened, momentarily halting his farewell. Noticing Feng Yi's unusual demeanor, Lu Yu followed his line of sight to his wrist, and a smile crept across his face. "Isn't it exquisite? This new watch was a gift from my girlfriend. It came in a set with a wallet from the same collection, a limited edition, quite rare to find." With a proud expression, Lu Yu extended his wrist towards Feng Yi, showcasing his new limited edition timepiece. Feng Yi, of course, recognized the brand, an elite luxury label that had risen to prominence during an era of climatic anomalies, overshadowing many established competitors and securing its market stronghold without ever retreating. Being a top-tier luxury brand, especially a limited edition piece, the watch Lu Yu wore was undoubtedly expensive. However, it was not the price that caught Feng Yi's attention. After observing Lu Yu's reaction and hesitating for a moment, Feng Yi inquired, "Brother Lu, may I take a closer look at your watch?" This was a first for Lu Yu, who, after a moment of surprise, did not wish to make Feng Yi feel awkward and promptly unfastened the watch, handing it over. Feng Yi retrieved a tissue from the side table, delicately cradling the watch with it. Lu Yu thought to himself that he was not so petty as to deny someone the chance to touch his watch. He had no obsession with cleanliness. Yet, he found it rather peculiar that Feng Yi was so meticulous. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Feng Yi bending the strap slightly to inspect it closely, even bringing it to his nose. Lu Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This is somewhat excessive. While it is indeed a limited luxury item, there is no need for such scrutiny. He sat there, his face frozen in confusion, grappling with Feng Yi's actions, wanting to voice his thoughts but instead lifting his teacup to ease the awkwardness. "Would you like to take a look at the wallet from the same collection? It comes in the same gift set." Feng Yi nodded in response, "If it's not too much trouble." Lu Yu's emotions were complex. He had just thought of Feng Yi as rather refined, but now he was bewildered by his actions. "I merely mentioned it, and you actually want to see it." Sighing internally, Lu Yu retrieved the wallet from his pocket and handed it over. A personal item like a wallet should not be shown casually, even if it contained nothing objectionable. The wallet boasted an impressive design, with a delicate yet wild snakeskin texture, adorned with cursive embellishments, exuding both luxury and a youthful, carefree spirit. The exquisite high-quality leather, coupled with the aura of an international luxury brand, emanated a sense of wealth. Yet, Feng Yi remained unfazed by such superficialities. After examining the wallet's exterior with great care, he returned it to Lu Yu, his expression grave as he stated, "Brother Lu, the strap and the wallet are made of genuine leather, real snakeskin." Lu Yu's expression faltered, as if he had heard something utterly incredulous, and then burst into hearty laughter. "That's synthetic leather. It's the Medusa 7th generation of biomimetic snakeskin. A quick search on your phone will confirm it." Medusa is a company specializing in biomimetic leather, which has garnered immense admiration from numerous prestigious brands for its snake skin series materials. Following the implementation of stringent protective laws, biomimetic leather companies have surged, flourishing in the wake of this environmental movement. The rapid pace of technological innovation amidst fierce market competition has led to the emergence of the seventh generation of these materials, which are said to be indistinguishable from genuine leather, even by seasoned artisans. Some lower-end machines struggle to accurately detect the difference. It is understandable if you have paid little attention and mistakenly identified them. There is no need for embarrassment, as I appreciate your sentiment, haha. Our Qianli Group, which specializes in apparel and accessories, is particularly attentive to these new materials. When Medusa's seventh generation was first released, it was met with overwhelming media coverage. And now biomimetic leather has reached incredible heights. Furthermore, the supplier of these biomimetic leathers is among the world's finest, so the need to mention its reputation is unnecessary. It is impossible to utilize genuine snakeskin. The climate anomalies over the past 2 decades have led to the extinction or endangerment of numerous species. With the advent of the strictest protective laws, market regulation has become exceedingly rigorous, prohibiting the use of snake skin, crocodile skin, ostrich skin, and other animal leathers in the production and sale of goods. As various luxury brands have expressed their intentions, the materials they utilize have shifted to biomimetic animal leathers, whether for new market opportunities or political correctness. In any case, genuine leather is becoming increasingly rare in the luxury market. The rapid rise of new materials has swiftly captured market share, causing consumers' attention to shift towards these innovations. Thus, in such a context, if one were to purchase a luxury item made of genuine snake skin, it would undoubtedly be counterfeit. Feng Yi's assertion that it is genuine snake skin serves to inform Liu that the watch and wallet in his possession are, in fact, fakes. Naturally, Liu is skeptical. Feng Yi's expression turns serious. I have been able to distinguish real from fake snake skin, biomimetic cowhide, imitation sheepskin, rabbit fur, and others since childhood. While I might err with some, I cannot be mistaken about snake skin. Last month, I purchased a product made from Medusa's 7th generation material, so I am aware of this new biomimetic snake skin's existence. Brother Liu, your watch and wallet are made of genuine snake skin. Liu gazes at Feng Yi as if he were a stubborn, naive child, shaking his head with a heavy sigh. All right, I understand. Young people should read the news more often and keep abreast of the latest scientific advancements. Do not think that a bit of skill allows you to see through the entire world. Despite these words, Liu's expression is entirely dismissive. He then wears a polite, distant smile as he escorts Feng Yi from the office, greeting passing company employees at the door before retreating back inside, closing the door behind him. The smile vanishes in an instant. Liu locks the door and returns to his desk, his gaze fixed intently on the wallet and watch before him, his expression shifting between gloom and clarity. He then retrieves a paper cutter from the drawer, carefully excising a piece from the wallet's interior and exterior, as well as the strap of the watch, and delicately placing them into a small, opaque bag. He folds it neatly and stows it in the inner pocket of his coat. The luxurious limited edition gift set he had just flaunted to Feng Yi is ruthlessly rolled up and stuffed into an empty black thermos. After completing the arrangements, Liu placed the cup into the drawer beneath his elbow, retrieved his phone, made a call, tidied up the desk, and unlocked the office door once more, resuming his work as if nothing had transpired. It was not until the end of the workday that Liu, as usual, left with a thermos in hand, a smile gracing his lips as he greeted his colleagues. Recently, Liu had been on a business trip and had fallen ill, still suffering from a slight cough. With several meetings ahead, he had been using this thermos to brew soothing throat tea, carrying it with him wherever he went, and his colleagues had grown accustomed to it. Half an hour after leaving the company, Liu handed a small paper bag from the inner pocket of his coat to the person he had called, instructing, "Test this and let me know the results as soon as possible." Meanwhile, Feng Yi, who had just exited the Qianli Group's watching branch building, remained oblivious to the events that unfolded after his departure. Regardless, he felt a sense of relief for having spoken up, irrespective of whether the other party had truly listened. Setting aside these thoughts, Feng Yi felt invigorated. All debts were settled. It was time to embark on a journey to Shi Mountain. Chapter 4. The audacity of a mouse. After resolving the debts and matters concerning the studio, Feng Yi enjoyed a restful night's sleep. However, another individual did not share such fortunate slumber. Liu, troubled by Feng Yi's words, spent the night in a state of complex emotions, anxiously awaiting the test results. As dawn broke, he received a call. The voice on the other end seemed to be speaking furtively, as if about to divulge something alarming, and was barely above a whisper. "Brother Liu, have you gotten yourself into some serious trouble?" Liu felt a weight in his chest. He knew from this statement that the news was grim. "Just tell me the results." The caller took a deep breath and continued in a hushed tone. It is indeed snake skin, likely wild, though the specific species remains unknown. The leather has been processed, making comparison impossible, but it is probably a rare type. I utilized the company's latest instruments and testing kits. It took a bit longer than expected. Fortunately, these instruments are still in the debugging phase. And I was the only one on duty last night, so I didn't dare keep the test results. Brother Liu, how did this come to you? Liu Yu clenched his eyes shut, and when he reopened them, they were filled with a fierce intensity. He spat out through gritted teeth. It was a gift from someone else. The caller sighed in relief, advising, Brother, you should keep your distance from those people. I've heard there's an investigation into a batch of wild animal skins entering the market. Given the nature of your company, your father recently stated in an official release that you are responding to national calls for more environmentally friendly and safe materials. Even if you clear your name, this will still bring considerable trouble, as many are waiting to find fault with you. Building a brand is no easy feat, and reaching your current position has been arduous. You cannot afford to bear such a blemish. I am aware of all this. Dispose of your operational records, and I will transfer the funds to you shortly. After hanging up and completing the transaction, Liu Yu scrolled through his contacts and sent Feng Yi a message. Thank you. I owe you one. In the early morning, Feng Yi awoke to this message and smiled. Although Liu Yu did not outwardly display his feelings, he had certainly taken the words to heart. To have ascended to this position within a major corporation is no small feat. Such individuals are undoubtedly formidable. After a polite exchange, Feng Yi set this matter aside, for he had grander tasks at hand. The sky outside was still somewhat dim, with the sun yet to rise. Feng Yi opened the glass door to the balcony, relishing the refreshing morning breeze, before proceeding to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He boiled a plate of frozen dumplings and steamed 3 eggs. The refrigerator contained little more, as he had been exceedingly busy and had not stocked up on supplies. As he bit into a dumpling and cracked an eggshell, lost in thought, he glanced up to see a figure emerge from the balcony. Almost forgetting about it, he recalled the recent rodent infestation plaguing the community. A gray-brown mouse, longer than the width of a palm, swaggered in from outside. Feng Yi tapped the eggshell lightly, causing the mouse to pause in its tracks. It glanced up at Feng Yi before continuing its advance into the room. Feng Yi was taken aback. Was it unafraid of humans? Such boldness in plain view. No wonder the residents were in an uproar. Remembering Wu Ji's words, he quickly rose to close all the room doors, including those to the bathroom and kitchen. The gaps beneath the doors were not substantial. The mouse would be unable to enter. After securing the bedroom door, Feng Yi returned to the dining table to resume his breakfast. As he sat down, the mouse had already scurried under the living room sofa. Before long, it re-emerged, eyeing Feng Yi, and began rummaging through the trash bin. Feng Yi stomped his foot, and the mouse retreated momentarily, but within 5 seconds, it reappeared, unabashedly continuing its search. This time, even stomping was ineffective. Feng Yi was left astounded. Truly, it was a tyrant of the urban realm. Lacking any suitable tools at home, and with more pressing matters to attend to, he decided not to waste time chasing the rodent. After a moment's contemplation, he peeled off a piece of egg white with chopsticks, wrapped it in a paper towel, and placed it on a low flower rack on the balcony, retreating back inside to continue his breakfast while keeping an eye on the commotion. Sure enough, it was not long before the mouse abandoned the trash bin, drawn by the scent, and made a determined descent to the flower rack in search of the egg. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Yi swiftly pulled the glass door to the balcony shut, trapping the mouse outside, and then snapped a photograph through the glass, sending it to Wu Ji. Attention downstairs. Damn. Woken up by a fright so early. Wu Ji inquired, how did it get to your place? I'm not sure if it came from above or below. It likely traversed the outer wall and climbed up from the air conditioning unit by the balcony. I had closed the window on that side. Only the balcony door yesterday, Feng Yi replied. I'll tell my parents to check all the doors and windows, especially the balcony. By the way, the homeowners group mentioned that the community is organizing rodent extermination these days. Keep an eye out. Wu Ji responded, I have to go out of town today and won't be home. I've checked all the doors and windows. They can't get in. After informing Wu Ji, Feng Yi opened the homeowners group chat to catch up on the extermination progress. When he peered out at the balcony after finishing his breakfast, the mouse had already devoured the egg and departed. After conducting another thorough check of the doors and windows, ensuring no food was exposed, Feng Yi gathered his luggage and headed to the airport. After a brief nap on the plane, Feng Yi awoke to find himself within the bounds of Yang City. It had been 5 or 6 years since he departed from this place following the National College entrance examination, and now he returned once more. Standing at Yang City Airport, Feng Yi found his emotions difficult to articulate. Naturally, there was no time for poetic musings. After searching for the nearest outdoor equipment stores, He hailed a taxi to procure some gear. Xiaofeng Mountain, notorious for its serpents, posed a risk even with a safety barrier. One could never be certain whether a snake might slither across, so acquiring additional equipment provided peace of mind. Having purchased his supplies, he changed into more protective clothing. Though he opted not to wear a helmet just yet, as it seemed out of place before reaching his destination. He donned a disposable mask bought at a pharmacy. In this era of dust protection and respiratory allergy prevention, wearing a mask was hardly conspicuous. Moreover, having enjoyed a brief moment of notoriety, and given that this was the place he had called home for 18 years, being recognized might lead to a touch of awkwardness. He ordered a ride via his mobile phone, selecting Xiaofeng Mountain as the destination, which was approximately 200 yuan based on distance. However, after waiting 10 minutes, no driver accepted the request. The only driver who did respond called to say it was a mistake and requested to cancel the order, offering to send a small compensation via a red envelope. Sitting on a public bench, Feng Yi stared at the phone screen, incredulous that no one was willing to accept the ride, remembering online posts that mentioned the reluctance of many to venture to Xiaofeng Mountain. He considered the option to increase the fare, but a prompt appeared stating that this feature had recently been updated and would be available only after midnight. What Feng Yi lacked most was time. He had assured the old steward that he would complete his tasks swiftly. He then searched for metro and bus options. However, the newly acquired gear was too cumbersome to bring onto the subway, and none of the public transport options led directly to Xiaofeng Mountain. The nearest bus stop was at least 2 kilometers away from his destination. Due to the presence of a protected area near Xiaofeng Mountain, as noted by netizens, shared bicycles were not permitted in that vicinity. Riding there would trigger a warning pop-up or even result in automatic locking of the bike. Surveying his surroundings, Feng Yi noticed a taxi pulling up nearby as a passenger disembarked. He hurried over to intercept the vehicle before it could drive away. "Driver, are you heading to Xiaofeng Mountain? I can pay extra." The driver initially intended to decline upon hearing Xiaofeng Mountain, but hesitated when he heard the last 2 words, lifting his gaze to assess Feng Yi and replied, 500, deal. Perfect. As long as I can get there by taxi. It saves me the trouble of renting a car. I'm in a hurry. Scan this code. First, click to add 300 on the operation page and select passenger voluntarily. The driver instructed. Feng Yi placed his large backpack in the trunk and responded, all right. Is this how it works? Won't your company have an issue with this? As long as I submit a note after completing this ride, the company will understand. No one likes to go to Xiaofeng Mountain. It's tolerable in winter. But as the weather warms, fewer people are willing to go, considering it is a snake-infested area. Though there is a safety barrier, it does not guarantee complete isolation. Recently, a colleague of mine undertook a task that involved transporting 2 individuals under the pretext of conducting an inspection at a certain company near Xiaofeng Mountain, an area replete with numerous agricultural and livestock-related enterprises. I cannot recall the specific company they visited, but after delivering the passengers, they were invited to partake in a meal. However, on the return journey, the vehicle was detained. Why? Feng Yi inquired. It turned out that upon entering the city, the driver had accepted another fare, during which a passenger discovered a snake in his vehicle. Amidst the ensuing panic, the passenger lodged a complaint and promptly reported the incident, initiating a cascade of repercussions. The driver lamented, "What bad luck." Subsequently, the company exhibited excessive concern, and the police summoned him for a discussion, which attracted the attention of relevant authorities. Rumors circulated that he was ostensibly a rideshare driver while secretly trafficking in wildlife. Fortunately, surveillance footage and witnesses from Xiaofeng Mountain substantiated his case. Otherwise, even 10 voices would struggle to clarify the matter. Thankfully, he escaped with merely a reprimand rather than a fine. The company convened a meeting to advise drivers against lingering in that area and to conduct thorough inspections before departure to avoid making headlines. The driver sighed, feeling that humans were less fortunate than snakes. My grandparents' generation consumed snakes without hesitation, but by my parents' time, regulations had tightened considerably. In my generation, even the thought of such practices is unthinkable, as the strictest protective laws loom over us. It is not fear of the snakes that deters us. Rather, the complications that arise from such associations can be unclear, and some journalists are wary of potential repercussions. Regarding my colleague's incident, a social media marketing account seized upon the story, crafting a video that portrayed the events as a dramatic saga filled with twists and turns, accompanied by ominous music and flashback effects, ultimately propelling it to trending status. While it did serve to clarify the situation for my colleague, not everyone desires fame through such means. Feng Yi, now enlightened, realized that due to matters concerning his studio, he had not kept abreast of such news online. The numerous drivers declining trips to Xiaofeng Mountain indeed had their reasons. Stopping at a red light, the driver glanced at Feng Yi in the rearview mirror. "Are you a celebrity?" he asked. Feng Yi was taken aback. He had only played a supporting role in a web drama that had recently aired, gaining a modicum of popularity, but due to studio matters, he had neglected to maintain that momentum, and his fame had already waned. Surely, the driver could not genuinely recognize him. Contemplating this, Feng Yi cleared his throat and asserted, "No. A minor internet celebrity from beyond the 18th tier hardly qualifies as a star. I do not deserve such an appellation." Chapter 5. Xiaofeng Mountain. The driver merely perceived that Feng Yi had a pleasing appearance, somewhat reminiscent of the current young idols in the entertainment industry. In truth, he could not discern one from another, as they all appeared quite similar to him. He had recently heard that a celebrity was in Yangqing filming a program, which prompted his inquiry. Feng Yi's denial sufficed to convince him. It made sense. How could a star struggle to hail a ride? Rumor had it that celebrities are always whisked away in cars wherever they go. Moreover, it was unlikely that any star would venture to a place like Xiaofeng Mountain. Thus, the notion of having transported a celebrity fluttered through the driver's mind before dissipating entirely. What purpose could one have for going to Xiaofeng Mountain? To conduct research? To film a video? Or perhaps for an adventure? Over the past couple of years, a few internet personalities had ventured there to create content. But their experiences had been less than favorable, leading to a decline in visitors. The driver remarked, "I'm just looking for someone." Feng Yi, noticing the driver's loquacious nature, sought to extract more information from him. "What can you tell me about Xiaofeng Mountain?" "This is my first visit," Feng Yi inquired. "There are snakes. As they say, it's a snake mountain. Not even birds build their nests there," the driver replied. "There are also numerous agricultural and pastoral companies at the foot of the mountain, with vast fields and pastures. Then, if I wish to ascend the mountain, must I go on foot?" Feng Yi asked again. "Not necessarily. I've heard there are people residing on the mountainside, and they have vehicles that travel up and down. I can't say for certain, but if luck is on your side, you might encounter a ride uphill. Just offer them a bit of money to take you along." "That's what I've heard," the driver explained. "What should I be cautious about when visiting there?" Feng Yi opened his phone's notes app, preparing to jot down the driver's advice. "What should you be cautious about?" The driver pondered. "When you go up the mountain, bring plenty of food. Avoid disturbing anything in the wild. Who knows what's poisonous? And regarding animals, no matter how curious you are, don't provoke them. That area is patrolled by security drones, which appear unpredictably throughout the day." Recalling something, the driver added, "Last June, 3 teenagers from out of town came here for an adventure. They secretly brought a pile of supplies up the mountain, intending to have a barbecue and even catch snakes. They were caught by a drone after the heat source was detected. Afterward, those 3 were taken in for education and had to take exams, forestry regulations, fire prevention laws, and wildlife management regulations. We jokingly call it the forest management exam. The animal protection aspect involves ecological preservation, and an expert compiled 10 sets of questions. I heard those 3, all averaging 1.8 meters tall, ended up in tears over the exam." Feng Yi nodded, taking note of the keywords. The driver continued, "In short, that area is a protected zone. Do not touch the animals there, whether they are snakes, birds, or frogs. Treat them all as protected species and keep your distance for safety. Causing harm to them could lead to trouble. Remember this, 1 violation can lead to 10 penalties." "That sounds a bit exaggerated. What if one encounters a mouse? Are we not allowed to strike it?" Feng Yi queried, recalling recent rodent infestations. "Are you joking? Mice on Snake Mountain? Snakes are the natural enemies of mice. The dominant species there is the king rat snake, which devours mice voraciously. The mice there have long been eradicated. Do you know why there are people living on the mountainside?" The driver continued. "Those residents are responsible for feeding the snakes. They have to transport mice from other places periodically. Otherwise, the snakes confined in the protected area would starve." "Oh, right. The king rat snake eats mice," Feng Yi acknowledged. "And it's non-venomous." The driver continued. "The king rat snake is also known as the floral snake. We call it the big king snake here. Long ago, it was actually raised for consumption, but that practice is no longer allowed." "Indeed," Feng Yi replied. The driver remarked, "In my grandparents' time, they said that if you see a snake and do not strike it, you are guilty of a minor offense. Now, it's 1 violation leading to 10 penalties?" Feng Yi queried. "Pretty much," the driver sighed. "Everything was fine, but how can the climate change so abruptly, and why have so many animals perished?" Feng Yi fell into silence. He was at a loss for words. Over the past 2 decades of climatic anomalies, countless species of flora and fauna have disappeared. Once common species have become endangered, and those that were endangered have slipped into functional extinction. Advocates for the most stringent protective laws may not necessarily harbor compassion for these creatures, nor do they always possess a strong ecological awareness. They perceive mass extinction events as a forewarning. The survival status of plants and animals serves as a barometer for the human living environment, representing data that the sixth database must collect. Thus, the data must be safeguarded. This is a shared consciousness. The atmosphere in the vehicle grew somewhat somber. However, this heaviness began to stir as they approached their destination. The buildings along the roadside dwindled, while warning signs proliferated, accompanied by placards bearing phone numbers. The driver spoke up. If you happen to see a snake outside the isolation zone, contact the number on the warning sign. It is likely that the snake has escaped from the protected area. Feng Yi spotted the raised isolation belt in the distance, and as they advanced, the road drew ever closer to it. They had now entered the vicinity of Shaofeng Mountain, and Feng Yi could see a large stone within the isolation zone, upon which a snake was slightly raised, gazing at them as if it were a loach inadvertently wandering into a snake's den. The further they ventured, the nearer they approached the isolation belt, revealing silhouettes slithering along its edge. Indeed, the area was teeming with snakes. Feng Yi's complexion turned pale. The driver, unfazed as it was not his first time in this area, found it unremarkable. The snakes merely favored congregating along the isolation belt to observe passing vehicles and pedestrians. Such audacity. Generally, these snakes are bold and aggressive, and emboldened by the fact that most people dare not confront them, they have become increasingly brazen. All right, we've arrived. The driver parked the vehicle at the designated spot. From here on, Feng Yi would have to proceed on foot, as outside vehicles were not permitted to ascend the mountain. Noticing Feng Yi's tense demeanor, the driver patted him on the shoulder and reassured him, "Fear not, it's merely a rat snake." Feng Yi found little solace in this. A landscape filled with rat snakes might be a rustic drama, but a ground swarming with them would surely be a horror film. The driver glanced around the parking area before positioning the car in a designated smoking zone. He hadn't dared to smoke while driving. But Shaofeng Mountain had established a smoking area that didn't require exiting the vehicle. Lighting a cigarette, the driver observed Feng Yi, who was equipped as if for battle. With a chuckle, he remarked, "We have an old saying here, 1 mile of king rat snakes, 10 miles of non-venomous snakes." The phrase can be parsed in two ways. There are no venomous snakes in this area, or this place is teeming with non-venomous snakes. In truth, both interpretations convey the same essence. The driver continued, "Though it may sound exaggerated, king rat snakes do consume other snakes. You must believe that the prowess of a foodie is undeniable." Feng Yi managed a slight smirk. "Thank you, sir. You truly know how to comfort someone." The driver shook his head with a smile. "Why do you come to a place like this if you're so terrified of snakes? Isn't that a recipe for self-torment?" Feng Yi sighed softly. "Life is not easy." This remark instantly struck a chord with the driver, whose gaze turned weary as he puffed on his cigarette. "None of us has it easy." Feng Yi inquired, "Aren't you afraid of snakes?" The driver replied, "I don't get out of the car. What is there to fear?" Feng Yi responded, "That is indeed a sound argument." The driver added, "As long as I remain in the vehicle, no snake can stealthily infiltrate it. I won't even venture to the restroom. Once we depart from this place, we shall seek a solution elsewhere." Feng Yi remarked, "Such meticulousness." The driver interjected, "We have a saying here, when the awakening of insects arrives, thunder rumbles, and serpents and insects abound. The elders claim that this year, after the awakening of insects, we may witness a greater number of them than last year. As the weather gradually warms, indeed, the mountains are teeming with snakes, insects, mice, and ants, so do exercise caution." "Thank you, master. Please provide your phone number. I will contact you upon my return journey, and I am willing to offer extra payment," Feng Yi stated. "Very well," the driver replied, impressed by Feng Yi and reluctant to miss out on a lucrative opportunity, yet feeling a tinge of concern for him. After pondering for a moment, the driver suggested, "Here's the plan. If you do not call me within 3 days, I shall reach out to you. If I cannot get through, I will report it to the authorities. Sound fair?" "Agreed." Feng Yi, also apprehensive about his personal safety, found this arrangement agreeable. They exchanged phone numbers. And after the driver finished his cigarette and conducted a final inspection of the vehicle, he promptly departed. Feng Yi, with his backpack in tow, adjusted his helmet uncomfortably, took a deep breath, and grasped the snake-repelling stick as he ascended the mountain. Having come this far, what was there to fear? As he ventured further up the mountain, he noticed barriers flanking the path, and on the other side, a group of grass snakes flicked their tongues, moving in tandem with Feng Yi's progression. It was not uncommon to see 2-meter-long grass snakes here, with even larger ones lurking nearby, yet he chose not to gaze upon them. A shiver of unease raced through him, as he felt the hairs on his body standing on end. Having lived in the city for over 2 decades, his encounters with nature had been limited to popular tourist attractions or quaint agritourism spots. This wild ecological reserve, where flora and fauna thrived in untamed splendor, was a novel experience for him. On his trek, he spotted swarms of nameless flying insects. As he walked past, several landed on his helmet visor, and something fluttered onto his shoulder before eventually taking flight again, revealing only a fleeting dark silhouette. Although summer had not yet arrived, these insects were already quite active. Continuing uphill, he reached a checkpoint where a guard awaited. After registering, he was permitted to ascend and was informed about the location of the Feng family ancestral home. There was but one old residence on the mountain, seemingly belonging to the Feng family, though details were vague. It was said to be inhabited by a single individual. If this was the dwelling he sought, he should continue along this path, and if he encountered anyone, they could provide further directions, as they were all familiar with it. Grateful for the information, Feng Yi pressed onward. Fortunately, not long after, he heard the sound of an approaching vehicle and managed to hitch a ride. The two occupants were from a feed factory at the base of the mountain, also tasked with work up here. "Are you heading to the Feng family ancestral home? Are you looking for Uncle Ye?" one of them inquired. "Uncle Ye? I suppose so. My elders merely informed me that someone was overseeing the residence. I have some matters to attend to there," Feng Yi replied. The duo appraised Feng Yi's gear, recognizing that it was likely his first visit. "Do you reside on the mountain? How is it living there?" Feng Yi asked. They both chuckled, and one explained, who would willingly live up here nowadays. Even if one did, ordering takeout at night is impossible, and let's not even mention the fact that one might find 8 snakes observing while trying to relieve oneself. Would you be inclined to do that? Isn't there a barrier? Feng Yi inquired. The isolation fence is just nearby. When squatting down, you can look out the window and see 7 or 8 snakes clinging to the fence, staring at you. Except for scheduled duties or temporary assignments. We usually reside in the company dormitory at the foot of the mountain. Those who can comfortably stay on the mountain are not ordinary individuals. For instance, Uncle Ye? Indeed. Uncle Ye is no ordinary person. He seems to live quite happily. What is Uncle Ye's surname? How should we address him? Feng Yi inquired. Address him? Just call him Uncle Ye. His surname is unknown, but everyone refers to him as Uncle Ye since he cannot speak. The mountain appears desolate, yet the roads are well maintained, allowing small vehicles to traverse without any jarring. Not even larger pebbles can be seen. Every day, there are vehicles that clear the road. One person explained that Uncle Ye often has others assist him in carrying items, while there aren't many vehicles traveling up and down the mountain. They are not an uncommon sight. We will first take you up the mountain and then return later. The car ascended the mountain for a while, after passing the mid-slope. The isolation belt gradually distanced itself from the roadway. In the forest by the roadside, signs of human activity were evident. The planted trees were clearly organized, with some being fruit trees that had already borne fruit, alongside others that Feng Yi had never encountered before. While pondering this, Feng Yi suddenly heard someone beside him exclaim, "Hey, I see Uncle Ye. Uncle Ye." The vehicle pulled over to the side of the road. Feng Yi followed their pointing direction and saw an elderly man, appearing to be around 70, dressed like a mountain farmer, stepping out from the woods. Likely accustomed to being outdoors, his face was suntanned, with deep wrinkles etched into his skin. He wore simple clothes and rubber shoes, a large bamboo basket on his back, with his pant legs marked with half-dried mud, and a straw hat slightly askew on his head, with a few strands of graying hair peeking out, swaying with his movements. The elderly man carried freshly harvested fruits and vegetables in his basket, most of which Feng Yi could hardly recognize. These were local specialties. The young driver in the front seat rolled down the window and waved to the old man. "Uncle Ye, we have guests for you." Uncle Ye turned to look into the car. When Feng Yi met his gaze, he discerned no hint of gloom in his eyes. Uncle Ye wiped the sweat from his brow and flashed a radiant smile at Feng Yi. Then, Feng Yi noticed the elderly man pull out the latest model smartphone from a pocket soiled with mud and debris, which was of the same series as Feng Yi's, albeit a more advanced version. The top-tier model was 3,000 more expensive than Feng Yi's, and remarkably difficult to obtain. Chapter 6. Genealogy. The old man adeptly typed on the phone. His speed indicated he was quite skilled. He then converted the text into a preset male voice with a hint of an operatic tone. "Thank you for the freshly picked fruits. Let me give you some." Uncle Ye handed 2 handfuls of mountain fruits to the 2 individuals, and after Feng Yi exited the car, he stuffed several cherry-sized mountain fruits into Feng Yi's hands. Having never tasted them before, and seeing the 2 individuals enjoying them, Feng Yi removed his gloves, wiped the sweat and small mud specks off his hands, and took a bite. They were sweet, juicy, and quite delightful. The 2 individuals soon drove away. Uncle Ye took off his straw hat to fan himself, tossed it into the bamboo basket, and then scrutinized Feng Yi before quickly typing on his phone, converting it to voice. "Follow me." Feng Yi hurriedly kept pace with him. How should I address you?" Feng Yi asked. Addressing the mute uncle directly seemed somewhat disrespectful. Thus, he simply called out, "Uncle," through his phone's voice feature. Noting that the other party appeared indifferent, Feng Yi chose not to dwell on it, instead taking in the scenery and the well-maintained road around him. Observing the road on the mountain, which was quite well constructed, he inquired, "Have you not purchased a vehicle for convenience?" The mute uncle typed into his phone, "With food, drink, and internet, who needs a car?" Feng Yi acknowledged the reasoning. After some contemplation, he decided to be forthright. "Uncle, you are aware of the purpose of my visit, right? I have been waiting for quite some time." How to phrase this? Feng Yi pressed further. Yet, the uncle seemed reluctant to elaborate. Switching to play music on his phone, the melodious voice singing warmed the solitude as they walked forward, stepping rhythmically to the beat. Feng Yi concluded, indeed, he is a spirited and lively elder. Before long, Feng Yi beheld the ancestral home of the Feng family, as described by the old steward. It was his first encounter with the fabled ancestral residence, reminiscent of the ancient buildings depicted in historical dramas. While not expansive, each brick and tile exuded a sense of antiquity, yet it was far from dilapidated, clearly well maintained by the mute uncle, who dutifully carried out his responsibilities. Upon entering the house, the uncle set down a bamboo basket and gestured for Feng Yi to follow him inside. As they progressed, he swiftly typed on his phone, converting a lengthy message into speech. With a slight theatrical tone, the narration echoed within the tranquil ancestral abode. "Did you see the sign with the character phone? That room over there is where the Feng family venerates their ancestors, housing some ancestral tablets." Feng Yi stepped into that room, scanning the surroundings, but found nothing particularly remarkable. It was clean and relatively spacious, and he observed several tablets inscribed with the names of Feng family ancestors, which indeed imparted a sense of ritual. However, these names were unfamiliar to him. He had never heard them mentioned by the elders nor encountered them in conversation. Tracing back 3 generations, few remained who could recall them. Surveying the room once more, he found nothing particularly surprising. The arrangement suggested that outsiders had not visited in quite some time. The notion of an ancestral home and the associated ancestral rites seemed increasingly irrelevant in this modern age. Yet, here he was, faced with a task worth 100 million. Was this truly it? It was not a matter of disrespecting the departed, but rather an acknowledgement that in recent decades, people had gradually simplified the rituals of remembrance. Those of Feng Yi's generation, having grown up in this changing landscape, lacked any real understanding of ancestral halls. They had only seen such concepts in television dramas, never associating them with their own lives. The Qingming festival, with its tomb-sweeping customs, rarely prompted thoughts of ancestors from 3 generations back. It was hard to fathom that a task worth 100 million could be rooted in this place. However, since he had already arrived, Feng Yi did not immediately seek out the family genealogy. Observing the absence of kneeling mats, incense, or paper offerings typically depicted in dramas, he stood before the tablets and offered a respectful bow. Subsequently, as he intended to search for the genealogy and inquire if the mute uncle had any leads, he turned to see the uncle beckoning him, his smartphone converting another message into voice. "All right, just a gesture is sufficient. Come quickly," Feng Yi responded. "What do you mean by just a gesture is sufficient?" As Uncle Yi stepped outside, Feng Yi hurriedly followed. Uncle Yi led Feng Yi to another room, where a wall made of blue bricks appeared unremarkable compared to its surroundings. With a swift motion, Uncle Yi revealed a hidden compartment in the wall, exposing a fingerprint scanner. Feng Yi gasped in astonishment. Uncle Yi pressed his thumb against the fingerprint recognition interface and then stepped back, gesturing for Feng Yi to do the same. Bewildered, Feng Yi approached and mimicked Uncle Yi's gesture, placing his right thumb upon the scanner. With a beep, what seemed to be an unbroken wall shifted to reveal a doorway. This time, Uncle Yi did not enter. Instead, he signaled for Feng Yi to proceed alone. Feng Yi took a moment for mental preparation, feeling as though he had stumbled upon some momentous secret. Peering inside, he found nothing particularly extraordinary, yet the air of mystery heightened his anxiety. Nevertheless, having come this far, he resolved not to retreat. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the room. As he crossed the threshold, the wall door closed behind him, intensifying his nervousness. With the door now shut, the seemingly cramped interior illuminated as numerous lights flickered on. The materials were indiscernible, neither glaring nor harsh, yet sufficiently bright for visibility. Thanks to these lights, Feng Yi could discern that the space was not as confined as he had initially imagined. However, there were no ancestral tablets or any offerings. Instead, the walls were adorned with ancient paintings, some resembling serpents, while others were bizarre in form, all reflecting an archaic artistic style. After a cursory glance around the room, Feng Yi traversed the walls once more, still failing to locate any semblance of a family tree. Where could the family tree be? He murmured to himself. his gaze falling upon a circular area in the center of the room. As he approached, he realized it was not an ordinary circle, but rather a serpent consuming its own tail, forming an intricate ring. The moment Feng Yi stepped into this circle, the ornamental coin he wore around his neck levitated automatically. The side embossed with the serpent design emitted a blue glow, accompanied by a high-frequency sound that resonated from it. The sound was somewhat indistinct to Feng Yi, for aside from an initial segment, the frequency escalated beyond the range of his hearing. Simultaneously, from a short distance away, a column nearly a meter high rose from the ground. The seamless stone pillar unfurled at its top, revealing a square object resembling a book. Why resemble a book? The exterior appeared so peculiar, snake skin. While he might struggle to identify other types of hides, he could unmistakably recognize snake skin. The pattern was unfamiliar. Yet unlike any skin that had been directly shed, it seemed to be an automatically discarded snake mold. Feng Yi even contemplated the enormity of the serpent that could possess such scales. No, he chastised himself. His focus should not dwell on that. He glanced again at the zodiac coin still glowing and floating, then turned his attention to the column that appeared to have seamlessly emerged from the ground. Finally fixating on the book atop the pillar. Uncertain of its material, it exuded an ancient yet indescribably unsettling aura. The pages turned autonomously, fluttering rapidly as if stirred by an invisible wind. Feng Yi could not discern the content inscribed within. He could only catch glimpses of short phrases, varying in length, style, and handwriting. Is this what the old steward referred to as a signature? Is this the family genealogy? This genealogy diverges greatly from my understanding of such records. Even someone as oblivious as Feng Yi, who typically pays little heed to cutting-edge technology, recognized that what lay before him was not something an ordinary person could encounter. At that moment, Feng Yi became acutely aware that he had stumbled upon something monumental. He stood frozen, every hair on his body standing on end. The terror of the unknown gripped him. Simultaneously, he realized that the path laid before him was one he had never contemplated, nor sought to understand. He felt a sensation, no? It was more akin to an instinct that knew precisely what to do. Much like a hen incubating eggs, a bird constructing a nest, a spider weaving a web, or a bee producing honey. It was an innate ability, a memory etched into his very genes. If this genealogy could be likened to a door, the moment he inscribed his name was when he truly opened the portal to the unknown. The pages of the genealogy ceased their fluttering, revealing a blank page. Feng Yi extended his hand, using his fingertip to write his name upon the open page. As the final stroke was made, it was as though a mist suddenly dispersed. Through the haze, Feng Yi perceived a blurred silhouette, reminiscent of a coiled serpent. His consciousness began to slip from his own control, as if racing along the precipice between the ancient and the future, between dreams and reality. On the other side of the wall, Uncle Yi stood quietly at the door, his phone chiming with new message notifications, perhaps from online acquaintances or familiar faces from the nearby villages. Yet, at that moment, he paid no heed to the phone, completely disregarding its alerts. After waiting a while longer, Uncle Yi broke into a silent smile, stretched lazily, glanced at the sky, and finally retrieved his phone to send messages to several group chats. The weather in the mountains will change tonight. Strong winds and rain are expected. Descend early. Avoid the mountaintop. Those residing halfway up the mountain should secure their valuable outdoor items. Ensure chickens and ducks are housed early. Close all doors and windows tonight. And refrain from venturing out. No need to worry at the foot of the mountain. Just gather your clothes early, as the humidity will be heavy. These groups comprised residents and workers living in or near the mountains. Upon seeing Uncle Ya's message, responses flooded in. Is this true? The weather forecast indicated clear skies recently. Weather in the mountains changes rapidly. Uncle Ya is a local elder. His words are always reliable. The new waterproof car mats have a slight odor. Should I bring them inside, even though I plan to air them out under the rain shelter for a few days? I'm staying halfway up the mountain tonight. You should. Didn't Uncle Ya mention strong winds tonight? What if they blow away? Even if they don't, the various debris and mud from the mountain would be undesirable. People in the groups exchanged thoughts, and some gazed at the sky outside. There were indeed patches of clouds. Could there really be rain? It is not that I doubt the words of Uncle Ya. Those who have resided or worked in the vicinity of Xiaofeng Mountain for an extended period are well aware of his remarkable ability to predict the weather. He consistently informs them of impending changes, often proving to be more accurate than the forecasts provided by their mobile devices. However, this time, Uncle Ya's claims seem to be exaggerated, leaving many in a state of skepticism. As time passes, the crowd begins to notice the unusual change in the atmosphere. Is it not too early for night to fall today? Upon awakening from a slumber, they find that a clear sky has transformed into a cloudy one, indicating that a shift in weather has indeed occurred, with humidity weighing heavily in the air. The outdoor humidity gauge has sent multiple notifications, Given the unpredictable weather in the mountains, it is prudent to heed Uncle Ya's advice and take action swiftly. By the time night descends, those remaining at the mountainside, while enjoying their dinner, gaze out the window only to find visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. Turning on the lights in the courtyard yields nothing but darkness. Such a thick fog. Fog does not necessarily imply rain, does it? That would depend on whether the conditions are suitable for precipitation. There exists a type of fog known as prefrontal fog. Is it typical for this season? That seems rather unusual. Regardless of its normality, I shall capture a video first. The individual declares, seizing their phone, opening the door, and beginning to film the external scene. The snakes beyond the isolation fence have vanished. The typically audacious king cobra, which roams freely at night, has seemingly found a hiding place, leaving only the sound of rustling leaves as the wind blows through. The wind begins to pick up. Raindrops strike their face harshly, causing discomfort. The fog remains, and not all the moisture has transformed into raindrops. The high humidity in the air renders breathing noticeably uncomfortable. Unable to withstand it any longer, the individual reluctantly retreats indoors. Soon, the rain intensifies, propelled by fierce winds, pelting against the windows with a cacophony of sound. The mobile signal dwindles from full bars to a single bar. In the unseen realm, the clouds in the sky continue to thicken, descending ominously. The rumbling thunder resembles the footsteps of a colossal beast above. The fierce wind sweeps through the mountain, carrying the mist with it, rampaging with ferocity. Chapter 7. Hunger. When Feng Yi awakens, the once-open family tree has closed. The stone platform has reverted to its original state, sealing the family tree within. The stone pillar gradually sinks until it merges seamlessly with the ground. Feng Yi crouches down to inspect closely, even fearing that he might be hallucinating. He retrieves his phone, utilizing the high-definition camera to magnify the image in hopes of discerning every detail of the ground. Yet, whether through the naked eye or the phone's camera, what he sees is an expanse of smooth surface devoid of any markings, let alone cracks. It appears as though all he has experienced was merely a figment of his imagination. After meticulously scouring the interior several times, he finds no suspicious traces. Glancing at the time on his phone, he realizes that he has spent an entire night here. It is now 7 o'clock on the following morning. He may have stood here for an entire night. Yet, his body shows no signs of stiffness or discomfort. With no further clues to pursue, Feng Yi resigns himself to leave, approaching the wall where the door is located. The door opens automatically. As he nears it, the lights within the room extinguish one by one. By the time he fully steps outside, and the door closes behind him, the secret chamber is enveloped in darkness. Stepping out of the house, sounds emanated from the small courtyard. "Good morning, Uncle Ya. Has the fog set in?" Feng Yi inquired. "It will dissipate soon," came the voice from Uncle Ya's phone. The fog obscured the sunlight, yet the dawn's glow was already visible, piercing through the thinning mist, revealing hues of orange and gold. The various plants, flowers, and trees in the old courtyard were adorned with droplets of water. The soil, which had been hard and dry yesterday, had transformed into mud or changed shape due to the moisture. "Did it rain last night?" Feng Yi asked in surprise. He had checked the weather forecast, which clearly indicated sunny days ahead. However, he had also heard from others that the weather in the mountains could be unpredictable and often changed rapidly. So he merely voiced his curiosity. Uncle Ya quickly typed on his phone, converting it into a voice message. "Breakfast consists of buns and noodles, placed in the kitchen for you to help yourself. It's all for you, so don't go hungry. Make sure to eat it all. I'm off to the tea garden to pick some leaves." "There's a tea garden here? Need any help?" "I'm not hungry yet," Feng Yi asked. "No. You are hungry," Uncle Ya replied. Feng Yi intended to say more, but Uncle Ya waved his hand and left with a bamboo basket. Realizing he had to relinquish his thoughts of offering assistance while gathering information, he headed to the kitchen, which was easy to locate. However, the spread on the kitchen table exceeded his expectations. A large porcelain bowl, perhaps more accurately described as a basin, nearly the size of a basin for an adult to wash their face, was filled with hand-pulled noodles. Beside it sat a substantial steamer containing 10 buns, each as large as the palm of his hand, filled with meat. Feng Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. What misconception did Uncle Ya have about him? Why would he assume he could consume such a large quantity? Previously, while working part-time shooting advertisements at school, he had to manage his physique and adhere to a certain dietary regimen. His appetite had not changed much since then. For him, a typical meal would consist of a bowl of noodle soup paired with 1 or 2 buns at most. "I cannot waste food." Thus, with a keen sense of self-awareness, Feng Yi rummaged through the cupboard and retrieved a bowl of standard size, scooping out a portion of noodles from the large basin and taking a bun to eat. As he continued, he soon found his bowl empty and, surprisingly, felt a twinge of hunger. He dished out another bowl and took another bun, continuing to eat. The sensation of hunger grew increasingly pronounced. 15 minutes later, Feng Yi gazed at the large bowl, now devoid of broth, and the empty steamer, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Uncle Yi, with his bamboo basket on his back, arrived at the tea garden. Overnight, numerous new buds had sprouted on the tea trees. The large leaves glistened with droplets of water. Dew trickled down the edges of the leaves, pooling and swaying at the tips. The dawn-esque glow, filtering through the thin mist, cast an enchanting light upon the clear water droplets. Uncle Yi, with his aged eyes, observed the gradually dispersing fog in the tea garden and smiled. He retrieved a specially crafted basket from his bamboo container, donned it on his back, and navigated through the tea trees. With both hands, he simultaneously plucked the tender new shoots, and with each wave of his hand, multiple fresh green leaves leaped into the basket. The arms danced with such swiftness that only a blurred fan-shaped shadow could be perceived, accompanied by a dense, subtle pattering sound. It was more agile than the brushes of a robotic vacuum. Soon, the garments were soaked with dew, and the backpack was filled with tender leaves at a visibly rapid pace, which were then transferred into a large bamboo basket for the next round. When Uncle Yi returned from picking tea, Feng Yi sat on the stone step at the entrance, lost in thought, as if contemplating some profound philosophy of life. Upon seeing Uncle Yi, Feng Yi snapped back to reality and glanced at the time on his phone. Had the tea picking concluded so swiftly? As the mist dissipated, the sunlight began to warm the earth, yet a hint of moisture lingered in the air. Uncle Yi set down the bamboo basket and replied on his phone, "Wait 2 hours before descending. I will roast the tea and send you 2 jars." Feng Yi responded, "All right, thank you, Uncle Yi. I had no immediate intention of descending. I wish to gather more information." However, Uncle Yi quickly immersed himself in the tea roasting process. Fully engrossed, even placing his ever-present phone aside, not allowing Feng Yi to intervene. Feng Yi could only wait. 2 hours later, Uncle Yi completed the tea roasting, portioning some into 2 specially designed jars and handing them to Feng Yi. Let it rest for 2 days before drinking. With both hands full, Feng Yi felt embarrassed to offer money, preparing to say something. Uncle Yi waved dismissively, typing a few words on his phone. "It's not about the money. You should head back quickly. Others will convey the rest." Feng Yi wished to inquire about the ancestral home, the family tree, and the old steward, as well as his great-aunt. But hearing Uncle Yi's words made it clear that he could not elicit any useful information. It was evident that he was being ushered away. Feng Yi packed the tea jars and tidied up, glancing at Uncle Yi, who gestured for him to hurry. With a sigh, Feng Yi slung his bag over his shoulder and walked out. Not far along, he heard a voice message from behind, likely sent by Uncle Yi's friend. "Online. 3 needed." Turning back, Feng Yi saw Uncle Yi typing rapidly while stepping into the house. The elderly man was indeed quite busy. With a heavy heart, Feng Yi continued his descent down the mountain. This time, he wore no helmet or mask, and his gloves were stowed away in his bag. He intuitively sensed that not wearing the helmet would pose no issue. As he proceeded, the number of flying insects began to increase. Yet they seemed to avoid him as if sensing an unpleasant aura. Near the mountain's midpoint, Feng Yi encountered the 2 individuals who had escorted him up the mountain the previous day. They were unloading large boxes from their vehicle and placing them on a machine at the isolation barrier, which would transfer the boxes to the other side of the net and empty their contents. The boxes contained mice, judging by their plump physiques and glossy fur. These mice lived quite well. Feng Yi approached the 2 men and exchanged greetings, declining their offer for a ride down the mountain. Having successfully accomplished a significant task, though his curiosity had only grown, he felt considerably more grounded than when he arrived yesterday, and his body was not fatigued. Heading back? The 2 men inquired. "Yes. What about you?" Feng Yi asked as he walked over. "We are feeding the mice," they replied. "Every few days. This becomes a necessity, a resourceful approach to managing the influx of rats transported from the urban area. These creatures have grown remarkably plump. One can only imagine how much they have pilfered." Another box was overturned, and the 2 individuals observed the indigo snake on the other side of the barrier. Strangely, it seemed that the snakes were particularly scarce today. They were certainly less active and appeared somewhat timid compared to previous encounters. One remarked, "Yet, despite their demeanor, their prowess in devouring rats remains impressive. They show no signs of illness. Perhaps the rain from last night is the culprit. The mountain still retains a slight chill. Once the temperature rises a bit more, they will likely become more animated." Upon hearing this, Feng Yi approached to get a closer look. "Are you no longer afraid of the snakes?" one inquired. Feng Yi paused momentarily, then nodded, realizing he felt less trepidation than before. Indeed, he was not as fearful as he had been yesterday. It was akin to an instinctive awareness that those pesky mosquitoes would keep their distance from him. He seemed to understand, These gluttons cannot harm me. To confirm his newfound courage, Feng Yi stepped closer to the barrier. On the other side, a king snake, measuring over 2 meters in length and with a girth thicker than an adult's forearm, was in the midst of consuming a rat. Upon his approach, it abruptly halted, slowly turning away and awkwardly twisting its body to retreat before resuming its meal. Not only this snake, but several others nearby, whether feasting or preparing to do so, also quickly distanced themselves. The two who were responsible for feeding were taken aback. Why are they suddenly so fearful? They are usually quite brazen. Typically, these king snakes would continue their feasting undeterred by onlookers. This shyness was a rare occurrence. However, the duo dismissed their astonishment, speculating whether Feng Yi had perhaps sprayed himself with a snake-repellent substance. Feng Yi continued his descent down the mountain, sending a text message to the driver from the previous day. If the driver was currently occupied with driving, he would be unable to answer the call, but would see the message when he had a moment. Should there be no response by the time he reached the base, Feng Yi would seek alternative transport. Fortunately, the driver replied promptly, calling him directly. The driver, who held a favorable impression of Feng Yi, assured him, "Safety is paramount. I'm not far from there, and will be there shortly. Expect a wait of no more than 50 minutes. With no urgency pressing upon him, Feng Yi agreed with the driver and took the time to appreciate the scenic beauty of the mountains as he walked down. He even spotted a camouflaged frog. It was said that the reserve harbored frogs and toads, albeit in limited numbers. The abundance of rats provided to the king snakes had diminished their predation on these amphibians, allowing a few to survive in the mountains. Upon reaching the parking lot from the previous day, the driver arrived just in time. The driver scrutinized Feng Yi for a moment, noting his good spirits. "Not bad," Feng Yi replied, securing his bag before getting into the vehicle. As they departed from Shaofeng Mountain, they encountered personnel from the reserve in pursuit of an escaped snake, which was in the act of swallowing a frog. The driver remarked, "Seeing a snake consume its prey up close is quite a chilling sight. Wouldn't you agree?" He turned to seek a shared understanding, only to find Feng Yi gazing out the window, a droplet of saliva trailing down his chin. Quickly, Feng Yi wiped the corner of his mouth and, noticing the driver's inquisitive gaze, explained, "A classmate just messaged me about a grand meal awaiting my return." The driver, momentarily taken aback, nodded vigorously to express his understanding. "Ah, I feel the same way. If someone were to invite me to a grand feast, I would struggle to resist even more than you." After saying this, he added a word of caution, "But remember, one act of illegality leads to 10 punishments. If you wish to indulge, opt for farmed bullfrogs, and steer clear of wild frogs. Bullfrogs are now quite common. They are larger and meatier." "Oh, how I adore purple perilla bullfrogs," Feng Yi responded with a smile. And as the driver turned back to focus on the road, he gently slapped his own face. What a flaw. How could he allow himself to appear so hungry? Chapter 8. Are we still human? There was no grand feast awaiting him. Feng Yi had merely concocted a temporary excuse to navigate the awkward situation. Deep down, he recognized that something had indeed shifted. After consuming a hearty bowl of noodle soup accompanied by 10 buns that morning, he realized that hunger was becoming increasingly palpable, even before noon as he departed from Shaofeng Mountain. Fortunately, he had prepared ample food the previous day, but due to the weight of his concerns, his appetite had waned, leaving a considerable portion uneaten. "Master, I'll have a bite in the car," Feng Yi remarked. "Go ahead, just avoid instant noodles and durian. Be cautious not to choke," the driver replied as he drove beyond the confines of the Shaofeng Mountain Nature Reserve. Yet, his mind was still occupied with the image of the king snake devouring a frog, and he couldn't help but share. "There's a saying in my hometown. A single rat snake can eliminate 200 rats in a year. I'm not sure which of the 2 large rat snakes it refers to, but compared to the slender black-browed rat snake, the king snake's stout and robust physique certainly seems more capable of consuming prey. Given the amount they eat in the reserve, I believe their annual consumption of rats is nothing short of substantial. Just look at them, robust and audacious. Wouldn't you agree?" The driver asked Feng Yi. "Indeed." Feng Yi nodded in agreement, a bunch of gluttons. Once he had finished his provisions in the car, Feng Yi enjoyed a hearty meal at the airport. The various gear he had purchased from the outdoor supply store could not all be brought onto the plane, so he opted to pack and send them back via courier. Uncertain of when his tasks would conclude, he had not made prior reservations, and thus he purchased a last-minute ticket. Upon returning to Rong City, he was met with the evening rush hour. Seated in the taxi, Feng Yi regretted not opting for the subway instead. Outside the window, the elevated road was congested with vehicles, resembling a long snake. Ugh, snake? Feng Yi was now somewhat averse to mentioning anything related to snakes. So he averted his gaze from the lengthy line of cars, rubbed his temples, and opened his phone to browse the news notifications. By the time he arrived home, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. A wave of fatigue washed over him as he ordered a meal meant for 4, hurriedly finished it, washed up, and went to bed. He set aside the takeout trash, planning to sort it out the following day. In the dead of night, most residents of the community were sound asleep. A mouse ventured from the neighboring balcony toward Feng Yi's, pausing just before reaching the edge to sniff the air. The aroma of tempting food wafted through the air. Yet it was accompanied by an instinctual sense of dread. After a moment of hesitation, it ultimately turned around and scurried down the exterior wall. Feng Yi spent a night in a peculiar dream, yet upon awakening, he could recollect nothing. After dealing with yesterday's refuse, he meticulously inspected his dwelling, finding no signs of mice or cockroaches, which offered him some solace. Following breakfast, Feng Yi contacted the elderly steward, who promptly initiated a video call. Upon connecting, Feng Yi reported his return from Shaofeng Mountain the previous night and confirmed his visit to the ancestral home, where he had also signed the family genealogy. The steward replied, "I am already aware. The funds will be transferred to your account shortly." On the other side of the screen, the steward's demeanor had transformed from their initial encounter. On that first day, although he spoke courteously, there was an unmistakable distance. Now, however, his gaze upon Feng Yi resembled that of a gentle observer admiring a newly awakened kitten, imbued with warmth. Under such scrutiny, Feng Yi felt somewhat uneasy, however. The prospect of a substantial sum soon entering his account brought him joy, albeit tempered with a lingering curiosity. "I feel as though I have undergone some changes," Feng Yi remarked. "Are you frightened?" The steward inquired, his smile friendly. "Not exactly. Merely unaccustomed," Feng Yi replied, struggling to articulate the sensation. An instinct within him suggested that this transformation was advantageous for survival, a sort of evolution. Yet, this very change rendered him anxious. Isn't life, like that of others, rather tedious? The steward pondered. Feng Yi wiped his face and asked, "Am I still human?" "Of course. Why would you not be? You may consider this as traversing an alternative evolutionary path of humanity." "And you?" Feng Yi questioned. "I am different from you." This statement was laden with nuance. However, observing the steward's reluctance to elaborate, Feng Yi refrained from pressing further, confident that clarity would eventually come. "What is your perspective on snakes?" he inquired. "What is humanity's view of monkeys?" "Not even monkeys can be compared. They are merely pets or food," the steward replied blandly. "Snakes are no longer permitted for consumption." Feng Yi reminded him. "Indeed, a law-abiding citizen," the steward acknowledged, flipping through a nearby document. "The inheritance left to you by Lady Feng, aside from that 1 billion, includes properties, stocks, and funds, which I shall manage for you. However, these are secondary. Your primary focus should rest on your own transformation. In the coming period, your body will experience some minor changes. Once these alterations are complete, everything left to you by Lady Feng will be entrusted into your hands." Feng Yi's heart jolted at the mention of minor changes. Though properties and stocks were enticing, he was far more concerned about the minor changes the steward had referenced. Wealth and real estate were within his ability to acquire. He was not overly fixated on the notion of becoming a billionaire. If he lacked capability, no amount of money could be retained. Conversely, if he possessed the means, he could achieve success independently. Yet, these minor changes pertained to his very essence and were beyond his control. The steward smiled gently, offering reassurance. "Do not worry, they are merely small changes. If you notice any alterations, feel free to contact me." After some contemplation, the old steward added a cautionary remark. "Remember to wear a mask when venturing outside." Upon uttering this, he severed the communication. Feng Yi pondered the steward's words, summarizing the latter part of the message as follows. Firstly, the changes were not particularly conspicuous, and a slight disguise would prevent others from noticing, thus not affecting daily life. Secondly, such minor alterations could likely be resolved by simply donning a mask. Could it be his teeth? At least he remained human. Knowing he had not transformed into something bizarre, Feng Yi felt an immense sense of relief. The promised sum of 100 million had been transferred before nightfall. With this substantial fortune, Feng Yi was liberated from the burden of financial worries, enabling him to purchase several luxury cars he had once envied. However, he did not intend to indulge in such extravagance. He repaid 30 million to the old steward, leaving the remaining funds untouched for the time being. The studio had already disbanded, and he found himself unemployed, needing to contemplate his future endeavors and make plans. Who knew what other assets the inheritance might contain, and whether they could secure his livelihood? Rather than fantasizing about what was yet to be acquired, Feng Yi placed greater faith in what he had earned. Nevertheless, there was no rush. The old steward had mentioned that he would experience some minor changes in the coming days, and Feng Yi needed to ascertain the nature of these alterations. He opened his phone and scrolled through the community owner group. Since the afternoon of the day before, the community had organized a rat extermination effort. yet the rodents that had already infiltrated residents' homes proved difficult to address. The property management had procured numerous glue traps for residents to collect. However, as Feng Yi opened the owner's group, he noticed a resident lamenting, "I picked up a glue trap from the property last week, and it was incredible. It stuck my entire family, yet not a single rat. Another rat entered my home yesterday, and I have no idea how such a large one managed to get in. What on earth does it eat to grow so big? Is it excessively affected by hormones? High alert. It even managed to push open the screen window. If it can't chew through, it will pry the window open. Is it on the verge of becoming sentient?" In truth, such large rats, having infiltrated human society for so long, could comprehend some language. Hence, the elderly often advised to speak quietly or refrain from talking while setting traps, lest the cunning creatures become wary and avoid the bait. So what now? They were a nuisance in every conceivable way. The urban disturbance they caused was unparalleled, with no other creature capable of surpassing them in terms of disruptive potential. The owner's group had been in a state of frenzy during this time. Just as he was engrossed in reading, Feng Yi received a message from Wu Ji. "Wu Ji, how did you sleep last night? Everyone says it was the most tumultuous night with the rats." "Feng Yi, I slept splendidly, not a single disturbance until dawn. Wu Ji, goodbye." Chapter 9. Natural enemy Wu Ji did not respond further on his phone. Instead, he appeared at Feng Yi's doorstep. "You truly didn't hear any noise last night. My parents live right below you, and the rats gnawed at the screen all night." Wu Ji, sporting two prominent dark circles under his eyes, looked utterly exhausted. While he had initially doubted Feng Yi's claims during their chat, seeing him now, it was evident that Feng Yi did not resemble someone who had been disturbed throughout the night. Feng Yi replied, "I just returned last night and did not notice any mice. It is possible that I was in such a deep slumber that I heard nothing at all. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have nearly forgotten about it. I only disposed of the takeout trash this morning. Wasn't the property management supposed to organize a pest control service? Did it yield no results?" "It did, indeed," Wu Ji exclaimed indignantly. "I heard they uncovered several underground nests. And as a result, the mice have been scurrying upwards. In broad daylight, some have even been spotted racing up the exterior walls. It's not just our community. Surrounding neighborhoods are experiencing a resurgence in rodent activity. It's utterly exasperating." Wu Ji accepted the bottle of purified water Feng Yi handed him, took a couple of sips, and continued, "I feel that the issue of mice pilfering food is no longer the crux of the matter. These past few days, due to the resurgence of rodent activity, everyone seems a bit on edge, and tempers have flared. Conversations in the group chat can escalate into disputes over trivial matters. However, the community's director has assured us that a comprehensive eradication will follow, with professional personnel dispatched to handle the situation, though some services will incur a fee. I have already registered my apartment number along with my parents, and we are in line for pest control. If you require assistance, you can directly approach the property manager to register." "Home pest control?" Feng Yi inquired. "Yes, they come to inspect your home for entry points that the mice have exploited. The neighbor next door had someone come last week. The exhaust pipes, air conditioning holes, and various crevices are all potential entryways, due to the external wall materials. Sealing some of these openings can be troublesome, with cost ranging from 80 to 100 for sealing one hole. Finding the holes is an additional charge, approximately 500. One household in the group had 7 holes sealed and ended up spending 200, 500 for finding the holes and 700 for sealing them. However, I believe that if it can provide a permanent solution, the expenditure is justified. I've heard that private pest control companies have raised their prices, but the rates through the community should be more economical due to group purchasing. If you're uncertain, you might also consider having a professional come to assess the situation. You might not be aware, but in the owner-S group, in a different building in our complex, a resident had a technician come to clean their air conditioning unit ahead of summer. When the technician arrived and opened the vent, they discovered a considerable amount of mouse droppings. What a shock. Wu Ji glanced at the central air vent in Feng Yi's home, suggesting, if you have the chance, you might want to schedule a cleaning for your air conditioning unit. With that, Wu Ji's expression turned somber as he pointed to his dark circles, then raised a finger to indicate the ceiling above. Have you ever experienced the nocturnal revelry of mice at 3 in the morning? No, Feng Yi responded. These mice have no idea what they are consuming to grow so large. They have no awareness of their own weight. I do not know how they manage to infiltrate the ceiling, but they chase each other, leaping and bounding. I eventually resorted to wearing earplugs while sleeping, and when I woke up, I found that the antique, Zen-inspired, intricately carved ceiling that my father adores so much had developed cracks. Feng Yi remarked, "You don't have pets or children at home. You could use rodent poison." Wu Ji waved his hand dismissively. "You underestimate them. There are now mutations that have developed resistance to commonly used rodenticides. The stricter regulations on potent rodenticides have led to most being banned from sale. I am now pinning my hopes on the release of pest control robots. Have you considered borrowing a cat from Qian Feiyang? Feng Yi asked. Qian Feiyang is their university classmate, residing in the same residential community. Initially, he did not live here, but due to his passion for photography, he began accepting retouching jobs before graduation and subsequently turned it into his livelihood after completing his studies. 6 months ago, he established a small photography studio and rented a spacious apartment in their neighborhood. 3 months prior, the community initiated a campaign to capture and manage stray cats, prompting Qian Feiyang, like many others in the vicinity, to adopt one. Wu Ji remarked he won't lend it. He claims his cat doesn't catch mice. This sentiment irked Wu Ji, as he could not fathom how a cat, born astray, could possibly refrain from catching mice. Members of the owner's group suggested that if he let it go hungry for a couple of meals, it would instinctively hunt. Qian Feiyang responded that he thought the same. However, within a few days, he confessed that it was futile. Whenever the cat meowed, he completely forgot his previous thoughts. Sighing, Wu Ji expressed his hope for a rodent extermination robot instead. Feng Yi handed him a tea canister, saying, "Someone gifted me too. You and Qian Feiyang can share this one." "What kind of tea is this?" Wu Ji inquired, now intrigued. The shop, auspiciously named Jixiang Tea House, was located at the entrance of their community. Youngsters frequented it for afternoon tea or a quiet place to work, while the elderly gathered to drink tea, play chess, and engage in lively conversations. The establishment offered tea rooms that ensured privacy. As Feng Yi presented the tea canister, Wu Ji momentarily forgot about the rodent issues. "Is this some unknown farmhouse tea?" Feng Yi, unfamiliar with the specifics, merely shrugged, and Uncle Ye had not provided any details. Earlier that morning, Feng Yi had sampled a small quantity of the leaves and discovered a peculiar sweetness that invigorated his mind. He did not, however, possess the discerning palate of a tea connoisseur. Wu Ji received the canister with both hands, examining it with greater seriousness than he had shown when accepting a bottle of purified water. The canister contained several layers, with only the top layer filled with tea leaves. The lower layers held unknown substances, some in powder form, others as granules. Wu Ji speculated that they might be intended to balance the newly processed tea's potency. Could it be a secret traditional tea-making method? He pondered. "I cannot say for certain. The entire process takes about 2 hours, Feng Yi replied. 2 hours for completion? Wu Ji mused. That sounds somewhat crude. Nevertheless, he had a penchant for exploring various innovative tea-making methods, and upon sniffing the contents, he felt assured that it was not substandard tea. The tea artisan recommended letting it steep for 2 days before consumption, Feng Yi added. "I understand. I will set aside Qian Feiyang's portion for him." Wu Ji carefully stored the canister. "By the way, I have made plans with Qian Feiyang to go fishing this weekend. Would you like to join us?" Mr. Liu from our fishing group mentioned a nearby ecological reserve that offers an enjoyable experience. "I plan to take my parents for a couple of days since things have been quite stressful lately. Qian Feiyang intends to do some photography as well, and he invited us along." "What do you say?" "My parents are going to pick vegetables, which doesn't interest me. The 3 of us could fish together." Feng Yi recalled his previous fishing experiences. "Fishing? The kind where you cast your line 100 times without catching a single fish? Ah, this time will surely be different." Mr. Liu claimed the fishing there is fantastic. Wu Ji exclaimed, opening a video to show Feng Yi. The footage featured their community's fishing group, which had indeed enjoyed a bountiful catch amidst a vibrant atmosphere. Considering his own circumstances, Feng Yi remarked, "If there are no plans for the weekend, count me in. Should I bring my own fishing rod? If I have one, I'll take it. If not, I can rent one when we get there. We're merely going for a bit of fun this time. Unlike old Liu and his companions who frequent the place, so renting is sufficient. They have a complete set of fishing gear available for rent, and bait can also be purchased." After Wu Ji left, Feng Yi inspected several air conditioning vents at home and found no signs of mice. Checking the homeowner group chat, he noticed that appointments for pest control were already booked until next week. A quick online search revealed that all pest control companies were quite busy and required appointments. With no indication of when availability would arise, he temporarily abandoned the idea of contacting a pest control service. A while later, Feng Yi searched for natural predators of mice online, which yielded results. Cats, snakes, eagles, weasels, humans, etc. He then searched for natural predators of snakes, which showed eagles, honey badgers, meerkats, humans, etc. Stroking his chin, he mused, "Indeed, humans are the apex predators of the food chain." Suddenly, a sense of assurance washed over him. "I am human, not a snake, the apex predator of the food chain. What I have to fear?" Setting aside such thoughts, Feng Yi decided to drive to the supermarket to stock up on supplies. Since the old steward mentioned there would be some minor changes in the coming days, it would be wise for him to minimize his outings. Should the changes prove significant, he would forego joining Wu Ji and the others for their weekend countryside retreat. With his mask securely in place, he took the elevator down to the underground parking lot. Having been away for a couple of days, he had not used his car. As he unlocked the doors and prepared to enter, he suddenly paused. Closing the car door, he opened the trunk and retrieved an enhanced long-handled grabbing tool. He had purchased this 2 years ago and had used it less than 5 times, keeping it stored in the trunk all this time. After some contemplation, he also took a pair of gloves from the box and donned them. Approaching the front right wheel of the car, he stepped back a couple of paces, then suddenly stomped his foot while swiftly extending the grabbing tool. With a squeak, a sizable rat, longer than an adult's palm, was firmly clamped in the jaws of the tool. The enhanced version was designed to be non-slip and secure, exerting sufficient force to prevent the creature from escaping despite its vigorous struggles and incessant squeaking. Feng Yi, no longer in a hurry to drive away, made his way toward the property management office, clutching the captured rat. The property management was responsible for handling the rodents caught by residents, whether alive or dead, to prevent the spread of bacteria and viruses that could cause greater harm. Not far from Feng Yi's parking spot, a vehicle was parked, and the driver inside stared in wide-eyed astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw. Silently exclaiming, "Wow!" He grabbed his phone and sent a voice message. "Honey, you won't believe this. There's a remarkable person in our community. Just now, I saw him walking around with a long-handled grabbing tool by his car, and then suddenly, he stomped his foot and struck. In a flash, he caught a rat. It was just like something out of the animal kingdom, like a snake hunting a mouse, so swift and precise. It gave me goosebumps. I have never witnessed such deftness. It surpasses the expertise of those pest control professionals discussed within our group. What is this called? The mastery of a true expert." With a nonchalant demeanor, he executed a swift and lethal strike. In my excitement, I sent a voice message while mimicking the swift motions of Feng Yi's technique. It is truly regrettable that I did not capture the moment on video, otherwise I could have shown you how that plump rodent futilely struggled within the jaws of the trap. How utterly satisfying. A voice message soon echoed from my phone. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and seek his assistance. The pest control company has an indefinite wait time, and it is rare for our community to have someone like him. You must invite him over for help." This reminder jolted me from my earlier excitement, prompting me to hastily exit the vehicle and pursue Feng Yi. At this hour, the management office was relatively deserted, save for a young female administrator on duty. Upon spotting Feng Yi emerging from the underground garage, with a long-handled trap in hand containing a mouse, her face turned pale. She rushed over, retrieving a pest control bag she always carried. "Just toss it in here," she urged. After Feng Yi deposited the mouse into the bag, the adept administrator swiftly tied it shut, her gaze not lingering on the struggling rodent within, but rather, she anxiously inquired, "Did you catch it in the underground garage?" "Yes. It was right beneath my car," Feng Yi replied. The young administrator grew increasingly anxious. "Are you in a rush to leave? We should send someone to inspect your vehicle for any potential damage to the wiring." What terrified her was not merely the large rodent, but the prospect of a malfunctioning vehicle belonging to a resident. With the substantial management fees collected each month for the underground garage, any incident would surely lead to complaints, reports, and an onslaught of calls to the mayor's office. Yesterday, they received reports of another community where a car owner's wiring was chewed through by a mouse, leading to a breakdown mid-journey. Fortunately, no one was harmed, but it was a harrowing experience. Consequently, the community instructed all property management teams to ensure rodent control in the underground garages. They had thoroughly cleaned the area the day prior, made necessary arrangements at the entrances and exits, and inspected all ventilation ducts. It was astonishing that, after just one night, another mouse had taken refuge beneath a vehicle. Given this occurrence, it was likely that others were present as well, necessitating a thorough inspection once more. The recent resurgence of rodents demanded vigilance to prevent any unnecessary incidents. Hence, her anxiety was palpable. The property management would bear the consequences of any mishap. "I am not in a hurry to leave," Feng Yi stated. "Very well. Please hold on," the administrator replied as she made a phone call. Promptly, the property management summoned assistants to inspect Feng Yi's vehicle. There were signs of gnawing, though not severe, alongside remnants of food, indicating that the mouse had been hoarding sustenance there. One of the inspectors remarked, "During yesterday's cleaning of the garage, we only cleared the surface beneath the vehicles. Without the owner's consent, it would be impossible to meticulously check every car. Otherwise, onlookers might suspect foul play." As the property management personnel inspected the underside of the vehicle, Feng Yi patiently awaited nearby. He utilized a long-handled grabber to assist the staff in cleaning and disinfecting. subsequently returning it to the trunk. During this interlude, a slightly plump figure suddenly emerged beside him. Hello, hello? I'm a resident from Building 5 of our community. My surname is Hu. I just witnessed your impressive technique in capturing that mouse. Are you a professional? The individual inquired. Not at all, Feng Yi replied. Oh, I see. Well, could you do me a favor? There's a mouse in my home, and I can't seem to catch it. The property management attempted to catch it once, but it returned. Now they're short-staffed, and the pest control company is fully booked. My elderly relatives and children have had to leave for several days. My wife and I are at our wit's end, constantly troubled by the mouse, and we're on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Could you possibly assist me? Feng Yi found this request rather unexpected. I'm not very skilled. I may not be of much help. That is all right. You're certainly better than I am. I truly can't find anyone to assist me. When you have a moment, could you come by my home and take a look? I have never done this before. The last time I dealt with a mouse at home, I lured it out with an egg, Feng Yi explained. Last time, you certainly lacked the proper tools. But the method you just demonstrated is on par with professionals. The man clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. I implore you. Seeing the man's earnestness, Feng Yi realized he could not match such audacity. If he refused, this individual might resort to an emotional display, reflecting that he had no pressing matters today. He decided to take a look and validate a certain hypothesis he had. Thus, Feng Yi did not decline. I can come by to take a look. But I cannot guarantee a solution, he stated. Thank you. I'm immensely grateful. When are you available? I'm Hui from Unit 2102 in Building 5. Perhaps we could exchange contact information? I'm from Unit 3002 in Building 1, and I'm also in the residence group, Feng Yi replied. How wonderful. We share the number 2, it's fate. Feng Yi continued. I need to step out for a bit. Would you be free after dinner? Absolutely. I'll be home waiting for you, he exclaimed, once again expressing his gratitude. As their conversation concluded, the inspection of Feng Yi's vehicle was complete. Everything is fine. Shortly, our management will conduct another cleaning of the underground parking area, and we've notified the residence group. Vehicle owners can check their vehicles and reach out to us for assistance, the property personnel remarked. Having nothing further to attend to, Feng Yi drove away, stopping by a supermarket to purchase various daily necessities, stocking up on rice, flour, and cooking oil. He also acquired dumplings, beef, eggs, fruits, and vegetables, along with 2 bags of hand-grabbed pancakes. After exiting the supermarket, he proceeded to a pharmacy nearby to purchase a box of masks for future use. Although he had bought more than anticipated, Feng Yi recognized the necessity of these provisions. His constitution had changed, just as in the underground garage. He recalled having captured mice with a long-handled grabber in the past, yet he had never done so with such ease and swiftness. It seemed he had developed an enhanced sense of awareness. In earlier days, he would not have noticed the mouse lurking beneath the vehicle, nor would he have acted so promptly and accurately. During this shopping excursion, Feng Yi was keenly aware of the elusive shadows flitting about in the unnoticed corners. The supermarket and pharmacy were relatively well-maintained, evidently having undergone diligent pest control. In contrast, other locales told a different tale. This evening, a visit to the residence in Building 5 would provide an opportunity to ascertain the extent of his perceptive abilities. How far could his awareness reach? He had not previously noted this capacity, as it was only the proximity of a mouse beneath his vehicle that had drawn his attention to it. Upon returning home, he retrieved the long-handled trap from the trunk, carefully stowing it in a slender box to avoid attracting the gaze of passers-by. After dinner, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, households settled into their post-meal routines. Feng Yi arrived at Unit 2102 in Building 5, where the homeowner, Mr. Hu, and his wife awaited his arrival. Do you have shoe covers? Feng Yi inquired. Oh, no need. Just come in. Mr. Hu thought to himself. What if I can't catch the mouse because I can't keep up with my steps while wearing them? The floor can be mopped. But if I fail to catch the mouse, I'll be in for a few days of agony. Mopping the floor 80 times would be futile. Feng Yi wiped the dust from his shoes on the doormat before stepping inside. If you sense something amiss, just head straight to it. You can enter the bedroom as well, Mr. Hu remarked. After returning home during the day, the couple had tidied up the house to facilitate Feng Yi's work. They had heard in the homeowners group that mice, having lived in human society for a considerable time, could understand certain short phrases, prompting them to speak in hushed tones. Mr. Hu observed as Feng Yi traversed from the kitchen to the living room, then to the bedroom. Feng Yi paused, opening the box to extract the long-handled trap. The young couple tensed at the sight. Mr. Hu exchanged a knowing glance with his wife. Here it comes. The foot-stomping mouse-catching technique. He even took out his phone, prepared to record the moment. Unfazed by their silent exchange, Feng Yi proceeded toward one of the rooms. Mr. Hu's wife whispered, "This room is occupied by the elderly. There has been a mouse problem for some time. Recently, a mouse chewed through the window screen outside, frightening the child and causing sleepless nights. The elderly took the child back to their hometown temporarily, planning to return once the situation is resolved. The door to this room had remained shut. In the couple's initial speculation, they believed the mice were most likely in the kitchen, where the numerous pipes might conceal a hole, as they often heard noises at night, but never managed to catch one. Feng Yi paused at the entrance to the elderly person's room, surprising them. He nodded to indicate his understanding before stepping inside. "Open the wardrobe door," Feng Yi instructed. The couple exchanged a startled glance. "Is there something inside?" Both Mr. and Mrs., who harbored a fear of mice, and the recent tales circulating in various groups had only intensified their trepidation. Prodded by his wife, Mr., who took a deep breath and opened the cabinet door. Nothing was there, only the neatly hung garments of the elderly. "Check the bottom drawer," Feng Yi suggested. Hui, steeling himself, forcefully yanked open the drawer. A figure burst forth from within, accompanied by the piercing scream of the female protagonist. However, the shriek was short-lived, for she soon realized that the mouse, having leapt from the drawer, was swiftly ensnared by Feng Yi's long-handled trap before it even touched the ground. As Hui regained his composure, he hastily retrieved the prepared mouse-catching bag. Feng Yi tossed the captured rodent into the bag. This mouse was not as plump as the one from the garage. Perhaps it had grown thin from being cooped up in the room. With his nerves steadied, Hui felt emboldened, even experiencing a sense of relief from the irritability that had plagued him for days, a delightful taste of vengeance. His gaze towards Feng Yi resembled that of a newly discovered savior. Impressive. A true expert. With such a skilled individual around, who would need a pest control company? Chapter 11. What prospects await? This mouse was not the one from the kitchen yesterday, yet it had undoubtedly caused mischief in the house before. There was a hole in the drawer, and various items had suffered varying degrees of damage. The elderly person's notebook, used for jotting down mobile app passwords, had been gnawed halfway through. The entire wardrobe likely concealed several more such holes. The bedside table and tea table in the room bore signs of gnawing as well. During the elderly person's absence, the room door had remained shut, and even when occasionally tidying up, they had failed to notice the lurking mouse. If it had been any thinner, it might have squeezed out through the door gap, remarked Hui's wife. Hui gazed at Feng Yi with heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming, thank you so much. I am at a loss for words. You are a true benefactor." "Not at all," Feng Yi replied as he exited the room. "This was merely a matter of catching one mouse. If the holes in your home are not sealed, others will inevitably return. Currently, there are no mice in the kitchen, but there must be a hole somewhere. It would suffice to have someone come and seal it up." Hui nodded in understanding. They were well aware that as long as the holes remained unsealed, they would continually be plagued by mice. Nonetheless, capturing one had significantly lifted their spirits. Their mindset had transformed. The couple insisted on offering payment, proposing an amount in line with pest control company rates, but Feng Yi declined. "I am merely helping a neighbor. I do not work in pest control," he stated. Hui grasped his meaning and abandoned the notion of recommending Feng Yi's mouse-catching services, also refraining from promoting it in the community group. After all, the neighborhood was already taking action, and the rodent issue would surely be resolved gradually. Since Feng Yi did not intend to pursue this path, they felt it would be inappropriate to burden him with complications. Otherwise, it would be repaying kindness with ingratitude. "I understand your intentions. Your aspirations do not lie in this direction," Hui remarked, glancing at the tools in Feng Yi's hands. "By the way, I would like to procure a similar long-handled trap." Feng Yi perused his order history and, after sending the link, took his leave. "Tomorrow, let us carry 2 boxes of fruit over to him," suggested Hui's wife. "Indeed, we must not allow him to help us for nothing." Gazing at the tightly secured mouse-catching bag, Hui declared, "I have just placed an order for a similar long-handled trap. Once the tools arrive, if any more mice come to disturb the kitchen, I shall see if I can catch them. Even if I cannot, I will ensure they are trapped in the house and will invite an expert to assist." After leaving Building 5, Feng Yi did not immediately return home. Instead, he turned towards Building 6 in search of Qian Feiyang. A visit to Hui's home allowed Feng Yi to gain a general understanding of his sensory range. Within a 3-meter radius, he could detect hidden mice. Strangely, he felt that his perception was slightly heightened compared to during the day in the underground garage, where his range was perhaps only 2 meters. The fluctuations in his sensitivity were imperceptible externally, leaving him uncertain about any future changes. With these thoughts, Feng Yi arrived at Building 6, the residence rented by Qian Feiyang. The young man who answered the door was slender, with deep dark circles under his eyes. "What happened to you?" Feng Yi inquired, pointing at Qian Feiyang's eye bags. Logically, with a cat at home, he shouldn't have been disturbed by mice at night. Qian Feiyang ruffled his disheveled hair and yawned. I took on a job and just finished half an hour ago. What do you have in your hand? Feng Yi asked. Mousetrap. I just helped someone catch a mouse, he replied. Impressive, Feng Yi said, giving a thumbs up. Didn't your studio hire someone new? Why is it just you working? One is sick, another is still in school with exams, and the last had to return home for some matters. I initially planned to take a break, but a solo job came up, so I accepted it. I've been busy for these past 2 days. I start resting tomorrow. Wu Ji said we're going fishing this weekend. Are you joining us? If I have no other commitments that day, I'll go with you, Feng Yi replied. Glancing around the room, there are no mice here either. Just one ran in at first, but it was blocked by Bajiao, though the mouse was never caught. It seemed to have developed a memory of this place. I'm not sure if the mouse sensed the cat's presence or if they communicated among themselves. But I haven't seen any since. Occasionally, there's some movement by the window, but it doesn't last long. When Bajiao crouches, the noise ceases. Bajiao was the cat adopted by Qian Feiyang. Initially, he had intended to buy some spices like star anise to make braised pig trotters. But he ended up adopting a stray cat when the community was organizing a rescue. Feng Yi approached the bay window in the living room, where a tabby cat lay sleeping on its side. When Feng Yi entered, it merely twitched its ears upon recognizing a familiar presence, showing no inclination to move. When Qian Feiyang first adopted it, it was about 7 months old, scrawny, and had patches of fur missing. After 3 months of treatment and care, it had grown robust, with a full, soft coat. Initially wary of people, Bajiao had now become so accustomed to being petted that it remained still unless a stranger entered the house. Feng Yi reached out to stroke the cat. Bajiao's fur had become increasingly delightful to the touch. Perhaps it had grown used to being handled, as it shifted from lying on its side to lying on its back. After a moment, Bajiao twitched its nose and suddenly leaped up, darting off the bay window to hide beneath Qian Feiyang's desk. Arching its back and flattening its ears, its fur bristled as it growled lowly at Feng Yi. As though startled by something unexpected, Qian Feiyang, busy replying to a message, turned at the commotion, his expression one of surprise. What is going on? It has been quite some time since we last met. Has it forgotten you? Or perhaps there is an unpleasant sin about you that it disapproves of. Feng Yi remained silent and called out to Bajiao twice. The agitated yellow-spotted cat twitched its ears, its defensive stance slightly easing. The growl subsiding as it turned to face Feng Yi, its feline eyes filled with curiosity. Feng Yi crouched down, extending his hand towards it. Come here. It's only been a few days. How could you forget me? The cat food you're enjoying was purchased by me. Bajiao hesitated but gradually approached Feng Yi. Perhaps it was the sound of his voice that stirred its memory, as it came close enough to nuzzle its head against his hand. However, upon sniffing, it recoiled in disdain, darting back to leap onto Qian Feiyang's desk, settling beside its owner. Have you truly been rejected? Is there a scent of mice lingering on you? Qian Feiyang inquired. Perhaps, Feng Yi replied as he rose, refraining from moving closer to Bajiao. A hint of speculation brewed within him, yet it remained unspoken. Are you considering a career change to catch mice? If you possess such skills, it may be worth exploring. I've heard that pest control companies and small teams are proliferating. Such a shift indicates substantial market potential and opportunity. Qian Feiyang remarked. No, that does not align with my career aspirations, Feng Yi asserted firmly. Establishing a pest control business is out of the question. Absolutely not. Oh, it seems you are not in need of funds at the moment, Qian Feiyang chuckled. If you were struggling financially, you would undoubtedly seize such an opportunity, even if it were unappealing. The income from catching mice can be quite lucrative for the average person. Feng Yi smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Now that the hurdle has been cleared, conversation flows more freely, Qian Feiyang continued. I heard from Wajizi that the issues with your studio have been resolved. Are you still contemplating entering the entertainment industry? My small team can certainly lend a hand. Feng Yi shook his head, stating that the matter was settled. The studio had been disbanded, and he had no intention of pursuing a career in the entertainment realm. Given his current circumstances, it was implausible for him to operate under the spotlight daily. After having Qian Feiyang assist him in taking a few identification photos, Feng Yi departed, intending to inquire with Wu Ji if assistance was needed on his end. As he strolled home, the evening air was filled with the sounds of elderly folks chatting merrily and parents returning with children from their evening strolls. With his head slightly bowed, Feng Yi pondered his future endeavors. Suddenly, a child's piercing cry shattered the calm, followed by an adult's furious roar. Feng Yi turned to investigate. A large rat clutched a string of freshly pilfered sausages, weaving skillfully through the crowd, its evasion tactics flawless as it dashed and leaped with ease. Just as it approached Feng Yi, it abruptly veered away, executing a flamboyant maneuver, and vanished into the nearby greenery, leaving no opportunity for him to intervene. Feng Yi exclaimed. I had my trap ready, and it managed to evade me from such a distance. What prospects could there possibly be in catching mice? Chapter 12. Fishing before returning home. Feng Yi made a brief visit to Wu Ji's residence. At that moment, Wu Ji's home was free of rats. But come midnight, who could say? After all, the holes in the walls remained unsealed, and pest control services were still backlogged. Upon discovering Feng Yi's prowess in trapping mice, Wu Ji insisted that Feng Yi spend the night at his residence. It was imperative to eradicate the vermin to prevent future infestations. Wu Ji was notably proactive regarding the rodent situation. He prepared a guest room for Feng Yi, conveniently located within the same building. If you find the pillows here uncomfortable, feel free to bring your own, Wu Ji remarked. My sleep depends on you, brother. Feng Yi perceived this as a simple favor and agreed to stay overnight in the guest room Wu Ji had arranged on the 5th floor. The 5th floor apartment belonged to Wu Ji's parents, while Wu Ji himself resided on the 29th floor. Due to the rampant rodent problem on the lower levels, his elderly parents had temporarily relocated to the higher floor. Ever since Wu Ji moved to the 5th floor, he had not enjoyed a single restful night, harboring an intense resentment towards the rodents, yet feeling powerless to catch them. If Feng Yi could trap even one mouse that night, it would provide him with a sense of vindication. However, that evening, from the 1st to the 10th floors, it appeared as if the mice had mysteriously vanished. Even within homes that had previously been infested, an unusual tranquility prevailed. The mid to high floors, while not entirely silent, experienced a marked improvement compared to the recent past. Although revenge had not been exacted, Wu Ji was fortunate to have a peaceful night's sleep. Could it be that the community's rodent control efforts were finally yielding results? Discussions within the homeowners group reflected a noticeable improvement in the overall situation of the neighborhood, while other buildings did not share the same calm as Feng Yi's. The contrast to previous days was stark. The community's pest control workers had indeed been eliminating a significant number of rodents daily, leading residents to speculate that the intensified extermination efforts had prompted the mice to flee the area. The dark chapter of their lives seemed poised to close, and Wu Ji was filled with excitement. I didn't witness your skills in action this time. Next time the mice appear, I'll seek your assistance again. You shouldn't squander such a talent. Have you considered starting a pest control company? If you did, I would certainly invest. Wu Ji gazed at Feng Yi. I want tea, Feng Yi replied. After a moment's thought, he inquired, what are your views on snakes? Wu Ji's expression instantly shifted. No way. I can still confront mice, but with snakes, I might just lose my mind. You belong to the year of the snake. Why are you so terrified? Feng Yi asked. Who says that people born in the year of the snake cannot fear snakes? I fear them the most. Wu Ji exclaimed. When I was a child, I accidentally stepped on one that blended in with the grass. I realized my mistake only after it was too late, and had I hesitated a moment longer, I would have been bitten. That incident left me with a lasting psychological scar. Despite the years that had passed, recalling the memory still sent chills down Wu Ji's spine. Upon reflection, I would much prefer to face mice, he concluded. Feng Yi chose not to pursue the topic further. Upon returning home, he scrutinized his reflection in the mirror, checking for any changes in his appearance. After a night had passed, Feng Yi felt his perceptual range had expanded significantly. If he envisioned his awareness as a sphere centered on himself, its radius would approximate the height of 5 floors. If he wished, he could even sense how many people occupied the floors above and below him and their activities, though the clarity of these perceptions was vague at best. He refrained from deliberately invading the privacy of his neighbors. That would be inappropriate. Perhaps he could experiment with his abilities in the park next time. In the ensuing days, the rodent disturbances within the community visibly improved, leading to a marked decrease in the residents' evening outbursts and seemingly silencing the incessant barking of dogs. As the community members took their evening strolls, smiles became more abundant, and the atmosphere within the owners' group chats turned notably serene. However, in stark contrast to the gradually uplifting spirits of others, Feng Yi found himself in a state of profound discontent. He felt distinctly unwell. Something was amiss in every aspect of his existence. During breakfast, he prepared a hand-grab pancake, only to find himself stuffing it whole into his mouth, choking momentarily before regaining his composure and expelling it. When consuming an egg, he carelessly bit into it with the shell still intact, and though he soon realized his blunder, it left him drenched in a cold sweat. Such incidents, while initially forgivable as mere lapses of attention, became alarming in their frequency, prompting deeper concern. Moreover, during lunch, he found the condiments to be overwhelmingly pungent, provoking a series of sneezes. At first, he suspected the sauce had gone bad, only to discover the packaging bore a recent date. Assuming he had purchased a defective product, he switched to another sauce, yet the acrid scent persisted. Subsequently, every morsel he tasted seemed oddly flavored. He experienced a slight headache and a sensation of warmth, though his temperature remained normal. Each thermometer he consulted confirmed this. Panic began to creep into Feng Yi's mind. The thought of visiting a hospital filled him with trepidation, as the old steward's warnings echoed in his ears. Should he uncover some inhuman ailment, it might lead to his immediate consignment to a research facility. Thus, he pondered whether his current condition signified illness or, as the steward suggested, some peculiar transformation. Surely, he mused, it could be the result of overwhelming mental strain rather than any supernatural phenomenon. Even his previously sharp intuition felt dulled. After careful consideration, he devised a plan. He turned to the internet, selecting a platform renowned for its favorable reviews, offering rapid online consultations. Briefly, he outlined his symptoms. Promptly, a doctor responded, "Greetings. Based on your description, you exhibit delayed reactions to external stimuli and heightened sensitivity, which may indicate some cognitive impairment." The message continued with extensive elaboration. Trembling, Feng Yi inquired further, "What can be done to improve this situation?" The online physician replied, "We recommend a detailed examination at our psychiatric department." A chill gripped Feng Yi's heart upon reading this response. He switched pages and searched for the term cognitive impairment, which led him to discover that cognitive deficits in schizophrenia patients often manifest as diminished responsiveness or excessive sensitivity to external information, potentially signaling psychotic symptoms and cognitive decline. A wave of dread washed over him. After much contemplation, he resolved not to succumb to self-induced panic and instead reached out to the old steward via phone. The steward's voice carried a hint of anticipation. "Do not worry. This is a normal occurrence. It is merely a preliminary reaction. Your genes are undergoing changes, and your body is adapting to this transformation. Do not impose excessive pressure upon yourself. Seize this opportunity to venture outdoors and unwind. Once this period of adjustment has passed, you may find yourself devoid of the inclination to engage in leisure activities." Upon hearing this counsel, Feng Yi found himself at a crossroads of emotions, uncertain whether to feel relieved or disheartened. He felt fortunate to be free of mental afflictions, yet troubled by the notion that once the adaptation phase concluded, the desire to explore might wane. What, he pondered, constitutes these so-called minor changes? With this intricate blend of feelings, Feng Yi nonetheless participated in the weekend fishing excursion organized by Wu Ji and his companions. They set off on Saturday morning, heading to the Yueshan Ecological Tourism Scenic Area, approximately 2 hours' drive from Longqing. Wu Ji drove his parents, while Feng Yi, accompanied by Qian Feiyang, took the passenger seat, given his cognitive impairments. It was prudent for him not to drive. Perhaps due to the influx of weekend travelers, they encountered several traffic delays en route. At one instance, while halted at a red light, Qian Feiyang activated his phone to check the live feed from their home. "Did you leave Bajiao behind?" Feng Yi inquired. "It's only for 2 days. We'll be back tomorrow, so there's no need to send him to a pet store. We have an automatic feeder and a self-cleaning litter box, and the surveillance is operational, allowing us to monitor his activities at home," Qian Feiyang replied. A glance at the screen revealed Bajiao sprawled comfortably on the living room sofa, sound asleep. As Qian Feiyang resumed driving, Wu Ji remarked that the farm they were visiting promised an abundance of fish, though he questioned the veracity of this claim. "Let us hope it's not like last time when we fished all day and caught nothing but solitude. I'll only try for 2 hours. If I don't catch anything, I'll just take photos instead," he declared. Feng Yi then asked, "What are your thoughts on snakes?" Qian Feiyang displayed no signs of aversion. "You know, as a higher species, humans have preferences. Some are fond of warm-blooded animals, while others prefer cold-blooded ones. So," Feng Yi probed. "I choose to pet cats," Qian Feiyang responded, prompting Feng Yi to refrain from further inquiries. After more than 2 hours, they reached their destination. The vicinity of Yueshan Scenic Area boasted numerous farm stays, which, surprisingly, thrived more than the 5-star hotels located at the heart of the scenic area. Wu Ji had reserved their accommodation a week prior. Once they arrived and settled in, Wu Ji's parents, due to their age, needed to rest, while the 3 younger men brimmed with energy. "Let us go fishing," Wu Ji exclaimed, retrieving a guide he had obtained from Liu, an elder from their community fishing group. They rented the necessary equipment and purchased any additional items as outlined in the guide. And then Wu Ji led Feng Yi and Qian Feiyang in search of a suitable spot. Liu had sketched several locations for them, but having arrived a bit later, the closer spots were already occupied. Nevertheless, there was no cause for concern. Liu had provided ample options, and even on the busiest weekends, the fishing area did not feel overcrowded. This section was essentially part of an ecological scenic area, while the adjacent side was a nature reserve, where visitor access was restricted. The decision to choose this particular farm was motivated by its splendid scenery and proximity to the fishing zone. After a prolonged urban existence, The desire to reconnect with nature made such a locale perfect for a weekend retreat. With a stroke of luck, they might even encounter charming little creatures like squirrels or foxes. Some internet celebrities and video bloggers occasionally come here to try their luck. The weather today is delightful, with clouds and a gentle breeze, the temperature being quite pleasant. Children are running about the farm, though the fishing area sees fewer youngsters. It is rare to encounter those in their 20s like Feng Yi. Earlier, while renting fishing gear, Feng Yi purchased a fisherman's hat and donned a mask, blending in with the crowd. Fishermen each have their own methods of sun protection, many of them covered quite thoroughly. Finally, they found a spot, and Wu Ji rubbed his hands in anticipation. "Let's have a competition, see who catches a fish first," he exclaimed. Qian Feiyong responded with a lackluster enthusiasm. "Sure." Wu Ji, brimming with excitement, asked, "How many fish do you think I'll catch today?" "Anything you catch is already a stroke of luck. To hope for several is unrealistic," Qian Feiyong retorted, attempting to temper his friend's enthusiasm. After exchanging a few jibes, the trio settled down to fish. Young people in their 20s, even when on vacation, typically prefer sightseeing, taking photos, and discovering interesting things to share on social media, rather than engaging in fishing, which is often considered a pastime for the older generation. Wu Ji had been fishing since childhood, accompanied by his father, thus developing a fondness for the activity. However, he often returned empty-handed, a consistent pattern of futility. Feng Yi, on the other hand, did not share this affinity nor had the time for it, previously balancing part-time jobs and a studio. His rare fishing outings were merely a way to unwind after a busy work schedule. The aim was not fishing, but rather relaxation. This time was no different. So Feng Yi maintained a tranquil demeanor. Wu Ji, however, was driven by the desire to redeem himself. Yet, half an hour passed without any sign of a catch. Others fishing nearby, discouraged by their lack of success, packed up and moved to different spots, hoping for better luck in the expansive fishing area. Qian Feiyong, growing impatient, pulled out his phone to search for nearby locations with fewer people and picturesque views, planning to take some photos. Meanwhile, Feng Yi was lost in thought, contemplating the words of the old steward. What subtle changes were there? Were they noticeable? As Wu Ji waited, he even perused the fishing manual his father had written for him, reviewing timing, fishing spots, bait, and other essentials. Everything seemed in order, yet the fish remained elusive. Then, a commotion erupted in the distance. Wu Ji glanced over to see a group of elderly men fishing, their laughter ringing out, clearly reveling in their success. "Steady. Hold on. Good. Net it. Don't let it get away," they cheered, their vitality undiminished by age. In contrast, their own area felt desolate, resembling a deserted fishing zone. Wu Ji surveyed his companions. One sat with half-closed eyes, motionless as if meditating on the essence of Zen, while the other was engrossed in his phone, chuckling to himself without apparent reason. Unable to contain himself any longer, Wu Ji approached Feng Yi and Qian Feiyong, exclaiming, "Look over there at that group of elderly gentlemen. They have already entered a fishing frenzy. Meanwhile, we've been stagnant for quite some time. The feng shui of this place must be unfavorable today. It seems all the fish have been caught. Shall we consider relocating? I think you should try over there," Feng Yi suggested. "I will stay here." He had indeed felt a sense of disorientation earlier, as his perception had been disrupted lately and was not functioning properly. The tranquility of this spot was conducive to contemplation. Qian Feiyong yawned. "No, I cannot adapt to such a dull activity. I'll scroll through my phone for a while. It is far more entertaining." Wu Ji, momentarily taken aback, decided to observe how others were catching fish one after another before returning to his own attempts. Before long, the only two remaining fishermen nearby decided to move to a livelier area. As they departed, they muttered, "We previously complained about the small fish we caught, and now we cannot even catch the little ones. What could one do when every method failed to yield fish?" This was not merely a matter of skill. There were simply no fish. "I suspect those old men over there have employed some trick to lure all the fish away." Once the two men had moved on, only the three of them remained in that quiet spot. Feng Yi advised Wu Ji, "You should also change your location." Wu Ji, stubbornly determined, retorted, "No. I must catch a fish here. Just earlier, I voiced a message to old Liu, and he said a large fish was caught right from this very spot. That old man even mocked me, telling me not to waste my time." After some time had passed, Wu Ji's patience wore thin, and he felt an overwhelming frustration. A surge of energy with no outlet. He decided to peruse the news on his phone, coming across a story featuring a wild rabbit spotted by some visitors. Wu Ji scoffed. "A rabbit? What a childish display for grown men." He then spotted a vibrant flower in full bloom, capturing it from 3 different angles before sending the photos to his girlfriend, who was on a business trip in another province, with the caption, "A shy gift of a little flower for you." However, feeling that a single flower was rather inadequate and lacked grandeur. Wu Ji stood up to survey his surroundings. Not far to the right of Feng Yi, he noticed a cluster of blossoms in perfect bloom and decided to approach them. Truly, this ecotourism area was a charming retreat, with the grass flourishing abundantly. Although they claimed to conduct regular maintenance, it was evident that it had been quite some time since the last trimming. As he spoke, he parted the weeds, contemplating how to capture the essence of the scene more artistically. In his quest for the perfect shot, he suddenly noticed a startling detail. The mottled brown and green patterns, barely distinguishable amidst the dense grass, triggered an alarm within him, as if every cell in his body had activated a radar, sending out signals of fear. In the stillness of the area, a sudden, piercing cry shattered the silence. There's a snake. Wu Ji was taken aback, nearly losing his composure. His mind urged him to flee, yet his legs felt paralyzed, rooted in place. Just then, a strong force pulled him away. Once he regained his breath and composure, he turned to see Feng Yi standing there, one hand gripping the snake. Wu Ji's complexion turned pale, his mouth opened and closed in shock, but no sound escaped. He trembled uncontrollably as he gazed at the distant scenic area, contemplating where to source material for a series of nature photographs. Qian Feiyang was startled by Wu Ji's sudden crowing of a rooster, causing him to inadvertently drop his fishing rod into the water. Upon realizing the situation, he hurriedly crawled over. However, upon reaching, Qian Feiyang hesitated to approach closely, gesturing to Feng Yi. Do you need both hands? His eyes fixated on the snake's triangular head, a deep concern for Feng Yi's safety washed over him. A single bite could render a hand useless, right? Although he lacked knowledge about snakes, the shape of its head clearly indicated venom. This serpent was substantial, surely exceeding 2 meters in length. Even if he employed both hands, he would struggle. Feng Yi was gripping it with one hand, and while he held firm for the moment, the sight sent shivers down Qian Feiyang's spine. Fearing the snake might slip free and strike. Be careful not to be constricted, he urged, eyeing the snake's tail, pondering how he could assist. He noted that the tip of the tail was white. Meanwhile, Wu Ji, having finally regained his composure, trembled, daring not to gaze at the snake's iron-like head. Steady. Keep it steady. I'll see if there's a wooden fork or something. Yes, I need to call the police. I'll call them right away. His shaking hands nearly dropped the phone. Feng Yi's face was stiff. He himself was unaware of how he had managed to seize the snake in that fleeting moment. As if it were a reflex or instinct. He, of course, feared that one hand might not suffice, but after that instant, he was at a loss as to how to employ his other hand. Thus, in the absence of a clear course of action, he resolved to maintain his current stance, gripping the snake with unwavering force and remaining motionless. With his other hand, he signaled for Wu Ji and Qian Feiyang to keep their distance. The snake appeared exceedingly dangerous. Other anglers had begun to notice the commotion and were approaching. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yi glanced at Wu Ji, who was incoherently trembling as he attempted to call for help, then turned to Qian Feiyang, saying, "Quick, bring me my bag." Without regard for anything else, Qian Feiyang dashed over to retrieve Feng Yi's large backpack from the ground, running so swiftly that he nearly stumbled. "Did you bring any tools? A snake hook, gloves, anything?" As he spoke, he unzipped the backpack, eager to search for equipment. "Hurry, pass me my sunglasses," Feng Yi insisted. Qian Feiyang was momentarily bewildered. What are you asking for in such a critical moment? Surely, he must have misspoken in his excitement. With other anglers drawing nearer and conspicuous security personnel rushing toward them, Feng Yi pressed on. "Quick, the sunglasses from the bag, the ones in the black case." Convinced he had not misheard, Qian Feiyang had no time to ponder further and swiftly handed over the sunglasses from the case. Feng Yi donned the sunglasses, obscuring his eyes. Dressed in long sleeves and pants, casual attire, with his sunglasses, mask, and fisherman's hat, even the clearest photographs would fail to reveal his identity. As Feng Yi donned his sunglasses, a figure came sprinting towards him, faster than the security personnel. Upon witnessing the scene, the individual exclaimed in surprise and hastily pulled out their phone to capture the moment. Boldly positioning themselves beside Feng Yi to ensure that both he and the snake he held could be featured in the same frame, Qian Feiyang mused. I can now understand the reason behind Feng Yi's choice of sunglasses in such a situation. I initially thought they were coming to assist, but it turns out they rushed over for a photo opportunity. The arriving security personnel quickly intervened, pulling the photographer away, shouting warnings about the venomous snake. "Danger! Step back! Step back! Are you out of your mind?" However, their efforts managed to restrain one, yet could not contain the throngs that followed. The fishing area, already bustling on a weekend, quickly buzzed with excitement. A group that arrived first exclaimed, "Wow, what a massive snake! How rare to encounter such a large venomous serpent while fishing." Hold on tight, young man. I've already called the police. An elderly gentleman shouted at Feng Yi while simultaneously snapping frantic pictures. Younger anglers, more agile and quick-witted, recorded videos while exclaiming, "Goodness, this is terrifying." Unsatisfied with merely observing from a distance, despite their pale faces and trembling legs, they took advantage of the security's distraction to edge closer for a quick shot, then retreated to share their experiences on social media. While some were merely curious spectators, others sought to capture images to sell to media marketing accounts. At that moment, Wu Ji, casting aside his fear, joined Qian Feiyang in attempting to shield Feng Yi from the crowd, muttering, "What is wrong with these people? Are they willing to risk their lives just for a photograph?" Wu Ji, genuinely afraid of snakes, could not comprehend the thrill that others felt. After 2 decades of climatic anomalies leading to the extinction of numerous species, many once common animals had become scarce, including snakes. Despite numerous fishing excursions, this was Wu Ji's first encounter with a snake. His only previous experience was a misstep during a school trip to a nature reserve for an educational lecture. Typically, one would have to visit exhibitions or dedicated snake conservation areas to see such creatures. Therefore, the possibility of encountering a snake while fishing was exceedingly rare, prompting curious onlookers to rush over upon hearing the news. As the crowd gathered, someone suddenly shouted, "White-tailed. Oh my goodness, a little green dragon. Wasn't it declared extinct in the wild long ago? A little green dragon? Is there such a snake?" People promptly took to their phones to search for information, then excitedly called out to Feng Yi, "Please don't harm it." This snake was classified as a first-class protected species before the strict protection laws were enacted. The crowd erupted once more. Those who had initially come to observe and snap a few photos now found renewed enthusiasm, immediately contacting friends and family nearby. "Hurry, come see a first-class protected animal up close. You rarely get to see one." Across the fishing area, distant from the commotion, some individuals remained oblivious to the excitement. However, as notifications pinged on their phones, they could no longer remain still. "Quick, quick, let us go see. I heard a little green dragon has appeared." "A dragon? Is there truly a dragon?" "No, it's just a particularly fearsome-looking venomous snake. However, it is said that it has now become a national treasure-level protected animal, previously believed to be extinct in the wild." Those who learned of the news focused primarily on the little green dragon and its designation as a national treasure, while the mention of venomous snakes became trivial. Regardless of how dangerous the snake may be, it posed no threat as it had already been captured. No matter how venomous, it could not deter the excessive curiosity and eagerness of onlookers. Some individuals, so eager to witness the spectacle, cast their fishing rods into the lake, neglecting to retrieve them, and rushed towards the scene, pulling out their phones to capture the moment, adjusting their hair as they sprinted with a fervor that belied their physical limitations. Upon arrival, they maneuvered their way through the crowd, shoving aside 2 spectators to squeeze into the inner circle. In this area, there were no elevated spots. The slightly higher ground had already been claimed. Wu Ji's parents were in the vegetable garden of the farm, harvesting produce. Wu's father, though physically present, was mentally preoccupied with thoughts of fishing. He had intended to go fishing after a brief rest, but his wife had urged him to assist with the vegetables and fruits. "Oh, let us not pick too much. We can gather more tomorrow when they're still fresh," Wu's father suggested. "No way. Can't you see how many people are here for the weekend? If we delay, the best ones will be picked clean." Just then, the piercing wail of fire truck sirens broke the air. The visitors in the garden turned their attention towards the sound. "What is happening? Is someone violating fire regulations?" They recalled a recent report about a visitor secretly smoking in a non-smoking area, igniting a fire. Such incidents were not uncommon, so they paid little mind and intended to continue harvesting. Yet, before they could begin, the blaring of police sirens echoed in the distance. 2 police cars sped past. Is there truly an emergency? They wondered. Not having seen an ambulance, they assumed it could not be too serious. Just as those thoughts crossed their minds, an ambulance rushed by, sirens blaring. At this point, the visitors lost their interest in harvesting vegetables. Something must have happened. Where are all those fire trucks, police cars? An ambulance is headed? Is it towards the fishing area? "I recall the fishing zone is over there," someone remarked. Wu's father and mother exchanged alarmed glances. He quickly pulled out his phone to call Wu Ji, but it took some time for him to answer. "Where are you?" Wu's father inquired, hearing a cacophony of voices on the other end, mentioning dragons and snakes, making it difficult to decipher the conversation. "The situation here is a bit complicated. Just wait a moment," Wu Ji replied before abruptly ending the call. Soon after, he initiated a video call request. When Wu Ji answered the call, Wu's parents' concerns momentarily subsided, but upon seeing the chaotic scene, their hearts nearly leapt from their chests. "Don't worry. Rescue personnel have already arrived. We'll head back shortly. You two should wait in your room for now, Wu Ji reassured them. After the call ended, the couple remained anxious. Nearby, another visitor picking vegetables approached them, inquiring if they knew what had transpired. Wu's father, still distracted, replied, "They found a large venomous snake over by the fishing area." The visitor gasped in surprise and rushed back to inform others. "A large venomous snake has been discovered by the fishing area. I wonder if anyone was bitten." The news quickly spread among those nearby. A large venomous snake was discovered in the fishing area, and it is rumored that someone was bitten. How shocking. Who could be so unfortunate as to be bitten? It must be quite serious. My goodness. I heard that someone in the fishing area was bitten by a venomous snake. Did you see the ambulance? It was there to provide aid. Oh dear, how tragic. A relative of my friend, a student, was present and mentioned that the victim was already lifted onto the ambulance. The exaggerated rumors, fueled by videos and photos from the scene, showed no signs of abating. Rather, they evolved into new versions that continued to spread. Meanwhile, the individual, Feng Yi, who had already been placed on the ambulance, maintained a serious expressions. Still holding the snake in a grasp that demonstrated expertise, silently cursing the reckless individuals who dared to photograph the situation. As he observed the arriving firefighters separating the curious crowd, Feng Yi finally sighed in relief. The scenic area was vast, and there was a nearby firefighting station. So 7 firefighters were the first to arrive. Initially, Feng Yi believed that with the firefighters on the scene, his ordeal would be over. However, upon assessing the situation, the firefighters realized they needed someone more specialized. They were not adept at capturing snakes, and the team member skilled in snake handling was absent that day. Had Feng Yi failed to restrain the snake, they would have intervened immediately, prioritizing human life above all. Yet, observing Feng Yi's firm grip, it was evident that his technique far surpassed theirs. Even with gloves, they could not match his bare-handed steadiness. The white-tailed green dragon had a high level of protection, possibly being the only one of its kind in the wild, making its well-being significant. Any mishap would lead to public outrage. Thus, the firefighters were at a loss on how to proceed. They were not intimidated by common venomous snakes such as water snakes or rat snakes. But this situation was indeed delicate. "Can you hold on?" one firefighter inquired. Feng Yi, steeling himself, replied, "I can." "In that case, hold it like that. The professionals will arrive shortly. Do not fear, and try not to feel too pressured. We have already prepared the anti-venom. You need not worry." As they spoke, police cars and ambulances arrived. The police maintained order at the scene to prevent others from startling the snake, which would only add to Feng Yi's burden. The snake, restrained by Feng Yi, appeared dazed, its tail occasionally moving slightly along the ground. "Is the snake about to be suffocated?" remarked an onlooker among the fishing crowd. "I've heard that a second-level protected animal can lead to criminal charges. If this young man accidentally kills it, what will happen? It's not intentional." Several firefighters exchanged glances and approached Feng Yi, suggesting that they take over while the snake was still alive. If Feng Yi inadvertently killed the snake, he would likely find himself unable to face public scrutiny. Feng Yi gestured to the firefighters, indicating that everything was under control and that the snake was still alive. He would transfer it to the professionals upon their arrival. Meanwhile, along the shopping street of the Yueshan tourist scenic area, shoppers had received a mix of true and false information, yet most were more focused on their purchases and paid little mind to the incidents occurring in the fishing area. In their view, the multitude of events occurring daily is merely a passing spectacle, eliciting fleeting sentiments without deep contemplation. 2 young girls emerged from a store laden with bags, intending to seek a nearby eatery that boasted favorable reviews. Upon unlocking her phone, one of them received a new notification and casually glanced at it. She heard a rumor that an incident had transpired at a nearby agritourism site. One girl pointed in a certain direction, though the authenticity of the accompanying photo was uncertain, and the exaggeration of rumors warranted skepticism. The other girl, indifferent, suggested they continue their culinary exploration. Just as they were conversing, they were startled by the sound of helicopters overhead. 2 aircraft soared above, heading towards the agritourism site they had just mentioned. Chapter 15. A major incident. The helicopters that arrived at the fishing area of the agritourism site were clearly not tourist observation vehicles, garnering significant attention and giving rise to yet another wave of rumors, both true and false. The 2 helicopters, dispatched urgently, carried not only officials from relevant departments but also specialists designated by firefighters. At last, Feng Yi could relinquish his burden. After the snake was transferred, it was carefully placed into a specially designed large box. Feng Yi could not discern the interior, but the demeanor of those present indicated considerable effort had been invested. Having relinquished the snake, Feng Yi and his companions were not yet free to leave. They were to be escorted for questioning to assist in the investigation. Wu Ji left a message for his parents, acknowledging that his shrill scream had alerted those nearby in the fishing area, and he anticipated being asked many questions. "Excuse me. I need to use the restroom first," Feng Yi said to the responsible official. "I'll go too. I'm a bit anxious," Wu Ji added. "Count me in." Qian Feiyong chimed in. Once the three departed, the official exchanged a knowing glance with a colleague. Until the preliminary investigation was completed, their movements would be somewhat restricted to prevent any possibility of escape. An expert who had arrived noted that the white-tailed young dragon was indeed wild and had grown to an impressive size in the wilderness, a remarkable phenomenon. However, it was afflicted with severe internal parasitic disease and required immediate treatment. There had never been records of white-tailed young dragons in Yueshan, and the reasons for its appearance in this region, as well as its journey to the fishing area, would necessitate further investigation. This matter had been reported, and it was anticipated that personnel from the Joint Security Bureau would arrive promptly. The Joint Security Bureau is the domestic branch of the United Security Organization, established following the creation of the Sixth Database as a regulatory body. Once the Bureau's representatives intervened, local departments would have minimal involvement, merely required to assist in the Bureau's investigative operations. Meanwhile, Feng Yi and his companions arrived at the restroom, finding it empty save for themselves. Wu Ji felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Wow, that was terrifying. I feel like I've been given a second chance at life. Thank you so much, brother," Wu Ji exclaimed, clapping Feng Yi on the shoulder. "You're incredible. You held that snake with one hand for so long." Feng Yi merely smiled faintly, choosing silence. Qian Feiyong glanced at his trembling hands, lamenting, "My hands are still shaking. What a shame. I didn't get any photographs. As a photographer, missing that spectacular moment felt profoundly regrettable. All right, let us hurry. In a moment, I will be summoned for questioning," Feng Yi urged. Once the two individuals entered the booth, Feng Yi approached the mirror, removing his sunglasses and mask to meticulously inspect his face for any unusual changes. His eyes appeared normal, his nose unremarkable. He opened his mouth to examine his teeth and tongue. All was well. Everything seemed typical. A hefty sigh of relief escaped him. Finally, he felt at ease, no longer fearing discovery. As Qian Feiyong emerged from the booth, he noticed Feng Yi preening in front of the mirror and remarked, "Are you perhaps too preoccupied with your idol persona?" Qian Feiyong remained astonished by Feng Yi's unconventional choice to don sunglasses instead of grabbing the snake-catching tool at a critical moment, which altered his perception of his old classmate. When Wu Ji joined them, Qian Feiyong whispered, "There will undoubtedly be a one-on-one conversation awaiting us. Those individuals are not easily deceived." He glanced at Feng Yi, who seemed oblivious to their scrutiny. Wu Ji, suddenly enlightened, also turned his gaze toward Feng Yi. "What are you staring at me for?" Feng Yi inquired. Qian Feiyong mimicked a snake-catching pose, saying, "You certainly don't seem like a novice." Feng Yi retorted, "Hey, I haven't committed any illegal acts. This is genuinely my first time catching a snake. When they question you, just share what you know." Wu Ji, lowering his voice, asked, "Is there nothing you can't disclose?" "No need for us to cover for you." Feng Yi insisted, "No, there's nothing to hide." Secrets that he could not reveal would remain unknown to Wu Ji and Qian Feiyong. Everything they knew about him was not classified. The supervisor appeared astute, and with their abilities, the two could not possibly outsmart those discerning eyes. Therefore, it was best to speak the truth. Even sharing some embarrassing anecdotes would suffice. In this situation, it was vital to clear themselves of suspicion, proving they had not provoked the snake in the first place. Hearing Feng Yi's response, Wu Ji and Qian Feiyong relaxed, feeling reassured about the impending questioning. Soon, the trio was ushered into a room. Since it was not an interrogation, the atmosphere was not overly serious. The room was decorated in a cozy style, with a coffee table laden with an array of snacks and a shelf adorned with charming animal figurines often sold at tourist attractions. The supervisor's demeanor was amiable, sporting a slight smile as he invited them to sit, encouraging them to help themselves to the refreshments. "I merely wish to understand the entire sequence of events." Once they were seated, the supervisor inquired, prior to discovering the snake, "Did you hear any unusual sounds?" Wu Ji replied, "Not at all. My attention was elsewhere. I never anticipated encountering a snake, as I was busy messaging my girlfriend." He assured them that there was nothing illicit in their conversation. Retrieving the chat history from that time, including the image of, "I'll send you a little flower," to show the supervisor. The supervisor examined the chat and then scrutinized Wu Ji, who remained unfazed. As long as he was facing the snake, he felt fearless. The supervisor then turned his attention to Feng Yi. Feng Yi replied, "I was lost in thought, not paying attention to my surroundings. I only reacted when I heard Wu Ji call out." The supervisor asked, "Have you caught a snake before?" Feng Yi responded, "No, this is my first time." "And you managed to be so composed on your first attempt?" Feng Yi pondered for a moment and concluded, perhaps it's just talent. The person in charge gazed quietly at Feng Yi, who calmly returned the look, his eyes conveying a singular message. I speak the truth. As the three individuals were summoned for a discussion, the online world buzzed with excitement. The media quickly seized upon the news, and the topic of a national treasure animal appearing in the Yueshan scenic area spread like wildfire across the internet. Truth and falsehood intertwined, with the most exaggerated reports claiming that a homicide had occurred at the site. The official Yueshan scenic area hastily issued a clarification, asserting that no tourists had been bitten. The ambulance presence was merely a precaution, and the venomous snake had been subdued before the police arrived. The much-discussed little green dragon was now under the care of professionals, reassuring the public not to worry. Netizens drawn in by the news displayed varied points of interest. Some were captivated by the image of a sunglasses-clad angler, a formidable figure who single-handedly grasped the snake, rendering the firefighters' efforts unnecessary. The snake's head was indeed fearsome. A bite would surely be painful. Though the little green dragon's venom was not considered the most potent, it possessed a considerable volume, leaving one to wonder about the consequences of a bite. Understanding dawned. It's the quantity that can be lethal. Hilariously, I found myself distracted, feeling an odd sympathy for the snake in the photograph. Upon encountering the term national treasure, I clicked in, nearly startled into flight. Why has this species not gone extinct? Such a statement seems absurd, as snakes have survived since the age of dinosaurs, outlasting countless species. In the aftermath of the incident, the Cultural and Tourism Department issued a reminder to fishing enthusiasts and visitors to take precautionary measures, especially those fishing or playing near the Yueshan Nature Reserve, advising them to watch their step. Netizens from the surrounding cities of Yueshan commented, just as I was about to head out fishing, I was so frightened that I retreated home. If I encountered a snake, I could outrun even the fastest sprinter. The last time I visited a research facility, I spotted a little green dragon through several thick layers of glass. But this one in the video appeared much larger than those bred at the institute. It was wild. Several biologists have indeed gone mad, abandoning their research to rush to Yueshan. Yueshan is not far from Rongqing. The reappearance of a species thought to be extinct in the wild suggests that the ecological environment near Yueshan may have improved. Perhaps property prices in Rongqing will rise. As dusk fell over the Yueshan tourist area, in a luxurious suite of a five-star hotel, a gathering of affluent individuals engaged in leisure. Amidst their revelry, someone broached the topic of the little green dragon. What a pity it was not possible to see the legendary creature in person. I heard that prior to the climate anomaly, it was being traded in the black market for millions. What a splendid name, little green dragon. My first thought was to catch it and brew it into liquor. I wonder if it's still available on the black market. How tantalizing. Someone received a phone call and, astonished, moved to the window to draw back the curtains. In the distance, 5 helicopters flew across the sky, illuminated by the sunset's glow. The specialized aircraft of the Joint Security Bureau had arrived with a considerable entourage. It seems the impact of this event is greater than we anticipated. The fervent data guardians of the Joint Security Bureau are notorious for their policy of apprehending even the slightest potential threat. Those who publicly voice dangerous statements will find themselves in considerable trouble under their watchful eye. Regarding what constitutes dangerous speech, consider the utterance made earlier about capturing a nationally protected species to brew liquor and resorting to black market dealings if unsuccessful. Such remarks are perilous. Numerous gazes turned towards the speaker, who trembled and vociferously denied, "It wasn't me. I didn't say that. I was intoxicated." Chapter 16. Evolution. These young elites, endowed with wealth or power, often exhibit a degree of arrogance in their actions. However, the Joint Protection Bureau remains indifferent to one's background, eschewing both personal connections and financial considerations. They are unwavering guardians of data integrity. Survival is a universally shared concern. The establishment of the 6th database aims at ensuring prolonged existence. The Joint Protection Bureau, serving this database, occupies the moral high ground, backed by policy support and wielding authority, showing no deference. Confronting such a formidable group, even local tyrants hesitate to engage directly, should one find themselves apprehended. A mere invocation of parental connections would elicit a cold retort. Perfect, let's summon your father for a discussion. Thus, conceding defeat is often the wisest course of action. Of course, the Joint Protection Bureau lacks the time and energy to monitor every braggart. Yet, should someone carelessly boast and be overheard, they may still receive a slight reprimand. The 5 helicopters, now the focus of many eyes, descended onto the helipad near the management offices of Yueshan. The Bureau dispatched a total of 8 individuals, primarily equipped with data collection apparatus. The leader, tall and slender, in his 40s or 50s, bore a stern demeanor and made his way swiftly into the building to receive the investigative summary from the head of the Yueshan Management Department. The official stated, "Team Leader Yuan, we have compared the sequencing results with several target sequences from the Xiaoqinglong Breeding Center's database, revealing a familial connection between this snake and certain individuals at the center." He then presented another document, saying, "We also uncovered that 5 years ago, a smuggling ring was dismantled near Yueshan, and this ring had previously stolen a snake egg from the Xiaoqinglong Breeding Center." "One?" Yuan inquired. "Indeed. The breeding center only reported the loss of a single egg. According to the records, the egg rolled off during a pursuit, and its whereabouts remain unknown. It appears this Xiaoqinglong is likely the offspring of that very egg." Yuan furrowed his brow, examining the investigation report, which, due to time constraints, contained only partial information. "So, this snake may have naturally hatched in the wild and lived in the Yueshan Reserve for 5 years? That is the current understanding. The artificial hatching rate for Xiaoqinglong has significantly improved, and the survival rate of juveniles has greatly increased, with numbers now far better than before. However, these are all domesticated. Efforts to rewild them have consistently failed. Not only Xiaoqinglong, but also the reintroduction plans for other key breeding species have progressed slowly, with some even showing signs of regression. The distortion of the ecological chain poses significant challenges for many species, even if the climate returns to normalcy. Today, a remarkable discovery was made. A wild little green dragon that has survived for 5 years may possess multiple advantageous mutations within its genes. This phenomenon signifies evolution, allowing it to better adapt to its natural habitat. However, conclusive results will require further research, as the time frame has been insufficient and many tests are yet to yield results. Yuan Xie inquired about a certain individual, Feng Yi. The official responded, "I have already asked him. He claimed it was his first time catching a snake, attributing his accuracy solely to innate talent." "Do you believe that?" "I do," Yuan Xie replied, perusing the investigation report regarding Feng Yi. "Some individuals indeed exhibit such talents." The official was momentarily taken aback by Yuan Xie's assertion. "What about Feng Yi? May I ask him a few questions?" Yuan Xie inquired. "He is currently having dinner." Feng Yi, along with 3 others, had cooperated with various departments at Yueshan, believing they would soon depart. However, they were informed that personnel from the Joint Security Bureau would arrive to pose additional questions before they could leave. "All right then, there is nothing to fear. It is merely reiterating previously answered inquiries." After dinner, Feng Yi awaited the arrival of the interrogators, whose badges indicated their affiliation with the Joint Security Bureau. Yuan Xie took a seat across from Feng Yi. "Hello." This marked Feng Yi's first close conversation with a member of the Joint Security Bureau. He had anticipated questions regarding his precise snake-catching abilities, yet Yuan Xie chose to discuss the snake's origins instead. It is indeed challenging for a creature to hatch and survive in the wild. However, after 5 years, the parasitic infections have become severe. Had it been delayed by another month, it likely would not have been saved. Yuan Xie's tone was neutral, revealing no emotional fluctuation. Feng Yi found the snake's fate to be somewhat legendary. What a remarkable life it had. Yuan Xie then posed a question. What do you think led it to venture from the nature reserve into human-inhabited areas? Was it in pursuit of prey? Self-preservation, perhaps? Feng Yi suggested, which was his initial thought upon hearing the matter. Yuan Xie nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reasoning. Observing Yuan Xie's acceptance of his explanation, Feng Yi quickly added, I was merely speculating. Please do not take it too seriously. Yuan Xie regarded him. What you said was undoubtedly your first thought. Indeed, it still holds significant reference value. I will record it accurately, Yuan Xie stated, expressionless as he noted down Feng Yi's words before rising to leave. Feng Yi was left in a state of bewilderment. Is that all? Just like that? Does your Joint Security Bureau not extend any courtesy and only adhere to the rigor of evidence and data? As he watched the official head towards the door, Feng Yi called out, I truly was just speculating. Please do not be so hasty. With his back to Feng Yi, Yuan Xie's lips curled slightly before he quickly resumed a neutral expression. After Yuan Xie departed, Feng Yi and his companions were informed they could leave, and a vehicle was dispatched to take them back to the farmhouse. Due to Feng Yi's overly careful concealment during the daytime photographs, and with Wu Ji and Qian Feiyang's presence being rather low-key, their return to the farmhouse did not attract the attention of other tourists. The day had been thrilling, and upon returning to the farmhouse, Wu Ji found himself being questioned by his parents, while Qian Feiyang retreated to his room to rest. Feng Yi called the old steward, recounting the events of the day and mentioning Yuan Xie from the Joint Protection Bureau. Upon hearing the name, the steward exclaimed, Ah, it's the young Yuan from the Joint Protection Bureau. It has been quite a while since I last saw him, perhaps over a decade. Feng Yi inquired, You know him? The steward replied, "Not well. Over 10 years ago, Ms. Feng assisted the Joint Protection Bureau in investigating a case of poaching of protected wildlife. At that time, young Yuan had only recently joined the Bureau and lacked composure, often finding himself at odds with Ms. Feng after being proven wrong on numerous occasions. He was brimming with youthful exuberance when he first encountered a major case, and despite relying solely on his intuition, he remained skeptical of the elderly Ms. Feng, who adeptly captured snakes. However, after facing repeated setbacks, Yuan had no choice but to concede that this elderly lady's guesses were remarkably accurate, more precise than the conclusions they derived after days of analysis. Eventually, he came to accept the reality that some individuals possess extraordinary gifts. For them, catching snakes is as effortless as eating, and their instincts are astonishingly accurate. Feng Yi, feeling a bit frustrated, remarked, "So, he wishes to reclaim his dignity from me for the slights he endured back then?" The steward chuckled, attempting to reassure him. "Oh, it's merely a trivial matter. You needn't take it to heart. He was just teasing you. They are exceedingly busy, moving like robots in their relentless quest to save the world as guardians of the earth, with little time to spare for you." The steward continued, "Your body is undergoing changes and will emit certain energies. It is likely that the young azure dragon sought you out because it sensed this energy. Compared to other humans, the dragon is more amiable towards you, which is a form of self-preservation." Feng Yi asked, "So, it truly approached me on its own? Self-preservation?" The steward replied, "Most likely. But such details are of little consequence. What matters is that you may soon experience changes." Feng Yi expressed surprise. "So soon? The weekend isn't even over. And the adaptation period is ending? Am I about to begin transforming?" The steward, with a serious tone and a slightly somber voice, cautioned, "Evolution, each step you take enhances your survival capabilities beyond that of others. This process of evolution will be accompanied by pain. No one can assist you through it. Not even I. It is a burden you must bear alone. Prepare yourself mentally." Chapter 17. The Emergence of Fangs. Upon realizing that a transformation was imminent, Feng Yi lost interest in anything else. Online, the incident involving the Azure Dragon of Yueshan continued to gain traction. The official website of the World United Protection Organization published updates on the investigation and maintained ongoing coverage. Among the publicly available information was a photograph of Feng Yi grasping a snake, alongside a video of the Azure Dragon after receiving treatment. In the video, the coiled Azure Dragon appeared unrecognizable at first glance, with only its upright white-tail tip swaying in view. It seemed that the recovery was proceeding smoothly. The Yueshan Azure Dragon incident captivated global attention, drawing more researchers into the study of the dragon, seeking to unravel its evolutionary secrets and find methods to rectify ecological chain distortions. Meanwhile, non-researchers began to view Yueshan as a recreational destination, often visiting with family and friends for a brief respite. The fact that a species thought to be extinct in the wild could thrive to such an extent in Yueshan indicated that the environment there was truly exceptional. In the coming days, the Yueshan scenic area was abuzz with foreign faces, as the surrounding homestays and hotels overflowed with visitors. News, social media, and short video platforms were inundated with images and videos of Feng Yi, the fisherman, grasping a snake, garnering widespread attention and igniting a flurry of comments and clicks. Due to Feng Yi's reluctance to disclose his identity, the investigative report submitted by the Joint Security Bureau referred to him by initials, while the official updates from the World United Defense Organization addressed him simply as Sir. However, the online community found this appellation rather awkward, leading to the emergence of the title Snake Brother of Yueshan. As the moniker evolved, some suggested the word grasp was ambiguous and could be omitted, eventually simplifying it to Snake Brother. Fortuitously, it was Snake Brother who encountered the little green dragon. Had it been anyone else, panic might have driven them to recklessly thrash the creature with their fishing rod, leaving its survival uncertain. In response to the unfolding events, Feng Yi adopted a stance of detachment, ignoring, not watching, and remaining oblivious. Qian Feiyong lamented the missed opportunity, pondering how much more fame Feng Yi could have achieved had he not concealed his identity behind sunglasses and a mask. Realizing Feng Yi had no intention of pursuing a path of internet stardom or celebrity, Qian Feiyong and Wu Ji ceased their discussions, though they privately expressed their regret over such a remarkable chance for recognition. Unperturbed by these musings, Feng Yi spent 2 anxious days in solitude. During this time, he procured various scientific books and journals online, immersing himself in an array of intriguing and seemingly trivial knowledge about snakes. On the 3rd morning, he awoke with a pounding headache and blurred vision. Was it finally beginning? After splashing cold water on his face and gazing into the mirror, he noted a dazed expression and pallid complexion, but otherwise, he appeared unchanged. Rubbing his eyes to sharpen his focus, he picked up his toothbrush squeezed toothpaste onto it, and began to brush. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted as if all his teeth had simultaneously succumbed to severe pulpitis, momentarily halting his thoughts. Clenching the toothbrush tightly, it took him a moment to recover from the shock. The lingering grogginess of sleep was banished by the intense pain. Casting aside the toothbrush and cup, he leaned closer to the mirror to inspect his teeth. His once slightly pointed canines had seemingly doubled in length overnight, now sharper than ever. When he closed his mouth, the elongated teeth tilted inward slightly. Experimenting cautiously, he found he could control their retraction or extend them outward, though the cost was an excruciating pain level of 20. Enduring the agony, he attempted this twice before deciding to cease. The first trial of evolution came with the inevitable torment of toothache. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Feng Yi took out his phone and called the old steward. As always, the steward was ever present by the phone, answering promptly. "I've grown teeth," Feng Yi exclaimed, the sharpness of his new canines causing him to wince involuntarily. "It hurts so much." The old butler chuckled softly on the other end of the line, his mood seemingly quite buoyant. "Naturally, it began this way. One grows accustomed to the pain over time." Feng Yi exclaimed, "Is this even human language? To simply get used to the pain? With an inflamed dental pulp and 2 enhanced fangs, this is not something any ordinary person could endure. How long must I suffer from this toothache before it subsides? Do painkillers offer any relief?" "The painkillers are ineffective. The duration of your suffering depends on your own condition," replied the butler. "What type of teeth are we speaking of?" Feng Yi responded, 2 elongated canines, in the place where my tiger teeth used to grow. They have mutated." The butler remarked, "Oh, so you've grown venomous fangs." Feng Yi jolted in alarm. "Are they truly poisonous?" The old butler calmly stated, "That depends on whether your venom glands have developed. If they have, then naturally, they would be toxic. If I were to accidentally bite myself, or if my teeth were to leak venom, would I succumb to my own poison?" Feng Yi inquired. The butler pondered, theoretically. During a high-level evolutionary process, one would develop antibodies against their own venom. Theoretically? Feng Yi questioned. The butler replied, "I have never witnessed it. So if you wish to know, you might as well bite yourself and find out. I'll be watching, and if an emergency arises, I'll rush you to the hospital." "Why not just try it right outside the hospital? If I discover I've been poisoned, I could rush inside for help." Feng Yi quipped with self-deprecation. "A clever plan." The butler sighed. Feng Yi then asked, "Are those 2 fangs the type known as grooved teeth or canal teeth?" The butler inquired, "What do you mean?" Feng Yi, after a brief search on his phone, clarified, "Grooved teeth are characterized by fissures on the outer side, divided into anterior and posterior grooved teeth. Anterior grooved teeth, like those of the infamous cobra family, tend to be more venomous. As for canal teeth, they are larger and longer than grooved teeth, hollow like a syringe, yet can be concealed." Feng Yi examined himself in the mirror, wiggling the elongated canines while enduring the agony of dental pulp inflammation, attempting to retract them. "They are canal teeth," he muttered. The old butler's voice dipped slightly. "Ah," Feng Yi exclaimed. "Must you express such subtle acknowledgement?" The butler, sounding somewhat regretful, remarked, "Though canal teeth lack the charm of being petite and adorable, they are more convenient for you. They can retract when folded inside your mouth. You need not wear a mask." "A mask is still necessary," Feng Yi retorted. "By the way, does growing these venomous fangs signify anything?" "Nothing at all," the butler replied. "How they develop is determined by genetics. How you choose to use them is entirely up to you." Feng Yi exhaled in relief. "Indeed, I am an inherently kind person." The old butler seemed to want to say something but ultimately refrained. Feng Yi opened his notes. "Given my current predicament, what precautions should I take in terms of eating and drinking until the toothache subsides?" The butler contemplated for a moment. "For the initial few days, consume only liquid food. Refrain from chewing with your teeth, and maintain oral hygiene. Your teeth must remain clean. Use a children's toothpaste." Chapter 18. Toothpaste and toothbrush. After concluding his conversation with the butler, Feng Yi gazed at the lengthy list of keywords he had jotted down in his notes, feeling an intensifying headache. According to the butler's advice, these 2 venomous fangs would continue to grow, and once they ceased their growth, it would indicate that they had fully developed, thus alleviating the toothache. Yet, prior to that moment, the pain persisted, and analgesics proved ineffective. Alternative methods had to be contemplated, or one had to endure the agony. Feng Yi suddenly pondered whether the significant upheaval of growing teeth would cause his salivary glands to swell, akin to mumps. Would he then endure the torment reminiscent of mumps? The world around him dimmed momentarily. No wonder the steward remarked that the agony accompanying evolution must be borne alone. Could one possibly transfer such suffering to another? Feng Yi massaged his temples. Setting aside thoughts of venom glands, he resolved to tackle the more pressing issue of sustenance. The steward recommended a diet consisting of liquids and semisolids, a process Feng Yi was unwilling to compromise on. Reducing mastication would alleviate the burden on his teeth and lessen the discomfort. Thus, the soy milk maker, juicer, and meat grinder were all enlisted. Kitchen appliances that had languished and used began to operate at full capacity, tasked with processing an abundance of ingredients. Fish and shrimp, ground, pork ribs, deboned and minced. Vegetables and fruits were juiced, and rice was transformed into a smooth paste. Feng Yi self-deprecatingly mused that while others savored their meals, he was reduced to slurping everything down. Recently, his body was preoccupied with evolution, necessitating increased energy intake. His appetite had surged once more, as ample nourishment was essential for sufficient sustenance and vitality. He had to be mindful of the temperature while eating. For the first time, Feng Yi acutely felt the stimulating contrast of hot and cold food. Each time he opened his mouth, whether to eat or speak, those two prominent fangs stirred, eliciting a searing pain akin to pulpitis. Consequently, mealtimes seemed to stretch interminably. Food must be consumed, and words must be spoken, yet the most intense pain did not stem from these actions. The most excruciating agony arose during toothbrushing, particularly with those two formidable fangs. In their shadow, the discomfort of other teeth seemed trivial. After an arduous battle to brush his teeth, Feng Yi resolved to immediately switch toothpaste. Initially intending to order online, he found the selection either limited or the product descriptions unsatisfactory. As he needed to stock up on kitchen supplies, he decided to visit a large supermarket instead. As he had yet to master control over his two fangs, he donned a mask when venturing out. Otherwise, the sight would be rather alarming, though the fangs receded when his mouth was closed. A moment of carelessness while conversing could lead to an embarrassing revelation. A mask provided a measure of safety. During working hours, the supermarket was not particularly crowded. Most patrons were there for groceries, and the fresh produce section buzzed with activity, while the oral care aisle was relatively desolate. Standing alone before two rows of shelves filled with toothpaste, toothbrushes, and mouthwash, Feng Yi let out a faint sigh and began to scrutinize the packaging of various oral hygiene products. Perhaps it was the duration of his indecision that caught the attention of a sales associate, who approached and inquired, "Hello, may I assist you in selecting something?" Overwhelmed by the information, Feng Yi replied, "Thank you. I would like to purchase toothpaste. My teeth have been aching lately." The associate further asked, "May I inquire what type of toothache you're experiencing? Is it due to cavities, wisdom teeth, or an unexpected injury for some other reason?" Feng Yi, how should he respond? After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yi replied, "They all seem similar." The sales assistant gazed at Feng Yi with a sense of nostalgia, tinged with pity. "Allow me to briefly explain the various types of toothpaste suitable for conditions such as gingivitis, periodontitis, and dental decay." Feng Yi felt a sharp pang in his mouth. Upon concluding her introduction, the sales assistant turned back. Feng Yi stood there, his brow furrowed. The sales assistant reassured him, "There's no need to worry. The brands I've introduced are all reputable, guaranteed in quality, and have garnered positive reviews, selling exceptionally well." "Oh, indeed. These sound promising." Regaining his focus, Feng Yi selected one of each type of toothpaste the sales assistant had mentioned and placed them in his shopping cart. Observing this, the sales assistant hastily advised, "You need not purchase so many. Several of these can serve multiple purposes." Feng Yi replied, "I want to see which one works best. I want to waste them. I will surely use them all. Brushing 2 to 3 times a day. Even when the pain subsides, I must continue diligently brushing. Otherwise, if dental issues arise, who will I turn to? A dentist? A veterinarian? Neither will do." Seeing Feng Yi's determination, the sales assistant seized her persuasion and inquired, "Do you need a toothbrush? I can introduce you to some options. Different styles provide varying functions." Yes, I do. What type of toothbrush should I use to clean my compromised teeth without causing harm? I must try to know. Why? It's a necessity." The sales assistant, upon hearing Feng Yi's enthusiasm, smiled and said, Then allow me to introduce you." Subsequently, she expertly elaborated on the various designs of toothbrushes, their materials, and the differences in flexibility, cleaning strength, efficiency, and capability. Additionally, there were other dental cleaning and care products. Different shapes of brush heads, square, diamond-shaped, small or large. Purchase. Various arrangements of bristles, flat, wavy, crossed, or unique. Buy it. Different handle designs, straight, curved, or flexible. Buy. All of them. An electric toothbrush? Oh, I already have one. A water flosser? Is it necessary? I'll buy it and try it out. Throughout his more than 20 years of life, Feng Yi had never tried so many types of toothbrushes. This time, he decided to purchase them all. Since medication could not alleviate the pain, he would choose the appropriate tools to lessen it. Feng Yi resolved to create a chart upon returning home. documenting his experiences with each dental care product, which would guide his future purchases. Observing him buy over 10 toothbrushes with such firm intent, the sales assistant eagerly introduced teeth whitening products. Feng Yi, however, reacted indifferently. Whitening? Why should I whiten those two large problematic teeth? Simply cleaning them would suffice. Whitening is out of the question. They can dream. Skipping past the whitening products, Feng Yi inquired about mouthwash. I need a gentle, non-irritating type. Oh, by the way, do you have any recommendations for children's mouthwash? And toothpaste as well. The items purchased earlier were intended for adult use. However, the old steward advised that it is prudent to initially recommend children's products. It is essential to procure toothpaste specifically designed for children, and once the teeth have developed sufficiently, one may transition to adult versions. After the sales assistant recommended several mild mouthwashes for adults, she proceeded to the other end of the shelf where the children's items were located. She inquired about the age of the child. Feng Yi replied, 24. Chapter 19. Poison. Noticing the sales assistant's incredulous expression, Feng Yi quickly clarified, 24 months. The sales assistant nodded, acknowledging the need for caution with such a young child, and proceeded to recommend several suitable children's toothpastes. Selecting a few from her suggestions, Feng Yi hastily pushed the shopping cart away. After replenishing his supplies, Feng Yi returned home from the supermarket and let out a long sigh of relief. Tooth pain significantly hampers cognitive function, and uttering nonsensical remarks would be quite embarrassing. The presence of his two troublesome teeth constantly reminded him of his peculiar state, leaving him anxious in public, fearful of being discovered. Until he could fully manage the situation with his teeth, Feng Yi had no intention of venturing outside. He opted for a diet of liquid foods, experimenting with various toothbrushes, toothpastes, and mouthwashes. He even ordered a set of straws with different diameters for consuming a variety of foods. The growth of his large, troublesome teeth was quite pronounced, and Feng Yi measured their progress each morning. The onset of mumps arrived sooner than he had anticipated. On the third day of toothache, after acclimating to the pain induced by his two emerging molars, another wave of intense discomfort struck. The glands began to develop. The experience of full dental pulpitis, coupled with an intensified case of mumps, was simply excruciating. The evolving pain in his jaws was profound. Despite the emergence of an abnormal gland, Feng Yi accepted this change with remarkable composure. Had this occurred in the past, he would have lived in constant fear and trepidation. However, since returning from Xiaofeng Mountain, he instinctively embraced the peculiar transformations his body underwent. Much like various species in nature, which undergo significant changes from juvenile to adult stages, possessing genetic memory and instincts that facilitate their adaptation to such transformations. Amidst this ordeal, there was a source of joy. The jar of tea gifted to him by Uncle Ye provided some solace. He found that sipping it alleviated his tooth and jaw pain somewhat. Though it could not entirely eradicate the discomfort, the slight relief brought him considerable happiness. In the following days, Feng Yi partook of this local tea daily. He also experimented with other varieties, both expensive and inexpensive, but none offered any relief. The tea grown in Xiaofeng Mountain possessed a remarkable efficacy. Having already gifted a jar away, he was left with just one. Feng Yi reached out to Uncle Ye, hoping to purchase more tea. Uncle Ye's response was, "Finish the jar you have before asking for more." The tea in the jar was sufficient for Feng Yi for a month, and he pondered that if the tooth and jaw pain persisted after 20 days, he would seek Uncle Ye's tea once again. As the toxic gland system continued to develop, Feng Yi sensed a peculiar sensation in his jaw. When he pressed his cheeks inward with his hands, he could feel toxic fluid seeping from his large, sharp teeth. The venom glands have commenced the secretion of venom. Initially, only half a drop to a single drop was produced. Gradually, this increased to 2 or 3 drops, and soon enough, the expulsion of venom became effortless. There was no need to use both hands to squeeze the jaw, as I could directly control the output of the venom. In comparison to the pain in my teeth and jaw, Feng Yi was more concerned about the possibility of inadvertently allowing venom to flow from his two emerging fangs if he rested his hand against his jaw. Could my own venom potentially harm me? This pressing question required resolution, for otherwise, eating would be a source of unease. When pressing my jaw to expel the venom, it was inevitable that some would spill into my oral cavity. It bore no taste and exhibited no apparent toxicity, yet this did not imply its harmlessness. A small quantity of venom entering the digestive tract could still have repercussions. Feng Yi believed it necessary to test the potency of the venom to gain clarity on the matter. Thus, he devised a plan to experiment with his venom. Of course, this plan could only be executed once his teeth and venom glands had fully developed. Perhaps, as the steward suggested, one becomes accustomed to pain over time. Even with the alleviation provided by the tea from Uncle Mute, this combination of discomfort was far from pleasant. and Feng Yi felt numb to it. 2 weeks later, the pain in his teeth and jaw began to subside. Feng Yi's control over his two fangs gradually deepened. He practiced retracting and extending them daily. When fully grown, these fangs would rest against the roof of his mouth. Although lacking the exaggerated fleshy sheaths of a venomous snake, a protective covering had formed in his upper jaw, enveloping the fangs when they retracted, thereby serving a purpose of concealment. As the fangs flipped back, a section of camouflage structure near the roots rendered them indistinguishable from ordinary canines when viewed from the front. Feng Yi tested his two fangs, satisfied with their maturation and self-masking abilities. When all pain had dissipated, Feng Yi had achieved absolute control and was ready to proceed with the next phase of his plan, to test whether his venom could incapacitate him. Starting with a sufficient quantity of it, lacking test tubes at home, he initially considered using a small ceramic bowl intended for dining, which would conveniently accommodate his two fangs. However, he pondered the possibility that the venom from each fang might differ. Recalling something, Feng Yi rummaged through a storage room and unearthed a gift box, a remnant from a previous collaboration. Inside were a pair of flute-shaped champagne glasses, which had remained unopened since their acquisition. Upon inspecting the brand, he noted that this set was quite expensive, reportedly a standard in certain upscale restaurants, with each glass priced in the 4-digit range. He retrieved both glasses, washed, and dried them. Holding one glass in each hand, he positioned them near his mouth, aligning each fang with a glass, the tips resting against the inner walls. Feng Yi controlled the muscles surrounding the venom sacs to exert pressure. The venom was clear and colorless, resembling saliva. Different species of snakes exhibit variations in venom color. For instance, cobras have a light yellow venom, vipers an orange-yellow, and the bamboo viper a green hue. In comparison, Feng Yi's seemed rather feeble. Whether it was genuinely weak or merely an illusion would only be revealed through testing. Gazing at the freshly collected venom in the two glasses, he remarked, "To assess the potency of the venom, one must ensure personal safety." The butler remained vigilant and cautious, having no intention of genuinely allowing the steward to oversee him. Feng Yi resolved to test the poison himself near the hospital. Of course, he could take the easier route and bite himself, but such an act would raise too many suspicions. The bite marks would clearly not resemble those of an ordinary venomous snake. One would need a remarkably large serpent to create such two significant punctures. Furthermore, saliva would linger around the wound. What would he say if it were detected? That he had licked it? Thus, Feng Yi opted to procure the poison before heading to the hospital vicinity for testing. Upon comparing the toxic liquids in the two wine glasses, there appeared to be no discernible difference. He retrieved two small glass vials, carefully transferring the poison into them. Securing the lids tightly, dressed in casual attire and donning a baseball cap, he chose not to wear sunglasses. All these accessories would only draw more attention. Before departing, Feng Yi glanced at himself in the mirror. What was the sensation of possessing two additional venom glands? His face seemed slightly fuller. Removing his mask, he scrutinized his reflection, noting that his chin was not as sharply defined as before. His cheeks appeared to have gained a subtle softness. While not overtly noticeable, there was indeed a transformation, one that seemed rather natural. A metamorphosis akin to cosmetic enhancement? Certainly, it was not merely the result of overeating. Chapter 20. A bite this time. Feng Yi selected a hospital not in the center of Rome City, but rather one near Yueshan, which primarily served tourists visiting the scenic area. Following the Xiaoqinglong incident at Yueshan, the influx of visitors surged dramatically, and consequently, the number of patients at this hospital increased correspondingly. Incidents involving tourists teasing small animals, sustaining bites and scratches, or mistakenly consuming toxic fruits occurred almost daily, with some individuals oblivious to even the most prominent warning signs. Naturally, there were also cases of tourists inadvertently harmed. Every year, snakebite incidents do occur. While venomous snakes have become a rarity in the wild, they are not entirely absent. This hospital possessed considerable experience in such matters. The ambulance that first arrived to rescue during the Xiaoqinglong incident belonged to this very hospital, which also provided the anti-venom serum. Although it was ultimately unused, it illustrated their expertise in this field, even without hands-on experience. Their theoretical knowledge ensured they would not be at a loss when faced with a crisis. Feng Yi drove here alone for the purpose of testing the poison, opting for the nearest hotel to the hospital. The accommodations were not particularly luxurious, but they were convenient. Following the Xiaoqinglong incident, all hotels were fully booked. Despite some time having passed and the online buzz diminishing, the number of tourists showed no significant decline. Feng Yi chose a weekday to secure a vacant room. On a holiday, that would have been impossible. Once settled in his room, Feng Yi extracted the tools from his suitcase. Although he possessed a somewhat reckless disposition, it did not equate to a genuine desire for self-destruction. precautionary measures were necessary. Bandages, disinfectants, and other potentially useful tools had already been sterilized and set aside. He retrieved a small knife from his toolbox and made a small incision on the back of his hand. Feng Yi dared not compare himself to those who specialize in venom potency testing, as those individuals often constrict a snake and allow it to bite their own arms. His wound was modest in size, with a slight trickle of blood. He retrieved a vial of venom from his backpack and examined the label affixed to it. This was the toxin released by the elongated fangs on the left side. 2 drops of the venom were applied to the unhealed wound, and Feng Yi watched the time, observing any changes in his body. Almost at the very moment of application, a slight burning sensation arose. However, after a while, the discomfort did not intensify. The swelling around the wound was minimal, and there were no signs of blisters or necrosis. A subtle feeling of muscle numbness emerged, but it quickly dissipated. Until the small cut on the back of his hand formed a scab, no further symptoms manifested, and the initial slight swelling subsided. Naturally, Feng Yi remained cautious, aware that certain neurotoxins can be deceptively potent. He waited another 3 hours, during which no muscle paralysis or respiratory difficulties occurred, nothing at all. How weak! The pain when the fangs and venom glands developed was excruciating, and the sight of those 2 prominent fangs was so imposing. Yet, was this the extent of their toxicity? It was also possible that the cut was too small, insufficient for the venom's effect. Subsequently, Feng Yi made another incision of the same length adjacent to the small wound and applied 2 drops of venom from the fang on the right side. The symptoms were comparable to the earlier test. However, Feng Yi chose not to rush into further experimentation. Instead, he waited until the following day to ensure his body had not exhibited any adverse reactions to the toxin before proceeding with the second toxicity test. The second trial saw Feng Yi exhibiting more courage. This time, he did not choose the back of his hand, but rather made a deeper, longer cut on his forearm, applying the venom from both fangs. The symptoms were somewhat more pronounced than the day before, yet they still faded swiftly. Feng Yi speculated that either the venom was not particularly potent, or, as the old steward had suggested, he had developed a resistance to his own toxin. It seemed that the poison he produced could not harm him. Regardless of the reason, this realization brought Feng Yi considerable relief, alleviating the anxiety of being threatened by his own venom. On the 3rd day, he felt less restrained and directly bit into his own arm, injecting a greater quantity of venom. This time, the inflammatory response was slightly more pronounced, accompanied by notable swelling, yet there was no necrosis. In addition, Feng Yi experienced mild dizziness, blurred vision, and difficulty breathing. He promptly rose and rushed to the hospital. However, these symptoms quickly faded, and by the time he reached the hospital entrance, he felt completely fine. Feng Yi sat outside the hospital for 2 hours, growing increasingly alert. Upon inspecting the wound again, he noted that the inflammatory response had subsided, and it had scabbed over. The previously slight sensation of muscle numbness had vanished entirely. After biting himself, Feng Yi waited 3 more days without experiencing any further symptoms before checking out and leaving. It was confirmed, my poison cannot harm me. Now, not only was Feng Yi no longer concerned about being affected by his own toxin, but he also contemplated the idea of self-administering the venom daily, pondering that perhaps his resistance would only strengthen over time. With the threat nullified, Feng Yi became rather boastful, tapping his fingers against his 2 long fangs and questioning their purpose. If one refrains from intentionally inflicting harm upon oneself, there is no need to fear the minuscule amounts of venom that may inadvertently leak out. Snake venom is essentially an enzyme, with its primary component being protein. When these proteins traverse the digestive tract, they are broken down by gastric acid. Regarding dietary habits, one can indulge without reservations. As for the sale of venom, such an act is fraught with peril. Given the stringent regulations in place, the Regulatory Bureau is vigilant, and one cannot be certain that a clandestine sale would not result in a midnight visit from the authorities. Moreover, he is not an ordinary individual, yet he cannot be classified as a snake either. Who knows what type of toxin might be extracted? Should it be discovered that the venom does not qualify as snake venom, he could easily find himself branded as a terrorist. As law-abiding citizens, we must refrain from engaging in such activities. It is unnecessary to profit from this. He already possesses a substantial sum of 70 million in his account. Even without this fortune, he is capable of earning through other legitimate means, avoiding the precarious edge of illegality. Should he truly seek, it would be more prudent to contact his old steward and urge him to expedite the transfer of the inheritance left to him by his great-aunt. Having resolved this significant concern, Feng Yi is reluctant to return just yet. The past 6 days have been spent either waiting at the hospital entrance or confined to the hotel, with his nerves taut. Now, he intends to seek a place for recreation. His physical form has yet to exhibit any further evolutionary responses, and he remains uncertain of the transformations that lie ahead. Yet overthinking proves futile. Feng Yi opens his phone to search for nearby attractions. Where to go? Scenic views? No interest. Amusement parks? Uninspiring alone. Skydiving? Bungee jumping? Worth considering. As he peruses, his gaze alights upon a particular venue. The zoo? In all his years in Rome City, he has yet to visit its zoo. Following the recent period of abnormal climate, stringent protective laws have been enacted, leading to the closure of numerous zoos nationwide. However, those that remain are equipped with sufficient manpower, financial resources, management, and expertise. Many zoos are now quite prosperous, employing effective online marketing strategies that yield greater profits than governmental grants. With financial stability, they can ensure better living conditions for the animals and occasionally collaborate with research institutions and schools for educational outreach activities. This shall be his destination. Feng Yi sets his course for the zoo, eager to test his charm. Chapter 21. The Golden Python. The zoo is not overly crowded, yet it cannot be deemed deserted either. As one of the more successfully marketed zoos, Rome City Zoo boasts commendable facilities and convenient parking. Even before entering, Feng Yi can sense the vibrant atmosphere. At the entrance, several staff members clad in delightful animal costumes distribute brochures and pose for photographs with visitors. Various small shops brimming with animal-themed merchandise offer a range of snacks, beverages, and household goods, each with its own unique flair. Upon scanning his ticket to enter, Feng Yi notices a bulletin board displaying information about a recent event. Due to a recent rodent infestation in Rome City, public sentiment towards rats has reached an all-time low. Although the city is currently undergoing a thorough cleanup and the rodent population has significantly diminished, the fear of mice still lingers. Some individuals have developed psychological scars. And not only adults. Children who were frightened during the rodent crisis often burst into tears at the mere mention of the word mouse. In response, the zoo has organized a special exhibition featuring various rodent species, showcasing those with endearing appearances, such as guinea pigs, hamsters, squirrels, and chinchillas. Not all rodents are as fearsome as they seem. Feng Yi, intrigued by the promotional material for this event, made his way to the venue following the directional signs. However, upon arrival, he was met with an overwhelming crowd, predominantly parents accompanying young children, many of whom had been frightened during the rodent crisis. Faced with such a scene, Feng Yi decided against joining the throng. He scanned the area and noticed a science lecture taking place on the topic of the impact of coprophagic behavior in rodents on cognition. Feng Yi promptly decided to take his leave. Exiting the event space, he ventured to several furry animal exhibits, observing from a distance due to the large number of visitors. Following the map, he headed towards the amphibian and reptile pavilion, which he had heard was less crowded. Feng Yi initially intended to view the venomous snakes, but as he approached, he spotted a foreign tour group making their way to that very section. A middle-aged man with blonde hair was discussing something with a companion, capturing images of a snake with his phone. Curious, Feng Yi leaned in for a closer look. The subject of the photographs was the renowned silver-ringed snake, which had reportedly been quite abundant prior to the period of climate anomalies. These climatic fluctuations have severely impacted oviparous species, leading to record low hatching rates for nearly 2 decades. With embryos failing to develop and adults succumbing to various illnesses or age limitations, population numbers some species have been classified as functionally extinct due to these factors. Viviparous snakes fared somewhat better, but multiple contributing factors have also led to their drastic decline. For those who harbor a disdain for snakes, the hope for their global extinction is palpable. However, the repercussions on the ecological chain would be immense, extending beyond just a few species. Observing the foreign tour group ahead, Feng Yi dismissed his intention to visit the venomous snake section and continued deeper into the zoo. The area traversed by the aforementioned tour group led to the python exhibit, home to one of the zoo's star attractions, a golden python named Nyo. The venomous snake section primarily features native species that may not be well known or prevalent in certain countries, thus attracting the interest of the foreign visitors. Golden pythons, often reaching lengths of 6 or 7 meters abroad, are known to exist in even larger sizes. This species has a unique history, once kept as pets. They were mass-produced and sold. A debate once arose regarding whether golden pythons should be classified as wildlife. Subsequently, private, unlicensed breeding was banned. And with the introduction of strict protective laws, the regulations became even more stringent. Consequently, witnessing a golden python today is typically confined to zoos or non-private venues. At the Rongqing Zoo, the golden python, affectionately named Nyo, measures nearly 7 meters in length. Last year, an event was organized where students were invited to visit the zoo and select one or several animals to depict in a painting. The zoo would then choose 10 of these artworks to showcase in an interactive exhibition area for visitors. One student created a personified painting of a golden python named Nyonyo, which the zoo found amusing and decided to keep. Subsequently, discussions ensued between the zoo and the student's parents regarding the purchase of the copyright, leading to the production of a series of merchandise featuring the anthropomorphized golden python. While some individuals harbor a deep-seated fear of snakes, the personified representation makes them more palatable. This particular golden python enjoys a luxurious habitat within the zoo, residing in an ecologically designed forest-style mansion that meticulously simulates a suitable natural environment, complete with a pool for soaking. Daily, staff members are assigned to maintain the cleanliness of its opulent abode. Golden pythons, once kept as pets, are often bred in captivity, resulting in lower immunity and vulnerability to diseases. Compared to their wild counterparts, they are rather delicate and lack any wild populations, which would likely lead to their demise if released. When Feng Yi arrived, the large python appeared to be resting, partially concealed by the ferns on the ground. However, from Feng Yi's vantage point, he could still discern most of its head. He fixated on the prominent feature of its large nostrils. Oh wait, those aren't nostrils. They are heat-sensing pits. Feng Yi touched his own face, pondering whether he might develop a couple of dimples. Perhaps Feng Yi's intense gaze was too penetrating. Or the golden python sensed his presence, for it emerged from its corner. Feng Yi continued to observe its eyes. He had heard that snakes possess poor eyesight, relying instead on their heat-sensing pits for detection. Since snakes typically prey on warm-blooded animals, this infrared capability is nothing short of miraculous, alongside their bifurcated tongues, which capture odor molecules. Feng Yi had little interest in the forked tongue and instead mused about when he might acquire dimples. He recalled the butler's remarks about perceptions of snakes, either as food or as pets. Certainly, it could not be the former, viewing it through the lens of a pet. Feng Yi contemplated for a while. Yet, he concluded that it still paled in comparison to the charm of fluffy animals. Nevertheless, among the more fearsome serpents, the albino mutation of this species appeared relatively appealing. Feng Yi flashed a pair of sharp fangs and greeted it through the glass. Hi. The golden python promptly turned and slithered away, disappearing from view. In the backyard of its forest-style mansion, a caretaker was diligently cleaning and inspecting the equipment for any malfunctions. Temperature control and humidity levels required daily checks. While he was engaged in his duties, he noticed the golden python rushing towards him, hissing as if it had suddenly been provoked and was retreating to the backyard in a huff. Generally, this large python is known for its gentle demeanor. After spending an extended period in the zoo, it often interacts with visitors through the glass, rarely displaying any signs of irritation. Star animals are not merely ornamental. They also possess a charisma that draws attention. Indeed, the exclusive forest-style mansion is a testament to its own appeal. The keeper set down the tools in hand and stood up, intending to investigate whether another oblivious tourist had made a threatening gesture towards the creature. Chapter 22, Not for Sale. As the keeper approached, Feng Yi had already departed, leaving only a few tourists standing at a distance, seemingly puzzled as to why the golden python was nowhere to be seen. The visitors, drawn by reputation, were indeed bewildered. Despite online claims of the golden python, Nyonyo, being quite active, they had yet to catch a glimpse of her. Initially, they had hoped to capture a few photographs for their social media, but disappointment lingered instead. Upon observing the departing tourists, the keeper surmised that they did not possess the temperament to provoke Nyonyo's ire. Returning to the back area, he contemplated the situation and decided to call a colleague responsible for monitoring. Please check the footage from 2 minutes ago to see who was outside and what they were doing. The zoo takes sudden emotional fluctuations in the golden python very seriously and promptly reviewed the surveillance to ascertain the cause, hoping to prevent future occurrences. Soon, a response came from the monitoring team. 2 minutes prior, indeed, there was a young man present, alone and masked, rendering his features indistinguishable. However, he had not engaged in any alarming behavior. He merely gazed at Nyonyo for an extended period and raised his hand in a greeting. After the gesture, Nyonyo had seemingly fled in a huff. The keeper received a clip of the surveillance footage. As he watched, it confirmed the earlier report. There were no intimidating shouts or any other actions that could be misconstrued. This raised further questions. Nyonyo had appeared quite agitated, and her temper had not yet subsided. Could it have been the greeting gesture that set her off? That seemed unlikely. The keeper then proceeded to inspect the indoor facilities, finding no issues within the forest-themed enclosure. This was indeed perplexing. While the keeper continued to seek the reason behind the golden python's sudden outburst, Feng Yi had already left the serpent area to explore other reptiles. In comparison, the furry creatures were decidedly more endearing. Before departing the zoo, Feng Yi noticed a small shop featuring animal-themed merchandise, where he found a charming golden python car accessory. One particular item caught his eye, a spring crafted in the likeness of a snake, which wobbled amusingly with a gentle push. Various materials were available, including a realistic version that mimicked scales and a plush variant that, while less authentic, appeared more adorable. Feng Yi opted for the plush version. As he drove home, he watched the snake bobbing up and down in his car. After addressing matters concerning venom and fangs, he revisited the zoo, his spirits lifted, and before heading home, he indulged in a hearty meal at a restaurant. During this, he received a call from Wu Ji inquiring about the tea. "The jar you sent me last time. I took it to the shop. I had mentioned letting it sit for 2 days before drinking, but I inadvertently forgot about it. Yesterday, old Lu came into my shop boasting about his latest fishing haul, and upon seeing the jar, he found it intriguing, having never tasted the tea before. He urged me to brew a little for us to share." Wu Ji's voice brimmed with excitement. "Once I tasted it, I could tell right away. The aroma and flavor were impeccable, and best of all, it left me feeling invigorated. All my fatigue just washed away. What I mean is not the kind of stimulation from drugs, but rather a sensation akin to having blissfully soaked in a hot spring, followed by a full-body massage, and then indulging in a delightful slumber, awakening feeling invigorated and refreshed." To echo the words of Elder Lu, he likens drinking this tea to the experience of having undergone a sauna. In his youth, he relished the sauna, but now, due to various constraints, he indulges less frequently, often requiring several days of rest after fishing. After enjoying this tea yesterday, he felt rejuvenated enough to go fishing again today, even calling me to express his desire to purchase more tea. Naturally, I did not comply. I brewed some for my parents today, and after tasting it, they remarked that their backs were no longer sore, and their legs felt revitalized. Of course, that may be an exaggeration, but there was indeed a sense of relief. Feng Yi, could this be one of those clandestine, time-honored tea crafting techniques? This tea must be quite expensive, right? Is the tea maker still able to sell some? I am willing to buy. Feng Yi was taken aback, questioning whether the tea possessed such effects, as he had not noticed anything so pronounced himself. He merely felt a slight alleviation of pain and an increase in alertness. "I will inquire on your behalf. However, the likelihood of him selling is slim. I sought to purchase from him not long ago, but he declined," Feng Yi remarked. "All right, please check how much tea remains, whether it's for sale, and we can negotiate a price." Wu Ji genuinely appreciates this tea. Such exquisite tea is clearly a limited edition, and if available for purchase, it would surely be reserved for personal enjoyment rather than being sold in stores. After finishing the conversation with Wu Ji, Feng Yi sent a message to Uncle Ye, who, being unable to speak, could not respond verbally. Uncle Ye quickly replied, "Not much. Not for sale. Money is not an issue." Smug, smoking, observing those last two emojis, and recalling the first time he met Uncle Ye at Shaofeng Mountain, where he had that high-end device. Feng Yi captured a screenshot of Uncle Ye's reply and sent it to Wu Ji. "Give up hope." Wu Ji felt disheartened, but inquired, "Can you satisfy my curiosity? What is the price range of this tea?" Feng Yi relayed the question. Uncle Ye responded, "Globally limited. Priceless. To drink it is to profit." Wu Ji was resigned. However, Feng Yi had his own questions for Uncle Ye. "Uncle Ye, I am nearly out of this tea as well. A canister lasts only a month. Do you have any more?" Last time Feng Yi sought to buy, Uncle Ye's reply was to wait until it was finished. Now that he is nearly out, might he sell a box? Uncle Ye replied, "That stuff will be of no use to you after a month. It would be a waste for you to drink it." Feng Yi was taken aback. There seemed to be more to this statement. During the tea session, the intense pain had indeed gradually lessened, and he initially thought this was solely due to the tea's effects. However, Uncle Ye's words suggested that while the tea had some efficacy, there were likely other factors at play. Feng Yi then asked, "What is the lore surrounding this tea?" Uncle Ye replied, "It clears the mind and brightens the eyes, invigorates the spirit, quenches thirst, alleviates swelling and pain, and promotes metabolism, among other benefits." Sigh, isn't tea that just the usual? What else could there be? Feng Yi, Uncle Ye, tea is not some miraculous elixir. Approach it rationally. That is all for now. I must attend to other matters. Feng Yi wished to pursue further inquiries but found himself unable to do so. He carefully reread Uncle Ye's replies, pondering their meanings. A person capable of preserving ancestral homes and guarding numerous secrets is certainly no ordinary individual. Uncle Ye must be fully aware of the changes occurring within him now. After a month, there appears to be no effect. Does this imply that the tea can no longer alleviate pain? Or does it suggest that within this month, it has undergone all its evolutionary mutations and no longer needs to endure such excruciating discomfort? Uncle Ye's cryptic words left Feng Yi in a state of anxious uncertainty. Regardless of the interpretation, it is clear that 1 month represents a critical deadline, and thus, alterations must occur before its conclusion. Following the transformation of his teeth and jaw, What additional areas must he endure the pain of evolution? The mere thought of this rendered Feng Yi disinterested in frivolities outside. He promptly drove home and took the opportunity to stock up on supplies at the supermarket. In the upcoming days, he anticipated that he would need to remain at home, bracing himself against the agony of evolution. That night, Feng Yi was plagued by nightmares. Perhaps it was due to overthinking during the day or the visit to the zoo to observe the golden python. But he dreamt that a series of heat-sensitive indentations had formed on his mouth, and his tongue had bifurcated. Chapter 23. New evolutionary organs. The following day, Feng Yi awoke feeling as though he had been struck squarely in the face, his entire being in a state of disorientation. The haunting nightmares lingered in his mind. Yet before he could reflect upon them, his attention shifted entirely, leaving no room for recollection. Nightmares are but figments of imagination. Yet the pain etched upon his face was undeniably real. His nose throbbed. In fact, his entire face was in agony, with the most intense suffering emanating from his nose. Feng Yi even questioned whether he had fallen out of bed during the night, landing face first and fracturing his nasal bone, perhaps even sustaining a concussion. He felt dizzy, with a severe headache and intense soreness and swelling in his nose. His nasal passages were so congested that he could only breathe through his mouth. Initially, Feng Yi believed he had caught a cold and contemplated rummaging through his medicine cabinet for cold remedies, but as he took a few steps, he realized something was amiss. Was another organ undergoing evolution? Truly, it offered no respite for his senses. He dashed to the mirror, confronting the grotesque visage staring back at him, swollen beyond recognition, and took a deep breath through his wide-open mouth. The commotion this time was rather significant. During the previous transformations involving his teeth and venom glands, at least he could venture outside wearing a mask. Now, his face was so swollen that no mask would suffice, not even a full-face mask. The most distressing aspect was the pain. Every inch of his face ached. His head throbbed so intensely that it hindered his ability to think coherently, akin to countless drill bits incessantly boring into his mind. Thankfully, he had anticipated trouble yesterday and stocked up on supplies, allowing him to remain indoors. The joy he experienced outside yesterday was now countered by the torment he felt at home. What was this latest affliction? He raised a hand to touch his misshapen, swollen nose, only to be met with the sensation of thousands of needles piercing it all at once. Feng Yi could scarcely utter a cry of pain, his face contorted, veins bulging, and it took him a considerable time to recover. With great effort, he opened his eyes to behold the swollen visage in the mirror. Upon closer inspection, he could discern countless thick and thin vessels beneath the skin, extending from his nose to various parts of his face, a rather terrifying sight. So, this time, it was his nose? What transformation awaited him? Trembling, Feng Yi retrieved the tea that Uncle Ye had gifted him and prepared a pot. Although Uncle Ye often speaks in riddles and is perpetually busy, his assistance in this matter has proven invaluable. Initially, he contemplated chewing on tea leaves directly. However, the mere act of moving his mouth activated numerous facial nerves, and the pain became particularly pronounced during vigorous chewing. As he awaited the tea to cool, he silently recited, "Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon those destined for greatness. They must first endure hardship and toil. Surely, once the toil is complete, relief will follow." As the tea cooled sufficiently, he inserted a straw and drank deeply. The 1-month period mentioned by Uncle Ye had not yet elapsed, yet the tea exhibited some efficacy. The pain was not as excruciating as before. At last, he managed to calm himself and took a deep breath. His nose remained uncooperative, as if countless webs and roots extended from it, connecting his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and brain. This situation had become quite intricate. Feng Yi pondered, feeling a twinge of anxiety. With such a headache, the involvement of his brain raised concerns about its potential impact on his intellect. He rummaged through his memories of the information he had previously researched. If it pertained to the nose, it could very well be that peculiar phenomenon. This led him to recall the nightmare he had experienced the previous night, which remained vivid in his mind. He had fancifully imagined developing heat-sensitive pits and a forked tongue, notions that had only a tenuous connection to reality. Feng Yi decided to call the old butler. "I believe my nose may be undergoing some form of evolution, albeit with a rather extensive range of effects." The old butler responded in a calm and reassuring tone. "Is your face swollen? Do not worry. Once you endure this phase, you will return to being the charming young man you have always been. Your nose's evolution should be akin to the evolution of the forked tongue in certain species." Feng Yi mused to himself. Indeed, the forked tongue, also known as the forked olfactory organ, is a remarkably specialized feature. In snakes, the elongated forked tongue serves not as a highly sensitive taste organ, but rather as a means to collect scent particles from the air, which are then transmitted to the forked olfactory organ. This organ is connected to the olfactory nerves in the brain, enabling it to perform discerning tasks. It is said that a snake's sense of smell can surpass that of a dog by several orders of magnitude. Such formidable olfactory prowess relies on these types of organs. However, in humans, the forked olfactory organ is generally considered to be a vestigial remnant, present during fetal or early infancy, but gradually diminishing and disappearing with age, rendering it obsolete. Research on the presence of this organ in humans has long been contentious. Regardless of the debate, it is widely accepted that this organ does not exist in adults, or if it does, its presence is exceedingly weak. No one knows what might transpire with an evolved version of the forked olfactory organ in humans. Now, Feng Yi found that his vestigial organ was undergoing a resurgence, potentially evolving in a manner distinct from that of reptiles and unlike any ordinary human. As the old butler had remarked, he was treading a path of evolution that diverged from that of the common man. Will I also develop a forked tongue? Feng Yi pondered with a hint of trepidation. The composition of the olfactory organs in snakes includes the nasal cavity, the tongue, and the forked olfactory organ. These two are a matched set. If the forked olfactory organ were to develop, would the forked tongue not follow suit? Upon further reflection, the tongues of snakes often extend outwards for convenience, and the scales on their snouts feature a distinctive notch. Some serpents even exhibit lips that resemble a pouting mouth. If one were to envision this in a human context, the image would be quite unsettling, and Feng Yi shuddered at the thought. The butler chuckled softly, assuring him that it should not be a concern. Your evolutionary path diverges from that of those wild beasts, with a significantly higher level of advancement. Feng Yi felt a slight sense of relief. How long will this process persist? He inquired. With such a swollen face, it would be impossible for him to venture outside or encounter others, lest they assume he had been in a brawl and call the authorities. Yet, he could not possibly remain holed up at home, avoiding all company while enduring the pain. Surely, if he were to do so, he would drive himself to madness, wouldn't he? The old butler replied with a cheerful demeanor, not long at all. Just about 2 weeks. Feng Yi's gaze turned blank. 2 weeks. He would have to endure this pig-like visage for that duration. Of course, as long as he avoided human interaction, the appearance of his face mattered little. He would still have to endure the agony of evolution. Reluctantly, he accepted the burden. 2 weeks he could withstand. What care does this newly evolved organ require during its development? Feng Yi asked. As long as your nose remains unscathed, you shall be fine. Then, if this organ develops properly, will my sense of smell become exceptionally acute? Feng Yi queried with curiosity. If he possessed a sense of smell akin to that of a snake, would nothing be concealed from him? The butler smiled knowingly, indeed. You shall perceive a world unlike any other. A chill ran down Feng Yi's spine. Are there ghosts? The butler replied, no. It seemed the lad was not particularly bright. One could only wonder if the evolution process had affected his intellect. Chapter 24. Hyperosmia. Knowing that his tongue would not bifurcate brought a sense of ease to Feng Yi. As for the different world, it was not as though he would encounter spirits, so there was no need for trepidation. Though his face remained swollen and his nose still throbbed with pain, he reasoned that enduring it would suffice. Pain would eventually numb, and with time, one would grow accustomed to it. It was merely a matter of 2 weeks. Once he had fortified his mindset, Feng Yi regained his composure and even found the motivation to prepare a leisurely lunch, consisting of a long-missed liquid diet. He inserted a straw and slurped contentedly, feeling satisfied. As he pondered how to weather the next 2 weeks, he realized the time was neither excessively long nor overly short. Idleness was not an option. He resolved to devise a strategy for navigating the evolution of his nose. Feng Yi resumed his research, but with each inquiry, his worries deepened. The more hypotheses and theories he encountered, the greater his concern grew. Ultimately, he cast his phone and computer aside, choosing to cease his futile search. What could alleviate his worries? Only through physical training could he dispel his anxiety. However, the congestion in his nostrils made breathing somewhat uncomfortable. In addition to his research and fitness regimen, Feng Yi prepared for the challenges ahead. He would not engage in battle unprepared. Drawing from past experiences, he promptly ordered equipment after completing his research. With the evolution of his olfactory organ, he would inevitably encounter a myriad of scents. What would he do if he found the pleasant aromas of the past to be overwhelming? For instance, indole, with its distinctly olfactory characteristics, emits a floral fragrance at extremely low concentrations, but as its intensity increases, it transforms into an array of indescribable foul odors. Such a situation is hardly bearable, and one might find themselves overwhelmed by the pungent scents. Drawing from past experiences of acquiring toothbrushes and toothpaste during teething, Feng Yi decided to order various masks online, each featuring different filtration materials and functions, along with reserve masks boasting filtration efficiencies exceeding 90, 95, and 99. Yet, feeling insecure after placing the order, he further opted for a dust and toxic gas protective mask. The air is not only filled with odor molecules, but also with floating dust fibers, each carrying their own array of scents. Feng Yi could not guarantee that he would remain unscathed. Embarking on the uncharted territory of using an advanced nasal device for the first time, he felt uncertain about whether his actions were overly dramatic or a mere overreaction. But better to be prepared than to suffer the consequences of negligence. Moreover, he procured ingredients for easily prepared liquid meals from a food delivery platform. Initially believing that the pain from his teeth and jaw had subsided, he impulsively decided to indulge in food shopping, neglecting this specific need and thus facing a shortage of ingredients. After placing the order, Feng Yi donned a coat with a standing collar and a hood. With the collar raised and the hood pulled over, he mused that as long as he was swift in retrieving the delivery personnel would remain oblivious to his appearance. As for the parcels, he selected a courier service during the ordering process and requested that they be placed in the community's parcel locker, intending to collect them in the early hours when few would be around. During his time confined at home, Wu Ji and Qian Feiyang had attempted to reach out to him via phone, but he adeptly evaded them with various excuses, as he was determined not to reveal his face until the swelling had diminished. A week later, the swelling on his face had reduced somewhat, and the pain was no longer as acute as it had initially been. He could faintly discern the contours of his face, allowing him to venture outside without being mistaken for a pig. His long-blocked nostrils finally cleared, and at that moment of relief, Feng Yi inhaled deeply, only to immediately block his nostrils with a tissue. What does it feel like to have heightened olfactory sensitivity? It is akin to being bombarded by an array of indescribable and irritating scents, overwhelming his mind with a plethora of complex information that left him bewildered, even questioning whether he truly existed in the real world. Once he regained his composure, Feng Yi could only resort to plugging his nostrils, as they were still beyond his control. Much like the two uncontrollable teeth during his teething phase, he decided to pause their function. At such times, the toxic mask he had purchased proved invaluable. Although the mask itself bore an odor, it effectively blocked a significant portion of noxious gases and particles, affording his mind a much-needed respite. He realized he would need time to adapt to this change and explore whether he could selectively control his new olfactory organ. Ideally, it would remain dormant during regular intervals, for otherwise, a normal life would be unattainable. The impact was overwhelming. Standing before the mirror, he gazed at the reflection of a person wearing a breathing mask, his expression grave, as if confronting a profound life dilemma. Ultimately, he decided against going outside, uncertain whether he would be perceived as unhinged. It was neither a particularly extraordinary time, and the recent days of incessant rain had sufficiently washed away the particulate pollution, resulting in consistently good air quality. Wearing a simple mask might suffice, but donning such an exaggerated gas mask could attract attention. It's likely that he would garner at least an 80% chance of being noticed, perhaps even filmed for a brief video and shared online for discussion. Should he encounter curious passersby, they might wonder if he suffers from a respiratory ailment, requiring him to breathe only sterile air. Consequently, for the following week, Feng Yi chose to remain indoors, enduring this challenging adjustment period. His nasal evolution was incomplete, rendering it difficult to manage. However, he endeavored to discern scents, identifying objects through the molecules of aroma he detected. Fabrics, dining chairs, sofas, appliances each possessed its unique fragrance. He resolved to recognize these scents and commit them to memory. As the volume of recorded information increased, he would be less likely to be overwhelmed by the myriad of odors that could congest his mind. Discrimination and focus were essential. Until he possessed sufficient processing capability, the biological cost of rapidly switching between tasks was excessively high, leading to fatigue. Gradual adaptation and mastery were key. Transitioning from a dust mask to one with a filtration efficiency of over 99%, and then to masks rated at 95 and 90. He noted that different masks prioritized the filtration of various particles and gases. After acclimating to gaseous information, adapting to particulate data became swift. Naturally, this period imposed a tremendous burden on his brain. Aside from practicing scent recognition and controlling his new olfactory organ, he engaged in little else beyond eating and sleeping. It was exhausting. At such times, the tea provided by Uncle Yi had lost its efficacy. The month of its effectiveness had lapsed, and the tea had served its purpose. No amount of fine tea could assist Feng Yi in managing his nasal scent recognition. The swelling on his face had subsided. It still bore his features, yet felt somewhat unfamiliar. It appeared the same, but was it truly unchanged? His nose seemed as it once was, yet housed a small new olfactory organ. There were no additional dimples on his face, but there were subtle changes that remained invisible. Gazing at the overcast sky outside, Feng Yi resolved to take a stroll. During this time, although he practiced scent recognition daily and gradually deepened his control over his nose, he could navigate his home with his eyes closed. Nonetheless, these experiences were confined to the interior. He yearned to explore the different worlds spoken of by the old steward. Chapter 25. The exploration of smell. Feng Yi chose to venture out today, having consulted the weather forecast. Before stepping outside, he contemplated whether he should challenge himself by attempting to discern how many people had recently used the elevator and uncover its hidden secrets. Upon entering the elevator, he encountered a middle-aged man, likely just emerging from the kitchen after preparing fried food. The aroma of grease and spices infiltrated his mask, pricking his senses and prompting him to stifle numerous impending sneezes. This was a testament to Feng Yi's control. Otherwise, he would have detected even more. Holding his breath, he relinquished the notion of uncovering the elevator's secrets, masking his thoughts as he politely responded when the man greeted him. Living in the same building, it would be unwise to appear overly unfamiliar. In the confines of a narrow elevator, where air circulation is limited and the influx of passengers each day creates a laying of complex aromas, He chose to abandon the elevator. With so many places to explore, why confine oneself to such a space? Upon exiting the elevator, He made his way to a nearby park. At this hour, the park was sparsely populated, and with the overcast weather, it appeared quite deserted. However, for Yi, this was rather ideal. He removed his mask and breathed deeply. The recent rain had either swept away or settled the airborne pollutants, rendering the gaseous contaminants less perceptible. For someone as sensitive to scents as Yi, this environment was exceedingly welcoming. The public benches, recently painted, emanated a distinct odor that he chose to avoid, opting instead for a stone bench. This stone seat seemed frequently occupied, lacking any grime, and the cleansing rain had left it pristine. His nose detected the myriad scent molecules in the air, along with the minuscule particles suspended in the humidity. His brain adeptly discerned the origins of these aromas. After a week of focused practice, his ability to identify scent molecules had significantly improved. Although he might experience delays with more complex or erratic smells, he was still quite capable in this setting. As he sifted through the scents of flora, soil, and a faint medicinal aroma likely from the park's caretakers, he recognized that he could only name a fraction of the plant species surrounding him. Nevertheless, he had memorized a majority of their fragrances and perhaps, in time, would be able to match them with their names. If he were to close his eyes, what would the world around him reveal? Visitors, plants, birds, and benches each bore their own distinct scents. These aromas enveloped the entities, forming clusters that mirrored their shapes. The humans bore human-like scents, while the trees exuded botanical fragrances. These scent clusters morphed with the direction and strength of the wind. As the air flowed into his nostrils, it carried not only these scent molecules and particles, but also conveyed additional information. Though olfactory senses cannot pinpoint locations with precision, they are capable of perception. For instance, the swirling water vapor stirred by the breeze. Moreover, when he gazed skyward, the clouds seemed to communicate subtle hints about impending rain or sunshine, sensations he could readily grasp. A pair of tourists strolled past him, their laughter erupting in response to some unknown jest. If he were to close his eyes, he might perceive the peculiar scent clusters surrounding these two individuals, which likely contained fascinating molecular messages. Yet, He recognized that his ability to capture such information was still limited, hindering his capacity to discern accurately. He speculated that these intriguing scent molecules might be emitted during moments of heightened emotion, as different feelings released distinct molecular signatures. He lingered in the park, absorbing the world around him until nightfall beckoned him to rise and depart. A gust of wind swept by, prompting him to lift his hand and catch a drifting leaf that had floated past his head, discarding it into a nearby trash bin. Without the need for sight, he could sense the passing foliage and grasp it effortlessly. Leaving the park, He did not return home immediately. Instead, he meandered through the streets of the city. On a rainy day, the streets are not particularly crowded, yet the shops and malls remain bustling with activity. The air is imbued with a complex array of scents, making it somewhat challenging to discern them. Nevertheless, Feng Yi endeavors to identify and record these aromas. He also observes the subtle cues emitted by passers-by, each reflecting a myriad of psychological states, though his perceptions remain somewhat nebulous. Perhaps, as his evolution progresses and his senses enhance, his ability to perceive these emotionally charged molecular signals will sharpen, enabling him to glimpse the world's true essence, beyond aids of anxiety, restlessness, joy, an indifference that masked genuine psychological reactions. While expressions can be feigned, the molecular essence of emotions cannot be concealed. In the city under the cloak of night, with neon lights flickering and a tapestry of colors intermingling, Feng Yi traverses the streets, decoding the lingering scent. He envisions a person who walked their dog 10 minutes prior and a passenger who, just 5 minutes ago, awaited a bus at the station, having savored a spicy handheld pancake. By interpreting these residual scent molecules, Feng Yi perceives scenes invisible to the naked eye. Although these scenes comprise only aromatic clusters devoid of form or age, he discerns the actions they have undertaken. As he strides towards home, unmasked, he distinguishes various scent molecules and the narratives they embody. Gradually acclimating to the information overload from these intricate scents proves to be quite fascinating. Today's olfactory exploration leads him to a delicatessen, where a 5-year-old boy, clad in a dinosaur raincoat, uses the shop's large glass window as a mirror. A gust of wind blows the hood of his raincoat behind him, yet he remains oblivious. As Feng Yi passes by, he reaches up to catch a sizable droplet of rainwater that falls from above the boy's head. The child, sensing the movement, abruptly looks up, one hand instinctively covering his head, as if pondering what Feng Yi had removed from him. Feng Yi halts 3 meters away, turning back with a smile. The candy in your pocket has melted. The boy quickly covers the pocket of his raincoat with his other hand. At that moment, the boy's mother, who had been watching from inside the shop, rushes out, glancing at the departing Feng Yi with concern. Why are you covering your head? Let me see, she instructs. The boy lowers his hand, revealing nothing unusual save for a few tufts of hair ruffled by the wind. The mother inspects carefully, relieved to find no injuries or pranks, yet a lingering curiosity arises within her. What did that young man do just now? She queries, unable to discern his features, but estimating him to be relatively youthful. The child, eyes wide with wonder, mimics a swift sweeping motion. He did this, whoosh. And then he told me my candy had melted. It really has. It's all sticky on my clothes. How did he know? Does he have X-ray vision? I've told you countless times that kind of candy melts easily. Don't hide it in your pocket. We'll discuss that later. And what else did he say? Then he just walked away. Have you encountered him before? Yes. The little boy seemed to recall something and leaped with excitement. Where? In your phone. Nonsense. I don't have anything like that on my phone. You do. Last time, you mentioned how stunning that snake spirit character was. Chapter 26. I have struggled so hard to evolve. Feng Yi had no idea that a fan had saved a photo of the snake spirit character from the only drama he had ever acted in on their. He believed he had faded into obscurity with little to no presence online, thinking no one remembered him. However, that statement is not entirely accurate. There is still some traffic online, albeit on a global scale. Yet that traffic pertains to the Snake Brother incident involving the Xiaoqing Long of Yuashan, which has no relation to Feng Yi. He had no intention of entering the entertainment industry, nor did he rely on online popularity for sustenance. And he did not actively engage in online activities. After unlocking the hypersensitive olfactory skill, Feng Yi embarked on daily scent exploration tasks, mastering and learning to utilize this ability. He had to control his olfactory organs to prevent them from indiscriminately analyzing every scent molecule, which would disrupt his cognitive processes. Nevertheless, this newfound ability genuinely bestowed upon him the sensation of opening a door to a new world, and this was merely the beginning of his evolution. The world would unveil even more unknown aspects to him in the future. Quite intriguing indeed. Of course, aside from familiarizing himself with the use of his sense of smell, Feng Yi did not forget his previous plans. Once his face had fully depuffed and exhibited no abnormal symptoms, he commenced his regimen to enhance his resistance to toxins. Occasionally, he would bite his thumb, or sometimes his arm, performing a daily ritual of self-toxification. He wondered if this might accelerate his evolution somehow. Unease tea had completely lost its efficacy. Even its invigorating effects had diminished significantly, rendering it merely a beverage for taste. Thus, Feng Yi ceased purchasing tea from Unease, as he had already concluded that consuming this tea was a sheer waste. Whether his evolution had accelerated, Feng Yi could not ascertain. However, he no longer needed to apply mosquito repellent when going outdoors, as mosquitoes would starve rather than feed on his blood. When he returned from Xiaofeng Mountain, the mosquitoes had not been particularly active at that time, avoiding him, but as the weather warmed, they seemed emboldened, relentless in their pursuit. Now, it was a different story. Not a single mosquito could be seen within 3 steps. One day, after venturing out to explore a different world, Feng Yi wandered into Wu Ji's shop upon returning to the community. Having not appeared for some time, Wu Ji was quite surprised to see Feng Yi. After sizing him up, Wu Ji inquired, "Have you gained some weight? Your face seems rounder." Feng Yi touched the toxin gland area on the side of his face and replied, Yes, I've been eating more lately. After the swelling of his face subsided, the area around the toxin glands had tightened considerably, though it was not readily apparent. Only those familiar with him would notice the change. Wu Ji was quite pleased. You used to say you wanted to break into the entertainment industry, to act, the camera adds pounds. Controlling your diet and consuming so little while exercising made you appear rather thin for an ordinary person. This way is much better. Life can be lived freely. And you can eat whatever you desire. Feng Yi nodded. Indeed, my appetite has increased a bit. You look much healthier now. Your entire demeanor has transformed. Let us arrange a time this week to go out for hot pot with Qian Feiyang. A newly opened self-service hot pot restaurant has received favorable reviews. Let us go and give it a try, Wu Ji suggested. Oh, by the way, I have hired a pastry chef at my shop. And the tea cakes he made today are quite delightful. I shall select a box for you. Thus, as Feng Yi made his way home, he found himself holding a box of freshly baked tea cakes. He pondered that although he had already dined out, the aroma of these cakes was irresistible, and he might as well indulge in them for a late-night snack. The more he thought about it, the hungrier he became, prompting him to quicken his pace. Just as he approached his apartment building, someone suddenly emerged from the side and blocked his path. I recognized your silhouette. I was right, the person exclaimed. Feng Yi looked at the two individuals before him. One he recognized as Hu Yi from Building 5, Apartment 2102, who had previously sought his assistance in catching a mouse. The other person, resembling Hu Yi, was presumably his brother. Is there something you need? Feng Yi inquired. Well, indeed, there is a matter for which we seek your help. Hu Yi admitted. I am not a pest control service, and I do not catch mice. Feng Yi interrupted, reiterating what he had stated previously. Ahem. It is simply that we have exhausted our options, Hu Yi replied sheepishly, rubbing his hands together. I had no choice but to come to you. Shall we find a place to sit and discuss this? No need. Just state your business right now. I still maintain that you should not seek me for pest control issues, Feng Yi resolutely declined. Hu Yi glanced at his brother, who returned a distressed look. With a resigned sigh, Hu Yi continued, We, too, have found ourselves at a loss. That mouse is exceedingly difficult to catch. You must contact a pest control company. They are the professionals in this field. There is no need to wait in line anymore. You can reach out to them online at any time. Feng Yi advised as he attempted to walk away. Hu Yi and his brother hurriedly pursued him. His brother whispered, We have already tried 2 pest control companies, and they were unable to resolve the issue. The boss is both furious and anxious. Hu Yi insists that only you can help. Feng Yi laughed at this assertion. Me? What gives you such confidence? With so many pest control companies available, if 2 cannot succeed, keep searching. There are plenty of experts out there. During the rodent crisis, pest control companies even live-stream their operations, and their edited videos garner immense likes and shares. If they cannot resolve the matter, what can I possibly do? Do you believe I am more capable than they are? With each step Feng Yi took, the 2 followed closely behind. This is urgent. The top pest control companies require at least 3 days of waiting, but we cannot afford that. The warehouse must undergo inspection tomorrow afternoon. And that mouse poses a threat to the company's reputation. Hu Yi added, Indeed, time is of the essence. If we had the luxury of waiting, we would simply seal the warehouse and allow it to starve inside. His brother, concerned that Feng Yi might misconstrue their intentions, clarified. Our company's warehouse is typically managed very strictly. It was merely during the early morning loading that it slipped in. We have had someone guarding the warehouse all day to prevent it from accessing the goods. We have all tried various methods to eliminate the mouse, but to no avail. Hu Yi insisted, even if we cannot catch it, we would never hold you responsible. It is just 1 mouse, and the price is negotiable. We implore you. With that, he clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. Seeing this, his brother followed suit. Feng Yi felt exasperated by their relentless pursuit. After struggling with 2 pest control companies that failed to resolve the issue, it became evident that the situation was far more complex than what Hu Yi and his companion had made it seem. Feng Yi, aware of his own limitations, pondered the absurdity of assuming he could succeed where an entire team had faltered. Was it merely due to his handsome appearance? If urgency dictated, perhaps he should consider offering a higher remuneration to the top-tier pest control firms and engage in further discussions. Surely, they couldn't all refuse him. After all, pest control companies operate on business principles, and if he were to approach them, it would be in a manner befitting a businessman. Furthermore, he had endured considerable hardships in his evolution. It was not for the sake of capturing rodents. Feng Yi gazed at the duo before him, resolved to demonstrate what it meant to demand exorbitant prices, what it meant to open one's mouth like a lion. 10,000 per rodent. No negotiations. He declared. Deal. They exclaimed in unison. Feng Yi was taken aback. Chapter 27. Give me 10 minutes. Is the pest control business experiencing such a drastic price increase? Just a short while ago, during the peak of the rodent infestation, the rates were not this high. Feng Yi checked the current prices in the pest control industry on his phone. Standard rodent removal services could be charged per rodent or by the number of visits. The typical rate per rodent ranged from 50 to 100, while those requiring a more sophisticated approach or higher-grade services could cost several hundred to 1,000. Although prices surged during the rodent crisis, they had since decreased with the passing of the emergency. A demand of 10,000 per rodent surely indicated an extreme infestation scenario. As he observed the duo's eager stares, Feng Yi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he suggested they discuss matters upstairs. Sensing that certain details were perhaps too sensitive to be aired publicly, given Hui's brother's reaction. Gratefully, Hui's brother expressed, "Thank you. We truly appreciate it." Once home, Feng Yi handed each of them a bottle of mineral water and gestured for them to speak. "What type of warehouse are we talking about, and what size are the rodents? This must justify such a price," he inquired. After moistening his throat, Hui's brother, his expression troubled, explained, "It's just an ordinary warehouse, but the goods inside are rather special." He elaborated on the challenges at hand. The warehouse, comparable in size to 2 basketball courts, was filled with valuable items primarily used for experiments and testing. Some items required protection from light, and although they were packaged, there were instances when the clients insisted on opening the boxes for inspection, leading to potential scrutiny of even the most precious reagents. Consequently, the windows were treated to prevent direct sunlight, and the interior remained dimly lit, with lights only activated when necessary. During the previous rodent crisis, a mouse had infiltrated the warehouse, prompting the owner to hire pest control services that employed the latest deterrent tools. Ultimately, the mouse remained unfazed and, in its frenzy, caused chaos by knocking a reagent kit off the shelf. The contents of the kit were delicate, requiring gentle handling to avoid severe shaking or impact. Thus, the kit was rendered entirely worthless after falling to the ground. Each kit cost 800. Hui's brother recalled the furious countenance of the owner upon witnessing the fallen kit. Although protective barriers had been installed on the shelves, they had recently been retracted to facilitate the movement of robotic transporters due to the frequency of transactions. The purpose of a warehouse is to categorize, store, and facilitate the dispatch of goods, lacking the meticulous arrangement and protective glass commonly found in retail establishments. The current shipment is particularly expensive, with some boxes priced at 8,000 each. Although protective measures have been implemented on the outer packaging, there remains a concern regarding rodents gnawing at the boxes, which could lead to significant losses. Feng Yi comprehended this well. The essence of the matter is that the goods are not only costly, but also unique, rendering many rodent control tools ineffective, thus leaving pest control companies in a predicament. With restrictions on both tools and goods, and the occasional interference from transport robots, they are hesitant to act freely. Any inadvertent bump or scrape could result in personal injury, but more critically, a fallen box from the shelf might incur substantial financial liabilities. Hence, who would willingly undertake such a task? Spending so much time and anxious toil over this matter would be better spent on securing additional orders. The warehouse owner, seeking to engage top-tier pest control companies, would likely face deliberation on whether the contract is worthwhile, even if they ultimately agree to take on the job. The warehouse owner cannot afford to wait indefinitely. From this perspective, if extermination could be achieved for 10,000 yuan, the owner would certainly be willing to pay. Of course, that price pertains to capturing a rodent. There would be a fee for unsuccessful attempts, albeit at a significantly lower rate. Feng Yi reviewed his expenditures for the month. Lacking employment and income, though his bank account still held 70 million untouched, a sense of urgency loomed large. If a simple capture of a single mouse could yield 10,000 yuan, making the effort would not be out of the question. It would also serve as an opportunity to hone his sense of smell. Just one? Feng Yi inquired. Yes, indeed. Just one. It's hiding in the warehouse. Hui replied. His motivation to seek out Feng Yi stemmed from hearing his brother's complaints. Feng Yi's prowess in rodent capture was swift and straightforward, a stark contrast to those who toil for hours without success. Feng Yi, however, did not respond immediately. Instead, he continued to question, "What is the layout of the warehouse? Describe it to me." Hui's brother provided a simple sketch on paper, detailing the arrangement of light and medium shelves, with only a single row of heavy shelves located nearby. This information was not confidential. It was shared to facilitate the rodent capture efforts, and clarity was beneficial. After gaining a general understanding of the warehouse's layout, Feng Yi inquired about the relevant facilities within. Hui's brother succinctly shared additional details. Feng Yi sketched a rough outline of the layout in his notebook and double-checked. Is this all? Hui's brother nodded affirmatively, confirming that the situation was accurately depicted. Feng Yi mused to himself. It doesn't seem overly challenging. He searched for the address provided by Hu Yi's brother. The drive would take about an hour. Checking the time, he noted it was 7:50. All right, give me 10 minutes, and we shall depart promptly at 8. No? Oh, all right, thank you. I appreciate your efforts. Hu Yi's brother expressed gratitude, believing Feng Yi's 10 minutes were meant for selecting various rodent-catching tools in preparation for nighttime extermination, which might pose greater challenges. However, the two brothers, Hu Yi, stared blankly at Feng Yi, who was indulging in a midnight snack, devouring one tea cake after another, and in the blink of an eye, had consumed nearly half a bottle of water. Would you like some? Feng Yi inquired. No, thank you, the brothers replied, shaking their heads. Feng Yi continued his feast, while Hu Yi's elder brother observed as Feng Yi finished the entire box of tea cakes, rinsed his mouth, changed into sportswear, then slung a moderately sized backpack over his shoulder and carried a long box in hand as he stepped out the door. It was exactly 8 o'clock in the evening. Is it really going to be this straightforward? Hu Yi's elder brother asked. What else should we do? Is there a process to follow? Feng Yi retorted. No, that is not what I meant. I just noticed you only brought a long box. Hu Yi's elder brother subtly reminded him, if you need any additional tools, do let us know, and I can arrange for someone to prepare them. This is sufficient. I wouldn't know how to use any other tools. Hu Yi's elder brother was momentarily taken aback, finally grasping that Feng Yi was not referring to professional pest control. It makes no sense. How can one be considered professional without knowing how to use the proper tools? Hu Yi's elder brother contemplated saying more, but was nudged by Hu Yi, causing him to retract his words. Realizing that catching mice at this hour might consume considerable time, he suggested, let me book a hotel after catching the mice. We can rest there to avoid fatigue while driving. Why book a hotel? Let us make it quick. I'll return to sleep after we're done. Feng Yi urged. Chapter 28. 1 minute Hu Yi's elder brother drove ahead, with Feng Yi following closely. It was unclear what the two discussed in the car. But when they arrived at the location, Hu Yi's elder brother looked at Feng Yi with a glimmer of anticipation. Feng Yi paid no heed to this and focused on the row of warehouses in the distance, one of which was his target for the night. As they arrived, a vehicle was just departing, and the emblem on it indicated it belonged to another pest control company. Please wait a moment, Hu Yi's elder brother said, heading towards the lounge to seek out the warehouse owner. Boss, has it been resolved? Not yet. The warehouse owner's face was etched with concern, revealing additional creases. Have the people you called arrived? Yes, my brother and I finally managed to bring someone over. We agreed on 10,000 for one. That is fine. As long as they can catch them, I'll transfer the money immediately. The warehouse owner, whose throat had been parched all day, coughed with excitement. He hadn't had much rest, juggling shipping tasks and contacting pest control companies, and now that he finally sat down, he was already pondering what to do if the problem remained unresolved tomorrow. If the mice infiltrated the warehouse and the issue was not addressed promptly, buyers would undoubtedly question the integrity of the goods dispatched by their company. Where are the people you hired? The owner inquired. They're outside. Hu Yi's elder brother replied, peering out to see Feng Yi already approaching the warehouse. The owner initially intended to rise and check, but thought better of it and sat back down, pulling out a tablet to access the surveillance footage of the warehouse interior and exterior. After a long day, his age weighed heavily on him. They're quite young, the owner remarked while observing the footage on the tablet, harboring little hope. After a day filled with disappointment, watching team after team from pest control companies come and go, he couldn't muster much confidence in Feng Yi, who was tackling this challenge alone and was not even a professional in pest control. However, an additional person provides an extra strength. Even if we fail to capture the target, any valuable solutions offered would still hold merit. With this thought in mind, the boss remarked, let someone escort him inside. Have we signed the agreement? He must be informed about the compensation for any damage to goods during the rodent extermination process. He is not from the extermination company. The preparations made earlier are of no use. However, I have already discussed the matter of compensation for damaged goods with him. Should we draft a supplementary agreement? Hu Yi's brother inquired. The boss exhaled, prioritizing the extermination above all. Keep a watchful eye. Hu Yi's brother then asked, is it possible to briefly turn on the lights inside? At most for an hour, but we must stagger the timing based on the arrangements for moving the goods. We can temporarily illuminate the area, but it cannot remain lit for several hours. The warehouse is currently busy with the transfer of goods. Alternatively, we could wait 3 hours before entering. Let us finish dispatching those items that require darkness, and then we can turn on the lights. There is no other option. A pest control company visited earlier to assess the situation and indicated they would return tomorrow during the day. I was instructed to clear an hour in the morning for a halt in shipments, the boss explained. Hu Yi's brother relayed the boss's words to Feng Yi. There is no need to turn on the lights, Feng Yi stated, observing the bustling warehouse. At this hour, the cargo robots were constantly in motion, with human assistance merely supplementary, while the tasks were predominantly managed by the freight robots. The interior of the warehouse was indeed rather dim. The lights were kept at a suitable brightness, with occasional individuals entering to take inventory and promptly exiting. For an ordinary person, the atmosphere felt distinctly dark. As Feng Yi approached the warehouse, he paused, his brow furrowed. Noticing Feng Yi halt at the entrance, Hui's brother expressed concern to Hui beside him. Why isn't he going in? Surely he doesn't intend to back out at the last moment? Hui, uncertain, replied. He shouldn't, right? The situation inside the warehouse is considerably complex. I cannot discern what lies within, only observing the bustling freight robots at the entrance. Feng Yi stood at the warehouse entrance for a moment. The overwhelming sense of various chemical reagents and experimental materials caused a slight dizziness. These were not aromas familiar to him from his recent practice in controlling his sense of smell, leaving his mind momentarily unable to process the information. In pursuit of the scent emitted by his prey, Feng Yi had refrained from wearing a mask. Once the odors of the reagents had dissipated, he finally caught the scent of the hidden prey within the warehouse. Donning gloves, he opened the box, grasping the long-handled clamp as he ventured inside. Meanwhile, the warehouse owner, monitoring the situation via surveillance, was left bewildered. Is this all he relies on? What about the rodent-catching nets, night vision goggles, adhesive traps, and other necessary tools? The warehouse owner picked up the intercom, summoning a few individuals to follow and keep watch. The value of the goods inside the warehouse was too high. It was indeed disconcerting to entrust someone like Feng Yi with such responsibility. Initially, he had intended to pay a premium to expedite the arrival of that renowned expert in adhesive traps. That individual was truly remarkable and had garnered significant attention online. The method involved merely placing a few adhesive traps and waiting. It was said that, to date, every time he intervened, no mouse had managed to escape his adhesive array. The more the mice struggled, the more they became ensnared, thus preventing them from jumping elsewhere and contaminating the goods. He was, without a doubt, the most formidable rodent exterminator Feng Yi had ever encountered. It is indeed difficult to secure an appointment. He was unable to schedule one today. At the warehouse, following the boss's orders, 3 employees accompanied Feng Yi inside. One of the employees remarked, "We have come to assist." Feng Yi gestured dismissively. "Step back and do not interfere." The 3 employees exchanged glances, deciding not to follow closely, but rather to observe from the opposite end of the shelves. The warehouse was meticulously arranged to facilitate the movement of cargo robots, allowing visibility from one end to the other, ensuring that whatever Feng Yi did remained within their sight. As long as he remained in their line of vision, they had little to worry about. They could promptly handle any fallen goods, even in the event of blind spots. Surveillance cameras were present throughout the warehouse. Feng Yi was aware of their thoughts but chose to ignore them. A glance around the warehouse confirmed that its layout was indeed as his brother, Hui, had described. As a cargo robot approached, one employee prepared to give a warning, but Feng Yi had already maneuvered around, deftly avoiding the adjacent shelves. Following the scent, he ventured deeper into the warehouse, though to the onlookers, it appeared quite different. The warehouse owner, monitoring the surveillance, observed Feng Yi enter without hesitation, as if he possessed a clear objective. Suddenly, he pivoted, stepping into the aisle between 2 rows of shelves. Upon noticing the shelf numbers, the warehouse owner felt a surge of anxiety and hurried to follow. That area contained crucial reagent kits, valued at several thousand each. While entire boxes were manageable, the shelves also held unpackaged individual boxes. If even one were to fall, he would be distraught. Before he could utter a warning, Feng Yi's arm flickered, and he deftly extracted a mouse from the shelf. His unfinished sentence felt as though it had been abruptly choked in his throat. Rubbing his eyes, the warehouse owner rewound the surveillance footage slightly, adjusting the playback speed to 50. The normal speed was 100, while anything above indicated acceleration and below indicated deceleration. Speed 50 played the footage at half the normal pace. After contemplating, the warehouse owner adjusted it again to speed 30, replaying the earlier scene. Then, he rewound once more, setting the speed to 10. What had transpired in that moment? How had the mouse appeared in the trap with just a blink? Inside the warehouse, the 3 employees, having received orders to prevent Feng Yi from proceeding further, stood in stunned silence, as though they had just witnessed an alien spacecraft land before them. Overwhelmed and perplexed by this extraordinary occurrence, they were at a loss for how to react. It was only after Feng Yi left, clutching the mouse, that they regained their senses and remembered to inspect the valuable items on the shelves. The goods remained intact and neatly arranged. Outside the warehouse, Hui and his brother anxiously awaited. After Feng Yi entered, Hui glanced at the time on his phone, exchanged a few words with his brother, and was about to fetch a chair to sit and wait when he saw Feng Yi emerge with the mouse in his grip. Checking his phone again, he noted that less than a minute had passed since Feng Yi entered. "What about the mousetrap?" Feng Yi inquired. Hu Yi's brother continued to stare intently at the mouse in the long-handled trap, as if studying whether it was real or merely an illusion. Astonished by how effortlessly it had been caught, Hu Yi vigorously patted his brother, the rat-catching bag. "Huh. Oh, here." Hu Yi's brother retracted his gaze to fetch the bag for the captured mice. Feng Yi tossed the caught mice into the rat-catching bag. Just as Hu Yi's brother was about to speak, he heard Feng Yi say, "As an added service, there is mouse droppings on the middle shelf of the third rack. Remember to handle that." Oh. Hu Yi's brother mechanically nodded, quickly informing the warehouse personnel to inspect it. Feng Yi disinfected the long-handled trap, placed it back in the box, locked it, and lifted the box. "I have sent the bank card account information to Hu Yi's phone. I hope to see the transaction details once I get home." With that, Feng Yi drove away. Having overexerted his brain today, he decided to rest early to avoid affecting his intellect. Meanwhile, the astonished warehouse owner remained seated in the lounge, replaying the surveillance video in slow motion. Chapter 29 initially. The warehouse owner stared at the surveillance video, his eyes growing dry, yet his face was filled with astonishment, his heart captivated by the marvel. Upon witnessing that moment, his first reaction was to think it was a magician attempting to dupe him. It was only after slowing the footage to 10 times, then 20 times, and observing from multiple angles that the clarity of that instant emerged. Remarkable. As swift as lightning. A precise kill. It was his first encounter with someone using such a method to trap mice. Of course, while speed was impressive, the most astonishing aspect was the ability to accurately judge the position of the mice, entering the warehouse without a moment's hesitation, directly approaching with the long-handled trap, and capturing them. Truly a master of a high caliber. All those sticky traps and high-tech pest deterrents paled in comparison. After realizing that over 20 minutes had passed, the warehouse owner hurried out of the lounge, glancing around, yet finding no one. Where had they gone? Where was the master trapper? Hu Yi's brother pointed in the direction Feng Yi had departed, already having driven away. The warehouse owner cast a displeased glance. Why did we let him leave so abruptly? At this hour, we should have invited him to dinner and arranged a hotel room for him to rest properly, Hu Yi's brother explained. He said he wanted to go home to sleep. The warehouse owner was about to say more, but recalling that Feng Yi was invited by Hu Yi's brother, he said, "Come with me. Let us discuss how to find this person." "Yes, boss." "Oh." He also mentioned before leaving that there were mouse droppings on a shelf, and I've already had someone clean it up. He was remarkably accurate, Hu Yi's brother reminded. Also, boss, he mentioned wanting to see the transfer details when he got home. The warehouse owner slapped his forehead, almost forgetting. "Give it. Transfer 15,000 directly. The extra 5,000 is a bonus gift." Firstly, he was indeed astonished by Feng Yi's trapping technique. Secondly, he considered that with the frequent rodent infestations, and even without them, the number of mice was significant. Should the next incident occur, with millions in goods stored in the warehouse, he would certainly seek out this individual. Safety. Efficiency. Moreover, he believed that Feng Yi's lack of notoriety was due to his limited connections and channels. Listening to Hu Yi and his brother, it seems that Feng Yi was initially reluctant to accept this task. The warehouse owner thought that by offering an additional 5,000, they could establish a familiarity. The warehouse owner believed that offering an additional 5,000 would serve as a means to establish rapport, making future negotiations more favorable. Once the issue was resolved, he canceled the appointments with other pest control companies and summoned Hu Yi and his brother to discuss Feng Yi further. Meanwhile, after Feng Yi returned home, he canceled appointments with other pest control companies and summoned Hu Yi and his companion to discuss Feng Yi further. Meanwhile, after returning home, the sheer volume of sensory information he had absorbed that day left him fatigued and dizzy. One of the reasons he rushed home was the complex and pungent smells that had engulfed him. Reflecting on his gains from the day, Feng Yi checked his messages and discovered a payment of 15,000 had been credited to his account. Raising an eyebrow, he scrolled through his notifications and found a message from Hu Yi, indicating that the owner was particularly pleased with his efficiency and had provided an additional 5,000. Informing him that the owner was particularly pleased with his efficiency and had thus rewarded him with an additional 5,000. A smile crept onto Feng Yi's face. It was certainly affirming to hear that his efficiency was appreciated, and the owner's willingness to pay such a sum was intriguing. While he could surmise some of the owner's thoughts, he was not inclined to delve deeper into speculation. He browsed online to compare the pricing of various pest control companies. Some charged as much as 11,000 for specific urgent situations or challenging extermination tasks. Feng Yi pondered, stroking his chin. Evolution is aimed at better survival. Earning 10,000 for a 2-hour outing seemed quite feasible, especially since the majority of that time was spent traveling rather than actively working. It felt relatively effortless. In fact, especially since 99% of that time was spent traveling, with minimal hands-on work involved. It felt rather effortless. He thought this could be developed into a part-time venture. He would see a large advertisement featuring him grinning foolishly while holding a hot pot. Was he embarrassed? Absolutely not. What was wrong with earning a living by catching a rodent? He would see a large promotional photo of himself grinning foolishly while holding a hot pot. Was he embarrassed? Not at all. What was wrong with catching a few mice part-time? It was all about making a living through one's skills. With this thought, he drifted into a pleasant reverie, free from mental burdens, and slept exceptionally well that night. The following day, after yet another exploration of a different world, Feng Yi returned to his community as dusk settled. Trying out new products? Feng Yi inquired. Indeed, Wu Ji replied. He could smell the enticing aroma wafting from the store. Upon entering, he found Wu Ji slumped over the counter, looking despondently at his phone. Selling them in the shop would surely be profitable. Why do you appear so burdened? Wu Ji lamented. My father insists that the names of these pastries sound quite rustic. Give them a try. Feng Yi took one, sampled it, and remarked, this tastes quite good. Selling these in the shop would surely be profitable. Why do you look so troubled then? I'm pondering names for them, Wu Ji lamented. My father insists that the names of these snacks sound rather rustic. He is well aware that in today's world, presentation and sophistication are paramount. The appeal of color, aroma, taste, and form must also be enhanced by a name to boost competitiveness. By the way, my mother has procured a batch of exceptionally well-raised eels, claiming they would be delightful when stir-fried. I've set aside some for you and Qian Feiyong, so when you return, please collect it from the 5th floor. Feng Yi expressed his gratitude and ordered a selection of pastries in various flavors. Before heading home, he made a trip to the 5th floor, where Wu Ji's mother had packed some eels in a small bucket for him to carry upstairs. However, before Feng Yi departed, she inquired with concern, can you kill them? Feng Yi hesitated and shook his head, admitting he had never done it before. Do you know how to cook them? She asked. I can manage simple dishes, he replied, shaking his head again, but I've only eaten them. All right, take them upstairs. Whenever you wish to eat, just let me or your uncle Wu know, and we can assist you. However, you might want to try it yourself first. There's an abundance of resources online, including instructional videos. Feng Yi nodded in thanks. Carrying the bucket home, he gazed at the eels within and searched for instructional videos on his phone. How does one kill these? The internet, indeed, had everything guides on how to kill and prepare eels, complete with simplified steps for novices. The steps appeared straightforward. After a single viewing, he felt confident he could proceed methodically. Feng Yi selected a robust eel and brandished a knife. What was the first step again? After contemplating for a while, he made a small incision on the eel, causing it to writhe and release 2 drops of venom. Chapter 30. Such potency. After a single viewing, he felt confident he could proceed methodically. Feng Yi selected a robust eel and brandished a knife. What was the first step again? I had not yet proceeded to test its toxicity further when my swollen face compelled me to remain at home. While contemplating how to dispatch the eel, an idea struck Feng Yi. Why not test the venom from his own fangs for toxicity? Moments later, the eel writhed a few times before becoming still. I had not yet proceeded to test its toxicity further when my swollen face compelled me to remain at home. While contemplating how to dispatch the eel, an idea struck Feng Yi. Why not test the venom from his own fangs for toxicity? Moments later, the eel writhed a few times before becoming still. Is it this toxic? I possess such venom. He prodded it with the knife, but the eel remained unresponsive. In deep contemplation, he resolved to exercise caution and avoid causing harm to others. After contemplating this, Feng Yi refocused on the instructional video on his phone and continued with the subsequent steps, deboning and cleaning, albeit somewhat clumsily. As he progressed, the task of cutting into strips inadvertently turned into chopping into segments. Very well, I shall prepare a simple home-style stir-fried eel dish. Assessing the ingredients available at home, Feng Yi opted for the simplest recipe. In a flurry of activity, perspiration beading on his forehead, he toiled for a while before finally completing the dish. During the period of toothache and facial swelling, his cooking had resorted to the simplest methods, or he had relied on pre-prepared ingredients from the supermarket. Feng Yi opted for the simplest recipe. In a flurry of activity, perspiration beading on his forehead, he toiled for a while before finally completing the dish. During the period of toothache and facial swelling, his cooking had resorted to the simplest methods, or he had relied on pre-prepared ingredients from the supermarket, merely to replenish energy quickly, the taste being secondary. Now, faced with these untried ingredients, he found it challenging to execute. As I grasp a slice with my chopsticks and savor it, I find it utterly unpalatable. Surely, The issue lies within the venom. Despite its unpleasant taste, one ought not to demand too much. The aroma is rather peculiar. Why do such delightful spices amalgamate to produce such an odd scent? Feng Yi resolved to seek the assistance of Wu Ji's parents, for such waste would be excessive. The following day, Feng Yi refrained from venturing into the extraordinary world outside. Feng Yi persevered and finished the dish, unwilling to waste the fruits of his labor. Afterward, he ordered takeout via his phone. As for the leftover eels in the bucket, and various fish appeared lively enough. At this hour, the area was bustling with activity, and Feng Yi found himself overwhelmed by a cacophony of scents that his mask could not entirely mitigate. After acclimatizing, he began to observe the patrons selecting fish, and various fish appeared lively enough. At this hour, the area was bustling with activity, and Feng Yi found himself overwhelmed by a cacophony of scents that his mask could not entirely mitigate. After acclimatizing, he began to observe the patrons selecting fish, determined to ensure that what he purchased was indeed alive and not deceased upon his return. During his earlier observations, he had not gleaned the method for selecting fish. Certain species are inherently lethargic, and it is difficult for the untrained eye to discern which are more vigorous. However, after circling the seafood counter twice, Feng Yi discovered a technique. Those that exhibited evasive behavior when he approached, particularly those that darted away swiftly, were indeed the most spirited. Conversely, those that reacted sluggishly or displayed no attempt to evade were dubious at best. As he ambled along the counter, fixating on the fish, he soon identified a suitable candidate, a large grass carp, as one of the 4 major types of fish. Grass carp is a popular choice for dishes such as braised fish chunks, boiled fish, and glutinous rice fish. Feng Yi requested assistance from the staff to retrieve the fish. He soon identified a suitable candidate, a large grass carp, as one of the 4 major types of fish. Grass carp is a popular choice for dishes such as braised fish chunks, boiled fish, and glutinous rice fish. Feng Yi requested assistance from the staff to retrieve the fish. He discovered it was a group of black fish, known for their fierce temperament yet delightful flavor when prepared as a dish, depending on customer preferences. While the staff weighed and packaged his selection, Feng Yi heard a commotion emanating from a nearby tank. Upon investigation, he discovered it was a group of black fish, known for their fierce temperament yet delightful flavor when prepared as a dish. The earlier ruckus was due to the black fish fighting. Had it not been for the glass enclosure, splashes would have soared far and wide. Excuse me. They did not endure for much longer. Feng Yi elevated the toxicity level of his venom, reassessing his initial ratings. In hindsight, a large grass carp and 2 black fish became his new culinary conquests. These 3 far surpassed the single eel in size, yet under the influence of the venom, they did not endure for much longer. Feng Yi elevated the toxicity level of his venom, reassessing his initial ratings. In hindsight, what he had previously deemed acceptable now seemed at least inadequate. Of course, this was a conservative evaluation. He had only tested fish and not mammals. He contemplated carrying a long-handled clamp on future excursions, should he encounter a large rat to experiment with. After a meal that was far from delightful, Feng Yi gazed at the fish bones left on his plate, letting out a sigh. The venom remained potent, necessitating proper precautions. Until he achieved adept control, Feng Yi resolved to wear a mask whenever he ventured outside. Otherwise, should he encounter a mishap that caused a few drops of venom to escape, he applied pressure to his venom glands, effortlessly expelling the venom. However, this was not an ideal solution. While it had become quite easy to expel the venom, rather than remaining passive, once adequately nourished, Feng Yi retrieved a bowl, positioning it beneath his elongated fangs. With both hands cradling his chin, Feng Yi scoured the internet for various facial muscle exercises, selecting those most suitable for his needs and practicing diligently. Moreover, during the process of expelling venom, he also honed his control over the venom glands and adjacent muscles, which resulted in the daily waste of nearly half a bowl of venom. Uncertain of the venom's toxicity, Feng Yi hesitated to dispose of it directly. After heating the venom to denature its toxic proteins, he tested it with a yellow eel, ensuring it posed minimal danger before finally flushing it away. After 5 or 6 days of practice, he was unsure if he was still in the evolutionary phase, but the changes were quite apparent. The plumpness he had experienced upon evolving the venom glands had subsided. Compared to his initial appearance, his facial contours were now sharper, exuding a newfound robustness. When he again applied pressure with his hands to the venom glands, it was no longer as effortless to expel the venom, but the changes were quite apparent. The plumpness he had experienced upon evolving the venom glands had subsided. Compared to his initial appearance, his facial contours were now sharper. The appearance of his face was secondary to ensuring the venom glands remained under control, as long as he willed it. As long as he maintained control over the glands, he could prevent accidental harm to those around him, significantly elevating his safety level. Feng Yi felt immense satisfaction. Chapter 31. Dignity. Feng Yi aimed to firmly control his venom glands through a dual approach. First, he sought to prevent the glands from storing venom. Modern appliances emphasize instant heating, and his venom glands needed to be equally instantaneous, releasing venom in a heartbeat when required, yet leaking not a drop when unnecessary. Second, he not only needed to regulate the glands and surrounding muscles, but also the venom ducts, ensuring that even if the glands stored venom, external forces could not easily compel its release. With simultaneous efforts, he felt as steadfast as an ox. Feng Yi was quite pleased with his method of controlling the venom glands. He could now dine with friends without fear of unintended harm. To illustrate, how many people would fear a snake that had lost its fangs? Unless the creature was of significant size, it posed little threat. Those bitten merely needed to guard against bacterial infection and would not require anti-venom. Feng Yi did not consider himself a snake. He merely drew a comparison. How many people would fear a snake that had lost its fangs? Unless the creature was of significant size, it posed little threat. He recalled what Uncle Yi had said about a month's time. Had the evolution been completed? However, according to the butler, such transformations certainly would not last for merely a short duration. Does this imply that subsequent evolutions will not exhibit significant pain symptoms? He recalled what Uncle Yu had said about a month's time. Had the evolution been completed? However, according to the butler, he recalled Lu Yu's faux leather bag and counterfeit watch, but had not followed up on subsequent events and had lost contact with him. This time, Lu Yu reached out to invite him to dinner, intending to deepen their school friendship through conversation. Feng Yi agreed, suspecting that behind this gratitude lay other motives. The afternoon tea was scheduled for 2:30, followed by conversation until around 5 or 6, after which dinner would be served. Given Lu Yu's busy schedule, Lu Yu reached out to invite him to dinner, intending to deepen their school friendship through conversation. Feng Yi agreed, suspecting that behind this gratitude lay other motives. Perhaps a lucrative deal was on the horizon. In the afternoon, Feng Yi arrived punctually at the tea shop Lu Yu had mentioned. In contrast to the down-to-earth, accessible establishment owned by Wu Ji, the shop exuded understated luxury. After providing Lu Yu's name, Feng Yi was led to a tea room where Lu Yu awaited. The afternoon tea here was quite commendable, as a well-known celebrity had dined here and showcased their experience on social media. Lu Yu smiled as he remarked on this. He had researched Feng Yi's past endeavors and was aware of his initial aspirations to enter the entertainment industry. Thus, he sought to create a relatable example. However, upon speaking, he found himself unable to recall the celebrity's name, as he rarely followed the entertainment scene and was unfamiliar with many new faces. He had researched Feng Yi's past endeavors and was aware of his initial aspirations to enter the entertainment industry. Thus, he sought to create a relatable example. However, upon speaking, and the ambience was just right, appealing to all demographics. Second, and most importantly, the privacy afforded here was conducive to serious discussions. The menu was handcrafted, eschewing the now popular electronic versions. When it came to negotiations, he felt more at ease with fewer electronic devices present. Regarding afternoon tea, and the ambience was just right, appealing to all demographics. Second, and most importantly, the privacy afforded here was conducive to serious discussions. The menu was handcrafted, eschewing the now popular electronic versions. When it came to negotiations, he felt more at ease with fewer electronic devices present. Regarding afternoon tea, his stomach was now empty. Lu Yu glanced at the menu and noted Feng Yi's substantial order. He maintained a composed demeanor, regardless of his inner thoughts. As for himself, he opted for lighter tea and snacks. There is a common adage: sweet pears with green, sour with red, and sunflower seeds with oolong. His stomach was now empty. Lu Yu glanced at the menu and noted Feng Yi's substantial order. He maintained a composed demeanor, regardless of his inner thoughts. As for himself, he opted for lighter tea and snacks. There is a common adage: sweet pears with green, sour with red, and sunflower seeds with oolong. The pairing of snacks and tea at the table is quite intricate, with specific pastries suited to different types of tea. Only the two of them occupied the tea room, with an abundance of snacks laid out before Feng Yi, while Lu Yu had merely a pot of clear tea and a plate of elegantly simple pastries before him. Feng Yi exchanged a glance with Lu Yu. Only the two of them occupied the tea room, with an abundance of snacks laid out before Feng Yi. Your taste is indeed quite mild, considering you had beef vermicelli for lunch. Although Lu Yu had been diligent in masking any lingering odors on him, even applying men's cologne to conceal them, he could not deceive Feng Yi's keen sense of smell. How could someone who had just consumed beef vermicelli and spicy blood stew earlier now claim to be feeling unwell and eating blandly? Very well, if he insists on blandness. Even applying men's cologne to conceal them, he could not deceive Feng Yi's keen sense of smell. Lu Yu maintained a congenial smile characteristic of a business elite, savoring a sip of tea as he inquired, I haven't heard from you lately. What have you been busy with? If you need assistance, feel free to ask. I still hold some influence in certain circles. I recently took on a part-time job. Lu Yu maintained a congenial smile characteristic of a business elite, savoring a sip of tea as he inquired, I haven't heard from you lately. What have you been busy with? If you need assistance, feel free to ask. I still hold some influence in certain circles. I recently took on a part-time job. Feng Yi replied. What kind of part-time job? Lu Yu's interest piqued, and he straightened up slightly. He considered that if Feng Yi needed help, he could offer it, repaying the previous favor and facilitating future matters. Mouse catching, Feng Yi stated. Lu Yu's smile faltered momentarily. That keyword was a significant leap beyond his usual business scope. However, he quickly regained his congenial demeanor, acknowledging that pest control companies had indeed proliferated, with a high market demand and potential for profit. Yet, Lu Yu's company had also hired a top-tier pest control team, and while their rates were high, they were not exorbitant to the tune of 10,000 per mouse. Liu nearly dropped his teacup, his smile almost shattering. 10,000 per mouse? Are the mice gold-plated? During the rodent crisis. I take on jobs as they come. It's quite flexible, Feng Yi replied. Oh, haha. I had no idea you possessed such a skill. How many people are on your team? Lu Yu inquired, contemplating that if there were many, the individual cut would be minimal. Just me. I can demonstrate. Lu Gu, look, there's a piece of osmanthus cake on this plate. Let us not rush. We should first discuss, Lu Yu began. We must meet up when the opportunity arises, Lu Yu chuckled awkwardly, intending to shift the topic towards the matter at hand. Feng Yi picked up his chopsticks, stating, noticing Lu Yu's gaze still fixed on him, asked, what were you about to say? Let us first address the matter of 10,000 per mouse. Chapter 32. Capability. Upon witnessing Feng Yi's instantaneous skill of snatching the osmanthus cake, Lu Yu's mind began to race. He considered all factors, manpower, costs, efficiency, and more. How exactly do you catch these mice? Lu Yu inquired. As long as there is sufficient profit, notions of decorum can be cast aside, Feng Yi replied. Once at the destination, you simply use the tool and clamp. That's it. What tool? Lu Yu asked. This one. Feng Yi revealed an image of the long-handled clamp he had previously shown to Hui. Oh, I recognize this, Lu Yu exclaimed. He had often observed the company's janitor utilizing such clips to secure garbage, yet Feng Yi's version was an enhanced model, appearing sturdier and more reliable for capturing rodents. Feng Yi revealed an image of the long-handled clamp he had previously shown to Hui. Oh, I recognize this, Lu Yu exclaimed. Lu Yu gently tapped his fingers on the table, a habitual gesture of contemplation. After a moment, he expressed earnestly, your method of capturing mice is quite commendable. It does not rely on chemical agents, which can be intolerable for those with various allergies. Furthermore, the absence of electronic devices alleviates concerns regarding privacy invasions. Lu Yu gently tapped his fingers on the table, a habitual gesture of contemplation. After a moment, he expressed earnestly, your method of capturing mice is quite commendable. How long does the actual capturing process take? I've only caught one before. From the moment I stepped out of the vehicle, it took a little over 10 minutes. How long does it take to catch a mouse once you venture out? Lu Yu asked. It depends on the distance to the destination, excluding travel time. How long does the actual capturing process take? I've only caught one before. From the moment I stepped out of the vehicle, it took a little over 10 minutes. If we consider the actual time spent using the tools, about a minute, Feng Yi revealed. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Yu probed. I haven't decided yet. I can't bear to see capable individuals like you opting for mediocrity. After a considerable silence, Lu Yu finally remarked, I now believe you are not short on funds. Suddenly recalling something, he added, I have a friend whose office has been infiltrated by mice, yet for various reasons. Lu Yu probed, I haven't decided yet. I can't bear to see capable individuals like you opting for mediocrity. After a considerable silence, Lu Yu finally remarked, I now believe you are not short on funds. Suddenly recalling something, he added, I have a friend whose office has been infiltrated by mice, yet for various reasons. He has not sought a pest control service. What is the general layout of the studio? Feng Yi inquired. It's rather complex, filled with various models, easels, display stands, cabinets, deploying every conceivable trap, and while he managed to catch one mouse, there are still more. More importantly, they have disrupted his workflow. Recently, he has given up. If it weren't for the urgency of his current project and the hassle of relocating, he would have rented a different place for his office. Capturing them is feasible. Deploying every conceivable trap, and while he managed to catch one mouse, there are still more. More importantly, they have disrupted his workflow. Recently, he has given up. If it weren't for the urgency of his current project and the hassle of relocating, he would have rented a different place for his office. Capturing them is feasible. You haven't caught that mouse in your office, have you? I can recommend someone, a skilled individual working alone, no chemical agents or electronic devices required. Though it might be a bit pricey, around 10,000 per catch. Only success counts, haha. I knew you would agree. After ending the call, Liu asked Feng Yi, "Can you head over right now? I'm quite anxious." "Sure," Feng Yi replied, as he had already finished the tea and snacks on the table. "Did you bring your tools?" Liu asked. "Yes, they're in the trunk." "Good. My car is out front. You can follow me. It's only a 20 to 30-minute drive from here." Upon exiting the establishment, the driver, Liu, awaited in the parking lot. As Liu entered the vehicle, the driver inquired, "Have you reached an agreement?" "Not yet. I want to ascertain whether he possesses genuine skills first. Please keep the package with you out of sight." Liu replied. The driver, a trusted confidant of Liu, was somewhat aware of the serious matter they were to discuss with Feng Yi today. The driver inquired, "Have you reached an agreement?" "Not yet. I want to ascertain whether he possesses genuine skills first. Please keep the package with you out of sight." Liu replied. The driver, a trusted confidant of Liu, was somewhat aware of the serious matter they were to discuss with Feng Yi today. "He'll be out shortly," came the response. Almost as soon as the words were spoken, Gu Jun emerged from the office, promptly closing the door behind him. Feng Yi had gleaned some information about Gu Jun from Liu, understanding that he was anxious about the potential leakage of his sketches and designs. "Gu Jun. He'll be out shortly," came the response. Almost as soon as the words were spoken, Gu Jun emerged from the office, promptly closing the door behind him. Feng Yi had gleaned some information about Gu Jun from Liu, understanding that he was anxious about the potential leakage of his sketches and designs. Gu Jun, who appeared to be of similar age to Liu and somewhat portly, had a pallid complexion, likely a result of prolonged indoor living away from sunlight. Gu Jun's gaze shifted to the long box Feng Yi was carrying. "I'd like to examine the tools first." Feng Yi opened the box and handed over the long-handled clamp. Gu Jun meticulously inspected it, confirming it was indeed the kind of retrieval tool available online for around 100 yuan, albeit this was Feng Yi's enhanced version, more robust but not overly intricate, lacking any additional design or embellishments, yet offering a high cost-performance ratio. Returning the clamp, Gu Jun remarked, "This clamp can be taken inside, but the box cannot." "I appreciate your understanding." "Of course," Feng Yi replied, unperturbed. "How much longer will it take to get everything ready inside?" "I'll expedite the process. Here is a copy of the agreement. Please review it for any modifications. If there are none, you can print it out and sign it directly," Gu Jun said. "I appreciate your understanding." "Of course," Feng Yi replied, unperturbed. "How much longer will it take to get everything ready inside?" "I'll expedite the process." Can it be more concise? Business is business, and friendship is friendship. Even if it's you, Liu, this must be adhered to, Gu Jun stated, handing over a tablet displaying an electronic agreement. Liu glanced at it and couldn't help but exclaim, "De Jun, this is rather extensive, over 20 pages. Can it be more concise? Business is business, and friendship is friendship. Even if it's you, Liu, this must be adhered to," Gu Jun stated. While Liu had no objections, he was merely being considerate of Feng Yi's reputation. Feng Yi swiftly perused the electronic agreement and, upon completion, addressed Gu Jun. Liu's curiosity was piqued. How would he manage to catch anything while blindfolded? Feng Yi explained to Gu Jun, "This is my unique ability." Both Liu and Gu Jun were taken aback. Blindfolded, Gu Jun exchanged a glance with Liu, conveying a silent question. "Is this feasible? Are you jesting? And that should put your mind at ease, right?" Chapter 33. Human Radar? An ability akin to bats? Emitting a sound and using echolocation to navigate obstacles? Regardless of the number of signatures or agreements, your underlying concern remains. Let us simplify matters. How about I enter blindfolded? I want to look. Gu Jun contemplated the state of his office, retrieving his tablet and a pen. With a foundation in drawing, he swiftly sketched the general layout of the space. After all, he spent the majority of his day there and was intimately familiar with it. As he drew, Gu Jun explained to Feng Yi, "This is the arrangement." Gu Jun contemplated the state of his office, retrieving his tablet and a pen. With a foundation in drawing, he swiftly sketched the general layout of the space. After all, the matter of compensation for any damages needs to be clarified, Gu Jun insisted. He was unsure why Feng Yi seemed so confident about proceeding blindfolded. But he would not allow Feng Yi to take such risks without understanding the potential consequences. He needed to convey that bravado could not substitute for caution, as any damages incurred would result in greater financial liability. But he would not allow Feng Yi to take such risks without understanding the potential consequences. He needed to convey that bravado could not substitute for caution, or blindfolded for 15,000. Without hesitation, Gu Jun opted for the latter. Feng Yi had no objections to signing the agreement, but presented Gu Jun with two options. You can choose to proceed with your eyes open for 10,000. Lu Yu was also eager to enter the office. His curiosity piqued. His purpose for this visit was to assess Feng Yi's capabilities. If he could discern the difference between genuine and counterfeit snake skin at a glance, it was not implausible that he possessed other extraordinary skills. Lu Yu felt it essential to ascertain this before determining the appropriate approach to discuss serious matters with Feng Yi. Let's sign a confidentiality agreement, Gu Jun suggested. Although they were acquaintances and had engaged in business collaborations previously, formalities still needed to be observed. Agreed, Lu Yu replied. This time, they would not require the lengthy 20-page complex confidentiality agreement. Gu Jun arranged for a simplified version. Please wait a moment while I tidy up, Gu Jun said as he returned to his office. The scattered sketches had already been organized before Feng Yi and the others arrived. They would not require the lengthy 20-page complex confidentiality agreement. Gu Jun arranged for a simplified version. Please wait a moment while I tidy up. He had a project that required urgent attention but was being hindered by distractions in the current environment. Hence, he planned to pack and move all related materials and sketches. The models were covered with cloth, simplifying the process and alleviating concerns about potential damage during transport, particularly with those larger models that pose significant logistical challenges. All set, Gu Jun announced as he exited his office, directing his gaze towards Feng Yi. Feng Yi first placed the long-handled clip aside, donned gloves, and declared, "The blindfold is yours to use." Gu Jun nodded. It was imperative that Feng Yi utilized his own equipment, for his peace of mind relied on it. Gu Jun announced as he exited his office, directing his gaze towards Feng Yi. Feng Yi first placed the long-handled clip aside, donned gloves, and declared, "The blindfold is yours to use." Gu Jun nodded. It was imperative that Feng Yi utilized his own equipment, for his peace of mind relied on it. Similar to the props used in magic acts, while they might appear flawless, they were still merely props, and the counterfeit was unmistakably false. Satisfied that there was no risk of deceit, Gu Jun inquired, "Do you need me to escort you?" "No need," Feng Yi replied. Adorned with two peculiar monster eyes with slit pupils, confirming its opacity, Gu Jun handed the blindfold to Feng Yi and inspected it once more after he donned it. Satisfied that there was no risk of deceit, Gu Jun inquired, "Do you need me to escort you?" "No need," Feng Yi replied. Wary of any attempt to sneak a peek at his drawings, Feng Yi paid him no mind, allowing him to observe, analyzing the molecular aromas in the air. Remaining silent as he followed Gu Jun to the office door, holding a long-handled trap. He partially opened the door, while Gu Jun's gaze remained fixed on Feng Yi. Was it mere speculation? Indeed, there were two. Gu Jun remarked that after the mouse incident, he had thoroughly checked all the windows and doors in his office. The air exchange system's vents were fitted with filters, preventing anything from entering, but it was challenging to evict the mice already inside. Initially, there had been 3, but one had been caught in the trap. Lu Yu chuckled. "It's undoubtedly because you've left food inside again. How long has it been since the cockroach incident? You really need to amend those habits. If you remove all edible items, you could starve them out in no time." "In that case, I would be the first to starve," Gu Jun retorted, ignoring him as he once more inspected Feng Yi's eye mask. "You may enter now." As Feng Yi stepped inside, he added, "Could someone fetch the mouse traps?" "I will," Gu Jun replied, producing 2 pre-prepared traps. Maintaining a distance, he found a suitable angle to observe Feng Yi without interference, as it was his domain, and finding an advantageous position was effortless. The moment Feng Yi crossed the threshold, Lu Yu tapped the start button on the already open timer on his phone. Feng Yi moved within, his pace unhurried yet purposeful. Gu Jun's office was spacious, albeit cluttered with various items. As Feng Yi navigated a narrow corridor lined with documents and assorted debris, he brushed against a coat rack adorned with small trinkets. Lu Yu tapped the start button on the already open timer on his phone. Feng Yi moved within, his pace unhurried yet purposeful. Gu Jun's office was spacious. Nearly gasped in astonishment, straining to see if Feng Yi had removed his eye mask. Suddenly, Feng Yi leaned forward toward the coat rack. Squeak. A mouse was firmly trapped. Feng Yi glanced in Gu Jun's direction, indicating the trap. Oh. Coming. Gu Jun hurried over, oblivious to the wastebasket he kicked over in his haste. "Did you really catch one already?" As he peered into the trap containing the mouse, he had more to say. But Feng Yi had already moved to the opposite side of the office, yanking open a cabinet door from which a brown mass surged forth. "Trap. The bag. Coming. Did you really catch one already?" As he peered into the trap containing the mouse, he had more to say. Pondered whether Feng Yi was truly a human radar. Could he detect the mice even from behind the cabinet? He had not seen clearly the mouse near the coat rack. Gu Jun's response was swift this time, yet his expression was a mix of bewilderment and disbelief. as if questioning the very nature of reality. Lu Yu, observing closely. Throughout the process of Feng Yi opening the cabinet and capturing the mouse, Lu Yu had not blinked, witnessing every detail aside from the moment Feng Yi released the trap. Yet, it felt as though the mouse had collided with the trap of its own accord. Certainly, he was aware that it was not so simple. Speed, anticipation. Throughout the process of Feng Yi opening the cabinet and capturing the mouse, Lu Yu had not blinked, witnessing every detail aside from the moment Feng Yi released the trap. He began to calculate the profits from such efficient mouse catching. Feng Yi had already exited the office, removed his gloves, and returned the long-handled tongs to the box. Both mice had been captured, but I suggest you thoroughly inspect the items placed on the surface, fabrics, books, especially teacups, and ensure proper disinfection. This was directed at Gu Jun. Yet the somewhat dazed Gu Jun, who emerged with the mouse-catching bag, appeared to be questioning the very essence of his existence. However, Lu Yu snapped back to reality and glanced at the timer on his phone. 59 seconds. Chapter 34. The matter at hand. When Gu Jun's assistant received the mouse-catching bag that Gu Jun had handed over, he wore a bewildered expression. He had just brewed a cup of tea, and before the leaves had even unfurled, the task was already complete. Upon inspecting the mouse-catching bag, he noted 2 mice. Chapter 34. The matter at hand. When Gu Jun's assistant received the mouse-catching bag that Gu Jun had handed over, he wore a bewildered expression. He had just brewed a cup of tea, and before the leaves had even unfurled, the task was already complete. Upon inspecting the mouse-catching bag, he noted 2 mice. Now it seemed that the adage "you get what you pay for" held true. Once Gu Jun regained his composure, he strode over to Feng Yi, his gaze intense, as if he had encountered a remarkable being capable of igniting creative inspiration. "You truly lack any form of X-ray vision." "None whatsoever," Feng Yi replied. "All right then." Gu Jun conceded. Although he voiced his agreement, the look in his eyes suggested skepticism. He remained unconvinced. Lu Yu, observing Feng Yi's expression from the side, as if he had encountered a remarkable being capable of igniting creative inspiration. "You truly lack any form of X-ray vision?" "None whatsoever," Feng Yi replied. "All right then." Gu Jun nodded in agreement before turning back to Feng Yi, continuing his inquiries. "How exactly did you locate them? How could you ascertain there were 2 inside just by the entrance?" "Commercial secret," Feng Yi rubbed his brow. In truth, he had perceived much more within Gu Jun's office. The indoor scent remained relatively intact, allowing him to discern a greater array of details, even the traces left by both humans and mice during their activities. For instance, the mice had scurried across Gu Jun's elongated desk, should he remove several documents from the surface. The indoor scent remained relatively intact, allowing him to discern a greater array of details, even the traces left by both humans and mice during their activities. For instance, the mice had scurried across Gu Jun's elongated desk, should he remove several documents from the surface. Gu Jun understood that Feng Yi would not divulge any information, but this did not quell his curiosity. Suddenly struck by an idea, he clapped his hands and declared, "Sound. It must be radar." Gu Jun recalled Feng Yi's actions when he had collided with the coat rack. At that moment, he had caught a falling pendant and returned it to its original position. Even if he possessed X-ray vision, it must be radar. Gu Jun recalled Feng Yi's actions when he had collided with the coat rack. At that moment, and under the latter's expectant gaze, he typed a series of numbers into his phone. "This is my bank card number. Please transfer the amount to this card, 30,000. "Thank you." "Oh, certainly. Let us connect as friends first. Just send me your bank account number directly." After Gu Jun transferred the 30,000 for the mouse-catching service, Feng Yi gathered his case and prepared to depart. Gu Jun sought to engage him in deciphering matters, but was halted by Lu Yu, who insisted that business was business and that they could reconvene at another time. "Now, hurry and tidy up your office. Who knows?" Feng Yi gathered his case and prepared to depart. Gu Jun sought to engage him in deciphering matters, but was halted by Lu Yu, who insisted that business was business and that they could reconvene at another time. "Now, hurry and tidy up your office. Who knows? A mouse might have nibbled on your books without your knowledge." Gu Jun, though intrigued. "I know plenty of individuals like this. Given the current rodent crisis, this business can certainly sustain itself and yield substantial profits." "Thank you, Brother Lu." Lu Yu, brimming with excitement, turned to Feng Yi and exclaimed, "We can collaborate. Look, I've just introduced you to a deal worth 30,000. Perhaps we can gather tomorrow or at a later date." "I need to rest after overexerting myself mentally," Feng Yi replied. "At this point. But I truly only consider this a side job. I do not intend to pursue it full-time. Furthermore, Brother Lu, let's forego dinner tonight. But I genuinely have something important to discuss with you." Upon reaching the parking lot and surveying the surroundings, Lu Yu gestured for Feng Yi to join him in the car, discreetly signaling the driver to keep watch outside. Feng Yi mused to himself. Finally, we are discussing serious matters. Setting aside the long-handled tongs, he entered the vehicle. Liu Yu's secretive demeanor suggested that the topic at hand was significant. Liu Yu gestured for Feng Yi to join him in the car, discreetly signaling the driver to keep watch outside. Feng Yi mused to himself. Finally, in a hushed tone, Liu Yu inquired, "Can you discern the authenticity of these 5 pieces of snakeskin? 2 are genuine, while 3 are replicas." Noticing Feng Yi's gaze, once Feng Yi was seated, Liu Yu closed the door and raised the windows, then produced a black bag from which he retrieved 5 items resembling snakeskin. In a hushed tone, Liu Yu inquired, "Can you discern the authenticity of these 5 pieces of snakeskin? 2 are genuine, while 3 are replicas." Noticing Feng Yi's gaze, Liu Yu quickly added, "Do not misunderstand. The 2 genuine skins were borrowed through legitimate channels and must be returned after use." Feng Yi, having recognized their authenticity at a glance, feigned thorough inspection before selecting 2 pieces to declare, "These 2 are genuine leather. The other 3 are imitation." The Qianli Group launched a new brand 2 years ago, targeting the mid to high-end apparel market. A new series featuring snake elements is set to debut this year. It was an improvement over testing kits in terms of efficiency and cost-effectiveness. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yu stated, "The Qianli Group launched a new brand 2 years ago, targeting the mid to high-end apparel market. A new series featuring snake elements is set to debut this year." Feng Yi recalled hearing about this and had seen advertisements. Wasn't a new product supposed to be released this month? However, we have encountered a significant issue, Liu Yu corrected himself, which many companies are vying for, making it difficult to procure, resulting in consistently high prices. Liu Yu elaborated, "Our new product incorporates snake elements in its design, with various splicing and patterns made from imitation snake skin. The material is the 7th generation of Medusa imitation skin, which were then sold illicitly. After all, the batch of snake skins acquired through poaching cannot be exposed to light. It is difficult to detect them once they are integrated into the clothing production line of the Qianli Group, which were then sold illicitly. After all, the batch of snake skins acquired through poaching cannot be exposed to light. It is difficult to detect them once they are integrated into the clothing production line of the Qianli Group. With many personnel from the Joint Guarantee Bureau still in Rongqing due to the Yueshan Ziyaqinglong incident, Liu Yu and the upper management decided to report the matter, albeit discreetly. The newly produced items are in such large quantities that those involved in the exchange are unaware of which ones are genuine leather. It is clear that you want my assistance in identifying whether the snake skin on the new products is genuine or synthetic. Indeed, those who tampered with the goods at the factory have already been apprehended, but the merchandise remains in stock. You possess the skill to discern snake skin, so I would like to request your expertise." Liu Yu stated, "That is not out of the question. What about the pricing?" Feng Yi was about to say something when Liu Yu raised his hand to silence him. "This is not akin to catching mice. We will charge based on bulk. So I would like to request your expertise." Liu Yu stated, "That is not out of the question. What about the pricing? Whether we can continue collaborating depends on the outcome of the first batch." "Understood. How many pieces do you have in the first batch?" 50,000. Feng Yi exclaimed, "Wow. Not per item. Does that work for you? Please elaborate." Feng Yi replied, "We have several batches of goods. However, whether we can continue collaborating depends on the outcome of the first batch." "Understood. How many pieces do you have in the first batch?" 50,000. Feng Yi exclaimed, "Wow. For a large quantity like 50,000 pieces, it would take a considerable time for other skilled artisans who specialize in identifying materials. And it is not a task that can be accomplished by just a few individuals. From the perspective of the Qianli Group, this indeed lacks efficiency. With the goods sitting in the warehouse for so long, extended time frames are impractical. Of course, it is possible to purchase reagent kits for bulk testing, but currently, the kits designed for testing Medusa 7 leather are prohibitively expensive and in limited supply. If testing were to be conducted, only a random sample could be selected. Rather than testing all items, balancing accuracy, efficiency, and cost, it is no wonder that Liu Yu sought me out, probing subtly. The kits designed for testing Medusa 7 leather are prohibitively expensive and in limited supply. If testing were to be conducted, only a random sample could be selected. You need to let me see the samples first, particularly the sections of snake skin on the garments, to determine if they are easily recognizable." Liu Yu observed Feng Yi's facial expressions and said, "How about this? You quote a price, and I will discuss it with my department upon my return." Even concealing a bit during the previous identification of the snake skin samples, Liu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of this approach. "I will prepare and contact you tomorrow." "All right. Please keep this matter confidential. Do not let a single word slip." "Understood. I am quite aware of that. Oh, by the way, Brother Liu, if we proceed with this collaboration, I hope to settle payments daily." Liu Yu found himself in a quandary. I will prepare and contact you tomorrow. All right. Please keep this matter confidential. Do not let a single word slip. Understood. I am quite aware of that. Oh. By the way, Brother Liu, if we proceed with this collaboration, I hope to settle payments daily. Liu Yu found himself in a quandary. The company placed great importance on this new product line, yet the current climate was sensitive, with competitors lurking and regulatory bodies scrutinizing every move. This is merely a personal request for assistance. Should any issues arise, I will address them with you directly. Liu Yu paused, then slowly nodded, acknowledging his understanding. I will respond to you tomorrow. Once Feng Yi departed and the driver entered the vehicle, Liu Yu sat quietly in the back seat, his head bowed in contemplation. The driver sensed that the collaboration might not proceed smoothly. As Liu Yu lifted a teacup to his lips, the driver inquired, "Boss, have you reached an agreement on the price?" "Not yet. We will wait until tomorrow," Liu Yu replied. This fellow has become quite astute after being taken advantage of once. The driver sensed that the collaboration might not proceed smoothly. As Liu Yu lifted a teacup to his lips, the driver inquired, "Boss, 5 is equipped with an intelligent hanging system, correct?" "Good. Then let's utilize warehouse number 5. Liu Yu contemplated as he envisioned Feng Yi identifying the 5 snakeskin samples. With that, Liu Yu took out his phone and made a call. "Clear out a space in the northern warehouse. I remember that warehouse now. 5 is equipped with an intelligent hanging system, correct?" "Good. Then let's utilize warehouse number 5. Liu Yu contemplated as he envisioned Feng Yi identifying the 5 snakeskin samples. That would be around 960 pieces. Let us prepare 1,000 pieces. Once everything is organized and hung, I will need it in the morning. Keep a close watch on the warehouse. To replace the poached snake skin seamlessly on the production line was no trivial task. It could not be accomplished by merely apprehending a few petty criminals, regardless of their initial intentions. Keep a close watch on the warehouse. To replace the poached snake skin seamlessly on the production line was no trivial task. It could not be accomplished by merely apprehending a few petty criminals, regardless of their initial intentions. Those who received the batch of hides had now set their sights on Qianli Group, and the individuals behind this were not to be underestimated. Their aim was not only to sabotage the new brand, but also to deliver a significant blow to Qianli Group. However, such matters need not be shared with Feng Yi. His role was solely to identify the goods. The pricing, however, posed some complications. Who could have anticipated that the cost of capturing a mere mouse would exceed 10,000? Yet whether the issues plaguing the Qianli Group's production line stemmed from internal problems, external factors, or a combination of both was of no interest to him. While contemplating how to drive the price down, Feng Yi was off searching for a meal. He certainly did not fully trust Liu Yu's assertions. The olfactory organs merely captured scent molecules, relaying the information to the brain for analysis and processing. Mental labor was equally taxing in terms of energy. Feng Yi could now ascertain that his evolution was ongoing, albeit less dramatically than before. For instance, with each scent analysis, his speed improved, and the results became increasingly comprehensive. Feng Yi has changed 3 stores and consumed portions meant for 4 individuals. Gazing at the electronic bill, he sighed inwardly, realizing the necessity of increasing his earnings. Presently, it is merely a matter of indulgence. But what of the future? What if more stringent demands arise? Can one cease to evolve? He cannot solely rely on the assets held by the steward. The order from Liu Yu is one he must accept. However, he must carefully contemplate how to quote the price. The initial batch consists of 50,000 pieces, and Liu Yu's cargo targets the mid to high-end market, necessitating a lofty price point. He cannot solely rely on the assets held by the steward. The order from Liu Yu is one he must accept. However, he must carefully contemplate how to quote the price. The initial batch consists of 50,000 pieces, and Liu Yu's cargo targets the mid to high-end market, necessitating a lofty price point. He needed to replenish his energy, allowing his mind to regain its optimal state for processing substantial and precise information. While Feng Yi went to bed early, the specifics will require the sight of the actual goods before a final decision is made. With these thoughts lingering, Feng Yi returned home and retired early to rest. Feng Yi awoke at 7 and received a message from Liu Yu during breakfast. Liu Yu offered to send someone to pick him up, but Feng Yi declined, requesting a location pin instead, intending to drive over after his meal. The journey to the northern warehouse, as Liu Yu mentioned, would take less than an hour, potentially quicker if not for the early morning rush. This was also a reason Liu Yu chose the northern warehouse, although their group possesses numerous facilities. This particular warehouse is closer to Feng Yi's residential complex, with superior amenities and enhanced confidentiality compared to others. Upon arriving, Feng Yi was led into an office within the warehouse. Alongside Liu Yu were 7 or 8 individuals, all involved in the new brand project with him. Such significant matters could not rest solely on Liu Yu's shoulders, They needed to verify the authenticity themselves. After introducing both parties, Liu offered an apologetic smile to Feng Yi, acknowledging their concerns. This matter was of great import. Understanding this, such significant matters could not rest solely on Liu's shoulders. They needed to verify the authenticity themselves. After introducing both parties, Liu offered an apologetic smile to Feng Yi, acknowledging their concerns. This matter was of great import. Understanding this, Feng Yi turned his gaze to a display rack adorned with over 20 garments. A test? It was also a request for him to exhibit his own capabilities. To Feng Yi, it appeared as though amidst 20 grains of pristine rice, 3 vibrant green beans were nestled. How could he feign difficulty to make this task seem less effortless? Chapter 36. How to distinguish. Feng Yi examined the garments on the rack. To Feng Yi, it appeared as though amidst 20 grains of pristine rice, 3 vibrant green beans were nestled. Utilizing snake leather in various sections. Among the 20 different styles, the portions made of snake leather comprised both authentic and imitation materials. Feng Yi lifted the snake leather design of the first garment with his hand, leaning in closely. He was not merely assessing the authenticity of the leather, but was intrigued by the design and treatment of the material, all the while recording the molecular scent information. Feng Yi lifted the snake leather design of the first garment with his hand, leaning in closely, reflecting a considerable amount of thought invested into them. The pricing is undoubtedly steep, as those capable of affording such garments are unlikely to belong to the ordinary working class. The styles displayed on the stand are not typically suited for casual occasions. They exude a sense of fashion, with details meticulously crafted, reflecting a considerable amount of thought invested into them. The pricing is undoubtedly steep, as those capable of affording such garments are unlikely to belong to the ordinary working class. Spending approximately half a minute on each, which aligned with Liu's expectations. However, with an 8-hour workday and 1,000 items, the pace was still slow. With 50,000 items to process, urgency was required. Liu pondered how to extend Feng Yi's appraisal time by a few hours each day, but by then, Feng Yi had finished and selected 3 pieces. Here they are. There's genuine leather here. Should I specify the exact areas? Feng Yi inquired. Liu glanced at the others and replied, you can simply point it out. Feng Yi indicated the genuine snakeskin portions on the 3 pieces and continued. There are 2 more complex styles for spring. Although all the items displayed here are made from the Medusa 7 leather, the others may not be. Liu glanced at the others and replied, you can simply point it out. Feng Yi indicated the genuine snakeskin portions on the 3 pieces and continued, which documented the genuine snakeskin areas discovered during the company's evaluations. Indeed, there was not a single mistake. However, before they could fully absorb this revelation, if they are all of this intricate design, I will need to increase the price. The others in the office compared their notes, which documented the genuine snakeskin areas discovered during the company's evaluations. Indeed, there was not a single mistake. However, before they could fully absorb this revelation, the stipulation was that the price had to remain within their acceptable range. Feng Yi stated, you propose a price, and if I can accept it, we can discuss further. Just as Liu was about to speak, Feng Yi added, Liu, you know, even catching a mouse costs over 10,000. The stipulation was that the price had to remain within their acceptable range. Feng Yi stated, you propose a price, and if I can accept it, we can discuss further. Yet if the offered price were too low, he could easily walk away, as catching mice was more lucrative than appraising leather. After some consideration, Liu declared. The other individuals in the room winced at this remark. Indeed, Liu had mentioned this, which was presently their predicament. Feng Yi appeared to possess genuine skills. Yet if the offered price were too low, he could easily walk away, as catching mice was more lucrative than appraising leather. After some consideration, Liu declared. For the first batch of 50,000 items, we proposed 10 million. This figure was decided after our discussions, and I believe it is quite reasonable. Feng Yi blinked. They discussed the merits of large and small garments, long and short styles, and the benefits of successful collaboration, emphasizing how harmony and goodwill would benefit everyone. How could the price suddenly escalate to such heights? Amidst the clamor, Feng Yi interjected, 20 million. I can appraise all 50,000 items within 3 days. The room fell silent, including Liu. Regardless of their previous musings or conversations, everyone turned to Feng Yi. To complete the appraisal within 3 days? The temptation was undeniably enticing. Originally, this batch of goods had already been delayed due to unforeseen circumstances, and further postponement would hinder sales. What more could be done? Even the finest design loses its value once it is out of season. Fortunately, this year's temperatures are slightly lower than those of last year, providing them with a sliver of time amidst the cool breeze. However, in such situations, time equates to money. Every day counts as profit. If they can resolve the first batch of goods within 3 days, 20 million is an acceptable figure. But can you truly complete the assessment within 3 days? I find it hard to believe you won't mislead us, Liu expressed his skepticism. Once I familiarize myself with the materials, the identification process will accelerate. If they can resolve the first batch of goods within 3 days, 20 million is an acceptable figure. But can you truly complete the assessment within 3 days? I find it hard to believe you won't mislead us, Liu expressed his skepticism. Once I familiarize myself with the materials, the identification process will accelerate. Who do you look down upon? With the stature of Qianli Group, who would resort to such petty tactics? We would be tarnishing our own reputation. A mistake incurs a tenfold penalty. Delays also incur a tenfold penalty. Of course, this is predicated on the assumption that no tampering has occurred, Feng Yi asserted. Hey! Silence enveloped the room. Feng Yi leisurely sipped his tea. He was in no rush, while the others were. Liu intended to convene a brief meeting with a few colleagues when his phone rang. Answering the call, Liu's expression soured as he remarked, "Please hold on." Silence enveloped the room. Feng Yi leisurely sipped his tea. He was in no rush, while the others were. Liu intended to convene a brief meeting with a few colleagues when his phone rang. Answering the call, Liu's expression soured as he remarked, "Please hold on." Liu was demoted to Little President Liu. Liu Qi scanned the room, his gaze lingering momentarily on Feng Yi before beckoning Liu outside for a private conversation. Liu's countenance darkened. As the project leader, he was responsible for resolving matters regarding the new brand. What was the purpose of the group's intervention? Liu was demoted to Little President Liu. Liu Qi scanned the room, his gaze lingering momentarily on Feng Yi before beckoning Liu outside for a private conversation. Liu's countenance darkened. As the project leader, he was responsible for resolving matters regarding the new brand. What was the purpose of the group's intervention? Trust is not easily given. Do you not remember how recently you were deceived by others? That was a different matter. Liu Qi explained, "I came because I was concerned about you." Liu retorted, "This matter is nearly resolved. You should trust my capabilities." Liu Qi replied, "The individual who identified the wallet's leather is the very Feng Yi sitting inside. He is truly talented, and engaging him offers superior value compared to others. We were just discussing prices." Liu succinctly recounted the events that had transpired, emphasizing Feng Yi's demonstrated ability to discern genuine from imitation snake skin in front of their group, along with the assurance of completing the evaluations within 3 days. 20 million? Liu Qi responded with surprise. This amount indeed exceeded his expectations, yet the advantage of time was glaringly apparent and crucial for market entry. But, 20 million, couldn't we negotiate further? Emphasizing Feng Yi's demonstrated ability to discern genuine from imitation snake skin in front of their group, along with the assurance of completing the evaluations within 3 days. 20 million? 2 mice for 30,000, and it took him less than a minute, blindfolded. His accuracy with snake skin is exceptional. Hence, the price cannot be reduced. Liu Qi's expression momentarily blanked. He mused, perhaps age was catching up with him, as it took him several seconds to comprehend Liu's statement. By your account, his efficiency is indeed remarkable. However, do you truly believe it is feasible to authenticate 50,000 items within 3 days? Liu Qi's expression momentarily blanked. He mused, perhaps age was catching up with him, as it took him several seconds to comprehend Liu's statement. By your account, his efficiency is indeed remarkable. However, do you truly believe it is feasible to authenticate 50,000 items within 3 days? What can one accomplish in 5 seconds? If it were Liu himself, he might only manage to discern the grain of a piece of leather, let alone differentiate whether it is genuine or synthetic. Moreover, not every item comprises a single piece of leather. There could be numerous patches or embellishments involved, amplifying the workload. In the past, Liu would have certainly doubted anyone's capability to complete such a daunting number of authentications in such a brief span. Yet, Feng Yi is not an individual to be assessed through conventional metrics. Who else could capture 2 elusive mice in an unfamiliar 200 square meter office filled with assorted items within less than a minute? I believe that since he has made such a claim, he must possess the means to fulfill it, though the method remains a mystery to me. Who else could capture 2 elusive mice in an unfamiliar 200 square meter office filled with assorted items within less than a minute? I believe that since he has made such a claim, he must possess the means to fulfill it, though the method remains a mystery to me. Everything was documented in black and white, and Liu eagerly took Feng Yi to the warehouse. The previous day, Liu had arranged for 1,000 items to be hung in the warehouse, including clothing, hats, belts, bags, and shoes, all randomly selected from the initial batch. Everything was documented in black and white, and Liu eagerly took Feng Yi to the warehouse. The previous day, to ascertain the time required for Feng Yi to authenticate different items, thereby facilitating future arrangements. Now, it was fortuitous. Feng Yi had asserted that he would authenticate all 50,000 items within 3 days, just as his father, Lu Qi, had stated, for Feng Yi to achieve this. To ascertain the time required for Feng Yi to authenticate different items, thereby facilitating future arrangements. Now, it was fortuitous. Scrutinizing Feng Yi's every move with nearly identical discerning gazes, the total cost for authenticating 50,000 items amounted to 20 million, averaging 400 per item. He must authenticate an item every 5 seconds, and that is without pause. Hence, how would he undertake this task? The father and son stood aside. In comparison to the thousands, or even tens of thousands that the products commanded, a 400 authentication fee appeared modest. Yet, they had genuinely invested considerable sums into this batch. From design to marketing, every step required financial outlay. One could assert that they would not profit significantly from this batch. In comparison to the thousands, or even tens of thousands that the products commanded, a 400 authentication fee appeared modest. Yet, they had genuinely invested considerable sums into this batch. From design to marketing, every step required financial outlay. One could assert that they would not profit significantly from this batch. They inevitably intended to displace a portion of existing competitors. The new brand, backed by the Qinli Group, possesses significant advantages in product design, innovation speed, and operational systems. This resentment was not directed at Feng Yi, but rather at those who discreetly undermined their production line, in their quest to capture market share for their new brand. Yet the more they resist, the more fiercely the brand will strive to penetrate the market. Seizing market share and establishing brand presence will pave the way for subsequent products. In the commercial realm, success hinges entirely on capability. The extent of market capture and stability rests solely on skill. Presently, there are attempts to obstruct progress. Yet the more they resist, the more fiercely the brand will strive to penetrate the market. Seizing market share and establishing brand presence will pave the way for subsequent products. Father and son Lu shared a synchronized thought, their eyes glinting with the ferocity of wolves. To an outsider, akin to a general eyeing steeds ready to charge into battle. Allowing them to storm the market would amplify brand influence, a worthy venture. Father and son Lu shared a synchronized thought, their eyes glinting with the ferocity of wolves. To an outsider, it might appear that Feng Yi's high bid had provoked their ire. As for Feng Yi, he stood at the warehouse entrance, refraining from immediately scrutinizing the inventory. He had grossly undervalued his expertise. An average fee of 100 was far too meager, unworthy of his exceptional skill in skin identification. A price increase was imperative. Although he did not manage to elevate it to 500 per piece, this served as a successful test. The 20 million target, once elusive during his studio's inception, now lay tantalizingly within reach. Feng Yi inhaled deeply, his mind swiftly discerning the myriad scent molecules captured by his olfactory senses. All individuals and objects transformed into distinct signal markers, forming a mesmerizing scanning image in his brain. True snake skin, under Feng Yi's hypersensitive discernment, could not conceal its inherent scent, regardless of its disguise. This olfactory collective emitted bright signals, illuminating the scanning image in his mind, accompanied by a resonant beeping. There are 3 pieces in this batch, Feng Yi announced. Lu Yu's brow twitched at these words, a peculiar familiarity washing over him. Could not conceal its inherent scent, regardless of its disguise. This olfactory collective emitted bright signals, illuminating the scanning image in his mind, accompanied by a resonant beeping. There are 3 pieces in this batch, Feng Yi announced. Lu Yu's brow twitched at these words, a peculiar familiarity washing over him. Feng Yi had already stepped briskly into the warehouse, selecting those 3 pieces from the meticulously arranged 1,000 items. In that moment, moving with the same purposeful stride as the day before, efficiently extracting the 3 pieces. In that fleeting moment, then declared there were 2 mice inside, leading to Gu Jun losing 30,000. The resemblance was uncanny. Li watched Feng Yi swiftly select the garments. Moving with the same purposeful stride as the day before, efficiently extracting the 3 pieces. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yu felt as though 400,000 yuan had flown from his bank account. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, standing beside Lu Yu. Lu Qi gazed at Feng Yi, still struggling to believe the situation. How much time had passed since he arrived at the hanging rack? Could it have been a mere minute? Had all 1,000 items been appraised so swiftly? While Lu Qi could still articulate his thoughts, the onlookers around him appeared utterly bewildered, as if they were oblivious to the events unfolding. Feng Yi, however, paid no heed to the others. As for these 3 items, could it have been a mere minute? Had all 1,000 items been appraised so swiftly? While Lu Qi could still articulate his thoughts, provided there is no deceit involved. By the way, Feng Yi surveyed the desolate warehouse surroundings. Having experienced much, Lu Qi had already adjusted his demeanor while Lu Yu remained in a state of existential doubt. Observing Feng Yi's composure, Lu Qi inquired, "Is there anything we need to assist with? I will arrange for the next batch to be brought up swiftly. The automated hanging system here operates with remarkable speed. Shortly, we will replace it with 2,000 items. Is there any issue on your end?" "Indeed," Feng Yi replied. Lu Qi prompted, "Please, do tell. Is there anything we need to assist with? I will arrange for the next batch to be brought up swiftly. The automated hanging system here operates with remarkable speed. Shortly, what I meant to ask is, could you provide a resting area? Even a reclining chair would suffice for some comfort." Lu Qi hesitated for a moment, then replied, "If 2,000 items pose a challenge, we can manage with 1,500. No, that's not what I meant. 2,000 items are manageable. You should expedite their arrival." "Would a massage chair suffice?" Lu Qi asked. Of course, Feng Yi thought, impressed by Lu Qi's generosity compared to his younger counterpart. "We have reclining chairs. I will have someone fetch one. If not, we can purchase one." The matter of a reclining chair was trivial compared to the warehouse's cargo. "Would a massage chair suffice?" Lu Qi asked. Of course, Feng Yi thought, impressed by Lu Qi's generosity compared to his younger counterpart. He would soon need to scan the molecular sense of the 2,000 items, which would undoubtedly increase his pressure. Thus, proper rest was essential. Such trivialities could be overlooked in the current circumstances. The fully automated massage chair was perfect for Feng Yi to unwind and allow his mind a brief respite. He would soon need to scan the molecular sense of the 2,000 items, which would undoubtedly increase his pressure. Thus, proper rest was essential. He chose not to conceal his intentions, opting instead for the most efficient resolution. Firstly, 50,000 items were indeed an overwhelming quantity, even if he could momentarily deceive others. It was far better to demonstrate his capabilities now, thereby earning greater respect and authority from Lu Qi. Moreover, they had already settled on the financial terms. There was no need for pretense. 20 million may be an astronomical sum for an ordinary person, yet for individuals like Lu Qi, it was not enough to ignite true ire. Furthermore, Lu Qi had no alternative means for efficient comprehensive item appraisal, even if such methods existed. There was no need for pretense. 20 million may be an astronomical sum for an ordinary person, yet for individuals like Lu Qi had refreshments and snacks prepared for him. He always exhibited greater patience towards capable individuals. In Lu Qi's eyes, Feng Yi was undoubtedly among the elite talents. They would not be resolved for a mere 20 million. Feng Yi reclined without reservation, taking his rest, and rather than feeling anger. Although the results were yet to be revealed, Lu Qi had already formed a bias in his mind. If Feng Yi were to examine each item individually, Lu Qi would suspect he might be fabricating the process. However, Feng Yi's extraordinary method of identification suddenly made Lu Qi feel that this individual possessed some remarkable abilities beyond the ordinary. Indeed, there are individuals in this world who possess talents that others cannot even fathom. Lu Qi had heard of such cases. So he regarded Feng Yi as someone endowed with a unique gift. Such exceptional talents should certainly be utilized to their fullest potential. He instructed someone to bring over a massage chair, pondering whether Feng Yi could further enhance his efficiency after a brief rest. With 50,000 items in total. So he regarded Feng Yi as someone endowed with a unique gift. Such exceptional talents should certainly be utilized to their fullest potential. Gazed at the newly listed 2,000 items, clutching his chest. 800,000 would also vanish so easily. He glanced at Feng Yi, who was reclining in the massage chair, and his expression shifted between anger, amusement, and a touch of sentiment. "You are quite impressive." Chapter 38. You guessed correctly. Li meticulously analyzed whether it was a loss or a gain, ultimately concluding that both Feng Yi and the company profited greatly, while he himself bore the loss. Who was reclining in the massage chair, and his expression shifted between anger, amusement, and a touch of sentiment. "You are quite impressive." Chapter 38. You guessed correctly. Watching the second batch of 2,000 products come online, Lu Yu moved a chair over to sit beside and continued to observe. He was eager to see how long Feng Yi could maintain such efficiency in his assessments. Approximately 15 minutes later, Feng Yi rose from the massage chair. After a brief respite, his somewhat swollen brain had recovered significantly. Although the chair had a rather complex scent, the massage was quite pleasant. He noted the brand and model, intending to purchase one himself upon returning home. Stretching lazily, Feng Yi turned to Lu Qi and asked, "Is everything uploaded?" Lu Qi nodded and gestured for him to proceed. Donning gloves, Feng Yi approached the intelligent suspension system. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, analyzing the scent molecules. After a brief pause, he commenced the second round of identification and selection. Lu Qi had already settled into a reclining chair, holding a cup of tea, as if admiring a piece of art. Donning gloves, Feng Yi approached the intelligent suspension system. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, analyzing the scent molecules. After a brief pause, "I know," Lu Yu wiped his face, adjusting his mindset to continue observing Feng Yi's actions. What exactly was the basis for his identification? Once Feng Yi completed the second round of evaluations, Lu Qi stood up to accept the 2 items Feng Yi handed over, not bothering to examine them closely, and instead inquired, "Can we increase the number of items for the next round?" Feng Yi lightly tapped his forehead and replied, "Just 2,000, no more." Upon hearing this, once Feng Yi completed the second round of evaluations, Lu Qi stood up to accept the 2 items Feng Yi handed over, not bothering to examine them closely, stating, "I can only assess 20,000 today." After finishing his words, Feng Yi opened a bottle of mineral water and consumed half of it, nibbling on a few pieces of biscuits and pastries before reclining in the massage chair for a rest, stating, "I can only assess 20,000 today." After finishing his words, Feng Yi opened a bottle of mineral water, drank half of it, and nibbled on a few pieces of cookies and pastries before reclining in the massage chair to rest. Lu Qi felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing that 50,000 items could not be processed in a single day. However, the current efficiency was still quite commendable. 20,000 items a day, as Feng Yi had suggested, would indeed suffice within 3 days to achieve their objective. With this goal in mind, Lu Qi took his leave. "Transfer the funds directly to him." "Understood," Lu Yu replied, also awaiting the test results. Provided the outcomes were consistent, he would settle Feng Yi's appraisal fee for that day. The test kit results should be available by around 7 this evening. If the results align with Feng Yi's assessment, transfer the payment to him immediately. "Understood," replied Lu Yu. Some original plans would need to be revised. Ultimately, only Lu Yu remained in the warehouse, keeping watch. Feng Yi paid him no mind. After each round of rapid assessments, he would rest in the massage chair for a while. Initially, he would rest for 10 to 20 minutes, but later extended this to half an hour. Observing this, Lu Yu realized that Feng Yi was not without limitations and had his own burdens. Noticing the water and snacks on the adjacent table were finished, Lu Yu instructed the staff to prepare another batch. "Let us make do for now. Once we finish the 20,000 items today, I shall treat you to a grand feast," Lu Yu declared. Feng Yi remained silent but raised his hand in acknowledgement. "I shall treat you to a grand feast," Lu Yu declared. Feng Yi remained silent but raised his hand in a gesture of acknowledgement. When the evaluation of all 20,000 items was completed, Feng Yi exhaled a deep sigh. Processing such a large quantity was undeniably taxing, lest it adversely affect his cognitive function. After all, he was still in a phase of evolution, enhancing his olfactory control and strengthening his brain's processing capabilities, all of which required moderation. Exceeding this limit would yield diminishing returns. Lu Yu directed his team to securely package the evaluated goods and ensure they were closely guarded. Turning back to observe Feng Yi resting in the massage chair, he understood that the 20,000 items had already reached Feng Yi's limit. Feng Yi appeared pale. The time taken for the last 2 rounds of evaluations was noticeably longer, with his rest periods significantly extended. Nevertheless, his spirit remained relatively intact. And even as each round consumed more time, his determination when filtering through the items was steadfast. Pushing further would only risk errors in Feng Yi's assessments. Continuing to push Feng Yi beyond his limits, even if he himself requested to work overtime, would only raise Lu Yu's concerns about potential errors due to fatigue. Once Feng Yi had sufficiently recovered, Lu Yu invited him to a hearty meal. Of course, this was merely what Lu Yu considered a lavish feast. He was hesitant to indulge openly in front of others. Thus, this meal, courtesy of Lu Yu, felt more like a nibble to him. The food was quickly consumed. Although far from satiation, it significantly revitalized his spirit, alleviating much of his headache. From the moment the dishes were served, Feng Yi focused intently on devouring his food, leaving Lu Yu unable to voice his inquiries. Only when Feng Yi had nearly finished did Lu Yu excitedly ask, "Your sense of smell, is it? The basis of your evaluations of those items relies on your olfactory senses." He pondered over this issue for an entire day, concluding that his keen sense of smell stemmed from his observations of Feng Yi. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yi nodded in agreement. "Similar. Huh, I indeed guessed correctly," Lu Yu exclaimed with enthusiasm, clapping his hands vigorously. "I recall watching a program where someone was exceptionally adept at identifying crocodile skin. He claimed to be particularly sensitive to a specific scent emanating from it, capable of detecting it from a considerable distance. Yet, you surpass him. As you can authenticate in bulk, your skill is undeniably more practical." Originally, Lu Yu intended to express that the commercial value was higher, but he opted for a different term at the last moment. He continued to marvel, "This is a talent skill. It is no wonder you possess the capability to cleverly extract 2 million from my hands." Suddenly remembering something, he added, "You earned your way out of debt through this, didn't you?" Feng Yi affirmed, "Indeed. You are correct. It dawned on him that this could indeed be articulated in such a manner. Though he had never intended to conceal his acute sense of smell since accepting this substantial order, Lu Yu's words sparked ideas for responses to inquiries from outsiders. Henceforth, if anyone questioned how he managed to settle his debts, he would simply reply, "I earned it through my sense of smell." For instance, catching mice or identifying snake skins could yield a considerable income. Seeing Feng Yi's acknowledgement, Lu Yu felt a mix of exhilaration at having uncovered the truth and bewilderment. Then why are you still in the entertainment industry? Surely, you earn more from a month of catching mice than from laboriously filming a web series for an entire month. Even if you become famous, can you earn more from commercial deals than through this innate talent? With such a gifted skill, even without major contracts, you could lead a comfortable life catching mice. Feng Yi replied, "Indeed, now I understand." Lu Yu detested witnessing individuals squander their talents on trivial matters and engaged Feng Yi in conversation for quite some time. When the test results arrived on his phone, the smile on Lu Yu's face radiated even more warmth, exhibiting no signs of regret over the substantial authentication fee. He suggested booking a room at a 5-star hotel to ensure Feng Yi could rest well, promising to dispatch someone for pickup. Feng Yi declined, citing discomfort with hotel stays, and drove home, relishing the journey back. Chapter 39. A larger space. 3 days later, Feng Yi completed the authentication of all 50,000 items. During this period, Lu Yu and his team randomly selected some items for testing with reagent kits. The results confirmed that none of the items Feng Yi had previously authenticated were incorrect. The 2 million was paid in 3 installments, and Lu Yu transferred the funds without hesitation, treating Feng Yi to a meal afterward. "Do you have any goals for your earnings?" Lu Yu inquired curiously. "To live," Feng Yi replied succinctly. Such a statement raised the question of how one could define living. There are myriad ways to live on 2 million, just as there are countless ways to live on 2,000. Feng Yi smiled, but offered no further elaboration. Once the process of evolution commences, it is not something that can be easily halted. Evolution is not merely a small nuisance like dental pain. He harbored an inexplicable sense of urgency, an instinct he could not quite comprehend. His instincts urged him to seek a larger space. However, how large must that space be? What transformation must he undergo to necessitate such expansiveness? Whenever this topic arose, Feng Yi felt a weight settle upon him. The 2 million he had just acquired no longer seemed appealing. Lu Yu, in a jesting manner, inquired about Feng Yi's plans after making some money. Plans? Feng Yi pondered for a moment before replying, "To buy a house." Lu Yu's interest was piqued. "I understand this well. Where do you wish to buy? As an investment or for personal residence? If you have no specific location in mind, I could offer some recommendations. How can I purchase a property in Luhai?" Feng Yi asked. "Luhai in Yangqing?" "Yes." Lu Yu shot him a glance. "What are you thinking? I wouldn't even dare to dream of Yangqing's Luhai. My father has coveted a place there for years and has been able to secure one. Let us set a more realistic goal." Yangqing's Luhai is indeed a legendary villa district. The name Luhai, derived from the phrase wealth and prosperity as deep as the sea, evokes the image of a nouveau riche retirement haven. Originally established before the climate anomalies, Luhai was considered remote and underdeveloped, with a rather rustic name. Those with discerning taste would never consider purchasing there, as it would tarnish their reputation. Then, a turning point arrived. After nearly 2 decades of climatic irregularities, in the year when normalcy was restored, wild birds from the first-level protection species list appeared in the lake beside Luhai. They arrived of their own accord, and in considerable numbers. At that time, the world was still gripped by fears of climate anomalies and the 6th mass extinction. Experts claimed that the climate had returned to normal, but skepticism prevailed until the presence of these endangered species was observed. The existence of wildlife serves as an indicator of the human living environment, and their presence provides far more credible evidence of the area's quality than any expert's assertions. Consequently, the previously overlooked Luhai Villa district saw a meteoric rise in property prices. Although prices stabilized shortly thereafter due to policy changes, by that time, it was no longer merely about money. The homeowners were unwilling to sell. Later, as these elusive wild animals began to appear frequently, sightings were reported nationwide, diverting public attention. Yet, the allure of Luhai remained undiminished. Although sightings of wild birds have become rarer in recent years, many attribute this to the construction activities in the vicinity. With more people around, how could wildlife possibly thrive? The legend endures. The legendary aura of Luhai persists, but acquiring property there has become an elusive dream. Let us consider a different target. If you genuinely wish to buy a house in Yangqing, I can provide recommendations, provided you meet the purchasing qualifications, Lu Yu remarked. Actually, our city is quite appealing as well. Have you heard that the Yueshan area has become quite popular? I've heard property prices have risen there, following the Zaiqinglong incident. Yueshan was regarded as having exceptionally favorable environmental conditions. Later, experts debunked this notion, clarifying that Yueshan's environment was merely average and not extraordinarily favorable. The survival of Xiaqinglong was attributed to a beneficial genetic mutation rather than the location's virtues. This explanation, however, only reinforced the belief in the area's good feng shui. After all, how else could Xiaqinglong have undergone such a fortunate mutation? Why didn't such occurrences transpire in other, more favorable locations? Coupled with some commercial hype, property prices soared, and those who had planned to sell their shops reopened. The environment in Yueshan is indeed quite satisfactory. In the context of Yangcheng and Luhai, Feng Yi casually mentioned his awareness of the impracticality of purchasing property there. Nevertheless, he genuinely harbored the desire to acquire a spacious residence. Living within the confines of the community proved inconvenient. Should any significant upheaval occur due to evolution, it would undoubtedly pose a challenge. Are there any recommendations near Yueshan? A large space, with minimal disturbance, and a bit secluded would be acceptable. Perhaps a standalone house? Indeed. I know someone who possesses a property that might meet your criteria and has expressed a desire to sell. Admittedly, that house is rather remote, situated far from the heart of Longcheng, but the specifics would need to be inquired about. All right, thank you. After dining with Lu Yu, on his way back, Feng Yi sought out a few restaurants to replenish his sustenance. Upon returning to the community, he encountered Wu Ji while ascending the stairs. Where have you been these past few days? I haven't seen you around. Did you receive my messages? The pastries you ordered, since you mentioned to hold off on them. They've lost their freshness, so I've given them away. Your portion is being prepared again today, and it should all be ready by tomorrow, Wu Ji informed him. Once it's done, send me a message, I will collect it myself. After a moment's thought, Feng Yi added, I've been out earning some money these days. He briefly recounted his ability to discern snake skins by scent, realizing that if he were indeed to relocate, it was prudent to prepare his old friends for the transition. Upon hearing this, Wu Ji was elated, bypassing inquiries about the earnings, exclaiming, I knew you possessed such a talent. I might doubt other claims, but your ability to identify snake skins is indisputable. Your prowess at the Yueshan agritourism when you captured that snake was extraordinary. Satisfied with Wu Ji's positive reception, Feng Yi felt reassured. With such a conspicuous skill at his disposal, he could engage in legitimate income-generating endeavors without fear of scrutiny or evasion of taxes, allowing him to indulge without concern for others' judgments. Moreover, Feng Yi's assessment fees for skin appraisal were set high enough not to threaten the livelihoods of other artisans. Upon returning home, Feng Yi hurriedly washed up and retired for the night. After 3 consecutive days of intense mental exertion, he felt it imperative to rest adequately. Later, in the stillness of the night, while Feng Yi remained immersed in slumber, the intelligent air purification system within the room activated, and the control panel on the wall displayed fluctuating humidity levels, increasing in rapid succession. The dehumidification mode was engaged, with the device operating vigorously. Yet the humidity figures continued to ascend. A thin veil of moisture clung to the bathroom mirror. Chapter 40. Changing houses upon awakening in the morning. Feng Yi initially believed he was still ensnared in a dream. After a considerable pause, his expression shifted to one of confusion. This did not resemble a dream. He extended his forearm to his mouth, biting down with his sharp teeth. Ouch! He sprang upright. It was no dream. But why was everything around him so damp? Had he not detected any unpleasant odors, he might have suspected he had wet the bed. But that couldn't be right. Wetting the bed wouldn't result in the entire mattress being soaked. He pressed his palm against the pillow, observing the moisture on his hand, further deepening his bewilderment. Who had splashed water while he slept? The room was awash with dampness, and the wardrobe was covered in droplets. Feng Yi rose with the intention of examining the situation more closely. As his foot struck the ground, his cloth slippers, seemingly soaked, squelched out a small puddle of water. The floor was in a lamentable state. Like a wandering spirit, Feng Yi drifted out of the bedroom to observe the living room's condition. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The furniture, the ceiling, and all objects emanated various heart-wrenching odors, as if they had been submerged in water. Leaning against the doorframe, Feng Yi felt as though his very liver trembled. This was the first home he had purchased through hard work and entrepreneurship during his university years. A place he had painstakingly overseen from renovation to decoration, selecting each piece of furniture with care, arranging everything in the most suitable positions. With every detail a testament to his dedication. Now it was all ruined. After a considerable time, Feng Yi regained his composure and proceeded to check the dehumidifier. The indoor humidity was overwhelming, yet the dehumidifier remained silent, clearly malfunctioning. He scrolled through the application on his phone to review the dehumidifier's operational records. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, the indoor humidity data had spiked suddenly, triggering the strongest dehumidification mode, but it had failed after just 2 hours. 1 o'clock? Wasn't he still dreaming at that hour? A thought struck him, causing his eyelids to flutter as he rushed to the bathroom. The mirror in the bathroom was still veiled in a layer of mist, and all the tissues had become a soggy mass. He wiped away the mist from the mirror with his hand and gazed at his reflection. There were no peculiar changes on his face, nor any visible signs on his body. However, the events transpiring within the house were difficult for Feng Yi to attribute to mere evolution. Thus, was Uncle Ye's assertion that there would be no warning of evolution after 1 month truly valid? Feng Yi opened his phone to check the chat in the community owners group. Indeed, the owners had already begun to clamor. The humidity is unbearable. The floors are completely soaked. Isn't this typical of the plum rain season? However, isn't the plum rain season in Rongqing still yet to arrive? What nonsense about the plum rain. I live on a high floor. And even during previous plum rain seasons, it never reached this level of dampness. I hung my clothes up to dry last night, and this morning they were even wetter than yesterday. My windows are tightly shut, and only the indoor air purification system is running. Can it not block the moisture from outside? Could it be due to the building materials? A quality issue with the houses? My home is also humid, but not to the extent you all describe. Once the topic of construction issues was raised, the property management could no longer remain silent. They came forth to clarify that it was certainly not a problem with the houses, stating, "It is possible that a layer of clouds formed last night, causing a particularly high level of humidity for residents on certain floors. The so-called layer of clouds, sometimes referred to as high fog, gives the impression of mist but does not touch the ground, often enveloping mountains and high-rise buildings, likely persisting for only a few hours before dissipating once the sun rises." This explanation garnered considerable belief among many, though some questioned whether the conditions for such cloud formation could truly exist in this community. Yet, apart from the layer of cloud explanation, no other causes could be surmised. Moreover, it was indeed the case in the community. While everyone felt the humidity was heavy last night, only one building and 2 nearby high-rise buildings experienced this sensation acutely. To be precise, in these 3 buildings, the sense of dampness is particularly pronounced for residents on the 25th floor and above, especially around the 30th floor. The occupants on the same levels in other buildings do not experience such exaggerated dampness. Delving through these chat records with trepidation, Feng Yi was engulfed by a sense of guilt. Instinctively, he felt that this matter was somehow connected to him. Yet he found himself unable to articulate an explanation or offer any form of compensation. To avoid causing further trouble for the residents, Feng Yi decided it would be best to depart swiftly. He sent a message to Wu Ji, knowing he was at home, and ascended the stairs to the 29th floor. The door was ajar, and in the living room, Wu Ji was diligently using a hairdryer to dry his sofa. Feng Yi glanced around Wu Ji's home and noted the evident dampness, though it was still salvageable. Wu Ji, while attempting to rescue his beloved fabric sofa, expressed his concerns. "I'm particularly worried now. If the humidity is this severe every night, all my tables and cabinets might be ruined." Feng Yi replied, "Yours is probably similar to mine. Everything's ruined. The ceiling will likely need to be redone." Wu Ji looked at him with sympathy. "Why is this layer of cloud chosen to appear only here? Sneaking in at midnight? No one was prepared." Feng Yi responded, "Indeed, it appeared stealthily at midnight." After leaving Wu Ji's place, Feng Yi inquired with residents both above and below. Their situations mirrored Wu Ji's, marked by notable dampness yet still salvageable. However, if this continued to occur, their furniture and decor would certainly be rendered worthless. Upon returning home, Feng Yi called the steward to report the situation. The water mist is indeed a phenomenon that arises during the evolution process, and it has manifested earlier than I anticipated, the steward informed him. "If you wish to keep this under wraps, you may consider relocating. However, Ms. Feng has no property in Rong City, so you will need to devise a solution yourself." "I will handle the housing issue myself," Feng Yi assured him. His sole purpose was to ascertain whether this situation was connected to his evolution. After ending the call, Feng Yi opened the property application to search for rental listings, seeking a secluded villa. Purchasing a home was not an immediate option. He had initially thought he had time to explore, but now, it seemed prudent to act swiftly. If he couldn't buy a house, he would rent. If no suitable options were available, perhaps he would have to sleep in a park. After browsing for a while, he received a call from Lu Yu. "Regarding the house near Yueshan that I mentioned yesterday, do you have time to view it today? The owner is my cousin, and he will be there this afternoon to collect some items. If you're interested, I can inform him." Lu Yu clarified, "Just to let you know, I haven't seen the house in person, only photos, but I've heard good things about it. The surrounding environment is particularly pleasant, albeit a bit remote." "Being a bit remote is not an issue. I have time to view the house today," Feng Yi responded. A little remoteness would mean fewer chances of anyone noticing his unusual activities. Should the dampness arise again, it would not affect the neighbors. After a moment, Liu added, "P.S. there now. I'll send you the detailed address so you can speak with him directly. I'm tied up with company matters." Understood. Upon receiving the detailed address, Feng Yi searched on the map and found it indeed quite distant from the urban area, particularly close to the Yuanshan Nature Reserve. However, for him at this moment, the farther away from the city, the better. After a brief preparation, Feng Yi drove to the location mentioned by Liu Yu. Upon arrival, he noted that the community was indeed secluded, with few residents in sight. The house that Liu Yu referred to was near the river, situated at the farthest end of the community. It appeared somewhat desolate, possibly due to the owner's prolonged absence and lack of maintenance. When Feng Yi arrived, the homeowner was placing a storage box and 2 books into a vehicle. The owner appeared to be of a similar age to Liu Yu, yet exuded a melancholic aura reminiscent of an artist, in stark contrast to Liu Yu's sharp business demeanor. Upon noticing Feng Yi, the man wiped the sweat from his forehead and inquired, "Are you the one Liu Yu mentioned, the one interested in purchasing the property? The one with the surname Feng?" "Yes, that would be me," Feng Yi replied, stepping forward to retrieve the fallen books and hand them over. "Thank you," the man said, setting the books aside. "I am Lin, from SCHR Dinger, Lin from the seclusion of the mountains. Liu is my cousin. He mentioned you were looking for a solitary house in a remote location." Feng Yi was taken aback by the reference to SCHR Dinger, but managed to respond. "I am Feng Yi, Feng from the Whirlwind, Yi from the Archer Ho Yi. You may simply call me by my name," he added. "I do indeed wish to acquire a property that is closely aligned with nature." It wouldn't do to disclose his desire to distance himself from others for the sake of intrigue. Earlier that morning, while perusing the chat logs of the community's owner group, he contemplated retreating to a remote village to live in isolation. However, his mindset had not yet evolved to the point of seeking such seclusion. Therefore, he temporarily set aside the notion of retreat. Perhaps, in the future, he might embrace a life of isolation due to personal evolution, but for now, that was not feasible, as it would lead to melancholy. Upon hearing Feng Yi's desire for a nature-adjacent dwelling, Lin chuckled softly, gazing nostalgically at the overgrown house. There are indeed many homes in close proximity to nature, yet they come with their share of complications. Let me elaborate. This community, being near Yuanshan and close to the protected area, is subject to strict regulations. Any modifications must first be applied for and approved before any action can be taken. Whether it be renovations or alterations, even for your own garden, significant changes require prior approval. There is a code you can scan for online applications. As long as the modifications are minor, approval comes swiftly. Some individuals have moved away, feeling the bureaucracy surrounding renovations was too cumbersome. However, recently, due to events surrounding the Little Green Dragon, some owners have returned to reside here, while others, capitalizing on the current trend, have raised their prices for sale, like myself. As Lin spoke, he let out a heavy sigh. To be honest, my motive for selling this house is partly to take advantage of rising prices, but more importantly, I no longer wish to live here. Leaving it idle feels like a waste. It has been nearly 2 years, and by summer, the wild grass in the yard grows taller than I do. At this point, Lin seemed to drift into his memories, his melancholic aura deepening. Feng Yi, noticing his introspection, attempted several times to interject. "You have 3 large black mosquitoes biting your face and arms. There is a swarm of them lurking nearby." Chapter 41. Is that you? As a swarm of mosquitoes darted towards Lin, Feng Yi took a few steps in that direction. As Feng Yi approached, the mosquitoes that had been heading this way took a reluctant detour, pausing momentarily before continuing their flight. Meanwhile, the 3 mosquitoes on Lin, perhaps having gorged themselves or forced to abandon their meal, also took to the air, only to be swiftly captured by Feng Yi. Wiping the blood from his palm with a tissue, Feng Yi turned his gaze towards Lin. At that moment, Lin finally came to his senses. Scratching the spot where the mosquito had bitten him, calmly, he retrieved a tube of ointment from his bag and applied it. Before resuming his melancholic discourse with Feng Yi about the sorrows associated with this house. "Back then, I had a dog, a gift from a friend. It was inconvenient to keep a dog in the city, and I had minor disagreements with my family, so I purchased this house. Although it is perilously close to the river, with high humidity and an abundance of mosquitoes, it was the only property available for sale at the time. So I went ahead with the purchase. In fact, this house is quite nice, situated in a corner of the community. Despite the mosquito problem, there are few people around. When I took my dog for walks, I rarely encountered anyone, and we would play frisbee on that patch of grass over there." Feng Yi followed Lin's gesture, observing a vast expanse of overgrown weeds, nearly as tall as a person. This area, adjacent to the river, lay beyond the community's jurisdiction, and the property management would neglect it during lawn maintenance unless homeowners strongly requested otherwise, allowing nature to flourish unrestrained. I still remember the temperature that day. It was similar to today. I took my dog outside the community to play frisbee, but I didn't have it on a leash. I threw the frisbee, then received a phone call. During the call, I heard 2 barks, but I didn't pay much attention at the time. Once the call ended and I went outside to find my dog, I discovered it was missing. As Shui Lin seemed poised to delve deeper into his sorrowful memories, Feng Yi felt compelled to interrupt. Since Shui Lin had expressed a desire to purchase this house, he needed to clarify certain questions. How could the dog simply vanish? Feng Yi inquired. From Shui Lin's account, although he had been on the phone for a while, it couldn't have been too long, and he had heard 2 barks in the interim. Was it possible someone had stolen the dog? Upon hearing this question, regret flooded Shui Lin's eyes. I don't know. The property management surveillance cameras couldn't capture that area. I reported it to the police and even hired someone privately to investigate. Yet, the dog seemed to have vanished without a trace. The cameras elsewhere did not record any suspicious individuals, nor was there any sign of the dog. Some people claimed to have found traces near the river, suggesting the dog might have been dragged away by something in the water. During that period, rumors circulated in the community about crocodiles and large pythons in the river. More residents moved away, and those who remained avoided this area. Eventually, a patrol group combating illegal fishing passed through, heard about the situation, and came to investigate. However, they found no evidence of illegal fishing in this stretch of the river, nor any crocodiles or pythons. They even deployed a detector into the water to search, but found no useful information. Feng Yi found it perplexing. A dog could not simply disappear without reason. Indeed, Shui Lin's face was etched with regret. I should have kept a closer eye on it. Why did I throw the frisbee over there? Why did I let it near the river? Of course, Shui Lin's sorrowful tale did not end there. He continued to recount the sorrowful memories that the house had left him, such as how after losing his dog, he adopted a cat, only for it to abandon him and run off to another home within a mere 2 months. Another tale he shared was of how he was tripped by an old tortoise while jogging outside the community, resulting in a broken leg, and how his family had forcibly tied him back home. However, what lingered most in Feng Yi's mind were the words Shui Lin had just spoken about the lost dog. He wished to inquire further about the details, yet Shui Lin remained absorbed in his own thoughts, speaking to himself. As for the interior of the house, many important belongings had been moved away due to its prolonged vacancy. The furniture that remained, neglected for so long, had suffered varying degrees of damage from the dampness of the environment and was barely usable. As Feng Yi surveyed the house, Lu Yu arrived in his car. Initially, he had no intention of coming, as he had many matters to attend to, but fortune smiled upon him with smooth progress, and today posed no urgent issues, prompting him to come and take a look. His concern was not for Feng Yi, but rather for his dim-witted cousin. However, the moment he stepped out of the car, he felt an overwhelming urge to turn back. It was still early evening, yet the mosquitoes were already rampant. What a miscalculation, having forgotten to bring mosquito repellent. While uttering his frustrations, Lu Yu waved his hands to fend off the buzzing pests. You'll get used to it, Shui Lin remarked. Get used to it. Lu Yu thought to himself, not a chance. I refuse to acclimatize to this place. Complaining further, Lu Yu surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but exclaim, this isn't just remote, it's practically a wilderness. With a sharp clap of his hands against his arm, he tried to swat a mosquito but only succeeded in reddening his skin. The sun had yet to set, and the mosquitoes were already so audacious. What would it be like after dark? Gazing at the tall wild grass by the riverbank, nearly as high as a person, Lu Yu shivered at the thought. Is this place even livable? He imagined himself residing here and felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, goosebumps prickling his skin. He turned to Feng Yi and asked, are you truly considering buying a house here? Aren't you afraid of some supernatural creature suddenly appearing? Feng Yi replied, I am bold, and I fear nothing. Just then, Feng Yi caught a scent and walked into the yard, emerging from the overgrown grass with a snake measuring over 1/2 meter in length. Shui Lin, his eyes still clouded with melancholy, glanced at it and calmly stated, it should be some type of water snake. It's not very venomous. Feng Yi concurred, yes. Its venom is mild. Lu Yu, already taken aback, exclaimed, that's a snake. A live snake. You can't discuss a snake in the same tone as you would a worm. He questioned, aghast, why is there a snake in this yard? He was fond of imitation snake skin, but harbored a fear of real snakes. Shui Lin shot him a disdainful look, replying, given the environment, is it not normal to find a snake here? After speaking, his gaze shifted to Feng Yi, his brow furrowed as if pondering a perplexing dilemma. Lu Yu, no longer fixated on the mosquitoes, now scrutinized the surrounding grass, apprehensive that another snake might emerge from the underbrush to bite his foot. Simultaneously, Liu Yu contemplated whether he was overreacting. His cousin, an artist, remained unperturbed, while the junior student handled snakes as if they were mere earthworms. Was his response overly timid? Yet, the serene beauty that resided in Liu Yu's heart was certainly not compatible with such a wild environment, with mosquitoes swarming everywhere. He even had to guard against snakes invading his own yard. He wouldn't live in such a house, even if it were gifted to him. Reflecting on Feng Yi's remarkable sense of smell, Liu intended to inquire whether there were any traces of snake scents lingering in the vicinity. If the shed snake skin could be detected, then surely the skin of a live snake could as well. Otherwise, how could he have captured it with such precision moments ago? Just as Liu Yu opened his mouth to ask, he was abruptly shoved aside by a force. Xuelin held his phone, the screen nearly pressed against Feng Yi's face. Is this you? Feng Yi's gaze fixated on the photograph displayed on the phone. A picture of himself grasping a little green dragon, adorned with a mask, sunglasses, and a fisherman's hat. No way. You can be recognized from this. Chapter 42. Has night fallen? Liu Yu, initially bewildered by being pushed aside, leaned closer to examine the phone at Xuelin's insistence. He glanced at Feng Yi, then back at the phone, and suddenly jumped up, pointing at Feng Yi. Wow. The one who single-handedly inflated the real estate prices around Yueshan is you, isn't it? Feng Yi replied, Don't say that. It wasn't me. It was the little green dragon that drove up the prices. You're the famous snake brother of Yueshan, no denying it. My cousin is an expert at capturing likenesses, so he can recognize people with remarkable accuracy. Even if you're wearing a mask, he could still identify you. Liu Yu exclaimed, under Xuelin's unwavering gaze. Feng Yi begrudgingly admitted, It is me. Liu Yu pointed at him, You're impressive. This was the second time Liu Yu had said such a thing. Feng Yi was a person of profound depth, and his actions were beyond imagination. Not only could he identify snake skins with exceptional olfactory acuity, but he also earned 20 million from them, and he had single-handedly elevated Yueshan's global prominence while subduing a little green dragon. Such feats were not achievable by mere mortals. Liu Yu was aware of the photograph's popularity. He had discussed it during a dinner gathering with friends, some of whom remarked that Snake Brother's grip on the snake indicated he must hail from a lineage of snake breeders or catchers. At the time, Liu Yu had dismissed it, but now he found himself inclined to believe it. The ability to instantly discern genuine snake skins and to handle snakes as effortlessly as one would handle earthworms certainly suggested a familial connection to snakes. Whether it was breeding, catching, or studying them, their background was undoubtedly intertwined with serpents. Just as Liu Yu sought to press further, Xuelin nudged him aside. This photograph left a profound impression on me, Xuelin stated earnestly. Liu Yu interjected, Could it be that you sense the regal aura of Snake Brother from Yueshan? No. I believe the photograph lacks spirit. It renders the subject overly stiff and wooden. Xuelin frowned, seemingly displeased with the photographer's skill. Feng Yi defended. I was actually that stiff and wooden at the time. It's not the photographer's fault. However, your earlier grip on the snake exhibited much more flair. It was just that the snake itself was too ordinary, lacking the fierce impact of the little green dragon. Alas, I should have rushed over to take a closer look. After a sigh, Xuelin looked expectantly at Feng Yi and asked, Could you possibly summon the little azure dragon once more? Feng Yi replied, I cannot. Xuelin exclaimed in dismay, and his tone, coupled with his demeanor, made Liu Yu feel as though he had missed an opportunity worth a fortune. Wishing to steer the conversation away from the topic of the Yueshan snake brother, Feng Yi inquired about the house, when the transaction could occur, and what aspects required attention. Meanwhile, Liu Yu observed their discussion with keen interest. His business acumen sensing that the connection between the Yueshan snake brother and Feng Yi's property purchase was not as straightforward as it seemed. Taking advantage of a moment when Xuelin stepped away to the restroom, Liu Yu asked Feng Yi, Is this truly a place of auspicious feng shui? You know, we've known each other for quite some time, and we will continue to collaborate in the future. I consider you a friend. If you have any advantages or insights, please do not forget about me, Brother Liu. I assure you, it will remain confidential. Feng Yi, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, There is nothing of the sort. I simply seek a tranquil place to reside. As you know, my sensitivities differ from others. When there are too many people, the environment becomes chaotic and uncomfortable. I was once unable to afford it, but now that I have the means, shouldn't I ensure my living conditions are pleasant? Liu nodded, finding some credibility in this explanation. Yet, he pressed on, Are you truly devoid of any ability to assess feng shui? Feng Yi firmly stated, I believe in science and reject superstition. Liu clicked his tongue in response. Those in their line of work often entertain such thoughts. For instance, their company placed great significance on ornamental arrangements, and Liu Yu himself had a statue of the god of wealth in his home. Feng Yi and Shui Lin discussed the real estate transaction, with Shui Lin being less preoccupied than Lu Yu. The pricing was reasonable. And even though property values in the Yueshan area had seen a resurgence, it remained within Feng Yi's financial reach. However, they did not immediately proceed with the transfer of ownership. Shui Lin advised Feng Yi to contemplate the decision further, as he himself found the property uncomfortable to live in. After pondering for a moment, Feng Yi proposed, "How about this? I see that the utilities are functional, and the basic furniture is present. I will stay here for a few nights to see how it feels. If it suits me, I will contact you in 3 days to finalize the ownership transfer." "That sounds acceptable," Shui Lin agreed, considering it a reasonable arrangement. Since the house was unoccupied, allowing Feng Yi a trial stay posed no inconvenience to him. If it did not sell, they could simply hold on to it. It was essential not to deceive anyone. Having removed all valuable items from the house, Shui Lin handed the keys and access card to the community gate over to Feng Yi. After Shui Lin and Lu Yu departed, Feng Yi sought a nearby place to dine and picked up some basic necessities. He also visited an outdoor supply store to purchase a sleeping bag and tent. Preparing for the possibility of mist or fog appearing at night, he set up a makeshift tent in the yard, perhaps the only one opting to sleep on the ground amidst the nearby villas. Upon rising the next day, nothing unusual occurred. Feng Yi could not discern any pattern, so he decided to set the matter aside, as he planned to spend the nights there for the time being. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, Feng Yi felt quite satisfied with the house's seclusion and resolved to purchase it. Nevertheless, the apartment in the city held a different significance for Feng Yi, and he felt it necessary to conclude matters there before moving. On his way back to the community, Feng Yi purchased an array of repair supplies. It seemed that a house that had been waterlogged could not be entrusted to others. A seasoned individual would immediately discern the dampness within, leaving no choice but for him to undertake the repairs himself. With a hint of self-deprecation, Feng Yi mused, "After my evolution, I have not only mastered the art of catching mice and snakes, but have also acquired skills in home and furniture repair." Surveying the dismal state of the interior, he sighed inwardly. Nevertheless, this place was the product of his labor and dedication. Each item resonated with the spirit of his struggles. Before relocating, he needed to restore it to order. Embracing a rare moment of artistic inspiration, Feng Yi cast aside other emotions and busied himself. He opened his tools and meticulously attended to each item according to the steps he had found online. Once he immersed himself in the work, time slipped away unnoticed. However, Feng Yi felt remarkably energetic that day, free from drowsiness, even forgetting his hunger. It was not until he received a message from Wu Ji that he snapped back to reality. "Have you gone to sleep? If not, I can bring you some late-night snacks. The tea eggs just came out of the pot." Feng Yi replied, "Not yet. I'm busy repairing furniture." Perhaps too engrossed in the repairs, he failed to grasp the implications of Wu Ji's message. After a while, the doorbell rang. Feng Yi was busy using his tools to absorb the moisture from the walls, hastening the drying process, and he set his tools down to answer the door. Wu Ji stood there holding a thermal container, the aroma of tea eggs igniting Feng Yi's appetite. "I saved you 10, Wu Ji said, handing over the box. Noticing the dust and grime on Feng Yi, he inquired, "How is the situation there? Can you fix it?" "I'll do my best. Whatever can be repaired will be." Feng Yi responded, "Well, as long as the electrical appliances didn't catch fire and no one was harmed, that's what matters most." "Didn't you mention you had made a decent profit? You could always renovate and get a new set." Wu Ji's gaze drifted past Feng Yi into the dim room. "It's so dark. How can you repair furniture? Your electrical circuit hasn't malfunctioned, has it?" He reached out to press the switch on the entrance wall. With a click, the lights illuminated the space. Wu Ji turned to Feng Yi, observing him as if he were a fool. "Feng Yi, has it turned dark? Did I forget to turn on the lights?" Chapter 43. Eyes. Although he felt a pang of panic inside, Feng Yi maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. "I turned off the lights to think," he explained. "Do you need to turn off the lights to think? Is darkness more conducive to contemplation? Are you pondering some significant life event?" Wu Ji struggled to comprehend. Nonetheless, he recognized that some individuals indeed required a quiet, dark environment to collect their thoughts. Yet, given Feng Yi's appearance, hadn't he just claimed to be repairing furniture? What kind of matter warranted such a drastic measure of plunging the entire house into darkness for contemplation? Under Wu Ji's incredulous gaze, Feng Yi replied calmly, "I was thinking about buying a house." Sure enough, the mere mention of purchasing property captivated Wu Ji's attention. "Are you looking to buy a house again? Ha. It seems you've truly made quite a bit lately." What was meant to be a brief visit to deliver eggs had transformed. Now, upon hearing Feng Yi's intentions, Wu Ji was eager to engage in a conversation that could last until dawn. As someone who had become wealthy through relocation, discussions about real estate were among Wu Ji's favorite topics. He brought the stool over and poured himself a cup of warm water, lamenting the absence of sunflower seeds. For otherwise, he could have chatted while munching. Are you interested? I can help you think it through, Wu Ji inquired. I have my eye on a property and plan to meet the owner in a couple of days to finalize the transfer, Feng Yi replied. The community is near Yu Mountain, quite far from the city center. You can search for Yuxiu, with Yue from Yu Mountain, and Xiu meaning picturesque. Wu Ji opened his phone's map and searched as Feng Yi instructed. Well, the Yuxiu area is filled with individual villas, Wu Ji exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. Even though he was not the one purchasing a home, he felt joy in the prospect. The location is somewhat remote, Feng Yi remarked. But they are villas. That is my dream. I had always planned to save enough money to buy a small villa away from the city's clamor, to enjoy a leisurely retirement with my wife. If it weren't for the stringent approvals now, I would have already sought a beautiful village to buy land and build my own house. What is the environment like there? Wu Ji asked. The environment is excellent, as it is close to the Yu Mountain Nature Reserve. However, due to its relatively untouched surroundings and proximity to the river, there are quite a few mosquitoes, Feng Yi explained. I'm not afraid. My dream environment is exactly what I envisioned. Wu Ji's excitement faltered momentarily as he inquired. But being near the reserve and the river, are there snakes? Yes, I caught one yesterday, but there's no need to worry. It was just a small water snake. Feng Yi replied, momentarily taken aback himself. When did he become so nonchalant about discussing snakes? He recalled feeling no emotional upheaval while catching the snake yesterday. Unperturbed by Feng Yi's change in demeanor, Wu Ji immediately shook his head. No, even a small water snake is unacceptable. I think I need to revise my dream. Living in the city for retirement isn't so bad after all. The mere mention of a snake shattered Wu Ji's dreamlike vision. He left with a hint of disappointment. While Feng Yi closed the door and turned to the bright living room. After Wu Ji's visit, the lights were already on. Checking the time on his phone, he realized it was already past 1 in the morning. He had unknowingly been busy until now. How had he lost track of time from day to night? Feng Yi pondered how he could have perceived things clearly in the dark. He understood that it must be a mutation resulting from evolution, an imperceptible change that was terrifying. He had nearly revealed himself. After adapting to the illumination, Feng Yi carefully sensed his surroundings. Indeed, his eyes had undergone some change, and certain muscles seemed to be under his control. Feng Yi focused on the teacup on the table, attempting to move the muscle he could control near his eyes. The cup became blurred in his vision. However, behind the cup, a box of dental floss placed further away on the table was crystal clear. Could his vision actually zoom? His eyes felt a bit strained. Rubbing them, he waited for the discomfort to dissipate before turning off all the lights in the room. In the dark, what he saw with his eyes was indeed different. It resembled the footage captured by a camera with infrared night vision, yet it was not entirely the same. It seemed to overlay images akin to thermal imaging. A most peculiar sensation enveloped him. The sensation of discomfort intensified once more. Feng Yi switched on the light, closed his eyes to rest for a moment, and then proceeded to the bathroom to gaze into the mirror. At first glance, his eyes appeared unchanged. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned a subtle difference. The irises seemed somewhat unfamiliar, and the pupils were conspicuously more pronounced. Typically, a person's pupils will constrict or dilate in response to light or emotional stimuli. In this instance, despite the surrounding light remaining stable and Feng Yi's heart not being entirely tranquil, his pupils exhibited an unusual level of activity. Within a brief span, the dilated dark pupils transformed into mere pinpoints, only to expand rapidly again. After staring into the mirror for a while, Feng Yi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He closed his eyes and took slow, deliberate breaths to regain his composure. Approximately 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes, eager to see if the erratic behavior of his pupils had subsided. To his dismay, it had not only failed to diminish, but instead had quickened. He watched as his pupils shifted from tiny pinpricks to rapid expansions, the overwhelming fatigue and soreness compelling him to shut his eyes once more. Yet, just as he was about to do so, his large, dark pupils suddenly constricted, resembling a narrow slit. Startled, Feng Yi leapt up. At 1 in the morning, in the confines of his own bathroom, he was horrified by the sight of his own eyes. Breathing heavily, he took a moment to steady himself before taking a deep breath and leaning closer to the mirror again. The activity of his pupils had finally decreased slightly. Yet their fluctuations were now quite erratic. At times, they merely contracted in a circular motion, while at others, they alternated between round and slit-like shapes. Feng Yi covered his face in despair. What was he to do? This was clearly no longer characteristic of human pupils. Moreover, it was beyond his control. Was this akin to venomous fangs and glands, requiring time for proper development? But what was he to do until they stabilized? He could not wear sunglasses indefinitely. Aside from those with ocular ailments, who would wear sunglasses indoors? He had plans to move in a few days and needed to complete the property transfer procedures. It was impossible for him to avoid going out. What if he remained cooped up here? What if the phenomenon reoccurred in the dead of night? What could he do if it escalated to a more severe state? After much contemplation, Feng Yi opened his phone to search for colored contact lenses, hoping to find something to obscure his pupils. However, he discovered that many colored contacts could only mask the iris, not entirely conceal the pupil. Naturally, if the pupil were completely covered, he would be unable to see. As he scrolled through options, he stumbled upon a type of contact lens resembling a blindfold, capable of obscuring the pupil. For an ordinary person, wearing such lenses would undoubtedly impair vision, rendering them unclear or entirely invisible. However, Feng Yi was unconcerned about this. After comparing several options, he placed an order and left a message for expedited shipping. The discomfort in his eyes was overwhelming, and a slight dizziness enveloped him, prompting him to divert his gaze from the phone screen, splashing cool water on his face and hastily drying it. Feng Yi picked up his phone to call the old steward. The steward had previously informed him that he need not inquire about his availability. He could call at any time without hesitation. Flipping through his contacts, Feng Yi wiped the remaining droplets of water from his face and steadied his emotions. The phone rang twice before being answered. Even at a little past 1 in the morning, the old steward's voice bore no trace of fatigue. Rather, it resonated with a hint of anticipation. What has changed? He inquired. My eyes, Feng Yi replied. The steward's previously monotonous tone instantly brightened. Oh? Have your eyes begun to change so soon? Have you been straining them lately? A bit, Feng Yi admitted, glancing at the wall clock. I was repairing the furniture at home yesterday, which may have caused the strain. That is possible, the steward remarked, unfazed, and continued. Are they round pupils or vertical slits? Or something else? Reflecting on the recent changes, Feng Yi replied uncertainly. I don't know. They were changing just now, sometimes round and other times vertical. Then they are vertical. After a brief pause, the steward added, vertical pupils are quite beautiful. Do not disdain them. But vertical pupils can be quite troublesome, Feng Yi lamented, troubled by the thought of narrow slits. Not troublesome at all. I shall send you a pair of contact lenses to conceal them when you go out. After further evolution, you will be able to control them, and then you won't need the lenses. Do not harbor any feelings of aversion. Feng Yi noted the steward's unusual enthusiasm. Recalling that during his last bout of toothache, the steward had not even sent toothpaste or a toothbrush. Do vertical pupils possess any special functions? Feng Yi asked. The steward hesitated for a moment, as if pondering their unique attributes. You simply prefer the shape of vertical pupils, don't you? Just as you disdain my dental care. After a moment, the steward finally stated, they enhance night vision. I am aware of that. They're akin to a cat's vision. I wonder if there are any other functions? You will discover them in due time, the steward replied. Feng Yi decided not to pursue the discussion about the functions of vertical pupils any further and instead asked, I've heard that snakes have poor eyesight. Will I become severely myopic? The steward expressed discontent that pertains to snakes, which are lowly creatures. Are you one of them? No, Feng Yi replied. The steward continued, do not constantly compare yourself to those beasts. What they possess, you can possess. What they lack, you can also have. They are merely a group of inferior beings. However, the steward lost interest in discussing lowly creatures and cautioned Feng Yi during this period. Your eyes will be in a state of evolution and thus unstable. Your blinking rate may slow, and you might sleep with your eyes open. It would be wise to wear an eye mask and press on your eyelids while resting. What? Sleep with my eyes open? Feng Yi imagined the unsettling image. Nevertheless, he registered this crucial information. Understood, sleeping with my eyes open could frighten others. No, it is to prevent dryness in your eyes. Feng Yi fell silent, feeling somewhat foolish. It must be the evolution affecting his mind, making him a bit slow to react. Perhaps it was also due to eye strain. He had heard that excessive eye use could lead to a lack of concentration and diminished memory. Chapter 44, Myopia. Due to the sudden circumstances, Feng Yi remained awake throughout the night. After conversing with the housekeeper, he took advantage of the quiet hours and drove to the Ushio community, where he set up a tent to sleep on the grass. This time, he was quite familiar with the surroundings. After erecting the tent and preparing the ground sheet, he found himself unable to sleep. It was not exactly a state of agitation. Rather, he had grown accustomed to it. He had previously endured sleepless nights due to toothaches, the torment of swollen cheeks making speech and eating a challenge, yet he had persevered. Now, his eyes were also undergoing a transformation. Although there was some discomfort, it was far more bearable than his prior experiences. However, This incident served as a reminder for Feng Yi to remain vigilant. Otherwise, unnoticed changes might occur, ones that others would perceive while he remained oblivious, leading to complications. Yet, Feng Yi was unperturbed. Despite the silent metamorphosis of his eyes, after experiencing a whirlwind of emotions, he found the inclination to listen to the lively nocturnal creatures around him. Perhaps sensing his presence and repelled by his aura, the nocturnal animals kept their distance. Even the mosquitoes choosing to venture elsewhere. The scent of mice had also vanished, rendering his attempts to catch a couple for experimentation futile. In the distance, the sounds of frogs croaking and insects chirping filled the air, creating quite a commotion. Further away, intermittent calls, whether from birds or other wild beasts, punctuated the night. The damp air and the essence of nature enveloped Feng Yi in a sense of tranquility. In the past, before his journey to Shaofeng Mountain, he would have undoubtedly been anxious in such an environment, losing sleep to worry and nightmares. Yet, he had changed, his habits were evolving, and some of his preferences had shifted as well. Previously, he believed nothing could compare to the comfort of his own bed, having invested in an exorbitantly priced mattress. Now, he found the grass beneath him more reassuring than any luxury mattress. Feng Yi donned an eye mask and closed his eyes to cultivate sleep. After a while, he rose, dragging his sleeping bag from the tent and laying it on the overgrown grass in the backyard, burrowing into it to continue his quest for slumber. The open-air experience was far more pleasant than being confined within the tent. The temperature was acceptable, and the humidity was suitable. Had it not been for the constraints of the sleeping bag, he would have rolled around on the grass for sheer delight. Just before drifting off, he mused that next time he would forego the sleeping bag and bring a thin mat instead, as lying on the grass would surely be delightful. He also recalled bringing his Bluetooth headphones. Should the croaking outside become too loud, he could simply don them to sleep. Feng Yi was awakened by the sun's rays. Emerging from his sleeping bag, he retrieved a water cup from the tent and gulped it down in one breath. Upon removing the eye mask, his eyes experienced a moment of stinging, which subsided after a short while. He found a mirror in the house to inspect his eyes. They appeared stable, maintaining an upright oval shape. Upon closer examination, the changes were minimal, less vibrant than the previous day. It was essential to carry a mirror for constant observation. Stepping outside, Feng Yi glanced at the sun and used his phone's camera as a mirror to monitor the changes in his eyes. Under the sunlight, his pupils constricted to a narrow slit, giving him a sharp and cold appearance, while his irises seemed to have faded somewhat. This was far too conspicuous. Feng Yi meticulously tidied up the ground tent mat before exploring the house, familiarizing himself with its structure and contemplating how to arrange it in the future. Most of the appliances within the abode were still functional, making it possible for him to move in with just a suitcase. After making his plans, Feng Yi donned a pair of sunglasses and drove out to purchase daily necessities and basic kitchen appliances. Fortunately, the weather encouraged many to wear sunglasses, so his appearance in the mall with them would not seem too peculiar, as long as he did not linger for too long. Regarding meals, Feng Yi simply placed an order for takeout and picked it up, stopping by the market to acquire some easy-to-handle ingredients. He spent another day at Yushuo's side, and only returned to the city house in the dead of night after receiving notification that his packages had arrived. There were 2 parcels awaiting him. One contained the contact lenses he had ordered online, a small box fitting in the palm of his hand, which he instructed the courier to place in the delivery locker for him to collect later. The other parcel was sent by the old butler. Initially, Feng Yi had considered having the courier leave it in the locker as well, but upon seeing the size of the package, he allowed the courier to leave it at his doorstep. Upon seeing the actual item, Feng Yi understood why it could not fit in the locker. Had he not seen the order number from the butler, he might have thought someone had sent him a festive gift. Once both parcels were inside, Feng Yi removed his sunglasses and began to unpack them. He started with the contact lenses he had purchased online. Interestingly, Feng Yi did not suffer from nearsightedness. His first experience with contact lenses was during the filming of a web series, where he portrayed a character requiring an otherworldly effect, necessitating the use of colored contact lenses. With prior experience, he encountered no difficulties or intense discomfort in wearing them. The half-blind lenses effectively concealed any abnormalities in his eyes, though they did indeed hinder his vision. Taking a close-up selfie with his phone, he observed that the concealing effect was satisfactory, as long as one did not scrutinize from a close distance. The lenses were hardly noticeable. After placing the half-blind lenses into their case, Feng Yi proceeded to unpack the butler's package. Upon discovering its contents, he was momentarily taken aback. With a deep sigh, he silently extracted various small boxes from within. Indeed, the old butler had sent contact lenses, but he had meticulously categorized them into daily and nightly types. The box labeled for daily use featured a darker tint over the pupil area, ensuring that even when gazed at closely, they remained undetectable unless one observed them from a very close distance. They appeared similar to the half-blind lenses he had purchased online, but looked far more natural. The butler had even affixed a label stating, "Weekly disposable, do not use for more than 7 days." The nightly lenses, designed for wear during sleep, also did not require removal. This box bore a similar label, "Did not use for more than 3 days." Feng Yi decided to try them on. The daily version offered greater concealment and interference with vision. However, they were significantly more comfortable, breathable, and allowed for some visibility, enabling him to read documents up close without difficulty. Unlike the online purchase, which rendered everything indistinct, even at close range, the nighttime variant had a lighter tint, providing clearer vision. After comparing the sensations of both, Feng Yi discarded the online purchase to the side. As I continued to unpack the large parcel, I discovered a small box within. The contact lens case was adorned with a design resembling beastly eyes with vertical pupils. How fond must this old man be of slit pupils? In addition to the lens case, there was a bottle of lens cleaning solution, an automatic lens cleaner, and a cleansing liquid. A bottle of eye drops, elegantly designed with a serpentine pattern, accompanied a convenient travel-sized vial, comparable in capacity to standard eye drop containers. There was also an eye massager. Feng Yi gazed at the assortment of contact lenses, eye drops, cleaning apparatus, eye care device, and the accompanying manual. Taking a deep breath, he noted the stark disparity in treatment. TSK. Feng Yi shook his head. How much disdain must the old man have had for his 2 prominent canine teeth? Had they been gaps instead, would the old steward have sent a comprehensive dental care package? How pitiable. Feng Yi playfully flicked his elongated canines. After tidying up the packaging waste, he donned a pair of nighttime contact lenses, gathered a few essentials, and drove to the Yushio community to spend the night. In a lush courtyard overrun with weeds, he laid down a mat, placed a pillow, and pulled a light quilt over himself. After administering a couple of drops of eye medication and donning a sleep mask, he inhaled the moist, naturally fragrant air and drifted off contentedly. Having resolved the issue of eye concealment and deciding to purchase the house, Feng Yi did not linger any longer. The following day, he contacted Xuelin to discuss the property transfer procedures. Upon learning that Feng Yi had chosen to proceed after a few days of trial living, Xuelin offered no further persuasions. After all, individual preferences for living environments vary. Some simply revel in such surroundings. Xuelin visited the house to take a final look, ensuring nothing had been overlooked. He then stood in the front yard, casting a melancholic gaze toward the residence for half an hour as a proper farewell. Xuelin, unlike Lu Yu, harbored fewer complex emotions and advised Feng Yi, when renovating, consider replacing the dehumidification system or at least having it inspected. It may need to be updated. The old system's efficacy is uncertain, and even if it functions, it surely cannot compare to modern alternatives. If there are no renovations, that is one matter. But if extensive changes are to be made, ensuring the dehumidification system is in optimal condition is paramount, given the proximity to the river, which makes the home susceptible to dampness. During his time living there, Xuelin had invested considerable effort into shielding the space from light, moisture, heat, pests, and bacteria. Feng Yi could amend these measures according to his own preferences. Oh, and I noticed the weeds in the yard seem to have thrived. They've grown even taller in just a few days. You should address that promptly. This season is conducive to snakes, Xuelin remarked. Indeed, Feng Yi contemplated, acknowledging the necessity of managing the unruly weeds, removing the unpleasant-smelling ones and relocating some fragrant plants from the riverside. Xuelin shared additional insights from his experiences dealing with various issues during his residency before handing Feng Yi a contract. This was organized by Lu Yu. Please review it for any discrepancies, and if all is satisfactory, feel free to sign. Lu Yu has also coordinated with the relevant personnel. After we finalize our discussion, he will escort us to complete the remaining procedures, Xuelin stated. Feng Yi took a look at the contract, noting that the terms and conditions, as well as the breach clauses, were quite detailed. Since it had been organized by Lu Yu, he felt the need to scrutinize it even more thoroughly. The sun blazed brightly that day, prompting Feng Yi to wear his daily contact lenses before stepping out. His pupils were somewhat obscured, making it difficult for him to see clearly. He had to lean in closer to read. Observing this, Xuelin was taken aback and exclaimed, "Are you nearsighted? I didn't notice that last time." "No, it's just a minor issue with my eyes lately. It will improve in due time," Feng Yi replied, laboriously flipping through the pages of the contract. Watching him, Xuelin felt fatigued and suggested, "Why not get a pair of glasses?" "Not necessary. I'm not nearsighted. It's merely a temporary ailment," Feng Yi responded. Chapter 45. There are monsters. The transfer of the property went smoothly. Lu Yu had not embedded any traps within the contract. likely because he still needed Feng Yi to appraise the leather goods and had no intention of playing tricks. After completing the paperwork, Xuelin departed, this time showing no signs of reluctance. The house in the Ueshio community had genuinely changed ownership. Now that the property had been transferred, Feng Yi planned to officially move in. He did not make significant alterations to the house. He simply adjusted the interior decor according to his personal tastes and replaced the essential appliances and furniture, opting for items that were highly water-resistant. On the day of the move, Feng Yi invited Wu Ji and Qin Feiyang to tour the new residence and familiarize themselves with the area. They were old friends, after all, and it would be unthinkable to conceal such a significant change from them. This was also a means of clearing the air. Wu Ji remained hopeful about the rustic villa and intended to take a closer look this time. As for Qin Feiyang, he was not particularly interested in the house itself. His curiosity lay in Feng Yi's unique abilities. After hearing about Feng Yi's exceptional sense of smell from Wu Ji, he had been intrigued. Is it like those television dramas where you collaborate with the police or detectives, getting called in to assist with major cases and earning money that way? He inquired. Feng replied, not quite. If Qin Feiyang were to learn that he initially relied on his heightened olfactory abilities to catch mice, what would he think? He clarified that he earned money by appraising snake skins, pursuing a path of commercial collaboration. Upon hearing that it was merely about appraising snake skins, Qin Feiyang's interest waned. However, upon learning that the house was situated near a protected area with a particularly pleasant environment, he decided to take some photographs. When they arrived at their destination, both men truly grasped what Feng Yi meant by a bit off the beaten path. Wu Ji gazed at the large house with a mix of hesitation. Although it was remote and inhabited by insects and snakes, the property itself was quite impressive, boasting a substantial floor area in both front and backyards. I really like this. Feng Yi had already arranged for the front yard to be tidied up, and it appeared quite orderly. The flowers in the garden were those previously planted by Xuelin. He had not invested time in replanting new varieties. The front yard served as a welcoming area, while the backyard was Feng Yi's personal domain, where he slept every night. Naturally, he intended to make it as comfortable as possible. Wu Ji glanced at the backyard and advised Feng Yi, don't just focus on the front yard. Do some work on the back as well. Plant some pest-repelling flora for safety. Feng Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, there were plants here before, and quite a number of them, but I have removed them all. However, these matters cannot be stated outright. Qin Feiyang showed no interest in the house, and, alongside Wu Ji, assisted Feng Yi in arranging the household appliances. During their break, he opened his work bag, intending to capture photographs by the riverside. The riverside? I shall join you. Wu Ji exclaimed as he stepped outside, adding, Feng Yi, it seems there are no mosquitoes around here, or do they only appear at night? Upon hearing Wu Ji mention mosquitoes, Feng Yi recalled certain precautions that Xuelin had once shared regarding life in this area. Please wait a moment, Feng Yi said, retrieving a medical kit containing insect repellent and ointment, which Xuelin had advised him to prepare. If you plan to go to the riverside, apply some of this repellent. There will indeed be mosquitoes during the day. Oh, this also protects against tick bites, Feng Yi remarked. The two, just about to head out, paused abruptly. Ticks? Wu Ji stammered. Is it the kind that burrows into the skin and sucks blood, the one mentioned in the news? Qin Feiyang, who was adjusting his camera, wore a stiff expression as he looked at Feng Yi, awaiting his response. Their sensitivity towards this creature stemmed from a news report last week regarding an incident at Mountain, where someone, unprepared for insect bites, had gone running in short sleeves and shorts, ultimately ending up hospitalized with fever, coughing up blood, and experiencing thrombocytopenia, diagnosed as a result of a tick bite. Not everyone encounters such situations, but ticks do serve as vectors for numerous pathogens. Thus, it is prudent to take precautions. Wu Ji and Qin Feiyang could not guarantee their continued luck, and the recent news had left a vivid impression of the tick's appearance after it had fed. The thought alone sent shivers down their spines. Feng Yi continued, fear not, simply apply this repellent. With your long sleeves and pants today, you should be fine. Even if bitten, there is a clinic nearby that specializes in treating tick bites, ensuring that the head does not remain embedded in your skin. However, tick bites occur more frequently in pets than in humans around here. Naturally, he refrained from elaborating further, lest he frighten the two of them. When it comes to ticks, what left the deepest impression on Feng Yi was their Haller's organ, which they used to locate their prey, a fact he had discovered while researching chemoreceptors and palps. Feng Yi took out the repellent, only to notice the two men wearing uneasy expressions. Wu Ji withdrew his foot from the threshold, clearing his throat. I believe it would be better to explore your new residence. With this blazing sun, it is not suitable for outdoor activities. Qin Feiyang, toying with his camera, hesitated for a moment before ultimately stowing it away. He had merely glanced at the riverside scenery on their way here, and it was not particularly captivating for nature photography. A visit to the mountain scenic area would be far more rewarding, as they regularly apply insect repellent there. Does the property management not spray insect repellent here? Wu Ji inquired, puzzled. In the community and surrounding areas, they do spray, but less so by the riverside. Currently, the riverbank is strictly regulated regarding insect repellent, and the management dares not spray indiscriminately, Feng Yi explained. Wu Ji felt the allure of the countryside villa dream dissipate slightly. Not only must they guard against snakes, but also against ticks. How terrifying. Nonetheless, he remained quite intrigued by such a grand house. As Wu Ji assisted Feng Yi in rearranging the belongings, he scrutinized the structure of the house. A basement? Upon hearing Feng Yi mention a relatively spacious basement below, Wu Ji felt a surge of excitement. Basements often carry an air of mystery in films and dramas. What secrets might lie within the basement of this secluded villa? Stepping into the basement, Wu Ji's attention was immediately drawn to a stack of books on a shelf. What are these? He picked up one to examine it, his curiosity deepening upon discovering it was a self-rescue manual. A glance at the other titles revealed a collection predominantly focused on self-rescue techniques, flood and drought prevention basics, and emergency response strategies. Why would someone living here need to read such things? Wu Ji was not incapable of understanding the content. Rather, he was overwhelmed by the implications of what he was seeing. The proximity to the river, while the neighborhood was elevated, still left one with a sense of vulnerability. When water levels rise, precautions must be taken to prevent flooding in the basement, just as a pamphlet earlier had suggested, indicating the necessity of sandbags and pumps. Surely, the basement here is waterproof, Wu Ji mused. The walls must be treated for water resistance, yet flooding could still pose a significant danger, replied Qian Feiyang. Wu Ji looked at Feng Yi with concern. Brother, are you truly going to move to a place like this? I rather like it here. I've spent a few nights and slept exceptionally well, Feng Yi replied. Realizing Feng Yi was serious, Wu Ji ceased his pleas. Very well. He had completely relinquished his dream of a countryside villa. Even without being next to the river, it was still unfeasible. Beautiful stories could only exist on television. In those shows, places close to nature often welcomed delightful visits from charming creatures, while in reality, one had to contend with snakes, insects, and rodents, as well as strategize for challenging situations. Now, Wu Ji believed that those who could reside peacefully in such a place were indeed extraordinary individuals. The three enjoyed a self-service barbecue to celebrate Feng Yi's new abode. After Wu Ji and Qian Feiyang departed, Feng Yi tidied up briefly. The night had fallen, yet he refrained from turning on the lights. He wished to further explore the capabilities of his eyes and adapt to nocturnal vision. Thus, he had not illuminated the space in the evenings for several days. This night, the moon was bright, yet it made little difference to Feng Yi. Under the hazy moonlight, he laid down a mat, covered himself with a light quilt, donned a sleep mask, and listened to rock music, tapping his feet to the rhythm. The air was filled with the comforting scent of plants. After clearing the grass and transplanting a few varieties, the aroma was indeed more pleasant. It was akin to how one might light soothing incense, providing immense relief to his nerves. As Feng Yi contemplated what other plants he might transplant to the backyard, he began to feel drowsy. However, after a short while, he sat up, removed his sleep mask, and approached the backyard wall. Soon, a figure emerged atop the wall. It was a child of about 10, climbing over the fence using a nearby tree. Just as the child reached the top and was about to find a place to land, he sensed something amiss. Despite the bright moonlight, it remained dim for the average person. Upon spotting a silhouette in the yard staring at him, the child instinctively reached out his hand. While calling out, he turned back. Feng Yi had initially worried that the child might fall, reaching out to suggest he jump so he could catch him below. To his surprise, the child was frightened back. However, from the commotion, it was evident that he had not fallen. Judging by his agile wall scaling, he was quite experienced. Outside the courtyard, there were multiple children, clearly a group, but the one who had scaled the wall suddenly screamed, startling the others. The wall-climbing child exclaimed that there were monsters in the courtyard, reaching out to grab him, prompting a cry of run. Feng Yi, hearing the commotion clearly, retorted, "You are the monster. You little brats are all monsters." Disregarding them, he returned to his slumber, vaguely hearing the distant chatter of the other children as they ran away. Are we not going on an adventure today? What do they look like? Do their eyes glow? Do they have sharp teeth? After that, no more children disturbed him, and Feng Yi slept until the sun's rays awakened him. The backyard was pleasant, yet after prolonged exposure to the sun, he felt parched. Rising to quench his thirst with a bottle of water, he tidied his sleeping mat. While preparing breakfast, he detected the presence of the same children from the previous night. As he opened the front gate and stepped into the courtyard, he found 3 children, around 10 years old, standing outside. The boldest among them took a few steps closer into the yard, scrutinizing Feng Yi from head to toe, even examining his shadow on the ground. After a moment, he sighed in relief and ran back, laughing. "I told you, the one inside is a person, not a monster." Feng Yi observed them swaggering away, their voices animatedly discussing him. "Trust me, he is not a monster. Look at his shadow in the sunlight. That's a human shadow. My grandfather said the sun reveals a monster's true form. A monster's shadow is different, either absent or a true form shadow." The 3 children glanced back at Feng Yi, continuing their chatter. "Wow, it's true. Plus, his eyes are just like ours. They clearly lack any lethal intent. A monster's eyes don't look like that. Doesn't he seem particularly strong? Perhaps he can't even scale the wall as well as we can." Feng Yi mused to himself. What impressive little rascals reside in this neighborhood. Xuelin had certainly not mentioned that such children existed here. With nothing pressing at hand, Feng Yi decided to follow them to ascertain their origins, intending to have a word with their parents about the matter of their nighttime escapades over the wall. After all, it was unreasonable to be on guard against them every night. Having stepped out of the courtyard, he soon encountered an elderly lady walking a small Pekingese. The dog barked as Feng Yi approached, its previously wagging tail now lowered in defense, revealing sharp teeth as its upper lip curled back, whiskers trembling. Eyes filled with wariness directed at him. The lady gently tugged the dog away, casting an apologetic glance at Feng Yi. "Have you just moved in?" The way she spoke indicated that many recent arrivals were likely in the area. "Yes, I just moved in a few days ago." "Hello," Feng Yi replied politely. "I thought you looked unfamiliar," she responded. The elderly lady, brimming with enthusiasm for conversation, settled onto a public bench beside the walkway. She gazed at Feng Yi's face for a moment, commenting on his striking handsomeness. "You must have returned here only after hearing about the emergence of the little green dragon in USHN, am I right?" "How old are you?" Feng Yi replied. 24. To preclude the elderly lady from inundating him with a barrage of trivial questions, he took the initiative to inquire. "Just now, a few children came running this way. The leader was about this tall, sun-kissed, and quite robust." Before he could elaborate further, the elderly lady chuckled resignedly and remarked, "You are likely referring to that troublesome group." Feng Yi, perplexed, leaned closer, asking, "Troublesome?" Believing he had misheard, he inched nearer to the lady. Sensing his bewilderment, she elucidated, "That would be Chao Xing. He's just a rather mischievous child, which is why we affectionately call him troublesome. He, along with a few companions, has quite the notorious reputation in our community." Woof woof woof. The little Pekingese, which had been squatting at the elderly lady's feet, barked a few times and then growled cautiously as Feng Yi approached. The lady picked it up and placed it on her lap, soothing its head while casting another apologetic glance at Feng Yi. "It's likely seeing you for the first time, so it's a bit wary of strangers. But fear not, it doesn't bite. Once familiar, it is quite affectionate." After a brief pause, she added, "It has been vaccinated." Feng Yi glanced at the little Pekingese, which was still baring its teeth at him. Remaining in place without drawing closer, he continued to listen to the elderly lady recount tales of the rascally children while gleaning information about the community. When the topic of the infamous Chao Xing arose, the elderly lady was eager to share. From her narrative, Feng Yi learned that the parents of these children were often preoccupied, occasionally returning from the city, leaving them unattended. The elderly residents in the Yushi community lacked the energy to keep a constant watch over them, allowing the children to roam freely like unbridled wild dogs. It is often said that the ages of 7 to 8 are when children tend to be most bothersome, yet in the Yushi community, this troublesome phase extends well beyond. Perhaps due to its proximity to the nature reserve, these children have been exposed to an abundance of stimuli from a young age, cultivating insatiable curiosity and exuberance. Even after turning 10, they show little restraint, as evidenced by their escapades of scaling neighbors' walls. However, as Feng Yi listened to the elderly lady speak of these children, her tone, though critical, lacked any hint of resentment or aversion. Before the incident with the little green dragon, many residents had vacated the community, leaving it somewhat desolate. While the children were rambunctious, their antics were not excessively egregious, and the elderly folk often cherished this lively atmosphere. During midterms and finals, the community would descend into unusual quietness, leaving many elderly residents feeling somewhat out of sorts. Overall, the long-term residents of the community exhibited a remarkable tolerance toward this group of rascals, displaying a high degree of patience. Even if occasionally exasperated to the point of elevated blood pressure, they quickly regained their composure. "They must have noticed your home is often unoccupied, which is why they have taken an interest in it," the elderly lady remarked, glancing at Feng Yi's building. Shaking her head, she added, "The courtyard wall is too low. Adorning it with garish decorations serves little purpose. It would be better to raise it higher. However, our proximity to the nature reserve imposes certain restrictions, and you might inquire with the property management about potential modifications. Judging by the elderly lady's tone, it appears that these mischievous children are not novices in such antics. The recent exodus of residents has left numerous houses uninhabited, making it unlikely they would venture to the most secluded corners. Yet, in light of the Yueshan Zaiqinglong incident, many have deemed this locale suitable for retirement or recuperation, prompting a gradual influx of residents, thus providing this group of youngsters with new targets. The elderly lady further advised that if you are concerned about their nocturnal escapades over your courtyard wall, you could illuminate a couple of lights. The presence of light would deter them, as they would recognize that the house is occupied. Feng Yi pondered this, realizing that they had likely observed his residence for several days, noting the absence of lights at night, which prompted their decision to trespass. Nevertheless, the act of climbing over walls is inherently wrong. Is it truly acceptable to handle matters so lightly each time? After expressing gratitude to the elderly lady, Feng Yi resolved to directly consult the property management regarding the wall modifications. He had not anticipated encountering such issues, thus leaving the wall unchanged. However, it now seemed prudent to heighten the wall if he wished for a peaceful slumber in his backyard. He was aware of the property management's location, having dealt with them previously during the transfer of ownership procedures accompanied by Xuelin. As he was not pressed for time on this occasion, Feng Yi intended to leisurely explore the community, seeking to ascertain the number of current residents and the overall living conditions, opting for a slightly roundabout route in some areas. Along the way, he encountered an elderly man accompanied by a toddler just learning to walk. The child stumbled and fell, and as Feng Yi approached to assist, the child looked up and burst into tears, their face reddened with distress. The child's grandfather hurried over, lifting the child and questioning why they were crying, explaining that this uncle merely wished to help. The child, sobbing, buried their face in the old man's shoulder, refusing to acknowledge Feng Yi. The elderly man offered a friendly smile to Feng Yi, who returned the gesture before continuing on his way. As he neared the property management office, he chanced upon a young couple exiting their home, pushing a stroller as they appeared to be visiting neighbors. The community had implemented effective measures against mosquitoes, with few insects flitting about. However, a few stray flies still managed to appear. With the sun shining and the stroller's canopy raised, the mosquito netting lowered. The infant inside was largely shielded from seeing the passing pedestrians. Yet, as Feng Yi approached, the child let out a piercing wail, startling the parents, who took a moment to soothe their child before the crying subsided. By this time, Feng Yi had already quickened his pace to distance himself. After experiencing this reaction once or twice, Feng Yi began to harbor doubts. Was he to be yet another individual labeled as undesirable in this community? Continuously encountering such responses was untenable. He mused whether he was still in a process of evolution, unable to suppress an aura that set him apart from the ordinary, thus inciting heightened vigilance among children and animals alike. Yet, why did the adults not react similarly? Could it be that the vestigial nasal structure in children has not yet fully regressed? The nasal structure in humans does gradually diminish and disappear throughout the process of growth and development. Perhaps those mythical entities that are said to be visible only to children are manifestations of their still functioning nasal structures. However, these are merely Feng Yi's musings. After all, he is neither an infant nor a canine. Nonetheless, the inability to restrain one's aura is indeed a troublesome matter. This aura serves as a walking golden shield, yet it is akin to a luminous target in the night. The utmost safety lies in the ability to control it, allowing it to function when needed, while remaining completely inconspicuous at other times. Feng Yi resolved to practice mastery over his aura upon returning home. After clarifying the necessary details with the property management, he filled out the renovation application. Following consultation with Feng Yi, they contacted the individual responsible for the wall reconstruction, who would prepare the materials over the next couple of days, allowing the project to commence shortly thereafter. The property management also inquired about Feng Yi's reasons for the renovation, and upon learning that it was instigated by the antics of Chao Xing and his friends, they exchanged knowing smiles. Noticing Feng Yi's lack of intent to pursue the matter further, they, like the elderly lady, suggested that he turn on a couple of lights at night. After a few evenings, the children would likely lose interest. As Feng Yi departed from the property management office, he encountered the child named Chao Xing once more, who had suddenly appeared before him. Chao Xing wore strikingly crimson contact lenses, sported a mouthguard purchased at a comic convention, and had adorned his face with ghostly stickers, all in an attempt to frighten Feng Yi and avenge his little brother's fright from the previous night. Feng Yi silently observed the child's exaggerated grimaces before dismissively clicking his tongue. He thought to himself, those eyes are crimson yet lack sharpness. And those teeth are not as long as mine. How contrived. Paying no heed to the group of fidgeting youngsters, Feng Yi returned home, tidied up briefly, and set out in search of food. That night, after laying out his personal mattress in the backyard, Feng Yi reclined and cast a glance at the 2 lit rooms within the house. Although it seemed slightly wasteful of electricity, he took the elderly lady's advice and turned on the lights in both rooms, particularly the one upstairs, which could be seen from a distance, signaling that someone resided there. He hoped that the children would realize that the house was occupied and refrain from brazenly scaling the walls again, should they dare to do so. He would have to involve their parents. An hour later, Feng Yi removed his eye mask and expressionlessly stepped outside. Upon opening the door, he spotted a small figure lingering outside his front yard. This child was not Chao Xing, but one of those who had trespassed the previous night. Now wandering around his yard for at least half an hour, perhaps startled by the sudden opening of the door, the child froze in shock. "Hey, little one. What are you doing out here at this late hour instead of sleeping at home?" Feng Yi inquired, maintaining his impassive demeanor. The seemingly petrified child took a while to respond, uttering a timid, "ing." Chapter 47. Scaling the wall. Feng Yi was at a loss as to what the child meant by "ing." This 10-year-old, typically fearless and rambunctious in the community, now gazed at him in sheer terror, as if he were a monstrous apparition emerging from the night. "Am I truly that frightening?" Feng Yi gently touched his face and gazed at his reflection in the window. No change at all. Moreover, he had worn contact lenses at night to obscure his appearance. To the casual observer, there was nothing that set him apart from ordinary people. The lights in the front yard had been turned on, making it easy for anyone outside to see him clearly. Observing the child's expression, Feng Yi initially thought he had silently transformed in some way. "Are you afraid of me?" he queried, puzzled. It was one thing for infants and small animals to fear him, but surely a 10-year-old child had outgrown such childish fears. The moment he spoke, the child flinched, remaining silent, as if startled, emitting soft whimpers. "What are you doing here?" Feng Yi asked again. After a moment, the child trembled as he replied, I just wanted to borrow a ladder." Following the child's gaze, Feng Yi noticed a folding ladder tucked away in the corner of the front yard. He had moved it from the backyard a few days prior when tidying up, and it had remained there since. It was likely that the 3 children had spotted it during their daytime visit. Upon seeing the ladder, Feng Yi recalled the scents he had detected while handling it, distinctly those of the children. He imagined Su Lin would never suspect that the ladder he had purchased would serve as a means for these children to scale the walls into the backyard and then use it to climb back out. "What do you need the ladder for? Planning to scale someone else's wall?" Feng Yi inquired. The child shrank back, remaining silent and avoiding eye contact. "Very well. If you won't tell me, I shan't lend it to you." Noticing the time, past 11 o'clock at night, Feng Yi found it perplexing that the child was still loitering outside. With such leisure to stir up trouble, perhaps they had too little homework to occupy their time. He decided to sit on the steps before the door. Pulling out his phone, "You truly won't say? Then I shall call the property management and inform them that you are attempting to scale my wall again." "I didn't climb," the child protested. "Then who did?" Feng Yi began dialing the property management's number. He could not ignore the presence of these children. Without addressing the issue, he would find it impossible to sleep peacefully that night. Seeing that Feng Yi was genuinely about to make the call, the child panicked. "We didn't climb today. We went." Feng Yi raised an eyebrow. "Where did you go?" The child fell silent once more. Feng Yi regarded him for a moment before stepping out of the yard. Under the child's anxious gaze, he took a deep breath. Attuning himself to the myriad of scents in the air, the residents of the community were few and far between, and he discerned the odors of the elderly, children, and pets who had passed by earlier that day, even able to vaguely trace their movements. As for the evening, the scents became clearer. Residents typically avoided this area due to the proximity to the river, where mosquitoes thrived at night, and one might even encounter snakes. The most distinct scent information came from the 3 children, who had even sprayed themselves with mosquito repellent. These olfactory details coalesced in his mind, as if time were reversing, revealing a different perspective. Just as the child's uncertainty grew, Feng Yi began walking in a specific direction. The child inexplicably shivered. "Impressive. Now you're not scaling the homeowner's walls, but rather the community's perimeter?" Feng Yi remarked. He observed as the 3 children ran towards the wall closest to the river, pausing momentarily, presumably deliberating on how to scale it. Ultimately, the last one remained as a human ladder while the other 2 climbed over the wall with his assistance. Their seamless coordination indicated a level of expertise that suggested this was not their first endeavor of this nature. Even if not here, they had certainly attempted similar feats elsewhere. The one left behind was the same child who had lingered in front of Feng Yi's courtyard for half an hour earlier. After Feng Yi articulated his thoughts, The child's gaze shifted from doubt to terror as he regarded Feng Yi, unfazed by the child's look of bewilderment, as if beholding a monster. Feng Yi cast another glance at the community wall, which was equipped with sensory devices and alarm controllers. How had these children managed to escape so quietly? Without hesitation this time, Feng Yi dialed the property management's number to report the situation. He was also aware that the gate was under maintenance, typically conducted during the day. However, due to a malfunction at the control center, the repair technicians would only arrive at night, requiring an hour for repairs. Consequently, should anyone scale the wall during this hour, the controller would not trigger an alarm. The property management initially considered this a trivial matter, failing to inform the homeowners, not anticipating that these three children would exploit this opportunity. What a commendable enthusiasm to engage in such activities at midnight, scaling walls. They had never shown such diligence even when it came to highlighting key points for exams. After concluding the call with the property management, Feng Yi turned his attention to the child nearby. Realizing he could not escape, the child had surrendered any pretense of defiance, crouching down dejectedly. Feng Yi was about to deliver a sarcastic remark when a gust of night air swept in from the riverbank, halting his words. He gazed toward the river. Though obscured by the wall, his line of sight could not truly capture the scene beyond. Yet, he could vividly envision the river's surface. Having admired it from the loft the previous night, the weather mirrored that of the previous evening, cloudless with moonlight. The river undulated in the evening breeze, the reflected moonlight shimmering. And apart from the usual cacophony of croaking frogs and chirping insects, there seemed to be no other anomalies. Feng Yi inhaled deeply several times, analyzing the peculiar earthy scent in the air. It was his first encounter with such a smell, yet instinctively, he sensed a hint of threat emanating from it. This ambiguous menace appeared to be directed towards the path taken by the two departing children. Stay put, Feng Yi commanded, swiftly darting towards the wall, nearly pressing against it as he vaulted over, effortlessly landing on the other side. The child who remained crouched was utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend how Feng Yi had suddenly disappeared from view. How had he scaled the wall again? Once he mastered the technique, he would no longer need to rely on others. The child contemplated Feng Yi's method, but the speed had rendered the details unclear. After struggling with his thoughts for a while without resolution, he decided to abandon the inquiry. As for Feng Yi's instruction to stay obediently in place, that was out of the question. Although he could not fathom why he felt intimidated by Feng Yi, fearful from the very first glance, it did not imply he would heed Feng Yi's words. Had it not been for losing a game of chance, he would not have been left behind as a human ladder. Originally, he recalled that there was a folding ladder inside Feng Yi's residence, yet he felt an inexplicable fear of this individual. Otherwise, he would not have lingered outside for half an hour without taking any action. During the day, after Chao Xing had shown them Feng Yi, he verbally proclaimed his lack of fear, but upon seeing Feng Yi, he was overwhelmed with dread, unable to utter a word, and tears welled up at the mere thought of speaking. However, voicing such feelings would be too humiliating. He could not allow others to know. Now that Feng Yi had departed, his stubborn courage returned. It was impossible for him to remain docile. Not only did he refuse to stay put, but he also resolved to dash to Feng Yi's front yard, panting as he maneuvered the folding ladder, intending to scale the wall. Yet, he was denied the opportunity. Shortly after he extracted the ladder, before he could reach the fence, he was apprehended by the property management staff. 3 individuals from the management arrived first, one blocking the child while the other 2 surveyed the surroundings. What about the caller? The apprehended child resignedly set down the ladder, having already leaped over. Just moments ago, he had inexplicably dashed forward and, in a flash, vaulted to the other side. The 3 staff members exchanged bewildered glances. Even though our community cannot accommodate many installations due to its location, is our perimeter fence truly so easily scaled? Not only are these 3 mischievous children attempting it, but homeowners could also effortlessly climb over. Indeed, the perimeter fence of our community has aged and requires an upgrade. Enough of that for now. Have we contacted their parents? We need the child's guardians to retrieve him, while the parents of the other 2 should join us in searching for them. The riverside can be perilous at night. Meanwhile, Chao Xing and his companions had successfully exited the community and arrived at their destination, one hand wielding a flashlight while the other grasped a stick, rummaging through the underbrush. The information regarding the maintenance of the fence and sensors had been overheard by one of Chao Xing's little followers, who relayed it to him. Aware that the sensory equipment would be temporarily disabled, Chao Xing had hastily contacted 2 friends, sneaking out with the intention of covertly collecting wild bird eggs by the riverside. He had heard rumors that there were wild bird eggs hidden in the underbrush along the riverbank, which had piqued his interest. However, daylight was inconvenient for their escapade, as there were always people walking, jogging, or walking their dogs outside. Nighttime posed its own challenges for sneaking out of the community. So he had initially focused on Feng Yi's residence, never anticipating being caught red-handed. They had not originally intended to sneak out tonight, but upon receiving last-minute intelligence, the missed opportunity felt too disheartening, and curiosity about the wild bird eggs compelled them to venture out despite their parents' warnings. Their actions were hasty, their equipment insufficient, and as they approached the riverside, they were besieged by swarms of mosquitoes. Xinggu, shall we return? What? Are you afraid? No one is afraid. It's just that the mosquitoes here are relentless. Just now, something flew onto my head, and I swatted it away. My scalp is itching a bit now. Let us wait a little longer. We'll collect a few bird eggs and then head back. I remember it's around here. They grew up by the riverbank, intimately familiar with this stretch of the shore. Although the adults had repeatedly warned them not to approach the edge, their curiosity always got the better of them, and they had secretly ventured into the water several times. Last year, they had sneaked off for a swim and were caught, facing a punishment that nearly left them in tatters. Yet, as the saying goes, once the scars heal, the pain is forgotten. Especially at their age, children with mischievous spirits. It is no exaggeration to say that 3 days without discipline would lead to chaos. They possess more vigor than those 7 or 8 years their senior, and when unrestrained, they grow wild and untamed, leaving one perpetually guessing at the foolish antics they might undertake. Chapter 48. Are you all right? After exiting the community, Feng Yi pursued with a determined purpose. The scents of the area, replete with the essence of the wild, were unmistakably human, having lingered not long before, making tracking straightforward. As he pressed on, the peculiar earthy aroma intensified. He hoped the 2 children had not ventured near the river, otherwise, it would be too late for rescue. By the riverbank, Chao Xing wielded a stick, rustling the surrounding grass, aware of the adage that disturbing the grass may alert the snakes. By striking the underbrush, he aimed to scare away any lurking creatures, thereby avoiding unnecessary injuries. Having grown up in this vicinity, they had encountered snakes on multiple occasions, predominantly water snakes, and had previously caught and played with them, fostering a lack of fear towards these reptiles. The stick merely served to drive away insects and snakes, instilling courage rather than trepidation. After searching for a while without finding any wild bird eggs, they stumbled upon a large turtle while poking through the grass with their stick. Startled, the turtle swiftly retreated into the water. Encountering such a sizable creature, Chao Xing and his companion could not let the opportunity slip by. They rushed excitedly towards the water's edge. Quick, catch it. Don't let it escape into the water. Otherwise, we shall lose it. As the turtle began to submerge, Chao Xing disregarded everything else, discarding his stick and flashlight, and leapt forward. His sole thought was to seize the turtle. If he couldn't find the bird eggs, he certainly wouldn't let this prize escape. The earthy scented river water splashed against his face, and due to the momentum of his leap, he found himself sliding slightly into the water. Yet, Chao Xing paid no mind to this. He held his head high, a triumphant smile illuminating his face. He had captured the turtle. Just as he prepared to boast to his friend, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Beneath the hazy moonlight, a brutal black void suddenly opened in the river, as if a forceful grip was pulling him into the depths. The splash of water striking his face carried an unsettling scent that sent shivers down his spine. In that instant, his smile had yet to fade completely. But a voice in his mind screamed in terror, while his body remained unresponsive, still poised at the water's edge. Another force yanked his leg backward, and simultaneously, a figure slipped into the water. With a splash, a torrent of water surged onto the shore. Chao Xing, startled and drenched, emerged from his daze, scrambling up the bank with his trembling legs, now indifferent to the turtle or the bird eggs. His companion rushed over, panic etched across his face, to pull him back. 2 individuals tumbled and crawled away from the river's edge, their hearts racing with trepidation. What was that just now? Chao Xing stammered, his teeth chattering. It resembled a water monster. The figure that just dashed past seemed human. Human? The memory of the force that had dragged him towards the shore in that life and death moment flashed in Chao Xing's mind, causing him to hesitate. No, this won't do. We must assist. That is a river creature. Let us summon help and find a stick. The 2 of them mumbled incoherently as sounds emanated from the riverbank once more. Turning to look, they beheld a silhouette stepping from the water under the silvery moonlight, dragging something behind it. Feng Yi clutched the gaping maw of the water monster tightly, gradually pulling it ashore. The creature thrashed, its tail creating splashes of water that betrayed its struggle. Feng Yi had no intention of tiring it out before dragging it. He held on resolutely, allowing it to squirm while he continued his ascent to the bank. This creature may have launched a fierce ambush, but in the water, it was rather ineffectual, lacking the agility of a human. This water monster appeared to be a large fish, and regardless of its ferocity in the water, once on land, it was merely a feeble opponent. Once ashore, it could only stare vacantly like a caught fish. Throughout his journey, Feng Yi's sole intent had been to locate those two reckless children, rescue them if possible, or at least make an effort that weighed on his conscience. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. However, at the moment of confronting the water monster, a surge of wrath unexpectedly welled up within Feng Yi, leaving no time for contemplation as he plunged into the water. The foremost thought racing through his mind was, the threat must not escape unscathed. Now, with a cooler head, Feng Yi questioned his own audacity in diving into the water to confront the creature. Upon reflection, he suspected that his primal instincts had surged forth, propelled by a flash of provoked fury, either to drive the beast away or to vanquish it, akin to territorial disputes among wild animals depicted in nature documentaries, fierce and violent, where one either loses ground or loses life. Nevertheless, Feng Yi reassured himself that he was merely acting to save lives and eliminate the threat lurking in the water. This was not a struggle for territory. I am not a barbarian who fights wild beasts for dominion. Feng Yi had managed to pull more than half of the water monster onto the shore. Absorbed in his task, he failed to notice the chilling aura enveloping him, sending shivers down spines. The cacophony of frogs and insects nearby had ceased entirely, leaving only the rustling of the wind through the trees and grass. Xiaoxing and his companion huddled together like frightened chicks, striving to diminish their presence, scarcely daring to make a sound. As Feng Yi continued to drag the creature ashore, he wrestled with the turmoil of his primal instincts. How could a higher being allow its primal nature to dictate its actions? This was utterly unacceptable. Yet, the primal instincts had been awakened. What was to be done? Feng Yi felt a pang of frustration. It was all the fault of this water monster. The large fish continued to thrash its tail in the water. You still dare to protest? With a decisive grip, Feng Yi exerted force on the creature's wide mouth, pulling the entire fish onto the bank. The dim moonlight did not hinder his ability to discern the full form of the water monster. Indeed, this is a fish, and those two prominent whiskers resemble those of a catfish. It appears to be around 3 meters in length. What a large mouth it has. This brings to mind what Shui Lin mentioned about the pet dog that mysteriously vanished by the riverbank. Feng Yi pried open the fish's enormous mouth. The cavernous space within was indeed vast enough to swallow Shui Lin's dog whole. Leaning closer, Feng Yi directed his voice into the fish's gaping maw. The sound echoed back in a peculiar manner. Not far away, Xiaoxing and his companion trembled in fear. As Feng Yi dragged the colossal creature, which was several times larger than a human, onto the shore, the two no longer perceived him as an ordinary person but rather as a humanoid monster. Drawing from their extensive experience with television dramas and novels, they concluded that one monster could only be subdued by another, even larger entity. Such a terrifying being capable of taking human form must surely be a formidable demon. Unaware of their thoughts, Feng Yi grasped the fish's whiskers with one hand while securing its mouth with the other, continuing to pull it ashore. Once away from the water, the fish could only lie there, resigned to its fate. After positioning the fish to his satisfaction, Feng Yi finally turned his attention to the two children. Not detecting much of a metallic scent, he surmised their injuries were likely superficial. Confirming their condition was not severe, he felt a wave of relief and tossed the fish aside, approaching the two individuals. As Feng Yi advanced, the children dared not utter a sound, trembling in silence. They felt an urge to cry out, yet their fear rendered them voiceless, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. Are you frightened? Feng Yi inquired, observing their dazed expressions. He realized they were merely 10 years old. The concern of whether they had been harmed was secondary. He could not allow them to be paralyzed by fear. Thus, he spoke in what he believed to be the gentlest tone. Are you all right? Yet, within their unseeing eyes, there seemed to be no warmth. Each word he spoke felt as if it carried a chilling breeze, brushing against their heads. A shiver ran down their spines, reaching the crown of their heads. The formidable bear-bile that Yushio had relied upon for a decade was momentarily shattered. Wah! They cried out, their voices akin to desperate pleas for help. Chapter 49. Invasive Species. The two children, Xiaoxing and his companion, began a duet of wails. Feng Yi, uncertain of how to respond, noted their cries were robust, indicating they were physically unharmed. Lacking experience in handling such situations, he decided to set his concerns aside, retrieving his phone from his pocket. After shaking off the water, he discovered it was still functional and proceeded to call the property management. At that moment, within the property management office of Yushio Community, 5 individuals remained on duty. They had been called in unexpectedly. It was not their scheduled shift, but upon hearing that children had climbed over the wall during maintenance in the control room, they rushed over. The 5 stood guard by the phone, ready to assist any residents in need or to help search parties looking for missing individuals. Among them, the oldest, A man in his 40s with a robust physique, spoke in a gruff voice. Known as Wang, he was a veteran of the property management office, and everyone called him Lao Wang or Brother Wang. At this moment, Brother Wang was indignantly striking the table. I have long asserted that we must keep a vigilant eye on Chao Xing and his companions. They need to be disciplined. They ought to have their windows replaced. Let us see if they can still sneak out from the second floor at midnight. Is the rescue rope meant to be used like that? And what of those children as parents, who were solely preoccupied with making money? If they neglect their responsibilities and something goes awry, they will have cause for regret. Let them not blame our property management later on. The more Brother Wang spoke, the angrier he became. As for Chao Xing and his gang, during my last reprimand, those elderly folks had the audacity to accuse me of being too harsh, too severe. That group of young rascals, they resort to the same old tricks, crying, causing a scene, and throwing tantrums. A younger employee nearby looked despondent and remarked, "What can we do?" The elderly are fond of this approach. They even claim it livens things up. Brother Wang exhaled heavily. Their own parents don't care. Do they truly think I am eager to intervene? These are not my children. I have no obligation to manage them. It is solely for the sake of our community. Initially, the properties were marketed as luxurious health residences. Yet they have devolved into desolate, remote, ghostly abodes. No one wishes for such a fate. But is this truly the kind of liveliness we sought? Our property management cannot bear the blame for this. When property fees rise, they object. When they decrease, they complain about the inadequacies and demand changes. They fail to consider how to maintain and upgrade without financial resources. How many affluent individuals come here for wellness? Even if they purchase a home, it often serves merely as a tranquil retreat. Who would wish to reside here long term? Before the Xiaoqing incident, how many lights were illuminated at night? In my view, the location itself was ill-chosen. There are numerous luxurious residential communities near Yuanshan, yet our Yueshio is the most remote, subsequently falling from grace due to various constraints. The property management staff themselves feared this place might become a ghost town, yet unexpectedly, the Xiaoqing incident sparked a return of residents, and recently, an increasing number have been updating their ownership information here. Some are replacing appliances, repairing furniture, or undertaking partial renovations. They even receive commissions for referrals. Consequently, the property management staff felt revitalized. The residents here either prefer the convenience of pet ownership or have purchased homes for the elderly or for recuperation. Perhaps those who bought the properties may not necessarily reside here, but simply believe it is a good investment to hold on to. However, the influx of population has invigorated real estate transactions, which is certainly a positive development. Property values have risen. Nevertheless, due to geographical factors, there remain uncontrollable elements affecting residents' sense of well-being, which is an unfortunate reality. To effectively eliminate these adverse influences would require significant financial investment. However, our property management is quite impoverished. In recent years, they have even reduced fees to retain residents. Aside from the elderly who can tolerate the arrogance of Chao Xing and his gang, which young resident is not seething with frustration? Yet these young individuals refuse to voice their grievances in front of the elderly. Thus, we, the property management, find ourselves caught in an untenable position. Brother Wang shook his head with a sigh. I have come to understand that no owner is blameless in enabling Chao Xing and his crew's behavior. Bah! Old Wang will no longer tolerate this. From now on, no owner shall expect any kindness from me. Just as he was speaking, the phone beside him rang. Wang Ji's expression was stern as he answered the phone. Hello, this is Xiao Wang from Yueshio Property Management. The others in the background remarked, You're so bold. Why not confront him directly? Wang Gu remained unfazed, attentively listening to the call, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. Yes, we've located it. We should find it soon. It's a rather large fish, approximately 3 meters. Wang Gu nearly choked on his own saliva. 3 meters. Could you describe its appearance? I'll check if it's a protected species. Meanwhile, Feng Yi was on the other end of the line, standing with one foot on the slippery fish. He was careful to maintain his balance, concerned that the creature might frighten the 2 children who were still sobbing, clearly shaken by the encounter. However, upon hearing the mention of a protected animal, Feng Yi recalled that certain species should not be harmed unless absolutely necessary. A protected species? That doesn't seem likely. Feng Yi mused aloud, yet he instinctively shifted his foot away, wiping the fish's scales clean and gently straightening its slightly deformed whiskers. As he described the fish's appearance, he suggested, I believe it resembles a catfish. It shouldn't be a protected species, considering its 2 long whiskers and all. Noticing something amiss, Feng Yi flipped the fish over for a better look, revealing 6 whiskers instead of just 2, along with 2 shorter pairs he had initially overlooked. Upon hearing about the 6 whiskers and the substantial size, the property management team speculated it could be a European catfish, which is not native to this area. It seems someone may have released it into the river, an invasive species. I just checked the latest bounty list. If it is indeed a European catfish, there is a reward for capturing one. Feng Yi, upon hearing about the potential invasive nature of the fish, placed his foot back on its body, gauging its length once more. It definitely exceeds 3 meters. Wang Guo's voice trembled with excitement. If it truly is a European catfish over 3 meters, the reward is 150,000. Upon hearing the substantial bounty, Feng Yi quickly removed his foot from the fish, careful not to leave any more imprints, and gently touched its head again. We must not distort it, as it could affect the species identification. The property management team, including Wang Guo, shared in the excitement, even though the reward would not benefit them directly. The mere prospect of encountering such a fish was thrilling. After heaping praises, Wang Guo inquired, "Could you share your experience on how you managed to haul such a massive fish onto the shore?" Feng Yi, staring at the fish with its vacant, bulging eyes, finally grasped the reality of the situation. Ordinary individuals might not easily drag a 3-meter fish on a land, he reflected. Realizing this, he shifted his tone. "I exerted tremendous effort to bring it ashore. My arms nearly dislocated, and I might have strained my muscles." Chapter 50. Release. As Feng Yi pondered how to articulate his experience, the search party finally arrived. From a distance, the wails of the children led them to believe a grave incident had occurred. The parents of the 2 children appeared pale with fright. Their simmering anger extinguished in an instant, as nothing could outweigh the safety of their children. However, upon arriving to find the 2 children safe and sound, albeit in tears from fright, the previously extinguished fury ignited anew. While one group busied themselves with reprimanding the children, the focus of the property management personnel and the residents who had come to assist shifted elsewhere. Upon arrival, their first glance was inevitably drawn to the source of the cries, namely Chao Xing and his companion. And the second point of interest was Feng Yi and the sizable fish beside him. "What in the world is this?" exclaimed a homeowner, shining their flashlight towards the creature. "Is this a water monster?" Another homeowner approached, only to retreat a few steps, feeling unsafe at such proximity. Encountering such a large fish in the dead of night would unsettle anyone. Observing its mouth and size, one could only speculate. It was as if the creature could converse. Glancing between the fish and the still sobbing children, the observer chose to remain silent. At this moment, several staff members from the property management approached. Having already conversed with the management office, they learned about the situation from Wang Guo. Their astonished gazes fell upon the fish, which indeed appeared to measure 3 meters. Wang Guo mentioned that if this fish was confirmed to be a European catfish, a reward of 150,000 yuan awaited. Impressive. They then turned to Feng Yi, who was energetically shaking his arms. Wang Guo remarked, "These 2 children were saved by you, and you caught this fish as well. Is that true? Did you really manage to catch such a large fish all by yourself?" The fishing spots near Yueshan were numerous, and they often formed groups for fishing excursions. Even a slightly larger fish required considerable effort, making the sight of this 3-meter giant almost unimaginable. If it had been a robust man resembling a tank, there might have been some credibility, but Feng Yi's physique hardly suggested strength, casting doubt upon his claim. Feng Yi stretched his arms, displaying an acting prowess far superior to that during his web series days, his tone laced with a hint of pride. "Well, it was a stroke of luck. This fish might have been somewhat weak, making it easier to catch. Plus, I focused on strength training during my workouts, and the riverbank was slippery and damp, which reduced friction. Otherwise, I might not have been able to haul it up. Goodness, I'm exhausted. My arms feel like they might break." Nearby, the 2 children being reprimanded stifled their cries, still with tears on their faces, gazing at Feng Yi with a mixture of shock and fear. Their eyes met Feng Yi's gaze, and they shivered, clinging to their parents' legs and wailing. In truth, now that everyone had arrived, the flashlights illuminated the surroundings brightly, making expressions easily discernible. The glance Feng Yi cast in their direction bore no malice. He merely reflected on how, in the darkness, with only a sliver of moonlight, ordinary people would perceive only blurred figures. Even if the children had seen something, how much could they truly discern? Thus, Feng Yi felt no apprehension regarding their potential statements. These frightened children, in a night devoid of any flashlight illumination, could hardly make out anything. Their words, laden with exaggeration and the tendency to demonize everything they encountered, were not particularly credible. Consequently, Feng Yi genuinely saw no need to intimidate these 2 children. However, Feng Yi's seemingly innocuous glance, which he deemed devoid of any threatening implications, greatly frightened the 2 individuals who were vividly imagining a monstrous creature devouring the smaller ones before turning to humans. Typically adept at charmingly justifying their actions, they now stumbled over their words, trembling and sobbing intermittently after their earlier wails. Everyone assumed they had been thoroughly frightened that night, leaving them with lingering psychological scars. The parents of the two children swiftly took them home, likely anticipating a subsequent mixed double session. Yet, the crowd by the riverbank swelled as local residents, unable to resist their curiosity despite the incessant mosquito bites, emerged to witness the spectacle. The clandestine escapade of Chao Xing and his companion had already spread through the community group. Initially, some members expressed their impatience with the antics of these mischievous children. Suddenly, someone shared a photograph of the 3-meter-long catfish, awakening the drowsy individuals who had been preparing to sleep. While they feigned disinterest in the children's escapades, the mention of this enormous fish piqued their attention. Inquiring about its location, they donned their garments and set off to observe the fish firsthand. Over the years, the neighborhood had seen little in the way of noteworthy events, with only a few recurring incidents. Thus, the sudden appearance of a gargantuan fish quickly became the talk of the town. Even the property management personnel, including Brother Wang, made their way to the scene after someone took over their duties. However, upon witnessing the creature, their aspirations of catching it for profit began to waver. Could they truly capture such a massive fish? It could easily drag a person into the water before they had the chance to haul it ashore. Even if they were fortunate enough to catch it, their arms would surely be rendered useless. The prospect of sacrificing 2 arms for a reward of 150,000 yuan seemed far from prudent. As for fishing, one would require a boat to manage such a beast. Consequently, many began to believe Feng Yi's assertion that the fish might be somewhat weakened. The property management team documented the sighting and reported it to the relevant authorities. After receiving a response, they planned to transport the fish back to the management office, where a temporary holding pool had already been prepared. The task of loading the enormous creature onto a vehicle required the combined efforts of 4 to 5 individuals, leaving them drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Feng Yi observed from the sidelines, maintaining the persona of a weary fisherman suffering from arm pain and exhaustion. On the return journey, he rode in the vehicle, and the property management team even arranged for a nurse from a nearby hospital to examine his arms. Fortunately, there was no cause for concern. The young man was simply in good health. If he remained apprehensive, he could visit a larger hospital for a thorough checkup the following day. Furthermore, the nurse advised him to inspect his body for any other wounds upon returning home, as any cuts would need prompt attention to prevent bacterial infection. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi visibly relaxed. After the fish was removed, the property management team erected several warning signs along the riverbank to deter others from approaching the water's edge recklessly. No one knew if another fish of such magnitude lurked beneath the surface. That night, many found it difficult to sleep, with individuals frequently making their way to the management office's pool to observe the fish, capturing photos from various angles that were subsequently shared in the community group, and then circulated among other family and friend groups, as well as gossip channels. The following day, upon awakening, Feng Yi was immediately struck by the unfamiliar sense of strangers permeating the community. He promptly contacted the property management office to inquire about the arrival of the appraiser and whether any additional procedures were necessary. The management assured him that the responsible individual would arrive shortly, and if the appraisal confirmed it was indeed a European catfish, with no issues regarding its length or weight, the reward would be dispersed within 24 hours, so there was no need for concern. Feng Yi mused to himself, "I am not anxious. I am simply contemplating how to respond if the appraiser has further inquiries." Racking his brain, he formulated several potential answers, eagerly awaiting the forthcoming questions. With little to occupy his morning, he checked his reflection in the mirror, reassured that he appeared normal before stepping outside and making his way to the temporary water pool adjacent to the property management office. Although the management had already erected 3 barriers, the throng of onlookers continued to swell. An elderly gentleman, perhaps in his 70s, stood by the pool, engaging the crowd with his animated chatter. "This is a European catfish. I've caught one before," he boasted, albeit modestly, revealing his pride. Though it was merely a meter long, nowhere near the size of this one. Among the gathering, how many had ever caught a fish over a meter? As the crowd gasped in awe, the elder cleared his throat, seizing their attention once more. In those days, the reward for a 3-meter catfish was 500,000. Everyone rushed to the rivers to catch fish, inadvertently harming other rare species, and there were even fatalities. New regulations were established afterward, reducing the rewards and discouraging private captures. Such large fish are perilous to catch privately, especially for those inexperienced. They might find themselves dragged into the water before they even catch the fish. The reward of 150,000 might only cover medical expenses. He continued, recounting tales of 4 to 5 meter specimens spotted elsewhere. Just then, someone inquired, Is this truly an invasive species? Indeed, the elder replied, animatedly. This species was introduced prior to the climatic anomalies, initially for aquaculture. During that period of climate irregularity, many turned to spiritual practices, leading to individuals purchasing batches of juvenile European catfish for release, which ended up in the rivers. At that time, an expert group was present to advise on ecological matters, and upon hearing of this, 10 professors were hospitalized, 6 of them, among them were 2 older than I, who received critical condition notices upon admission. Alas, as the conversation turned to the reckless practice of releasing fish and the implications of invasive species, the gravity of the matter became apparent to all. Shouldn't those who release them recklessly face imprisonment? Someone asked. Certainly, the elder affirmed. After investigating the matter, the individual responsible for releasing the European catfish was sentenced to prison. Rightly so. One cannot release indiscriminately, even if they are not invasive species. The 4 major domestic fish should not be released carelessly. Another voice chimed in. That is not an act of merit. It is a sin. It is an act of greed. Building merit through good deeds is virtuous, but greed is malevolent, sighed an elderly lady, twirling the beads on her wrist. Over the years, the collective awareness of ecological and environmental conservation among the populace has indeed been on the rise. Upon encountering the imposing fish before him, the mention of invasive species became immediately clear to all present. Such a monstrous fish, large in size, grows rapidly, and is indiscriminate in its feeding habits. Over the years of its invasion, it is likely that the native fish have suffered greatly. A young man scratched his head and murmured, "Surely such a large catfish can be eaten?" The elder nearby smacked his lips in disdain, declaring the earthy taste too overwhelming and unpalatable. Perhaps with some Sichuan pepper and garlic? Or stewed with eggplant? He pondered, but quickly dismissed the idea. The mere thought of this fish having consumed carrion in the river extinguished his appetite. It's not as if we're facing a famine. There are plenty of delectable fish available. Why should I resort to this? Chapter 51. Bestial nature. Not long after arriving at the property management office, Feng Yi spotted Chao Xing's 2 children, accompanied by their parents, peering over the fence by a temporary fish pool. The parents, while keeping a watchful eye on their children, engaged in conversation with a woman in her 40s. Upon noticing Feng Yi, the parents hurriedly brought their children over to express their gratitude for his rescue of Chao Xing and his companion the previous night. The darkness had obscured their view, and their concern for their own children had diverted their attention elsewhere, leading them to depart in haste. Once home and assured of the children's well-being, they inquired with the property management for Feng Yi's contact details. However, the management declined, stating that they could not disclose a resident's information without the individual's consent, although they could not obtain Feng Yi's contact information. The photographs shared in the residents group featured him prominently, allowing the parents to recognize him instantly. Grateful for his life-saving intervention, they connected the size of the fish to the children's harrowing experience, realizing that without Feng Yi's timely action, Chao Xing could have been dragged into the water. After inquiring about Feng Yi's apartment number, the parents planned to visit him at a later time to formally express their gratitude, believing that a life debt must be acknowledged beyond mere words. How are they? Were they too frightened yesterday? Feng Yi asked about Chao Xing and his friend's mental state. The parents exchanged relieved smiles, assuring him that both children were well enough to come and see the fish, and they were particularly enthusiastic, even boasting to their friends moments ago. They informed Feng Yi that a psychologist in the community had seen the 2 children, and Chao Xing's trauma from the near-death experience was not as severe as they had feared. The outlook was rather optimistic, indicating that he harbored little fear of the fish. Perhaps they have watched too much television. To them, such a large fish is merely a small monster. Even after nearly being pulled into the water, they seem unperturbed. In fact, they seem to fear you more, regarding you as the true monster. Chao Xing's father chuckled. If the large catfish was a small monster, then Feng Yi, who had the strength to haul it ashore, must be even more formidable. The adults believed they had deciphered the children's logic and took it lightly as a jest. Under parental insistence, the 2 children, who had previously been boasting, gradually approached Feng Yi, trembling as they expressed their thanks, unable to meet his gaze directly. Their gratitude was genuine, and so too was their trepidation. At that moment, a representative from the property management office approached, casting a sweeping glance around before settling on Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng, someone has arrived over there. The personnel responsible for species identification are here. Feng Yi's spirits lifted. A reward of 150,000 was on the horizon. Accompanying the property management representative were 3 individuals. One, an older gentleman in his 50s or 60s, was in charge of the species identification. The other 2 were a stern-faced man in his 40s, none other than Captain Yuan, whom Feng Yi had encountered during the previous Shao Qinglong incident. Beside Captain Yuan stood a young man adorned with the emblem of the Security Bureau, likely a recent addition to the organization. Upon seeing Captain Yuan, Feng Yi felt a twinge of anxiety. It was no easy feat to deceive such an experienced captain of the Security Bureau. Wasn't he preoccupied with matters concerning the USH and Nature Reserve? Had he already completed his investigation? What story would he concoct when questioned? The young man trailing Captain Yuan recognized Feng Yi. He had perused the files on the Qinglong incident, which included Feng Yi's investigative report and photo, sans mask, and sunglasses. What is this kid doing here again? A bit reckless, isn't he? Last time he single-handedly subdued a 2-meter Qinglong. And now he has dragged a 3-meter European catfish ashore. Such feats are not for the ordinary. As the young officer scrutinized Feng Yi, Captain Yuan approached. Glancing at the fish before turning his gaze to Feng Yi, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Feng Yi couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to that smile. After hearing the butler's tales about this man, he worried that the consequences of past grievances might be directed at him. The butler had mentioned that Captain Yuan was too busy to concern himself with Feng Yi. Yet here he was, personally arriving for a mere fish. Why? While Feng Yi pondered how to fabricate a tale about the fish, Captain Yuan spoke. Invasive species, European catfish. Reward of 150,000 plus 15 points. Upon hearing the mention of points, Feng Yi's heart soared. Since the establishment of the 6th database, points had been introduced to incentivize citizens to protect the local ecosystem, awarding points commensurate with their contributions. These points were directly linked to the 6th database, recognized globally. The benefits were numerous, including tax incentives, personal credit, visa facilitation, and could serve as a testament to one's social value. A high score could even grant access to expedited pathways in certain situations. Wealthy philanthropists donating to ecological causes would also receive points, although the conversion was far from straightforward. 15 points held far greater significance than a mere 150,000. To Feng Yi, naturally, the 15 points were of paramount importance. Just as he reveled in the prospect of these points, Captain Yuan added, the points for capturing the Qinglong have already been issued, 30 points. Feng Yi was taken aback. 30 points for catching a snake. Sensing Feng Yi's astonishment, Captain Yuan continued, ordinarily, capturing a snake wouldn't yield such a high point total. But given the significance of this event and the fact that no harm was done to the snake, along with its promotional value, I applied for additional points in lieu of a monetary reward. Feng Yi understood that securing such a substantial number of points was undoubtedly due to Captain Yuan's influence. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. After Yuan Xie concluded his conversation with Feng Yi, he approached the fish, drawing closer for a meticulous observation. He remarked to a nearby young team member that, given their size, they were likely part of the batch released previously. Sampling and sequencing would be conducted for comparison later. Curiously, onlookers inquired, what do they eat to grow this large? Yuan Xie replied nonchalantly, they consume anything, drinking pigeons, pets, and even young children. The crowd was stirred. Previously, when pets went missing, there had been rampant speculation, much of it unfounded. Now, with the confirmation of such large fish in the river, families with children and pets grew vigilant, resolutely avoiding the water's edge. A young team member from the local security bureau was busy recording information while inquiring about the events of the previous night. The surrounding spectators had already discussed the matter extensively, narrating the sequence of events with animated chatter. The crowd exclaimed. Chao Xing and the others climbed over the wall to search for wild bird eggs. The young team member's forehead tensed with a vein popping. The crowd continued. They didn't find the eggs, but discovered a wild, giant soft-shelled turtle and rushed to capture it. The young member's tension heightened further. Yuan Xie chuckled lightly and calmly suggested, bring their parents here. Enthusiastically, the onlookers contacted the parents of the 2 children, informing them that a lesson from the local security bureau was imminent. Once the young team member completed his inquiries, he approached Feng Yi, eager to clarify some details for an elaborative report. Why did you go into the river after rescuing someone? This was a perplexity for the young member. The night was dark, and having saved a life, it seemed reckless to plunge into the unknown waters. Feng Yi could not confess that he had been overtaken by primal instincts, losing his footing and slipping into the water. The young team member nodded, acknowledging the plausibility of such an explanation, and curiously asked, how did you manage to catch it in the water? Feng Yi replied, I simply clamped its mouth shut and dragged it to the shore. Is that all? Indeed, it was rather weak in its attacks. The local security team member was taken aback. Feng Yi added, I was quite agitated at the time. I can't recall the specific details. The young member probed again. It didn't struggle violently? After a moment's reflection, Feng Yi confirmed, no, it didn't. The young team member scrutinized Feng Yi's eyes, failing to detect any deceit. Having just concluded a conversation with a species identification expert, Yuan Xia approached and advised the young member, instead of questioning him, seek out residents in this community who have lost pets near the river, noting the month and season. After that, attention shifted away from Feng Yi. An hour later, the team departed with the large fish, informing Feng Yi that a reward would be deposited into his bank account within 24 hours. In the community chat group, discussions erupted anew. Can living in such a place truly extend life, or will it merely induce fear-induced shortening? Feng Yi held little interest in such discourse. Upon returning home, he contacted his steward, seeking guidance on how to suppress the overwhelming primal urges he had experienced the previous night. The old steward, upon hearing this, did not deem it a significant matter, nor did he concur that it was an expression of base instincts. However, since Feng Yi was so concerned, he suggested trying some soothing exercises or listening to music that could uplift the spirits and induce relaxation. Feng Yi pondered for a moment. Indeed, just as some temperamental individuals seek tranquility, they must cultivate their character. But how does one embark on this journey of self-cultivation? What kind of exercise can temper one's anger and suppress hostility? In truth, it may not necessarily involve physical activity. After all, the ancients also practiced self-cultivation through playing the lute. Feng Yi had once taken the effort to learn the instrument for a role in an online drama. Although he lacked innate talent and played poorly, his posture during filming was certainly more pleasing than that of a complete novice. What else could he do besides playing the lute? Perhaps listening to music? Feng Yi was not particularly fond of calming melodies, as he generally preferred rock and pop music. So, apart from rock and those gentle tunes, what else could he listen to? After some contemplation, he finally recalled a genre of music worth trying. Wondering if it might prove effective, he took out his phone and typed Snake Charmer's flute music into the search bar. Chapter 52. The junior sister with its exotic and peculiar melody ringing. It felt as though he could visualize a cobra slowly rising from its basket, swaying side to side. Feng Yi was uncertain of the snake's feelings, but he himself felt no sense of tranquility. Instead, he grew slightly agitated. Did snakes truly enjoy such flute melodies? He turned off the music and took a moment to calm his restless emotions, searching for information related to snake charmers. He discovered that snakes possess very dull hearing, yet they can perceive vibrations in their surroundings and the ground. The snake charmers depicted on television perform with snakes they have trained and raised. As for why the snakes dance, it is simply because they see the flute and move in response. If one were to wave a hand before them, they would also follow the movement. The higher they rise, the more pronounced their dance becomes, exhibiting an elegant curvature. Of course, whether they bite is another matter. Those with a more irritable temperament might be ready to strike when one's hand is placed before them. Due to government regulations, one can now mostly see snake charmers and their serpents only on television or in documentaries. Feng Yi did not harbor a strong interest in these matters. Having understood that snakes do not truly dance to music, he deleted the related tracks. Must he resort to listening to Buddhist chants instead? Feng Yi had no particular inclination for such sounds. After some reflection, he decided to reach out to his teacher, Mr. Wei, who had instructed him in playing the lute, to inquire about suitable music for self-cultivation. Initially, Feng Yi had enrolled in Mr. Wei's class to better portray his character in the drama. Although Mr. Wei's expertise was not of the highest caliber, he was remarkably patient with his students, and Feng Yi had maintained contact with him. While he had not formally become a disciple, he would still refer to him as Teacher Wei or Master whenever they met. Feng Yi sent a message to inquire about self-cultivation from Teacher Wei. About 10 minutes later, Teacher Wei returned the call with a voice message. Feng Yi, how have you been lately? What prompted this sudden interest in self-cultivation? Given their acquaintance, Teacher Wei was aware that Feng Yi had recently resolved matters concerning his studio. However, at this age of striving, such a sudden mention of self-cultivation raised concerns for Teacher Wei, who worried that Feng Yi might have experienced some distress. No, I just feel a bit restless and impulsive lately, so I wish to take some time to calm my mind, Feng Yi replied. Sensing that Teacher Wei was preoccupied with other matters, Feng Yi refrained from idle chatter. Do you have any recommendations for music? Feng Yi inquired. After a brief moment of contemplation, Teacher Wei replied, how about this? Our team has recently recorded some new works, but they haven't yet been signed to any online platform. So you won't find them online. I'll select a few albums and have someone deliver them to you. You can choose what you wish to listen to. Thank you. Teacher Wei, just send them over. Local delivery is quite swift, Feng Yi responded. Not an issue. I'll pick out a few more items to send along. Let me see who is available. Half a minute later, Teacher Wei said, tomorrow morning, I'll have one drop them off. Please treat her to lunch. She misses you quite a bit. The moment I mentioned it, she eagerly took on the task. Feng Yi replied, Isn't it a bother for the junior sister? My current residence is somewhat remote. The one they referred to, the junior sister, was indeed a disciple named Yuan. This young disciple was somewhat challenging to describe. Feng Yi suspected that upon meeting her, his already turbulent emotions might become even more agitated. Teacher Wei asked for Feng Yi's address and chuckled. Your place isn't truly remote. These youngsters recently visited you mountain. Besides, Wan is particularly eager to see you. Feng Yi did not wish to prolong the discussion and waste Teacher Wei's time, so he said, all right, I'll go pick her up tomorrow. No need for that. Just provide a detailed address, and she will find her way. She is quite capable now. After sending the detailed address, Feng Yi concluded the conversation with Teacher Wei, who was currently busy with a performance and had little time for casual talk. The news regarding Onyo had spread throughout the novel community, and local self-media marketing accounts were buzzing with vivid stories and images, each more captivating than the last. After being processed, the accounts presented a thrilling and gripping narrative based on the facts. Feng Yi realized how he had been ensnared in this situation. Due to arrangements by the Joint Insurance Bureau, a lecture on the topic of releasing animals was held in the community that afternoon, advising against indiscriminate releases. It was emphasized that even common fish should not be released haphazardly, and the individual who had released Onyo was criticized as a negative example. Knowledge related to wildlife protection was also shared, highlighting that wild animals and their eggs are protected. Unnecessary harm should not be inflicted upon them. Additionally, Xuelin, possibly having received news online, paid a visit. In the evening, amidst the glow of the setting sun, he faced the river to pay tribute to his dog, which had likely been devoured by a large fish, before leaving as darkness enveloped the sky. Xuelin did not seek out Feng Yi. Instead, Feng Yi sensed her presence through her keen sense of smell. As for the 150,000 yuan reward, it was credited to Feng Yi's account around 8 p.m. After receiving the reward, Feng Yi generously distributed a large red envelope in the owner's group, as the matter was well known and required no concealment. The following morning, as the residents of the community took their morning strolls, they continued to discuss the incident involving Onyao. An elderly lady's eyes brightened as she noticed someone entering through the community gate. It was a young woman, perhaps 18 or 19, resembling a fresh university student, sporting a high ponytail and dressed in casual attire. Her sun-kissed skin radiated vitality and health. While her beauty was not striking, she was certainly pleasing to the elderly lady's eyes. However, the oversized backpack she carried was rather cumbersome, stretching the travel bag to the point of resembling a turtle shell. The elderly women were well acquainted with the residents of the community and were quite adept at recognizing faces. They approached her with inquiries about whom she was seeking and offered their assistance, enthusiastically directing her. Feng Yi stood at the entrance of the front yard, observing the pathway. Upon finally spotting the familiar figure, a wave of relief washed over him. She hadn't gotten lost, which was a great comfort. As he approached Yuan, who was burdened by her large backpack, Feng Yi quickly stepped forward to take it from her. Yuan's face lit up with excitement upon seeing him. Senior brother, Master asked me to convey a message to you. What did Master say? Feng Yi inquired. Master said, 1,000-year-old turtle and a 10,000-year-old tortoise with effort. One day you will cultivate into a spirit. Feng Yi gazed at her in silence. Yu Shaoximi returned his look with encouragement, appearing to wholeheartedly agree with Master Wei's words. Feng Yi took out his phone and sent Master Wei the message Yuan had just relayed. Before long, a voice message from Master Wei came through, tinged with laughter, yet underscored by a hint of exasperation. What I told her was, 1,000 days of Pipa and 100 days of Zheng, with diligence. There will surely come a day to master it. Practicing an instrument can also temper one's character if you do not enjoy listening to music. Learning the Zheng is still a worthy endeavor. Feng Yi wore an expression of knowing bemusement. He had anticipated this. Yu Shaoximi was, after all, a bit naive. He replied to Master Wei, expressing gratitude for the generous package of tranquility he had provided. Even without unzipping the bag, he could already sense the contents within. Alongside the albums and books mentioned by Master Wei, there were also some incense and related tools. Upon hearing Feng Yi recite Master Wei's words aloud, Yuan nodded in realization, acknowledging her error in conveying the message. She apologized before turning her gaze to admire the scenery around them. Observing the trees lining the pathways of the community, swaying gently, Feng Yi held no intention of reprimanding her for the miscommunication. Every student who had learned from Master Wei knew that this little sister's intellect lay elsewhere. In Chapter 53, Cultivating Tranquility, it was evident that all of Yu Shaoximi's intelligence was channeled into her musical skills. Among all of Master Wei's students, none could rival her in this regard. Once, after a few drinks, Master Wei had even proclaimed that Yuan was destined to become a master herself. At that moment, Yuan looked at Feng Yi with fervor. Senior brother, shall we go eat now? Feng Yi, accustomed to her phrasing, hoisted the bag and led Yuan into the house. It's still early. We can have lunch a bit later. After some contemplation, Feng Yi inquired, have you had breakfast? Yuan's tone sounded somewhat dejected as she replied, I have. Feng Yi glanced at her. Frozen dumplings, is it? With pickled fish and meat filling? Yes. Yuan perked up. You're so kind, senior brother. Yet, Feng Yi remained emotionally unmoved. Before long, a bowl of dumplings was ready, served in a standard soup bowl. He also placed several bags of snacks on the table, inviting her to choose for herself, regardless of her appetite. She remained an ordinary person and could not possibly indulge in the way Feng Yi did when they were at Shaofeng Mountain, where he would eat from a basin. With food at her disposal, Yuan paid no further attention to Feng Yi. Observing her posture and dining manners, one might perceive her as an elegant individual. However, the students of Teacher Wei were well aware of Yuan's true nature. If left unattended, she could easily climb a tree. Ever since watching certain ancient costume dramas, her dream had been to play the zither upon the branches. Such behavior is, of course, prohibited in the present day. The ability to maintain an elegant posture and dining etiquette was imparted to her through the help of professionals hired by Teacher Wei. When he discovered her potential in the mountains, Teacher Wei dedicated considerable effort to her education. In his eyes, Yuan was exceptionally talented, and he believed that within 2 years, she would grace a grand stage. Thus, it was essential for her to familiarize herself with the necessary courtesies for various occasions. The reason she was affectionately called Little Junior Sister was not due to her formal apprenticeship, but rather because she struggled to remember the proper titles for her seniors and juniors, often confusing junior brothers and sisters with senior brothers and sisters, even misnaming ordinary students of Teacher Wei who had not gone through the initiation ceremony. Eventually, everyone grew accustomed to calling her Little Junior Sister, a title that suited her youthful demeanor. During the time Feng Yi was learning the zither under Teacher Wei, Yuan held a particular fondness for him, as he was always generous when it came to treating everyone to meals. Teacher Wei had thus instructed Feng Yi that for Yuan's delivery of goods, no further gratitude was necessary. A simple lunch would suffice. She had little understanding of money, yet a fervent obsession with food. As Yuan concentrated on her dumplings, Feng Yi busied himself with the items in his bag. Teacher Wei had given him several kinds of incense, and Feng Yi picked one, the faint aroma magnifying exponentially in his nostrils. His brows furrowed. Yet he opened the box to take a whiff. Cough, cough, achoo. Quickly, he set the incense aside and closed the box, glancing at the product description. This particular incense had an additional mosquito-repelling feature. Knowing he resided in this area, Teacher Wei had specifically selected these to ward off insects. For the remaining incense, Feng Yi did not open them directly. He merely inhaled through the boxes, setting aside those that were too pungent, while opening those with a more tolerable scent. Gently wafting the air to discern the fragrance. If it was bearable, he would place it beside him. Not every mosquito-repelling incense was overpowering, and not all of them contained such properties. Soon, he categorized the incense, organized his books, and placed an album into the player. After listening to a few segments, he indeed felt a sense of calm wash over him. Once Yuan finished her bowl of dumplings, she placed her dishes into the dishwasher and quietly sat there munching on snacks. Upon seeing Feng Yi finish his tasks, she quickly asked, Senior brother, I have heard that there is a large catfish in your neighborhood, but do not entertain such thoughts, for that fish has already been taken away. Upon hearing her mention the catfish, Feng Yi immediately recognized her craving for its flesh. Can we catch it again? Inquired Junior Sister Yi. No, he replied. That stretch of river no longer holds any. This was the word from the community service personnel, to prevent her from dwelling on her desire for catfish. Feng Yi swiftly shifted the topic. Otherwise, this young sister might contemplate sneaking to the river to catch fish at an opportune moment. He inquired about Teacher Wei's recent activities, the preparations for performances, the number of new students enrolled, and Junior Sister Yi's own progress in examinations and performances. When the time was right, Feng Yi took her out for lunch, deliberately ordering a dish featuring catfish. In front of others, Feng Yi managed his portion quite well, consuming only slightly more than when he had been studying under Teacher Wei. After their meal, he escorted Junior Sister Yi back home. On the return journey, he stopped at 2 restaurants to replenish his own meal. Feng Yi had come to understand that the energy he consumed was surely directed towards his evolution. Though he might not perceive certain changes, the transformation was ongoing. His vision gradually stabilized, and he felt he was beginning to master the switch controlling his eyes. Much like he had once controlled his venom glands, mastery required time. As his evolution progressed, his control would strengthen. However, he had yet to fully command the alterations in his vision, as time was still too short, and he needed to continue wearing the lenses. What other changes might occur after his eyes? During this outing, Feng Yi also stockpiled quite a few supplies. For the time being, he chose to remain at home, cultivating tranquility. Meanwhile, the Ueshio community remained lively. The news of the catfish incident had spread, significantly impacting the neighborhood, with some individuals even traveling specifically to witness the scene. Closely tied to the residents and property management, the community's management fees had finally seen an increase. After having to reduce prices due to residents moving away, they had finally returned to their former rates. The management sought the consent of the community owners, without a homeowners association. The decision was made directly through a vote among the residents. In order to justify the hike in fees, the management provided a detailed explanation and data analysis, discussing everything from residential safety to investment value with the residents. Following the incidents involving Chao Xing and the catfish, most property owners did not oppose the increase. The employees of the management expressed their relief that the days of idleness were behind them, and they were pleased as well, given the rise in their wages. Observing the increasing number of returning residents, they felt a renewed sense of purpose in their work. With the increase in management fees, the property management now had additional funds, allowing them to renovate and upgrade the perimeter fences and various facilities within the community, making it much more difficult for Chao Xing and others to escape easily. Furthermore, a comprehensive upgrade was implemented for mosquito control, and specialists were hired to eliminate any potential pests or snakes lurking in the community. Since some houses were vacant and the owners did not reside there, the management also contacted the homeowners, seeking their permission to conduct pest control in the front and backyards of the empty properties. The commotion within the property management is quite notable. Yet the majority of residents are elated, for the real estate prices in Ueshio are on the rise. The recent surge in prices, spurred by the Zaiqinglong incident, has seen Ueshio community experience a modest increase. However, compared to other mid to high-end neighborhoods near Yeshan, the rise has been rather insignificant, and lately, the prices have remained relatively stagnant. Following the emergence of the Oyo incident, while some individuals were taken aback, a greater number were eager to purchase homes in this vicinity, particularly retirees. To them, the Oyo incident, though sounding alarming, also suggests a peculiar longevity of life in this area. For instance, the Oyo that has thrived for 3 to 4 decades, had it not been captured, could very well have continued its existence. Furthermore, the mention of those mischievous youths attempting to catch the giant soft-shelled turtles. What are turtles and tortoises, if not symbols of longevity? With a keen commercial instinct, Lu Yu, upon reading the related news, conducted a quick inquiry and discovered that the property prices in Ueshio community were indeed on an upward trajectory. When he encountered Xuelin privately, he lamented that he had sold his property at a loss. Xuelin, however, did not share this sentiment. On the contrary, he believed selling to Feng Yi was quite worthwhile, even contemplating offering Feng Yi a further discount. After all, Feng Yi had assisted him in uncovering the culprit behind the dog's death. Xuelin certainly felt regret, but his remorse stemmed from allowing the dog near the river, rather than from selling the house at that price to Feng Yi. As for Lu Yu, he merely expressed his thoughts. It was not his property being sold, and any gains or losses would not affect his bank account. He simply found Feng Yi to be an exceptionally intriguing individual. In the eyes of a businessman, intriguing inevitably intertwines with profit. Lu Yu even mused about purchasing a home in Ueshio community himself. Yet, upon reflecting on the geographical position of Ueshio community and conducting a comprehensive analysis, he ultimately decided against it. No matter how one views the area, the potential for significant price increases appeared limited. Unbeknownst to Feng Yi, someone had indeed conducted a thorough analysis of Ueshio community. Within the soundproof room, music flowed from the machine, playing selections handpicked by Feng Yi. These tracks were meticulously chosen from the album provided by Teacher Wei. Although he held little interest in traditional music, upon feeling the vibrations resonating through the ground, Feng Yi understood how to make his selections. The sound waves produced by different compositions varied. Standing barefoot on the ground, Feng Yi even experienced a sensation akin to a foot massage. Lighting a pleasantly fragrant incense further enhanced the ambience. This feeling was reminiscent of savoring a few drinks complemented by delectable marinated dishes and peanuts. How delightful! As he felt the vibrations beneath his feet, Feng Yi discerned where the next change would transpire. In the natural world, snakes lack external ears, possessing only middle and inner ears, which may hinder their ability to hear sound waves traveling through the air. Nevertheless, even the slightest vibration is detected by their sensitive ear bones, transmitting the vibrations to the inner ear and subsequently relaying the information to the brain via auditory nerves. Thus, even the faintest tremor in the ground is perceivable to them, which is why, in ancient times, people would observe snake movements to predict earthquakes. The snake charmer adeptly utilizes vibrations to communicate with the serpents housed within the basket, enticing them to emerge for their performance. While it cannot be said that snakes are deaf, their auditory perception differs significantly. Feng Yi finds himself in a similar predicament, acutely aware of the myriad vibrations felt through the soles of his feet. Each step upon the ground resonates with the bustling energy of pedestrians and the rumble of passing vehicles, all conveyed through the vibrations beneath him. The sheer volume of extraneous information inundating his mind is overwhelming, placing an immense burden upon his cognitive faculties. At times, Feng Yi questions whether his heightened sense of smell, his evolving sensitivity to sound, and his occasionally utilized thermal night vision might excessively consume his mental capacity. He fervently hopes that during the forthcoming stages of evolution, his brain will further develop to accommodate these burgeoning abilities. Otherwise, the amalgamation of such powers may prove too much to bear. Presently, the emergence of these extraordinary abilities is outpacing the upgrades of his brain's central processing unit, compelling Feng Yi to seek ways to alleviate this mental overload. In recent days, he has sought solace at home, striving to regulate his auditory sensitivity and minimize the influx of superfluous information. However, mastering this control requires time. Fortunately, this transformation does not alter his physical appearance, unlike the need for concealment associated with fangs and eyes. When venturing outside, to mitigate the vibrations transmitted through the ground, Feng Yi places a shock-absorbing pad within his shoes. The combination of shock-absorbing shoes and pads filters out some of the extraneous information, significantly reducing interference. Overall, this auditory sensitivity remains manageable and does not significantly disrupt his daily life. In Feng Yi's perspective, this transformation is relatively low maintenance. Currently, an intense and distinctive aura radiates from Feng Yi, and while he cannot claim complete mastery over its release, he can at least retract it swiftly when necessary. Akin to restraining a runaway stallion, the evolutionary process demands time to enhance his mastery over various aspects, much like a child's journey from crawling to running, requiring ample time for growth and development. On this particular day, Feng Yi reclines in a soundproof room, comfortably nested in a lazy sofa, his bare feet in contact with the ground, indulging in a soothing foot massage. The harmonious blend of music and the aromatic ambience lulls him into a state of drowsiness when a notification chimes, shattering his tranquil reverie. Startled, he retrieves his phone. Perplexed by the message, "Recruitment for Field Research Team 6 at the Nanchong Nature Reserve? What nonsense is this? Surely, this must be a mistake. Why would this pertain to me?" As he prepares to delete the message, his phone rings again. It's Captain Yuan from the Joint Protection Bureau. "Field Research at Nanchong Nature Reserve? Me?" Only upon listening to Captain Yuan's explanation does Feng Yi learn that he has been recommended to Team 6 for the field research. Yet, he harbors no interest in such endeavors. During his university days, he had noticed that some club members volunteered for field research, but he had always dismissed such activities due to his lack of interest. Captain Yuan continued, this time. "The comprehensive scientific research team in the Nanchong Nature Reserve is rather large, and Team 6 is short on personnel. I have recommended you to them. If you are interested, you can use the extraction code from the message you just received to log onto their website, download the application form, fill it out, and submit it." Feng Yi replied, "I have no experience." Captain Yuan responded, "If accepted, there will be a reward of 1,000 points." Feng Yi mused, "I don't have any major issues. Just a few minor questions. Is this scientific expedition dangerous? What tasks will I be required to perform? How long will it last?" The 6th team is responsible for amphibians and reptiles, and the primary objective of this expedition is to investigate reptiles, particularly snakes. It shouldn't pose much danger to you. The duration is approximately 1 to 2 months. Feng Yi himself was uncertain about the risks involved. The Nanchong Nature Reserve, being a nationally protected area, is undoubtedly different from the smaller reserves on the outskirts of urban areas like Shaofeng Mountain. The terrain in Nanchong is mountainous, and the research team will be venturing deep into the wilderness. However, the allure of those 1,000 points was tempting for Feng Yi. Although the previous small Qinglong expedition offered a mere 30 points and fishing yielded 15 points, those instances were quite unique, and it was uncertain whether he would catch another one even after a year of waiting. While financial compensation for such scientific endeavors is typically modest, the incentive of 1,000 points is undeniably generous. Of course, his interest was not solely driven by the points. The direction of evolution is selective. For instance, when Feng Yi's eyes underwent a transformation, the old steward specifically advised against harboring any feelings of rejection, perhaps out of concern that his unstable vertical pupils might revert to the round form. This was merely Feng Yi's conjecture, as he possessed some awareness in this regard. Whether he could genuinely transform his pupils into a round shape remained uncertain, particularly since his vertical pupils had stabilized. At times, Feng Yi could even control the transition from his vertical pupils to the ordinary round pupils of a typical person. Soon, with further practice, he would no longer need to wear contact lenses for concealment. Evolution is intended for better survival. Thus, he could not simply remain cooped up at home. What if, after prolonged isolation, he found himself drifting towards a stagnant existence? However, the thought of venturing into deep, uncharted forests felt perilous, causing him some trepidation. Nevertheless, after a brief contemplation, Feng Yi resolved to apply. With his decision made, he communicated with Yuan and used the extraction code from the message to download the application form from the official website. After completing it as required, he submitted it. The Liaison Bureau's Rongqing branch was busy organizing and verifying materials alongside Captain Yuan and his team. Their work was not fixed in Rongqing. They had previously rushed over due to reports of the small Qinglong incident at Yueshan. Now that matters here were nearly settled, they were preparing to depart to support the comprehensive scientific investigation in the Nancheng Nature Reserve. Professional tasks are best handled by experts. The personnel from the Liaison Bureau primarily provide support from the rear, ready to assist should the scientific team encounter any difficulties or emergencies. Captain Yuan, how could you recommend Feng Yi? He lacks experience in this area, one of the team members questioned. A team member inquired. Noting that the South 6 team in Nancheng bore a heavier burden this time, venturing into more perilous territory. It was rumored that the snakes in the mountains were particularly active during this season. Some challenges may seem daunting to others, yet for him, they might merely resemble a summer camp for elementary school students, remarked Yuan Xia. Do you have such confidence in him? I am not personally acquainted with him, but I have collaborated with his elder. Based on the information currently available, he possesses talents akin to those of his elder, which are regrettably wasted in commercial pursuits. After the period of climatic anomalies, even in the remote wilderness of the mountains, the population of wildlife has significantly dwindled. However, after over 2 decades of conservation efforts, the data gathered from annual scientific expeditions reflects a degree of recovery in the protected areas. The Nancheng Nature Reserve ranks among the foremost in the country. Prior to the climatic irregularities, it was indeed a dense forest, making scientific exploration considerably challenging. In the eyes of Captain Yuan from the Joint Security Bureau, Feng Yi's inherent abilities are precisely what should be utilized in such environments. Meanwhile, at the South 6 team of the Nancheng Nature Reserve, the individual responsible for reviewing applications, upon seeing Feng Yi's registration form, instinctively thought, which fool has stumbled upon the access code? However, upon further inspection of the Form S corresponding number, they discovered the recommendatory name was none other than Captain Yuan from the Joint Security Bureau. Typically, if recommended by someone from the Bureau, the application would merely follow procedural formalities. Yet, Feng Yi's submission left them bewildered. His specialization was misaligned, his work experience consisted of acting in web dramas, and he had no fieldwork experience whatsoever. Yet, astonishingly, he had accrued 45 points. Upon reading the recommendation note, they were astounded to learn that this young man had indeed captured a small green dragon. Furthermore, the notion that one individual could drag a 3-meter-long European catfish ashore, at night, no less, was either sheer audacity or an exceptional display of skill. A visit was warranted, for those from the Joint Security Bureau do not make haphazard recommendations. Noting that his application indicated his availability for an immediate interview, they resolved not to inform him of the interview schedule, but rather to send someone directly for an impromptu assessment. They planned to inquire who was in Rongqing to send someone to personally evaluate him. Currently, most scientific expeditions designate specific interview locations, gathering those who passed the initial review at these sites. However, the South 6 team maintained high standards. Few teams could offer volunteers a full 1,000 points in one go, and the South 6 team was one such exception. They had consistently employed a customized interview approach. When Feng Yi received the visual call from the gate, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an interview method for a scientific volunteer. He thought he would need to wait for notification of the interview location, hence had not prepared extensively. With the recommendation from the Joint Security Bureau, he felt confident about passing the preliminary review, planning to prepare thoroughly upon receiving the interview notice. Thus, the sudden announcement that an interviewer had come to his door caught him off guard. At the moment he was notified by the gate, Feng Yi was in a calm state of mind. As the interviewer arrived, Feng Yi quickly tidied himself up, donned his socks, slipped into his sandals, and proceeded to the door to await the visitor. A gentleman in his 50s, exuding a warm smile and a hint of scholarly demeanor, appeared non-threatening and amiable. However, the instructor responsible for the interview regarded Feng Yi with a sense of skepticism. While Feng Yi's physical attributes would serve him well in the entertainment industry, his capabilities in field research remained questionable. Nonetheless, The instructor maintained a pleasant demeanor, introducing himself amicably. After greeting Feng Yi, he observed him closely as he retrieved his slippers from the shoe cabinet. The cabinet housed numerous pairs of shoes, yet only 2 pairs showed signs of frequent use, with the closest pair likely worn just days prior. Notably, the soles of these shoes were unusually thick, and they contained an additional layer of cushioning. This young man was not short by any means. Why then the need for height-enhancing insoles? Was he overly concerned with his image? Would this be suitable for outdoor work? Chapter 55. Admission. The interviewing instructor received the tea handed to him by Feng Yi, smiling kindly. I originally came to the Weishan area for some errands, but I received a last-minute call from the Southchong Protection Zone's research team, requesting my assistance in interviewing a volunteer. The instructor glanced around the room, taking note of its decor. Having received information from the research team, he recognized that the applicant's residence indicated a well-to-do family background. The Yushio community had recently garnered attention, and he was aware of the rising property values there. Given your circumstances, participating in such field research activities seems unnecessary. The outdoor conditions are arduous, vastly different from the camping experience that young people often enjoy. The wilderness is rife with mosquitoes and snakes. Feng Yi nodded, acknowledging the challenging conditions. I am aware of the hardships. Since moving here, I have slept outdoors on the grass without a tent. I do not attract mosquitoes. The instructor chuckled softly, shaking his head. In the mountains, venomous creatures may lurk everywhere, and one could inadvertently step on a snake. Just last year, someone nearly encountered a sharp-nosed viper, commonly referred to as the 5-step snake. Following a period of ecological anomaly over the past 2 decades, under stringent protective laws and measures, wildlife populations have seen a degree of recovery in genuine natural environments. The Southchong Protection Zone, in particular, harbors a greater number of snakes than other reserves. And this is crucial information to convey. Today's youth often act impulsively. One must not arrive only to find reality starkly different from their expectations, leading to withdrawal and resource wastage. Owning a property in Yushio suggests a sound family background. One who disregards the meager stipend for volunteers is likely motivated solely by personal interest or the 1,000 points awarded by Team 6. Observing Feng Yi's lack of field experience, it was evident he belonged to the latter category. In such cases, they must present the facts candidly, hoping to dissuade him if possible. How much do you know about the amphibious and reptilian research team of the Southchong Protection Zone, specifically Team 6? The instructor inquired. I understand they focus on amphibians and reptiles, with this particular endeavor primarily targeting snakes. Feng Yi had done his research prior to applying, ensuring he was not entirely uninformed. What do you consider to be your strengths? The interview teacher inquired. I have a certain sensitivity towards snakes, I replied. I have read reports about the little green dragon, and your technique for capturing snakes is quite impressive. How did you develop such skills? It is a gift. Such a talent is indeed commendable. The interview teacher engaged in a light-hearted conversation for half an hour, gaining a substantial understanding of Feng Yi as an individual. Feng Yi exhibited a deficiency in professional qualifications, lacking fieldwork experience, and his academic and practical abilities remained uncertain. If he were to join the team, he would undoubtedly be unable to partake in tasks such as sample collection or data gathering. However, despite his inexperience, he displayed a rational analysis of outdoor working conditions, managing to capture a 2-meter-long little green dragon without harm, and successfully dragging a 3-meter-long European catfish ashore alone in the dead of night, suggesting that both his physical and mental fortitude were adequate, given the arduous nature of fieldwork, which demands significant physical endurance. Feng Yi appeared to pose no substantial issues in this regard. While Feng Yi had numerous evident shortcomings, his strengths were equally pronounced, with certain innate talents that not everyone possesses. It was no surprise that the Joint Security Bureau recommended him. Observing Feng Yi's exploits might lead one to perceive him as somewhat reckless. However, during their face-to-face conversation, the interview teacher discerned that this young man was not impulsive, but rather polite and composed, suggesting a commendable capacity for execution. Having formed a comprehensive evaluation of Feng Yi, the interview teacher compiled a more detailed scorecard post-interview, assigning ratings across various dimensions. Of course, the recruitment for Team South 6 was not simply a matter of higher scores. Compatibility was of paramount importance. After 30 minutes of discussion, the interview teacher departed, instructing Feng Yi to await further news, which would be communicated by Nancheng within 3 days. 2 days later, Feng Yi received a notification informing him of his acceptance into the South 6 team of the Comprehensive Scientific Research Group at Nancheng Nature Reserve, accompanied by a retrieval code. Upon logging into the official website with the code, he downloaded a document detailing the assembly time, location, and various pertinent arrangements, along with important precautions. The document also outlined the remuneration, although Feng Yi was primarily interested in the 1,000 points mentioned therein. At the end of the document, there was a complex barcode, which he would need to present upon arrival at the designated assembly point to check in and receive supplies. For significant scientific research activities like this, one cannot simply bring whatever they desire, as many supplies are distributed uniformly. Naturally, the allocations differ among various teams. With some time remaining before check-in, Feng Yi contemplated finishing his current tasks. He reached out to Lu Yu, aiming to complete the identification of the remaining goods during this period. Otherwise, once he reported to the Nansheng Nature Reserve, he might remain there for 1 to 2 months, making it difficult for Lu Yu to reach him. Once inside the reserve, exiting would not be a simple matter unless severely injured or bitten by a snake. Feng Yi was resolute in not wanting to be carried out midway through his endeavor. Upon hearing that Feng Yi would be away for 1 to 2 months, Lu Yu promptly arranged for the remaining batch of goods. After the initial batch of goods was appraised, Feng Yi made 2 subsequent visits, though the quantity was not as substantial as the first, and the difficulty of appraisal was considerably less. The remaining goods were urgently relocated, and after scheduling a time, Lu Yu contacted Feng Yi to head to the warehouse. They returned to the same warehouse as before, which was better equipped and more convenient for appraisals. Of course, the massage chair was still there. However, this did not escape Lu Yu's notice. Feng Yi continued to rest on the massage chair after every 2,000 items appraised, appearing quite fatigued. His acting skills, honed during his time filming web dramas, certainly helped him deceive these astute merchants. After attending to company matters, Lu Yu drove to the warehouse, arriving just as Feng Yi finished another round of appraisals. He was reclining in the massage chair, though his mouth never ceased its chatter, and the small snacks on the adjacent tray were rapidly disappearing, half consumed in mere moments. Each time Lu Yu witnessed this scene, he felt astonished. It was surprising to learn how energy-draining it was to appraise leather using such an acute sense of smell. Glancing at the quantity of items already appraised, handed to him by the warehouse manager, Lu Yu's smile widened, prompting him to request another platter of snacks. Since the appraisal involved clothing, the snacks were not particularly pungent, leaving Lu Yu with little appetite. It should only take about 2 more hours to finish the remaining goods, Lu Yu remarked, peering at his watch. Approximately, Feng Yi yawned. Having been appraising since morning, though there had been breaks, they were brief. Moreover, he felt mentally exhausted from the day's efforts. Oh right, Lu Yu suddenly recalled something, hastily stepping outside before returning with an invitation letter in hand. He handed it to Feng Yi, saying, in just over 2 months, Qianli Group will host its annual celebration. It isn't a decade milestone, so the scale won't be particularly grand, but it will certainly be more splendid than the events of smaller companies. Many celebrities will be invited, and there will be a show. Don't miss it. Feng Yi opened the invitation, glancing at the date and venue. I'm not sure if I can make it, he replied. Lu Yu was perplexed. An annual celebration for a large company like Qianli Group was a perfect opportunity for networking. If you don't have anything particularly pressing, you could spare 2 days to check out the celebration venue. I will definitely go if I have the time, Feng Yi said. Unsure how long the scientific expedition would last. It was stated to be 12 months, but he couldn't confirm if it would exceed 2 months. Now intrigued, Lu Yu inquired, where exactly are you going for such an extended period? Is it really that significant? A scientific expedition, Feng Yi replied. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback by those 2 words, asking, the kind associated with subject examinations? No, the scientific investigation type, Feng Yi clarified. Lu Yu? Isn't that a bit of a leap? He stared at Feng Yi, his expression akin to someone who, upon opening an egg carton, discovered it contained nothing but goose eggs. Sensing Lu Yu's bewildered gaze, Feng Yi assumed he was skeptical and pulled out his phone to show Lu Yu the acceptance letter for the scientific expedition volunteer team. Volunteer for the Comprehensive Scientific Expedition Team in the Nansheng Protection Zone, Team 6? Lu Yu's discerning gaze swiftly identified several keywords, albeit these terms exceeded his professional competency. After a brief silence, he gave Feng Yi a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're impressive. If one were to participate in such a scientific expedition, the duration would indeed be uncertain. I hope this expedition you're a part of concludes within 2 months, Lu Yu remarked. Let us hope so, Feng Yi responded, expressing keen interest in the Qianli Group's anniversary celebration. He too wished for the expedition to be brief, ideally wrapping up smoothly within a month. The timing of the anniversary event was also quite convenient. In just over 2 months, he should be able to manage the influx of information without confusion. Currently, the mere thought of the music-filled atmosphere of the showcase made him anxious. Even with shock-absorbing insoles, he could envision himself trembling uncontrollably, quite literally. Such a vivid image was almost too beautiful to contemplate. For now, however, The focus must remain on the scientific expedition. Chapter 56. Registration. Having completed the handling of all goods related to Lu Yu, Feng Yi commenced preparations for the scientific expedition in the Nancheng Nature Reserve. Earning those 1,000 points would not be an easy feat. As an outsider in the realm of scientific research, he needed to undertake considerable preparatory work to secure those points smoothly. This included researching literature and even purchasing a detailed map of the Nancheng Nature Reserve for study. He did not wish to be utterly lost upon arrival, relying on others for basic guidance. The expedition team's responsibilities were substantial, and no one would have the luxury of time to explain unrelated matters to him. Embarking on a journey of acquiring new knowledge as a novice invariably brings pressure. However, this was not Feng Yi's first encounter with such challenges. In the past, while acting in an online drama, he had no formal training in performing arts. Yet, to enhance his competitiveness, even for a low-budget production with uncertain future success, he invested considerable effort in preparation. He attended professional classes, practiced piano, rehearsed lines alone at home, and studied the performances of seasoned artists. That period was far more exhausting. Now, while delving into scientific literature, he felt pressure. Yet there was no sense of aversion or irritability. In this unfamiliar field of knowledge, he resolved to learn incrementally. He did not aspire to significantly assist the expedition team, but at least aimed not to hinder their progress. Moreover, it is known that learning can alter the structure of the brain. Simultaneously, during this period, Feng Yi continued to enhance his control over his eyesight. When the time for the expedition arrived, it would not be as convenient to switch out contact lenses. As the registration time approached, Feng Yi packed a suitcase and a travel bag, which included sunglasses, a mask, and shock-absorbing pads. After some contemplation, he decided to bring his contact lenses along. Although he had improved his ocular control and could manage his pupils' reactions, it was prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Adjacent to the Nancheng Nature Reserve was a hotel, which was the designated registration location. Upon arriving, he noticed a considerable number of young individuals, predominantly in their 20s, mostly university students, also there to register. Feng Yi wheeled his suitcase in the direction indicated by the sign when a voice called out, "Hey, buddy, are you here to register as well? Which school are you from? Which volunteer team have you signed up for?" A student, similarly dragging a suitcase and bearing a backpack, approached Feng Yi while donning a university t-shirt. "I just graduated from university and have joined Team South 6, Feng Yi replied. "Oh, Team South 6. The student's astonishment was palpable. With Feng Yi's appearance, one might initially mistake him for a pampered rich heir. However, in this scientific research environment, he merely seemed like an inexperienced novice. Yet, he claimed to be part of Team South 6, and had even been accepted. The student scrutinized Feng Yi, as if attempting to ascertain the veracity of his statement. Feng Yi, unperturbed, allowed the examination to continue. "Team South 6 isn't focused on herpetology," the student remarked, retracting his gaze to consult a brochure, swiftly flipping to the page detailing Team South 6. "Indeed, amphibians and reptiles." Upon closing the brochure and directing his attention back to Feng Yi, his expression suggested he was observing a wolf in sheep's clothing. "Team South 6 comprises some formidable individuals. I heard they are primarily investigating snakes in the deep mountains?" The student ventured tentatively. Feng Yi nodded affirmatively. Subsequently, he checked in with his barcode, while the student maintained a distance, keen to verify the authenticity of the claim. The reception staff confirmed Feng Yi's barcode and personal identification, their surprise evident upon seeing his affiliation with Team South 6. However, with many individuals checking in, they refrained from unnecessary inquiries. "This is your access pass. Please follow the directional signs. A bus awaits at the front to take you to the Nancheng Protection Zone Research Base. Once you arrive, you will be assigned accommodations, and the reception staff will briefly outline important information." Feng Yi had anticipated a stay at a hotel, only to discover that he would be residing in dormitories at the research base. Nevertheless, he was indifferent to the change. After identity verification, the reception staff conducted a brief security check. Each year, volunteers inadvertently brought hazardous tools, despite repeated warnings. Feng Yi had not brought any dangerous items and was quite cooperative during the inspection. The personnel responsible for security examined Feng Yi's belongings. While there were indeed no hazardous items, the presence of sunglasses and a mask was understandable. However, the height-increasing insoles and colored contact lenses raised eyebrows. "Is this a scientific expedition or a variety show?" The security staff smile faltered slightly. Although these items were not classified as contraband, the odd combination was perplexing. Could they possibly serve some purpose for Team South 6 research? It was beyond comprehension. Feng Yi, however, was unconcerned, as long as nothing was prohibited. He was content to proceed. With his access pass in hand, he made his way to the boarding point. The student, who had been observing Feng Yi, watched him successfully obtain his access pass and hurriedly pulled out his phone to share this unexpected revelation with classmates. By the time Feng Yi arrived at the boarding area, the bus was already nearly full. He boarded using his access pass, and shortly thereafter, the bus was filled to capacity. It transported them directly to the Mutation Protection Zone research base. However, the accommodations assigned to them were not in the core area of the research base. These dormitories were designated for volunteers participating in the scientific expedition. The research base also served as temporary student housing in collaboration with various universities and high schools. The standard dormitory was a quadruple room, featuring bunk beds and desks below. The dormitory assigned to Feng Yi was already occupied by 2 individuals, though they were not present at the moment. After tidily arranging his luggage in bed, Feng Yi took his pass and ventured to the dining hall in search of sustenance. Although he had already indulged in a hearty meal prior to his arrival, he now felt a slight pang of hunger. The dining services offered subsidies, allowing most meals to be obtained without additional payment, while only a select few unique and exquisite dishes required extra charges. At this point, Feng Yi was not particularly finicky about food. He merely sought something to satiate his appetite. After devouring a meal sufficient for 2, he refrained from returning to his dormitory immediately and decided to explore the large exhibition hall at the research base. Today, there was a notable influx of new arrivals, resulting in clusters of people congregating within the exhibition space, particularly around one area that was especially crowded. Upon inquiry, Feng Yi discovered that an outdoor broadcaster was live-streaming there, accompanied by an expert. Both individuals were members of Team South 6. Had they belonged to another team, Feng Yi would have had little interest in their activities. But upon learning they were from Team South 6, he gravitated toward them. After all, being within the research base, the live-streaming equipment was likely to be relatively uncomplicated. Seated before the camera were 2 individuals. The younger one was undoubtedly the outdoor broadcaster, Feng Yi, at merely 22 years of age. He had already garnered a modest reputation within their industry. However, Feng Yi was not familiar with him. He was unaware if Feng Yi had previously participated in scientific expeditions. Nevertheless, the inclusion of Feng Yi in the expedition team likely served a purpose, such as promoting ecological conservation. Feng Yi's somewhat tousled hair appeared to be artfully disheveled, a style that must have taken considerable time to achieve. This, however, did not imply that he was overly concerned with his public image. Those who excel in their fields invariably possess noteworthy attributes. Feng Yi's rise to prominence among outdoor broadcasters suggested that his talents extended beyond mere gimmicks. Beside Feng Yi sat a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a distinctly mixed heritage, Professor Stidfu, known in foreign circles. This professor had achieved fame earlier and exerted influence across various domains, having been invited to participate in several entertainment programs. His strikingly handsome mixed features attracted substantial attention. But he possessed genuine expertise. He was a renowned herpetologist and a celebrated explorer. From Feng Yi's perspective as an outsider, understanding the daring and adventurous nature of herpetologists and explorers suggested that they were indeed formidable individuals. When Feng Yi arrived, the 2 had already been live-streaming for over 10 minutes, discussing topics related to the current scientific expedition, with their conversation currently focused on snakes. The online audience was undoubtedly considerable, and the live-streaming venue was bustling, yet the attendees remained respectfully quiet, engaging in hushed discussions or communicating through their mobile devices. Feng Yi grabbed a cup of water and found a spot to sit, joining others in listening to the professor's online lecture. Most snakes move in a sinuous manner, with some capable of swift locomotion. Different species of snakes possess their own unique slithering techniques, contrasting sharply with the famously massive pythons that many are familiar with. The python primarily moves in a straight line, propelled forward by the undulating motion of its muscles from head to tail. Feng Yi glanced at the questions posed by the online audience, and after a segment of Professor Shi's lecture, he seized the moment to inquire. Professor Shi, a viewer asks, if one encounters a snake in the wild, should one run in a straight line or in a zigzag? Chapter 57. A third Professor Shi smiled calmly, clearly accustomed to such inquiries. In his youthful days, during his peak popularity, he was taken aback when asked this question for the first time in an interview. Nevertheless, he responded earnestly. He elaborated on various aspects such as differing individuals, geographical environments, and snake species, discussing the appropriate responses when faced with them. Shortly thereafter, he faced criticism. Someone foolishly challenged a king cobra, attempting to touch its head up close, only to be bitten and pursued. Subsequently, they claimed that Professor Shi's escape advice was ineffective. Thus, in later interviews, Professor Shi emphasized the importance of maintaining a safe distance from wild snakes. Proximity combined with ignorance of their behavior and a lack of quick reflexes rendered any running strategy futile. Avoidance was paramount. When posed with a similar question during a live broadcast, Professor Shi naturally smiled and remarked, "That depends on the type of snake." Feng Yi scanned the comments. "What if it is 5 or 6 meters long?" This referred to the English abbreviation for the king cobra. Upon hearing 5 or 6 meters, Professor Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is there such a fortunate occurrence?" Feng Yi added, "I nearly forgot, for herpetologists, particularly those like Professor Shi with a profound interest in snakes, this is indeed a delightful prospect, one that could drive them to ecstasy." Many in Professor Shi's field actively seek out large specimens of king cobras around the globe. "Apologies," Professor Shi interjected. "Such a discovery would be a dream come true for me. I have traveled to numerous places and participated in various field studies across countries. But I am uncertain if it is due to climate anomalies, but their numbers have significantly dwindled. They may have begun to recover in recent years, but I lack sufficient data." The largest king cobra he encountered measured 3.6 meters during an overseas scientific expedition. Among snakes, he indeed held a particular fondness for the king cobra. While snakes generally possess low intelligence within the reptilian realm, in Professor Shi's eyes, the king cobra stands apart. He perceived a regal disdain and a glimmer of wisdom within their gaze. The conversation continued, with Professor Shi eventually returning to the topic of proper responses when encountering snakes and outlining first aid measures. However, the emphasis remained on evading such crises rather than managing them once they arose. Yet, those present seemed not to heed his advice. Feng Yi found himself fixated on one statement. Snakes possess low intelligence within the reptilian domain. A sudden sense of urgency washed over him. If his cognition did not accelerate its evolution, he might genuinely face an intellectual crisis. With a heavy heart, Feng Yi pondered this pressing reality. By the time he regained his senses, the live broadcast had concluded, and the audience gradually dispersed. The interviewed teacher Shi was surrounded by admirers seeking autographs. Feng Yi was engaged in conversation with his colleagues, deliberating on the video editing plans for the forthcoming period. As his gaze swept across the surroundings, it landed upon Feng Yi. "Feng Yi, you arrived today?" Feng Yi approached briskly. "Yes. Do you know me?" Feng Yi inquired, perplexed. "I've perused the roster of Team South 6 and glimpsed your photograph. When I first saw your picture, I thought you looked familiar, and upon searching, I discovered you were quite the celebrity. I have even watched the web series in which you starred. You performed exceptionally. Celebrity is a stretch. I merely played a supporting role in a web series and am now transitioning to a different path," Feng Yi replied. Sensing Feng Yi's reluctance to elaborate, Feng Yi tactfully refrained from probing further. Extending his hand with a warm smile, he introduced himself. "I am Feng Yi. Feng as in promising future, and Yi as in boundless ocean. We shall be teammates from here on. I look forward to your guidance." Feng Yi shook Feng Yi's hand, acknowledging the spirit of mutual assistance. "Oh, by the way, our Team South 6 is led by Professor Zhou from the University of Science and Technology. He mentioned that we would have 3 days to acclimatize to the local climate, after which the expedition will commence." The underlying implication was rather blunt. If one cannot adapt to the environment, it would be wise to depart promptly. For Feng Yi, this posed no issue. In fact, he found the climate of the Nanqing Nature Reserve rather pleasant. Skipping over this, he continued to inquire about further details, and Feng Yi proved to be quite informative. Unlike Feng Yi, who was solely focused on accumulating points, Feng Yi was keenly aware of the broader context. Having secured a rare opportunity to collaborate with Team South 6, "How many members are in this expedition?" Feng Yi asked. "If you refer to the core group venturing into the mountains, there are fewer than 10, Feng Yi responded. "There is also a deputy team for South 6, which comprises more individuals. However, most of them are assigned teaching or promotional duties and are primarily university students, with a small number of minors." Through Feng Yi gleaned additional insights and exchanged contact information. During the subsequent 3 days, apart from being summoned in the evenings for team meetings to familiarize himself with his teammates, Feng Yi spent his days seeking out local delicacies. Realizing that convenience would diminish after joining the team, he indulged in hearty meals to stockpile energy. 3 days later, adorned in the attire provided to him and equipped with the tools he received, Feng Yi gathered at the designated meeting point, ready to embark under the guidance of Professor Zhou from the University of Science and Technology. At this juncture, other teams were still in preparation, making Team South 6 the earliest to set forth. The group consisted of indeed fewer than 10 individuals. Professor Zhou from the University of Science and Technology, Professor Zhu from the Agricultural University, Researcher Xie from a certain institute, Teacher Shi, and Teacher Lei, who was responsible for photography and communications. All 5 were seasoned educators, with an average age of only 40. Those who were too young lacked sufficient experience and knowledge, while older individuals might struggle with the physical demands. In addition to these five, Professor Zhou's student Li Han and Professor Zhu's student Wang Wintao were also participating for the first time alongside their mentors in the scientific exploration of the Nanqing Nature Reserve. Unlike Feng Yi, these two individuals possess considerably more fieldwork experience. Their presence here is purposeful, one for a master's thesis and the other for a doctoral dissertation. Including Feng Yi and Cheng Si, the team consists of 9 members. Feng Yi is acutely aware of his position as an outsider among these specialists. He humbly assumes the role of a support person, assisting when necessary by catching a few snakes, retrieving items, or aiding in data collection. When his assistance is not required, he remains unobtrusively in the background. Any spotlight should rightly fall on Cheng Si, who needs to engage with the public and conduct live streams alongside the research team. Feng Yi's priority is to fulfill his role for 2 months and earn his points without any burden of expectation. However, the same cannot be said for the others. Perhaps due to it being his first experience in such an endeavor, Cheng Si, usually quite talkative, feels a tinge of nervousness, particularly as signs of human activity begin to wane around them, causing him to anxiously scan the surroundings. Outdoor excursions differ vastly from true wilderness exploration. And given the prevalence of snakes in the mountains of Nancheng, what if one accidentally encounters a venomous serpent? Sensing the overly serious atmosphere within the group, Professor Zhou chuckled. Xiao Si, Feng Yi, along with Li Han and Wang Wintao, you 4 are all newcomers to the Nancheng Nature Reserve, yet each possesses a modicum of experience. How about a friendly competition among you 4 to see who can spot a snake first? The points we can allocate are limited, so let us each contribute 1 point as a reward. He turned to Researcher Xia. Reluctantly, Researcher Xia consented, preferring to part with money rather than precious points, which he felt were invaluable. Internally, he grumbled about the need to incentivize team members with points instead of cash. Yet he could not appear weak in front of these younger colleagues. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I shall also contribute 1 point. Excellent. That makes 3 points. Let us see who among you can earn them. Professor Zhou encouraged, looking at the 4 young men. You are all in your 20s, experienced, and observant. We 3 will not interfere or show favoritism, and we shall remain silent. Teacher Lei will keep quiet as well. It is entirely up to your own abilities to earn these additional 3 points. While 3 points may seem insignificant compared to 1,000, it is still a bonus. Points can be earned simply by spotting something. There is no requirement to physically catch it. What a deal. A single large catfish that emerges from the water nets only 15 points, and there are additional values to consider for invasive species and size. Feng Yi realized that even if he captured 100 mice, he would not accrue 3 points. Thus, his initial plan to be a mere tool for 2 months invigorated him. If points are on the line, I am fully engaged. I am serious about this. Chapter 58. Within reach, Feng Yi's enthusiasm surged. He transformed from his earlier demeanor of quiet compliance and silence into an eager participant. Professor Zhou, does the competition you mentioned begin now? The first to speak was Feng Yi, causing Professor Zhou to momentarily pause before quickly realizing that Feng Yi had joined Team Nan 6 solely to earn 1,000 points. They were particularly interested in his sensitivity to snakes and his adeptness at capturing them. Thus, Professor Zhou eagerly anticipated the extent of Feng Yi's sensitivity to snakes and whether he could be the first to spot one. Indeed, let us commence, Professor Zhou exclaimed with a cheerful smile. Beside him, Professor Zhu glanced at his watch, pondering how long it would take to achieve a successful start this time. Teacher Lei, how long did it take last year for them to discover the first snake after entering the mountains? Teacher Lei, equipped with a specialized camera, reflected for a moment before responding, about 8 hours. Approximately so, Professor Zhou nodded. The number of snakes in the Nancheng Nature Reserve had significantly dwindled after the unusual climatic period, although there might be some recovery in the deeper mountains. The fringe areas remained sparse. Last year, we first spotted a silver-ringed snake, Professor Zhu recalled. Yes, the silver-ringed snake. We delayed our departure until noon due to camera issues. Teacher Lei added. We found the silver-ringed snake by a drainage ditch in the evening, and everyone was particularly elated. The others continued to discuss last year's circumstances and how they discovered the first snake. Meanwhile, Feng Yi began donning gloves, catching Cheng Si's attention. Cheng Si was astute and perceptive, never underestimating anyone in the team. Externally, Feng Yi seemed an unlikely candidate for this line of work, with previous experiences, such as acting in online dramas, seemingly unrelated to scientific exploration. However, the mere fact that he had been accepted into Team Nan 6 indicated exceptional qualities. You haven't already made a discovery, have you? Cheng Si remarked, prompting the others to turn their gaze toward Feng Yi. Professor Zhou cast another glance. Shrugging with a look of resignation, He had yet to detect any signs of snakes nearby. This area was still on the outskirts of the Nancheng Nature Reserve, frequently traversed by people, reducing the likelihood of snake sightings. Perhaps there was indeed a hidden gem here that had eluded everyone's notice. Feng Yi refrained from commenting on the so-called hidden gem. To him, even a 3-meter-long king cobra qualified as a little darling. When the news about the juvenile green dragon surfaced, he had posted a video on his social media platform, showcasing his visit to Yueshan to observe the juvenile green dragon. In the video, he gazed at the snake behind a glass barrier, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, exclaiming how beautiful and captivating it was. God knows how he could find charm in such a fearsome-looking serpent. Upon seeing a high-definition close-up of the juvenile green dragon for the first time, Feng Yi nearly dropped his phone in astonishment. However, he remained unaware that Feng Yi was the renowned Yueshan snake brother who had captured the juvenile green dragon. To protect Feng Yi's privacy, the Liaison Bureau had not disclosed his identity. Within the Nancheng Nature Reserve's scientific research team, aside from those responsible for reviewing, only Professors Zhou and Zhu, along with a few others, were privy to Feng Yi's true background. Consequently, Feng Yi's initial impression of Feng Yi was that of an inconspicuous online drama actor. At this moment, under the scrutiny of 8 pairs of eyes, Feng Yi declared, "I shall give it a try." As he spoke, he took a few steps aside, lifted a slab of stone from the ground, and then extracted a small worm resembling an earthworm from the soil beneath it. "Feng Yi," exclaimed, "I've discovered a little darling." Feng Yi glanced at Feng Yi and then at the small worm in his hand. "Is this a snake?" Feng Yi inquired. Professor Zhu chuckled heartily. "Indeed, it is a snake. This one is a hook-blind snake. It was commonly seen around Nancheng in the past, often surfacing while the soil was being turned in the fields. However, after the period of climate anomalies, its numbers have drastically diminished. I wonder how it fares now. Discovering one here is significant data. Make a note of it." Professor Zhu remarked. When discussing snakes, few would think of blind snakes, especially the particularly small hook-blind snake. Its appearance is so unlike that of a typical snake. Lacking the grand stature one would expect, harmless and diminutive, its threat to humans is negligible. In fact, some individuals might even tread upon it without realizing they have stepped on a snake. At this moment, the hook-blind snake, measuring only about 10 centimeters, coiled around Feng Yi's finger, its head lifted slightly as it flicked its tongue. Feng Yi, now able to discern the clear distinction, observed through the high-definition camera's zoom and slow-motion footage, marveling at the tiny snake's tongue. "Goodness, there exists such a snake," he exclaimed, rapidly pressing the camera shutter to capture the moment. Viewed this way, its body appeared somewhat purplish, deep violet, with a grayish-purple underbelly, its scales glinting brilliantly. There were no segments. Indeed, it was entirely different from an earthworm. "It has no neck. Are those 2 little dots on its head its eyes?" "Yes, they are its eyes," came the reply from nearby. "Oh my, it's truly adorable. It's just coiled around your finger. I've encountered blind snakes before, and they always tried desperately to escape." Teacher Lei, holding a camera, approached to capture the scene. "This is delightful to photograph. There's no need to worry about the blind snake twisting away, nor the risk of harming it while handling it. We can adjust the angles to get the most satisfactory shots." "How did you discover there was a blind snake beneath this stone?" Feng Yi asked Feng Yi. "I guessed." Feng Yi replied. Feng Yi retorted, "I believe you're joking." The others shared his skepticism. Feng Yi continued, "I was just taking a chance. Yesterday, I heard someone mention that they uncovered ant eggs beneath a stone, and since blind snakes feed on ants and their eggs, I thought I'd give it a try." Professor Zhou nodded, acknowledging the possibility. However, they had not anticipated that Feng Yi would genuinely uncover a blind snake here. Feng Yi wasn't overly fixated on the 3 points, but he found the blind snake intriguing. He imitated Feng Yi, approaching a similar slab of stone to lift it. Yet after flipping several stones without success, he couldn't help but advise there is no need to waste time on stones tightly wedged with sand and soil. Those with gaps might reveal slightly larger snakes. Feng Yi mused privately, "I don't want a larger snake. I simply wish to unearth a harmless, non-aggressive blind snake." At this moment, the previously silent researcher Xie interjected, "Has the game ended before it even began?" Researcher Xie thought to himself, "Did he just effortlessly earn a point for me?" Professor Zhou also smiled, for he truly did not anticipate that Feng Yi could catch a blind snake on the spot. Indeed, he managed to catch one. It was evident that this pair possessed a sensitivity towards snakes that was unparalleled by others. While others had turned stones, none had exhibited such precision. Feng Yi raised his hand, presenting the small blind snake coiled around his finger to Professor Zhou. "Would you consider this a catch?" he inquired. "Indeed," Professor Zhou replied, extracting his notebook to make a note. "A gentleman's word is his bond." I shall record 3 points for you and apply for a transfer upon our return. It seemed the population of blind snakes was on the rise, which was splendid news. Teacher Lei captured photographs, documenting the surrounding environment and terrain with his camera. One could only wonder if the other snakes in the Nancheng Nature Reserve had also increased in number. It was concerning that after 2 months of searching, one might find insufficient data. Professor Zhou turned to Feng Yi and asked, "Little Feng, if we don't encounter many snakes later, will you still be able to find some?" Researcher Xie immediately raised his guard. Fixing a stern and pained expression upon Professor Zhou, "You shall not extract another point from me." Ignoring him, Professor Zhou continued to smile at Feng Yi. "However, since the 3 points are no longer available, how about 1 point for each snake?" Upon hearing this, Feng Yi replied, "You jest, surely. Let us treat these initial 3 points as a playful game to lighten the atmosphere. For the subsequent ones, just let me know where you need snakes, and I shall procure them for you. I may lack other skills, but I can certainly catch an adorable little creature, with a reward of 1,000 points." Once in the team, catching snakes would become his primary duty. He was neither ignorant nor insatiable. Earning points should have its limits. Furthermore, by catching snakes himself, he could discreetly munch on some snacks along the way, such as the fruits of the forest, even if he did not recognize the species. A mere whiff would suffice to determine their edibility. This was a capability bestowed by evolution. After a brief pause, the team collected ample data, and Feng Yi returned the small blind snake to its original place, covering the stone slab once more. Though the blind snake was diminutive, at least they had achieved a promising start, one that sparkled with success. Chapter 59, Enough. Discovering blind snakes at the periphery of the reserve was indeed good news for the scientific expedition. Once the data was organized, Professor Zhou and his team informed the other members of the expedition to be cautious in this area during their research, ensuring that no one mistook the blind snakes for earthworms and harmed them. Cheng Si shared the videos and photographs he had captured with his colleagues, who would process this media for later release on their platform. However, since it was not his own discovery or capture, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction while recording the video. He could not boast about it. He had turned over so many stones, yet none had revealed a snake beneath. Now he understood why Team Nan 6 had included Feng Yi. But this was merely the beginning. Cheng Si was confident that he would soon capture one himself. He believed he could manage more than half of the snakes he had previously encountered. With the motivation provided by Feng Yi, Cheng Si felt less tense as the team pressed onward, remaining vigilant yet with a transformed mindset. Upon discovering traces of snake activity, they would share their insights. Feng Yi and several other young individuals listened attentively, recognizing the immense value of such experiences. As they ventured deeper, signs of human presence became increasingly scarce, diminishing the significance of encountering blind snakes. Consequently, Cheng Si set a new objective for himself. He aspired to find a silver-ringed snake, the first serpent spotted by last year's scientific expedition. Firstly, the silver-ringed snake, a notable species in the national context, would certainly enhance his reputation, far superior to that of water snakes or flower-patterned snakes. Secondly, he had prior experience in catching silver-ringed snakes. Although they are venomous, his trepidation towards them was minimal. Prior to their departure, the team established a general route, which included a location they would reach by evening, featuring a ditch where Professor Zhou indicated the possibility of encountering nocturnal snakes. The other members of the team engaged in discussions about where the next snake might be discovered and what species it would be. Feng Yi, however, found their discourse uninteresting. He carried a bag and wielded a pair of tongs to collect litter. Nearly every scientific expedition entering the forest now routinely gathers any trash encountered along the way into garbage bags. Once full, they locate a spot to place a signal transmitter, from which personnel or intelligent devices responsible for waste collection would retrieve it. At the periphery of the reserve, collaborative activities with various schools often involve students tasked with collecting litter once they enter the woods, particularly plastic waste. Different types of plastic have varying decomposition rates in different environments. For instance, certain plastic products may persist on the ocean surface for thousands of years, while the same items buried in the ground could endure for millions of years or even longer. Feng Yi's keen sense of smell led him to another piece of litter. Parting the grass, he uncovered a strip of plastic protruding from the soil, took a photograph, and then pulled it up, revealing a plastic bottle beneath. "Teacher Lei, should we photograph this?" he inquired. Upon inspecting, Teacher Lei responded, "Yes. This plastic bottle is almost entirely buried in the ground. Let me adjust the camera, and then you can excavate it." Li Han. Teacher Lei assigned Li Han, a student of Professor Zhou, to the task, mindful that Feng Yi, lacking expertise, might inadvertently damage it during excavation, thereby compromising the data collection. Before long, Li Han unearthed the plastic bottle from the soil. It bore no distinctive markings, yet the cap was embossed with a brand name. It was likely buried 2 to 3 decades ago, or perhaps even longer. This brand had ceased operations during a period of climatic anomalies, Lihan remarked. After 2 to 3 decades, there are no signs of decomposition, Teacher Lei continued filming. Plastic bottles, humans create them but fail to dispose of them properly, Professor Zhou lamented. As a product of industrial civilization, plastic has heralded the glory of petrochemicals. The billions of tons emitted in the past, present, and future will scatter across the globe, becoming an integral part of the Anthropocene, preserved within the geological records formed during this era. Plastic products decompose into fragments, transitioning from microplastics to high molecular organic matter, ultimately reverting to oil and natural gas. Originating from petroleum, they return to petroleum. As the saying goes, nature's great power will eventually take charge of everything. Professor Zhou observed as Li Han placed the excavated items into sample bags. While it may take 2 or 3 decades for them to decompose, ultimately, all of these remnants will be consumed by this planet. To the planet itself, this may be inconsequential, considering it has existed for over 4 billion years and has endured countless events. The only beings affected may be those who inhabit this world, including humanity itself. Plastic fragments are ubiquitous, even within our bodies. Humans, perched atop the food chain, accumulate significant quantities of indigestible microplastics. Due to bioaccumulation, some are excreted, while others remain. In the end, it is humanity that bears the burden of it all. Have you heard? There has been a successful cultivation of a new type of biodegradable microorganism. Professor Zhu inquired. Yes, it has been cultivated, but the efficiency remains low, replied researcher Xia. Following this, Professor Zhou and his colleagues began discussing the peculiar microorganisms they had discovered, the various strains they had selectively cultivated, and the pros and cons of artificial interference. They delved into how catalysts are utilized in laboratories to decompose plastics into simpler hydrocarbons under specific conditions. Beyond that point, Feng Yi found himself lost in the conversation. Never mind, I'll just stick to collecting trash and catching snakes, he thought. Feng Yi collected more litter from the mountains than the combined efforts of the other 8 participants. Professor Zhou chuckled, saying, I should give you a raise. Feng Yi smiled in response, internally thinking, I don't need money, just grant me a few more points. Around 8 p.m., the group paused to rest for the night. Professor Zhou and his colleagues, undoubtedly lacking the physical stamina of the youthful Feng Yi and his companions in their 20s, prepared to settle in. Feng Yi set up the tent, while Cheng Si greeted Professor Zhou and mentioned he would take a look around. Don't go alone, Feng Yi. Accompany him while you explore. Look out for each other, Professor Zhou advised. All right. Feng Yi set aside his tasks and joined Cheng Si in their exploration. Once out of sight of the tent, Cheng Si shone his flashlight around and asked, Where do you think there are snakes? The nearby ditch stretched long, filled with the croaking of frogs, yet it did not guarantee the presence of snakes. Feng Yi pretended to scan the surroundings with the flashlight and pointed in a direction. Over there. How did you come to that conclusion? Cheng Si questioned. Just a guess. I trust you less than a ghost. Cheng Si retorted with a laugh, heading towards Feng Yi's indicated direction. Having witnessed Feng Yi catch a blind snake, Cheng Si found himself somewhat inclined to trust his instincts over blindly searching himself. If there is a snake, what do you think it will be? Cheng Si asked. A silver ring snake, perhaps, Feng Yi replied. Haha, I hope so. May your words bring good fortune, but don't you dare snatch it from me later. Cheng Si quickened his pace, leaving Feng Yi behind. Feng Yi wasn't too anxious. There were no particularly dangerous creatures in the vicinity, just a silver ring snake, which Cheng Si should be able to handle. Before long, they indeed heard Cheng Si's excited voice. Wow, there really is a silver ring snake. I got it, oh my. Feng Yi, come help. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi hurried over. He found Cheng Si gripping the snake's tail while the silver ring snake struggled to burrow into the grass. With Cheng Si leaning precariously on the ground, sliding towards the ditch, Feng Yi rushed forward to grab Cheng Si. Don't worry about me for now. Just help me catch the snake, and I'll get up myself. Upon hearing these words, Feng Yi did not immediately release his grip on Cheng Si, casting aside the flashlight to seize the silver-ringed snake from Cheng Si's hands. As he bent down, his phone slipped from his pocket, tumbling onto the grassy slope and perilously sliding towards the ditch. In a moment of desperation to free his hands, Feng Yi clamped down on the snake's tail with his mouth, allowing him to rescue the phone. The sudden noise drew an urgent response. Stop right now. Chapter 60, Not a Bite. The onlookers were taken aback by Feng Yi's audacious maneuver. As the most venomous land snake in the country, the silver-ringed snake is typically timid and does not exhibit aggressive behavior, unlike other more ferocious snakes that actively pursue their prey. Nevertheless, the notoriety of its venom is well established. A bite from it is no trivial matter. Additionally, the silver-ringed snake is colloquially known as Old Een, notorious for its unpredictable strikes, often launching an attack without any warning when one is least prepared. Thus, while it may be easy to grasp the snake, one must remain vigilant against its potential to strike. Grasping its tail can sometimes lead to it wriggling free. At this moment, one could only be grateful that the front portion of the silver-ringed snake had already burrowed into the grass, preventing an immediate strike at Feng Yi. However, this situation remained exceedingly perilous. Are the youth of today particularly reckless? The flashlight beam illuminated Feng Yi, and as Qingxi, who had just risen, caught sight of it, he stumbled and nearly fell into the ditch. Feng Yi, how dare you bite the tail of the top-ranked snake? Release it. Let go quickly, Qingxi yelled. Feng Yi placed his phone back into his pocket, released his grip, and as he did so, he managed to hold onto the snake's tail. He quickly approached, stating, "Let me handle this snake. You two should hurry back." He swiftly captured the silver-ringed snake, examining it closely and noting the absence of any visible bite marks on its tail. "I didn't bite. I merely held it with my mouth," Feng Yi explained. "Wave your hands. Return first, and we can discuss it later." Meanwhile, Professor Zhou and the others, resting nearby, had heard the commotion between Feng Yi and Qingxi. The group, initially engrossed in their documents, now found their attention diverted. Professor Zhou intended to contact the base to report the day's progress. But now all eyes were on the unfolding situation. What had transpired? Surely it couldn't be too serious. Otherwise, a distress signal would have been sent. If matters were dire, they would have reached out to us immediately, indicating that no significant issue had arisen. They're back. Indeed, the flickering light of the flashlight signaled the return of the three. Moments later, they appeared unscathed, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. The silver-ringed snake was brought forth. "Ah, another silver-ringed snake," Professor Zhu remarked. Teacher Lei switched on the camera, noting the location was different from the previous year, yet the timing was similar, indicating that this was not the same snake as last year. It seemed that the population of silver-ringed snakes in this area had increased. With expressions varying from complexity to innocence, Feng Yi appeared remorseful, while Qingxi seemed lost in thought. Professor Zhou inquired, "What happened just now?" "As soon as I arrived, I saw Feng Yi biting the snake." Feng Yi retorted, "I did not. I merely controlled it with my mouth. I was extremely cautious. I certainly did not inflict any harm. I controlled my strength, akin to a large cat carrying a small kitten, though it may appear fierce, in truth, it does not cause injury." Professor Zhou, with a stern expression, interrupted, "Regardless of whether the snake was harmed, what if it retaliates and bites you?" Researcher Xie chimed in. "Setting aside whether it would spring to bite, snakes harbor bacteria and parasites. Wild animals are notoriously unclean. You must rinse your mouth immediately. Over the next few days, be mindful of any unusual symptoms. If anything arises, contact the rescue team without delay. Do not endure in silence." Feng Yi replied, "Yes, I understand. This time, I was at fault. It was my first time grabbing a snake in a moment of desperation." Noticing Feng Yi's contrite demeanor, the others relaxed slightly. "Once more, do not engage with wild animals." Professor Zhou fixed his gaze on Feng Yi, demanding, "Be honest with me. Was this truly your first time handling a snake?" "I did not bite," Feng Yi responded, the implication of his words echoing as if he were contemplating self-harm. He continued, "In that moment, I merely grasped it out of urgency, much like holding onto a rope. I did not bite." Feng Yi mused to himself, "I had my fangs retracted. Had I truly bitten down, that silver-ringed snake would have met its demise. Whether the venom could incapacitate was uncertain, but the physical damage from those two large fangs would have been undeniable. Was this genuinely your first time handling a snake?" Professor Zhou scrutinized Feng Yi. Indeed, Feng Yi maintained unwavering eye contact. "Such behavior is utterly impermissible. This dangerous act is strictly forbidden. Yes, I shall not engage in such actions again. I do not even know how I found the courage to grasp its tail. I have always been afraid of snakes," Feng Yi confessed. The others exchanged skeptical glances, their expressions conveying disbelief. Professor Zhou instructed Professor Zhu to assess the condition of the silver-ringed snake. If it was injured, it should be treated, and if not, data on its various aspects should be recorded. Subsequently, Professor Zhou called Feng Yi and Qingxi over, seeking a detailed account of the incident. As the team leader, he needed to comprehend the entire sequence of events, not merely rely on hearsay. Qingxi, finally breaking free from his trance, recounted, "This was a lapse on my part. After catching that snake, I was so elated that in my excitement, I neglected to watch my footing and slipped." When Qingxi glanced at Feng Yi, it was as if he were observing an extraordinary species. He continued, "Later, upon hearing the commotion and looking up, I saw Feng Yi biting the snake." Feng Yi corrected him, "I was not biting. I was grasping it. Grasping, not biting. Cheng Si persisted. Regardless of whether it was grasping or biting, I was utterly astonished. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would never have believed that such reckless individuals exist in this world. It was not a calculated act, nor a performance. Rather, it was a subconscious reaction that is truly alarming. This is certainly not something an ordinary person could achieve. This incident profoundly reshaped Cheng Si's perception of Feng Yi. He was indeed a formidable character. After patiently listening to Cheng Si and Feng Yi's accounts, Professor Zhou had formed a clear understanding. While the snake was crucial to the expedition, human safety was paramount. Moreover, searching for snakes requires patience. Do not rush. Do not act impulsively. Aware of their missteps, the two complied and accepted their reprimand. After imparting a 5-minute safety lesson regarding fieldwork, Professor Zhou instructed them to attend a live demonstration. As the only two non-professionals in the team, Professor Zhou encouraged them to attend more specialized lectures. Upon their arrival, he remarked, "Next time you encounter a snake, refrain from acting impulsively. Just call for me, and I shall assist. After frightening you both a couple more times, I might develop a psychological shadow." Feng Yi awkwardly offered an apology, insisting that he had not intended to grasp the snake by its tail. He soon moved on from the incident and invited the two to join him in his lecture. Holding the silver-ringed snake, he explained, "Observe its head. Unlike the distinctly triangular shape of the green tree python, this one possesses a more rounded appearance. Yet, in terms of venom potency, it ranks as the most toxic among terrestrial snakes in our country. Here, we shall not dwell on the quantity of venom. Rather, let us focus on the unit toxicity. These snakes are quintessential neurotoxic serpents. Some may fail to recognize the silver-ringed snake, mistakenly believing that its lack of a large triangular head signifies a lesser venom. Certain snakes, despite their appearance or demeanor, can harbor immense toxicity." Feng Yi exclaimed. Indeed. Chapter 61. The couch potato. Cheng Si understood that the snakes, which he found to have fearsome and terrifying appearances, were adored by others, considered immensely beautiful, and even somewhat endearing. However, the silver-ringed snake did not fall within his realm of affection. He found its nature too treacherous for his liking. On one occasion, while fishing with friends near a protected area, he became engrossed in conversation, oblivious to his surroundings. It was only when he reached for something from his bag that he discovered a silver-ringed snake stealthily nestled within. Recalling that moment, he could still feel the cold sweat that erupted in response. Both the snake and he had startled each other, had it not been for his vast experience, keen vigilance, and swift reflexes. He might have been bitten. Such stealthy surprises were decidedly uncharming. Conversely, Cheng Si maintained a more favorable view of the silver-ringed snake. At least it did not pursue humans. He remarked, unlike some snakes that remain coiled and apathetic, refusing to budge even when approached. Should one inadvertently step near or upon them, they might interpret it as a provocation and chase after you to bite. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Professor Zhou's eyes. "Your description reminds me of several snake species, one of which is quite adorable." Cheng Si interjected, "Please continue discussing the silver-ringed snake. I'm not interested in hearing about your idea of cuteness. Thank you." Regrettably, the topic was redirected, and he continued sharing anecdotes about his encounters with the elusive Een. After observing the growth condition of the silver-ringed snake, Professor Zhou and his colleagues meticulously recorded various data points. Once they had completed their documentation and assessed the snake's state, confirming it had not been overly frightened, they gently returned it to the waterway, watching as it slithered away. Satisfied, Teacher Lei retracted his camera. As a videographer, he naturally hoped to discover more snakes. Resting in the mountains at night proved to be quite unsettling for those accustomed to urban life. Even the slightest noise could heighten their anxiety, rendering them uncomfortable. Professor Zhou was particularly concerned that Feng Yi, lacking any fieldwork experience, would struggle the most. However, to his surprise, the young man lay down and swiftly fell into a blissful slumber. A group of young individuals took turns keeping watch through the night. When it was not Feng Yi's turn, he experienced no difficulty in finding sleep. In fact, he found slumber in the mountains far more comfortable than resting in the backyard of the Yaoxiu community. The next day, the team set out again. But fortune did not favor them as it had on the previous day, as they only encountered a solitary black-banded snake. They did, however, come across various amphibians and reptiles, such as frogs and lizards, which held little interest for Feng Yi. While Professor Zhou and the others were busy recording data, he stood guard, vigilant of their surroundings. The primary objective of their expedition was to find snakes, and after an entire day with only a single black-banded snake sighting, Professor Zhou felt a tinge of disappointment. Noticing the professor's sigh, Feng Yi reassured him, "Do not fret. I sense that there are many snakes in these mountains." Tomorrow, I shall seek one out for you. And I am confident I can find another little darling. Professor Zhou took Feng Yi's words as jest, understanding that he was merely offering comfort, and responded with a cheerful smile, very well then. On the third day in the mountains, Feng Yi caught a whiff of some snake scent. However, some of the sources were distant and others strayed from their planned route, rendering it unnecessary to pursue them. Moreover, Feng Yi could not conjure sufficient reasons to divert the team's path. Nevertheless, certain scent molecules in the air hinted at the presence of snakes waiting along their route, so there was no rush. During their midday break, they pulled out 2 empty water bags, as a small stream lay ahead, its water quality decent. Who will fetch some water? Feng Yi volunteered. I will go too, Shengxi exclaimed, brushing off bits of grass and grabbing a water bag to follow. Which way shall we go for water? Shengxi asked, exchanging a knowing glance with Feng Yi. Although Professor Zhou had delivered a safety briefing, Shengxi's desire to find snakes remained undeterred. After all, this was a rare opportunity to participate in field research, and he was determined to gain something from it. He felt that his camaraderie with Feng Yi had deepened, having endured the professor's lectures together. Furthermore, Shengxi believed that despite Feng Yi's cunning appearance, he possessed an endearing naivety that posed no threat. Although the process of catching the silver-ringed snake had deviated from his expectations and shocked his worldview, Shengxi had faith in Feng Yi's talent for locating snakes. Previously, Feng Yi had miraculously found the snake in a lengthy ditch. Now, with the discovery of the stream, he reasoned that snakes might also be lurking nearby, depending on their ability to find them. The mountain streams could stretch on for quite a distance. One never knew where a snake might be concealed. Shengxi watched Feng Yi, awaiting his direction. Feng Yi feigned seriousness, scrutinizing the surroundings and observing the ground before indicating a direction that way. Shengxi raised an eyebrow. He too had surveyed the area and the ground, yet found no clues. Seeing Feng Yi head in that direction, Shengxi hurried to follow, eager to see whether Feng Yi had indeed discovered another snake. If he did find one, what species would it be? Would he be able to capture it? After his blunder with the silver-ringed snake, he was determined to redeem himself with another. Upon reaching the stream, Feng Yi paused, scanning the area, and suddenly exclaimed with a slight rise in his voice, "Wow! I found a plump one." "Where?" Shengxi inquired eagerly. Shengxi hurriedly approached, his eyes wide with anticipation as he searched in vain for a considerable time. Ahead, at the 2 o'clock position, beneath a large stone, a snake lay concealed within the crevice, partially obscured by grass, revealing only a segment of its form. Feng Yi remarked, and following his indication, Shengxi finally spotted the corpulent creature Feng Yi had mentioned. He then took a couple of steps back and called out, "Your little darling has arrived." The one preoccupied with food dropped what he was handling and dashed toward them. "Where is it? Where's my little darling? What does it look like?" Shengxi pointed it out. "Over there, the king of limb severance, who never bows down, is present." Possessing a keener sensitivity to snakes than Shengxi, he instantly detected it despite the lack of specific directions. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed dramatically, "Oh, little upturned nose, my adorable little upturned nose. I adore its little upturned nose. Baby, here I come." Shengxi, swaying closer, whispered to Feng Yi, "If snakes could comprehend human speech, they would surely find this person quite peculiar." Feng Yi simply replied, "Indeed." Chapter 62. I believe it cannot be done. The snake hidden within the crevice of the boulder by the stream was a sharp-nosed viper, commonly referred to as the 5-step snake. Even those unfamiliar with snakes have likely heard of the 5-step snake. Its name is too notorious. The mere mention of the 5-step snake conveys its deadly venom. While other venomous snakes in the Viperinae subfamily, like the bamboo viper, possess names that evoke poetic imagery, the name 5-step snake is stark and brutal, inherently terrifying. As they approached, the snake in the crevice showed no response until they parted the grass to extract it, at which point the creature stirred. It was a hefty specimen, weighing around 7 to 8 pounds. Shengxi sighed. Having only seen the exposed segment of the snake, he realized he was ill-equipped to handle it. A 7 to 8 pound 5-step snake is already considered large, and it is a venomous creature, with its robust, muscular body. Shengxi lacked the courage to attempt to engage it without sufficient experience and stamina. He valued his life too much for that. In contrast to Shengxi's trepidation, the moment the snake emerged, excitement surged within him. Observing its raised head and pointed little nose, he sought an opportunity to strike, while exclaiming, "Oh, how adorable!" Shengxi, shivering from the goosebumps on his skin, noticed that they had failed to catch the snake and had been attacked several times. He called out, "Need any help?" Waving his hand, he added, "Step aside, your stamina won't hold." Shengxi thought to himself, "I have stamina, but it won't last." He had been pursued by a 5-step snake before and felt a sense of dread at the sight of it. Once they finally captured the snake, the three of them began their journey back. Cheng-Si surveyed the surrounding environment and suggested to Professor Zhou, "Professor Zhou, how about we conduct a live stream right here? We just caught a 5-step snake, allowing everyone to see what a wild venomous snake looks like." The purpose of including Cheng-Si in the team was to leverage his streaming popularity to educate the public about scientific research and enhance ecological awareness. Professor Zhou glanced at the weather, nodded, and said, "All right, you and your partner can start the live stream." As Cheng-Si prepared to go live, he turned to Feng Yi and inquired, "Would you like to join?" Feng Yi shook his head. "You all stream. I have no interest." "Very well," Cheng-Si thought. Feeling a sense of relief, the striking appearance of Feng Yi is bound to attract attention. Unperturbed by Cheng-Si's subtle thoughts, Feng Yi retrieved a compressed biscuit from his bag, savoring it with care. Upon entering the mountains, the scientific expedition would follow a planned route, which included supply points along the way. At these points, they would replenish their provisions and deposit the collected samples for retrieval, destined for analysis at the Nanchong Nature Reserve Laboratory. Nevertheless, even with these supply points, the food carried was insufficient to satisfy Feng Yi's appetite. While Feng Yi contemplated how to discreetly indulge himself, Cheng-Si had already commenced a live broadcast, engaging with online viewers. This creature is the sharp-nosed viper, colloquially known as the 5-step snake, freshly captured. It is said that in times of abundance, these snakes would often be found coiled by the roadside at night, posing a risk to the unwary. Using a bamboo pole to disturb the grass may not yield effective results. Arrogance? Viewing others through the nostrils? Its little upturned nose indeed earns it the title of never bowing down. However, the two large nostrils you refer to are not its true nostrils. They are located elsewhere, while these two small holes are the actual ones. The larger openings are typical of the viper subfamily, serving as heat-sensitive pits akin to the labial pits of pythons. Small eyes? Far from it. Its eyes are not small, merely the pupils appear less pronounced. Generally, snakes that forage during the day possess large, round pupils, whereas those that hunt at night, like this one, have elongated, upright pupils, often referred to as vertical pupils. You are all familiar with cats during bright daylight. Their pupils constrict, resembling this snake's, appearing nearly as thin as a line. In dim lighting, however, the pupils dilate, making the eyes seem larger. Yet, I find this narrow pupil endearing. Do you not agree it has an adorably fierce charm? Cheng-Si. Audience. While we have no objections to its fierceness, the cuteness is not something just anyone can discern. Snakes are born hunters, undeniably natural killers, cold-blooded creatures, and renowned venomous beings. Where's the cuteness in that? The comments flooded in, ridiculing the earlier description of adorably fierce, asserting that it was decidedly not fierce. However, irrespective of others' opinions, to him, it remained a delightful little creature. Chubby? Couch potato? Well, its physique does appear somewhat plump, yet it can hardly be deemed fat, for there are those even more rotund. Consider the south spiny snake or the species of the genus Bitus, particularly the Gabon viper. Now that is the epitome of a couch potato. Cheng-Si interjected. I'm familiar with the Gabon viper. When it moves in a straight line, it resembles a serpentine caterpillar. The first time I encountered such a snake, my immediate reaction was whether it was about to metamorphose into a butterfly. Observing the online comments, he chuckled. Are you suggesting it shares your couch potato status? Dear viewer, do not be so naive. Their bulk consists entirely of well-developed muscles, embodying agility and potent venom. He then proceeded to display the formidable fangs of the 5-step snake to the online audience. Observe the fangs of the 5-step snake, the bamboo leaf-green snake, and the rattlesnake, all of which belong to the Viperidae family of venomous snakes. Noting its prominent fangs, we first collected a small amount of venom. Feng Yi, who was munching on a biscuit, confirmed that his two large fangs were intact. He casually rubbed his jaw and continued to nibble on his snack. After discussing the 5-step snake with the online audience, he passed the time to Cheng-Si, who continued to engage with the viewers. They needed to conduct physiological measurements on the 5-step snake, recording parameters such as body length, tail length, weight, location of discovery, and surrounding environment. All this information would be entered into a database. Fieldwork can be quite arduous. One must remain vigilant to avoid stepping on venomous snakes. As for my accomplishments, I managed to catch a silver ring snake on my first day in the mountains. Although the process was somewhat convoluted, I succeeded. Regarding Feng Yi's encounter with the snake, Professor Zhou advised against spreading the tail, as it could lead to negative repercussions, so Cheng-Si refrained from mentioning it. Along our journey, we also picked up litter. Look at what I collected today. Professor Zhou mentioned that some of this debris might have been in the mountains for over 30 years, yet most showed no signs of degradation. Thus, it is imperative to remove them to prevent ecological damage in the mountains. Collecting a giant python? You overestimate my abilities. A small python would be more feasible. Speaking of which, Changxi inquired of Professor Zhou, "Professor, are there pythons in this nature reserve?" Professor Zhou approached and confirmed there are. During periods of climatic anomaly, frozen pythons have been discovered. There have been several reintroduction efforts, and some of those pythons were implanted with biochips for location tracking. Occasionally, research teams encounter them. However, in recent years, no locally born pythons have been found since the research team's entries. Furthermore, our designated route avoids the areas where the reintroduced pythons reside, making an encounter highly unlikely. Chengxi felt reassured. The probability of encountering a python is minimal, and the likelihood of encountering a giant python is even slimmer. It is quite possible that the native pythons perished during the climatic anomalies. Meanwhile, those measuring the 5-step snake's physiological data heard the conversation during the live stream and turned to Feng Yi, asking, "Have you ever caught a giant python?" Feng Yi shook his head. "No. Do you think you could catch one by yourself?" Feng Yi replied, "I don't believe I could." "Well, neither could I. If you ever spot a giant python, call me, and I'll join you in capturing it." Feng Yi agreed. Chapter 63. Not getting tanned after fulfilling its scientific mission. The newly captured 5-step snake was released back into the forest, not far from where it was caught. One must exercise caution during the release to avoid being bitten. I recounted an incident where I nearly got bitten while releasing a snake. Such occurrences happen every year. One must always be cautious, regardless of whether the snake is venomous or not. Venomous snakes are a given, but even non-venomous ones, like the king snake, can inflict a bite that removes a chunk of flesh if one is not careful. In addition to measuring the snake's physiological attributes and various data, we also had to assess the water temperature and quality. The discovery of the silver-ringed snake and the 5-step snake led to the collection of water samples from ditches and streams, alongside soil samples. Regardless of whether snakes were found, numerous locations required sampling, with a particular emphasis on areas where reptiles were encountered. Previously, this region attracted many tourists, with hotels lining the outskirts of the reserve, providing a retreat in the summer and opportunities for exploration and scenic appreciation in other seasons. Professor Zhou, studying the map in his hands, remarked on the situation. Having perused historical documents, he possessed a substantial understanding of the Nansheng Nature Reserve. However, the majority of the Nansheng Reserve remains an uninhabited area, with only a small portion accessible to visitors, and even then, few dared to venture inside, especially during periods of climatic abnormality when snakes were more prevalent. In the mountains, many snakes excel at concealment and ambush, emerging as natural predators. Professor Zhou had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of patience when searching for snakes during scientific expeditions. As days passed, the team began to genuinely feel the anxiety of not locating their targets. Once entering the forested terrain, they not only confronted the frustration of elusive objectives, but also the formidable forces of nature. The intricate topography and climatic conditions of the mountains often led to unpredictable weather changes. The erratic winds swirling through the hills could unexpectedly snatch away a person's hat. The capricious nature of the weather could catch even the most seasoned forest rangers off guard. Within mere hours of trekking through the woods, one could experience both torrential rain and oppressive heat. Sometimes, what seemed like inconsequential humidity would condense into raindrops, while at other times, the ominous signs of impending rain would dissipate, ushering in sweltering heat. Nature, indeed, is wondrous. After experiencing this marvel, Feng Yi discovered his increasing sensitivity to changes in humidity. It took him 2 weeks to evolve from a state of bewilderment to accurately sensing and predicting such fluctuations. Enduring 2 weeks of exposure to wind, sun, and rain without the means to care for themselves, everyone became several shades darker. Everyone except Feng Yi. Some individuals not only possessed striking features, but also remained unaffected by the sun. How infuriating! Chengxi touched his face, noting the noticeable roughness that had developed over the 2 weeks in the mountains. As someone who frequently appeared in front of the camera, he realized that, despite being an outdoor host, he needed to maintain his appearance to attract a larger female following. Even if he did not stand out, he at least wished to avoid looking unattractive. A suitable hairstyle, coupled with personal charisma, could still draw many female admirers. While the circumstances of the team were less than ideal, he had prepared himself mentally for the hardships of joining the scientific expedition. Acknowledging that this was far more challenging than his usual outdoor broadcasts, he was ready to sacrifice his appearance, planning to revitalize his looks after the expedition concluded. However, Chengxi glanced at Feng Yi beside him. The latter had maintained his appearance remarkably well since entering the mountains. In fact, Feng Yi now radiated vitality. exuding an invigorating energy, utterly unaffected by the oppressive heat and humidity. At first glance, Feng Yi bore a striking resemblance to the popular young male stars of the entertainment industry, but who in the team still perceives him as a mere weakling. This individual exhibits a remarkable efficiency in capturing snakes. While aiming at a bamboo viper basking on a rock, Feng Yi had already apprehended another bamboo viper that was resting on a tree. It was only upon Feng Yi's successful capture that the team realized there was indeed a bamboo viper concealed within the foliage. In comparison to Feng Yi, Cheng Si felt utterly blinded. This person not only possesses keen eyesight but also has a prodigious appetite and remarkable strength. Each time they reached a supply point, Feng Yi would diligently stuff his pack with compressed biscuits. Initially, the others worried he might be wasteful, fearing that overloading himself would impede their journey. Yet, that was not the case. He managed to traverse the terrain with a hefty load of biscuits faster than anyone else. "Aren't you sweating?" Cheng Si wiped the perspiration from his brow, gazing at Feng Yi with confusion. He, burdened with only his scant gear, was drenched in sweat, struggling in the humid air of the forest. In stark contrast, Feng Yi, with his large pack, only exhibited a light sheen of perspiration, entirely unfazed by the conditions. "Yes, I do sweat, but it is considerably less. Our constitutions differ." Feng Yi's demeanor was nonchalant, as if discussing the most mundane matters. However, internally, he was not as composed. Had he not accompanied the research team into the mountains, he would have remained oblivious to the significant changes in his physique. Not only had he gained strength and developed peculiar reflexes, but he also perspired less and tanned with difficulty. Reflecting on his early university days during military training, he had quickly transformed from a pale scholar into a bronzed figure. Yet, after 2 weeks with the research team, even when sampling under the blazing sun, he occasionally assisted, thus receiving ample sun exposure. Although he had darkened slightly, the difference was not pronounced. Each individual's constitution varies. Nevertheless, Feng Yi, if you continue to sweat so little, you must remain vigilant about any discomfort in your body. Professor Zhou observed him with concern. Moreover, if you truly cannot tan, caution is warranted. It may indicate a deficiency in melanin, rendering you more susceptible to ultraviolet rays. In such circumstances, excessive sun exposure could lead to complications. During the sampling, ensure you rest in the shade and wear your hat. They all donned hats to shield themselves from the sun, providing a necessary barrier. Otherwise, while navigating through the woods, one might unexpectedly encounter a snake or insect that could pose a threat. Before long, as Professor Zhou and the others went to sample, Feng Yi spotted yet another bamboo viper coiled on a tree, slightly larger than the previous 2 they had encountered. The number of bamboo vipers in this area was indeed substantial. Teacher Lei approached with a camera, commenting on the scene. It was uncertain whether the bamboo viper was stretching its jaw muscles or yawning. Feng Yi chose to interpret it as yawning, observing its prominent fangs moving independently. He waited patiently for the creature to finish its yawning before capturing it. Another bamboo viper? Cheng Si felt a twinge of disappointment, pondering whether this area truly lacked pythons. To be candid, Cheng Si harbored a distaste for these venomous snakes, particularly those that are highly elusive, difficult to detect, yet extremely toxic. The giant python captivates the interest of many, including those who typically harbor a fear of snakes. For instance, at the zoo, visitors drawn to the reptile exhibit often find themselves gravitating towards the imposing pythons, observing these serpents that weigh more than an adult with a mix of trepidation and curiosity. Professor Zhou, upon hearing Cheng Si's remarks and glancing at the newly received signal distribution map from the base, responded, "There are indeed no released pythons fitted with tracking chips. As for the native pythons, you must look closely. Whether you can find them depends on luck. Long ago, this protected area undoubtedly had pythons." News reports from 3 to 4 decades past frequently mention their presence, often noting that captured specimens were released back into the wild near the towns and villages surrounding the Nansheng Reserve. Cheng Si expressed his curiosity, stating, "I have only encountered juvenile pythons in the wild, and my recollections are not vivid. The large pythons at the zoo seem rather docile. Are the wild pythons more ferocious?" Professor Zhou chuckled, explaining, "The pythons in zoos are predominantly fed pre-killed animals, such as mice and chickens, presented to them in a ready-to-eat manner. If they were to receive live prey, they could become quite agitated and aggressive, posing a danger to the staff. Consequently, many of these large pythons cannot be released into the wild. Doing so would lead to their demise. Their substantial size makes it difficult for them to find safe havens, and their competitive instincts have diminished due to their accustomed feeding habits. Their living conditions are excessively clean and comfortable, with some even receiving assistance during shedding. If placed in a natural environment, they would struggle to adapt. In contrast, Animals that are genuinely considered for release are raised under different feeding methods and in varied environments, awaiting the right moment to be reintroduced to the wild, which enhances their chances of survival. Take snakes, for instance. Those who possess a true understanding of these creatures will notice a stark contrast in demeanor and gaze between wild snakes and those bred in captivity. This distinction is palpable. Snakes do not exhibit the same range of expressions as cats or dogs, and to many, their eyes appear cold and unyielding. However, when encountered directly, I can sense that difference. Captive snakes, particularly those with gentle temperaments, often demonstrate a certain affinity towards humans, showing neither fear nor aggression, while their wild counterparts remain vigilant and possess greater survival instincts. There exists a clear differentiation between pets and wild beasts. Feng Yi suddenly remarked, therefore, one might consider the primal instincts as a form of survival trait? Professor Zhou smiled and replied, indeed. Let us not delve into the philosophical implications of primal instincts, but rather focus on the survival wisdom passed down through genetic inheritance. When we interpret primal instincts as the innate nature of wild creatures, it becomes a form of survival wisdom. For example, hunters conceal their scent, and migratory birds undertake their journeys. Both can be regarded as manifestations of such instincts. If migratory birds are kept in captivity for too long, they may forget their migratory patterns. And once abandoned by their caretakers, their survival becomes a matter of fate. Consequently, snakes confiscated for illegal captivity may find themselves unable to be released. They either undergo observation and training for a period or are directly sent to zoos or other concentrated care facilities. Feng Yi inquired further. What if the beastly nature resides within a person? Professor Zhou shook his head, responding, that delves into the realm of philosophy, which lies beyond my expertise. Feng Yi replied, very well, I shall contemplate it myself. The truly powerful individuals are those who decipher the intricacies of life on their own. Perhaps enlightenment will strike me at any moment. Come on, brain, lend me some strength. Chapter 64, don't you agree? Contemplating the essence of life can wait. Feng Yi set aside his reflections. He held the green tree viper, while Professor Zhou and his colleagues measured its vital signs and other data. Nearby, someone gazed intently at the viper, remarking, with its white lips and burnt tail, this coloration and physique, why does it seem a bit lethargic? It's not as lively as the two we caught earlier. Perhaps it has yet to awaken. Feng Yi silently retracted the aura he had inadvertently released while pondering life's mysteries. He had learned to conceal his presence adeptly. Otherwise, how could he catch snakes, the serpents, various reptiles, and creatures of the mountains would surely flee at the scent of him from afar? Though his companions were skeptical of Feng Yi's assertion in no time, the green tree viper visibly regained its liveliness. Had it not been for Feng Yi's grip, it might have immediately launched an attack on them. Relieved, Feng Yi mused that it was likely merely just waking up. Observing the viper, he couldn't help but share anecdotes about his encounters with the little bamboo snake. The white-lipped green tree viper is highly venomous. While not lethal in a single bite, the pain is excruciating enough to elicit cries for one's parents, leaving the victim wishing to sever the bitten limb. A friend of mine was once bitten by a white-lipped green tree viper while capturing snakes in the wild. And even a grown man wept from the agony. Chengxi discreetly distanced himself from the viper. After collecting data and samples, Feng Yi returned the snake to its perch in the trees. The team continued their expedition. Our harvest this time in the mountains is quite substantial, far exceeding that of last year's expedition, remarked Teacher Lei, who was filming. Having participated in last year's expedition, he was well acquainted with the previous conditions. Accompanying Professor Zhou's team this year, the multitude of snakes captured could not solely be attributed to a different route. Teacher Lei glanced at Feng Yi, recognizing the boy's acute sensitivity to the presence of snakes, just like the green tree viper, which had been so expertly concealed in the trees that no one else noticed. Feng Yi had spotted it instantly. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. The 1,000 points awarded were well-deserved. Professor Zhou and the others shared the same sentiment. Captain Yuan from the Joint Security Bureau had not erred in his judgment. Without his recommendation, who would have imagined such a talent existed? As the team entered the 4th week of their mountain expedition, the others had darkened a couple of shades, and Feng Yi too had tanned slightly, yet only in comparison to his previous self. If measured against the rest of the team, he appeared almost luminescent in his fairness. Chengxi had exhausted any feelings of envy or jealousy. With the nature of this scientific expedition, he felt it was a one-time experience. He would never wish to partake in such an extended venture into the depths of the mountains again. Looking at Feng Yi, aside from appearing a bit leaner and darker, he remained remarkably spirited, full of seemingly boundless energy each day. Now, Professor Zhou feels reassured to allow Feng Yi to wander and observe in the forest on his own. Firstly, Feng Yi has demonstrated his survival skills in the wilderness, and secondly, he possesses a keen sensitivity to the presence of snakes, which may enable him to discover serpents and other reptiles that others might overlook. The expedition has yielded abundant results. The number of snakes captured far exceeds that of last year. Indeed, no team has captured more snakes in the past decade than they have. If the data were printed, it would surpass that of other teams by a factor of 2. The team was fortunate to capture images of a languid sunbathing crocodile lizard, a living fossil that Feng Yi was the first to discover. Professor Zhou, filled with excitement, made 5 phone calls to the base. The documentation regarding the crocodile lizard is sparse, and during the period of climatic anomalies, many research teams failed to spot it. This discovery occurred when Feng Yi was leisurely exploring nearby during the team's break. The finding of the crocodile lizard also granted Feng Yi more freedom, allowing him time to forage in the mountains. Had he not sought other food sources, he would not be merely slightly thinner now. He would likely have become emaciated. Once again, a foggy day envelopes the area. Visibility is severely impaired, and the team has opted not to venture out. There are reports of a previous incident where a drone was dispatched into the mountains on a foggy day and barely returned, as noted by Professor Lei. Foggy conditions in the forest have a significant impact. Professor Zhou decided to take advantage of the fog to allow everyone to rest a bit longer. In just over 2 hours, the fog should have dissipated, Feng Yi remarked. Indeed, let us hope so, Professor Zhou replied. During this time, Feng Yi not only proved his prowess in capturing snakes, but also demonstrated his ability to predict the weather. As expected, 2 hours later, the fog lifted, and sunlight streamed down. The sounds of birds were replaced by the incessant chirping of cicadas. The animals remained hidden within the dense foliage, their presence only discernible by sound. To truly understand the fauna of the deep mountains, reliance on technological means is essential. Concealed cameras can capture the elusive traces of rare species. The abundant rainfall and humid environment have fostered lush plant growth. Oh, look at the shapes of those rocks on the mountainside. Those are the marks left by rainwater eroding the stones, Professor Zhou pointed out. One cannot discern the changes in just a year, but over a decade, a century, or even a millennium, the transformation becomes evident. Millions of years ago, this area may have been a vast ocean. Researcher Xia collected a water sample, remarking, "The stream water here is remarkably clean." Professor Zhu, gazing at the clearing forest, expressed his reflections, stating that it is often said that the life of water depends on the mountains, the life of the mountains on the soil, and the life of the soil on the trees. Mountains, waters, soils, and trees form a living community. Indeed, this is true. Researcher Xia added, "Humans and nature are also a living community." Professor Zhou remarked, "Wasn't there an ancient philosophy regarding the symbiosis of human life and nature? When flora and fauna flourish, one should refrain from entering the mountains to avoid disrupting their growth. When aquatic life breeds, one should refrain from using nets or poisons to protect their existence." Professor Zhu interjected, "There is also the principle of man following the earth following the heavens following the Tao, and the Tao following nature. I believe this conveys a similar sentiment." Feng Yi, uninterested in the philosophical discourse between Professor Zhou and Professor Zhu, stated, "I will take a stroll nearby." This was not Feng Yi's first excursion into the nearby woods, so Professor Zhou shared a few cautionary words regarding safety before granting his consent. Chengxi, discerning Feng Yi's desire for solitude, chose to refrain from accompanying him. It was evident that Feng Yi relished these solitary strolls, often yielding delightful discoveries, whether they be edible wild fruits or the sighting of reptiles. Moreover, Feng Yi possessed an innate sense of direction, akin to a built-in compass. Even on fog-laden days devoid of sunlight, his ability to navigate was remarkably precise, alleviating any concerns of him becoming lost. As Feng Yi wandered through the forest, the voices of Professor Zhou and the others gradually faded into the background. He could feel the harmonious essence of the mountains and woods, teeming with vitality. The mountains served as the spine, while the water functioned as the lifeblood, together sustaining the entire ecosystem. Thousands of plant species thrived here, flourishing in abundance. As the sun emerged, the flora embarked on yet another day of competition for survival, even the inconspicuous blades of grass partaking in this relentless struggle. A closer examination of the forest's intricacies revealed that competition was omnipresent, often fierce and brutal. Decaying leaves and branches gradually transformed into nutrients, nourishing other plants, while new competitors broke through the soil, vying for sunlight and sustenance. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yi inhaled the earthy scent of mud, the fragrant aroma of flowers, and the musty odor of decomposing leaves, along with an array of subtle, hidden signals that eluded the eye. As the moisture dissipated, the forest welcomed the hottest hours of the day. The chirping of insects diminished, and the entire woodland gradually settled into a tranquil silence. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, casting beams of light across the ground. In the distance, air currents swirled along the ridges, perhaps heralding the onset of fog or rain. The ever-changing climate embodied the mountain's own rhythm, a tempo that newcomers or foreign creatures might struggle to adapt to. While every organism born of this land, even the seemingly insignificant ant, had long since attuned itself to this cadence. The temperature was just right. The humidity perfect. What a delightful time to be out. Feng Yi cast his gaze toward a thicket of low shrubs. His pupils swiftly constricted into narrow slits. In this world perceived through heightened thermal sensitivity and acute olfactory acuity, even the obscured thicket was rendered vividly clear. A grin spread across Feng Yi's face, revealing two mischievous fangs. His eyes, narrowed, appeared cold and merciless. In a fit of boredom, he began photographing insects near the team's rest area. Just as he was engrossed in his task, a voice suddenly called out. Recognizing it as Feng Yi's, he hastened towards him, only to stumble and nearly trip over his own feet. Heart racing and blood pressure surging, he beheld the sight ahead. Feng Yi was sprinting towards him, clutching a massive python. To put it in human terms, it was akin to Feng Yi carrying an imposing figure of around 6 feet tall, thrashing vigorously in his grasp. Realizing that this escapade was somewhat inconsistent with his usual demeanor, Feng Yi, after a brief moment of reflection, decided to release the serpent from his grasp and tossed it to the ground, while maintaining a firm hold on part of its body, continuing his swift dash forward. Look, there's a big cutie over here. Heart racing with anxiety over Feng Yi's potential demise. Chapter 65. A relentless pursuit. Have you ever caught a giant python? No. Do you think you can catch one by yourself? I don't think so. Hey, neither can I. If you really spot a giant python, just call out to me, and I'll come help you. Sure. This exchange reverberated in my mind. You don't think you can? What a load of nonsense. Watching Feng Yi drag the python over, a torrent of unspoken words surged within me. Call out, call out. You've already captured it. What do you need me for? It was agreed that we would capture it together upon discovery. Once I confirmed that Feng Yi was unharmed, I began to reflect on the fact that such a magnificent Burmese python had been captured without my involvement. It was astonishing that Feng Yi had been the one to discover it. Regret washed over me. I had undoubtedly missed numerous critical clues along the way, such as tracks and shed skins. The rapidly changing weather in recent days had caught us unawares, and Professor Zhou had always claimed there were no released pythons in the vicinity, leading me to overlook vital signs. Alas, if I had been more vigilant while observing my surroundings, I wouldn't now be relegated to merely watching Feng Yi capture the snake. Another blow to my ego was Feng Yi's technique and strength displayed while subduing the snake. He was undeniably superior. Catching a python requires skill. If one fails to grasp it correctly, the creature can easily turn and bite. Observing the python's demeanor, it was clear that Feng Yi had applied the right pressure at just the right spot. I had once prided myself on being the foremost python catcher in our team, but I now had to concede that, aside from theoretical knowledge and experience, I was indeed overshadowed in other respects. Time truly takes its toll. Meanwhile, Cheng Si, alerted by the commotion, had arrived. Wow, there really is a giant python. He quickly called for Teacher Lei to come and film, while simultaneously setting up his camera. At this moment, Feng Yi had ceased moving the python, pinning it to the ground to prevent its escape, visibly exhausted and sweating profusely. It was indeed a remarkable feat to encounter a giant python here. Did you catch it together with Feng Yi? Cheng Si inquired, his expression disheartened. Feng Yi did it all by himself. What? Cheng Si exclaimed incredulously, glancing between Feng Yi and the python pinned to the ground. Upon seeing my nod, he gasped again. Wow, Feng Yi, you are incredible. You truly pushed yourself to the limit. Cheng Si patted Feng Yi on the shoulder, noting the sweat on his brow. You didn't even sweat this much while climbing the mountain under the sun with that heavy pack. Indeed, it was no small achievement. Feng Yi managed to smile. Though he couldn't reveal that his sweat was born from sheer fright, he had indeed slipped up a bit, and his facade had cracked. Wiping his brow, he contemplated how to navigate this situation gracefully. Professor Zhou and Teacher Lei approached, and upon seeing the magnificent python captured by Feng Yi, they were equally thrilled. However, their expressions shifted slightly upon learning that Feng Yi had accomplished this feat all on his own. I was startled when I heard a commotion and turned to see a massive snake coiled around him. As someone well-versed in reptiles, I fully comprehend the immense strength of such a large python. I distinctly recall an experience during a scientific expedition abroad when I attempted to confront a Burmese python over 4 meters long. The exertion was overwhelming. Even after managing to grasp the snake, I stumbled along, finding it nearly impossible to run. The effort required to extricate the serpent from my body was monumental. and I almost lost my grip. The Burmese python before me now was slightly larger than the one I had encountered previously, and I knew that had I been in his position, even if I managed to seize it, I would not have done so with the same ease as Feng Yi. I found it hard to believe how effortlessly he removed the snake from his body. Professor Zhou and his companions watched Feng Yi with keen interest. He recounted, "It startled me. I was casually wandering when it appeared from the nearby underbrush, poised to attack. In a panic, I grabbed the snake and ran back for help. No matter how strong one cannot sprint while clutching such a massive python." Professor Zhou remarked, "That was quite an explosive burst of energy. But it can only last for a short while. The python is far too heavy to bear for long, forcing me to drop it midway, changing my grip. My muscles are still sore, and my arms feel nearly useless." Feng Yi shrugged off the discomfort. I approached and squeezed his arm, surprised by the solid muscle beneath. "You certainly have a sturdy physique. If you were to pursue acting, you could easily lift the leading lady or even the leading man without breaking a sweat. No need for angles or props." After a moment of contemplation, I inquired, "Are you considering a career in that direction?" "I have connections in the entertainment industry." Feng Yi shook his head. "I acted in a web series once, but I'm not interested anymore." I chose not to press further, though I couldn't help but think that with his looks and physical prowess, it would be a shame not to venture into the entertainment realm. A friend of mine runs a talent agency and is always on the lookout for individuals like him. However, I also learned from Professor Zhou and the others that Feng Yi was not in need of money, and if he had no interest in singing or acting, there was truly no reason for him to enter the industry. Keeping pace with the scientific expedition team suited him well, despite the occasional stress it induced. Moreover, Feng Yi had a history of catching large catfish at night. Such bursts of energy were not beyond the realm of possibility. While I refrained from discussing the act of running with a python, as human physiology varies greatly, I was left wondering how he managed to disentangle himself from it so effortlessly. Earlier, while conversing, he had allowed the snake to coil around him, and I could distinctly feel the constricting pressure reminiscent of a python suffocating its prey. Of course, with others present to restrain the snake, he felt secure enough to attempt such an experiment. Otherwise, he would never have willingly subjected himself to the risk of being constricted. An affinity for snakes does not equate to a willingness to be ensnared by one. I took a moment to reflect. Although it was nowhere near the lethal constriction experienced during a hunt, the force required to pry oneself free was certainly not trivial. Feng Yi observed the snake intently. Suddenly, those present felt a chill in the air, as if a sudden gust of cold wind had swept through the vicinity. However, it is not altogether surprising that the weather in the mountains is capricious. I continued to focus on the serpent. Nonsense. As if I had never captured a python before. Skeptical, I reached out and pulled forcefully. The segment of the snake coiled around me was effortlessly dislodged to the ground. Others turned their gazes toward me, examining their own hands. I truly hadn't exerted much strength. Feng Yi grew excited. "I told you, it is in poor condition." Professor Zhou frowned, seeming to agree. Upon hearing that this snake might be unwell, everyone's attention shifted away from Feng Yi. Professor Zhou and his colleagues proceeded to examine its physical signs, even connecting with the base for online guidance. Feng Yi handed over the snake and turned to wipe the sweat from his brow. He had been too exhilarated moments ago, his mind not keeping pace. The fright had left his back drenched in perspiration. While Professor Zhou was in contact with the base, he also received the latest signal distribution map. Indeed, this snake was not listed. It was not one that had been released. It was likely a native of the mountains. Professor Zhou remarked. Shang-Xi scrutinized it closely, estimating its length to be around 5 meters, merely average, not colossal. The Burmese pythons in zoos were significantly larger, presenting a more striking visual impact. He chuckled, stating that in the wild, a Burmese python over 5 meters is already quite substantial. This specimen appeared robust, considerably heavier than those I had previously encountered. The mountains were not lacking in sustenance. However, regardless of its diet in the wild, its weight would not be as exaggerated as those in captivity. Nowadays, those raised in artificial environments are akin to being fed like pigs, competing to see who can grow the fattest. While its size may not be extraordinary, it often exceeds 100 kilograms. I have a greater affinity for wild snakes. Observing those bred in captivity striving to break records is less appealing than watching pigs. In terms of weight, the Burmese python cannot compete with the green anaconda, nor can it match the reticulated python in length. Although the green anaconda and reticulated python are quite fearsome, their natural habitats do not extend to our country. Those raised in captivity or those that have escaped do not count. The Burmese python has long been classified as a protected species in our nation. However, it once invaded the marshlands of a neighboring country, carving a bloody path and necessitating human intervention for extermination. Subsequently, during periods of climatic anomalies, their numbers dwindled significantly. Creatures such as snakes and lizards, being purely ectothermic, do not share the same relentless feeding needs as endothermic animals to maintain their metabolic processes. They might eat once and sustain themselves for an extended period, minimizing their energy requirements, though this comes at a cost, as they are more susceptible to environmental and climatic conditions. Therefore, during the nearly 2 decades of climatic anomalies, ectothermic animals faced massive declines. Consider this: even humans, when confronted with sudden temperature changes without effective measures, are likely to fall ill. For ectothermic animals sensitive to environmental temperatures, the consequences are far more dire. Feng Yi inquired, given this, does it mean that the large individuals we can find now are likely confined to zoos or other artificially maintained environments? Are they non-existent in nature? The response was, they certainly exist, albeit in diminished numbers and thus more challenging to discover. Moreover, the individuals that have successfully endured the climatic anomalies in the wild are likely to be more robust, and their offspring may be even stronger. In the future, we must exercise heightened caution when encountering them in their natural habitat. As Feng Yi gazed in this direction, he could not restrain himself, admonishing, next time, do not act so recklessly. Even if you possess great strength, and even if it appears that the creature is in a lethargic state, never harbor a sense of complacency. Furthermore, such brief bursts of exertion can be quite damaging to the muscles. Fortunately, it is merely a Burmese python. Had it been a more robust anaconda, I wonder how you would manage to hold it. A creature of equivalent length could easily pin you down. Understanding the well-meaning intent behind the advice, Feng Yi listened earnestly, affirming, yes, I will remember. Chapter 66, Taking on Disciples? Noticing Feng Yi's sincere acknowledgement of his mistake, Professor Zhou chose not to dwell on the matter any further. He elaborated a bit more, emphasizing that in the wild, mere strength is insufficient. Concerned that Feng Yi might encounter difficulties with the large python, Professor Zhou solemnly reiterated, I must emphasize once more, if you experience any discomfort, you must speak up. Safety is paramount. Feng Yi nodded in response, yes. Do not worry, I understand. As they conversed, Feng Yi retracted his aura. Earlier, in an effort to coax the massive python into cooperation, he had allowed his concealed energy to emanate. With the progression of his evolution, this control had become increasingly adept. As the old steward often remarked, snakes, whether small or large, are merely pets or prey to them. As his evolution continued, his body underwent constant mutations, and this dominating presence, indicative of a higher position in the food chain, became ever more pronounced, undergoing a qualitative transformation. Had he emitted such an aura during his time at the fishing site in Mountain, that small azure dragon would have undoubtedly avoided him, perhaps steering clear from a distance. Upon retracting his aura, the Burmese python visibly perked up, its struggles becoming more vigorous. Initially concerned about its apparent malaise, Professor Zhou had already connected with the base for a checkup, which revealed that the snake was remarkably robust and healthy. Although it exhibited some parasitic affliction, overall, its condition seemed excellent, and it should not have appeared so listless. Now witnessing its newfound vitality, after a second examination, they felt reassured. There were no signs of a drug reaction, nor any purulent conditions in its oral cavity. Though the reason for its previous lethargy remained unclear, its current state was decidedly promising. As for the other matters, they would await the results of the sampling tests. In response to the anomalous climate conditions, measures were taken to protect endangered wildlife by establishing a contemporary gene bank for at-risk species. Typically, when targeting a specimen, non-invasive sampling methods are employed. In the case of snakes, this may include shed skins, feces, and other analyses. Earlier, when Feng Yi had grasped the python, it had exhibited a defecation behavior. Thus these excretions would also require sampling. Feng Yi sat quietly nearby, observing as Professor Zhou and his team examined the python's oral cavity, body surface, and cloaca. Feeling quite pressured, wiping the perspiration from his brow, he turned away, opting not to watch and instead retrieved a compressed biscuit from his bag, gnawing on it in small bites. Once Professor Zhou appeared to be nearing the completion of his tasks, Feng Yi approached him and inquired, Professor Zhou, do you think I could conduct another live broadcast now? It is not every day one encounters such a large python in the wild. Professor Zhou pondered for a moment before inquiring about the current condition of the snake. Nodding, he remarked, very well. But let us not extend the live broadcast for too long. Shortly, we shall return this serpent to the wilderness. This opportunity to showcase the scientific expedition releasing the python back into its natural habitat would serve as a positive demonstration. Upon receiving consent, Feng Yi made a few brief arrangements and commenced the live stream. Indeed, as he anticipated, The capture of such a large Burmese python in the wild proved to be sufficiently captivating, resulting in a rapid surge of online viewers. The visual of the formidable python was nothing short of astonishing, a stark contrast to the experience of visiting a zoo. Consequently, as the broadcast began, the comments section erupted with activity. Feng Yi engaged with the viewers, responding to their inquiries. "Do I appear more weathered?" he mused. Fieldwork can be quite arduous. Enduring rain is commonplace, as is collecting samples under the blazing sun and navigating rocky terrains with various venomous creatures lurking about. Is this python not as large as those in the zoo? One viewer questioned. Such comparisons are not entirely fair. Feng Yi explained the rarity of encountering a creature of this size in the wild. As the audience posed further questions, Feng Yi occasionally struggled to provide answers, redirecting the camera to foster ongoing interaction. What should one do when encountering a large python in the wild? He elaborated. In our country, most encountered pythons are indeed Burmese. Each situation warrants careful consideration, depending on the python's size and hunger. For instance, the specimen I have captured measures over 5 meters in length. In the wild, it may exhibit aggression towards humans. He began to elucidate various response strategies for different scenarios. The audience, including Professor Zhou and his colleagues, understood the potential threat posed by a python of this size. Therefore, when Feng Yi placed a pot over the python's head and claimed it was displaying aggressive tendencies, no one questioned his assertion. After concluding his explanation, Feng Yi noticed another question flash across the screen, prompting a smile. What should one do while it is swallowing? He repeated. Indeed, they consume their prey at a slow pace, but dear viewer, I must impart a harsh reality. In most cases, a python capable of attacking humans does not make elementary mistakes. By the time it begins to swallow, the ensnared prey is already beyond rescue, allowing the python to proceed with its meal unhurriedly. First, it bites to establish a point of support, followed by the deadly constriction. I need not elaborate on the python's suffocating technique. You are all aware of it. The next step after constriction is swallowing. Only when the prey poses no further threat will it begin to consume it. Thus, the hope for survival lies solely in the initial 2 steps. Reflecting for a moment, he added, of course, there are instances where their greed leads them to hastily swallow prey or consume more than they can handle, ultimately causing their own demise by rupturing their stomachs. These occurrences do exist. However, one could argue that this is merely a mutual destruction, not a true escape from the python's jaws. Feng Yi interjected, pythons give me the impression of being rather greedy, especially those of considerable size. Was it not the Burmese python that ruptured its stomach after swallowing a crocodile? Nodding in agreement, he replied, Indeed, I have come across reports regarding such events. Feng Yi concluded, thus, some snakes are both foolish and greedy, their minds filled solely with muscle. In the not-so-distant vicinity, Feng Yi cherished his biscuit. Though the conversation felt oddly disjointed to him, Feng Yi's words were equally unpalatable. That's merely a fraction. Many snakes possess considerable intelligence. He then began recounting tales of my encounters with these cunning serpents. However, time was of the essence, as Professor Zhou had imposed a strict duration for their live broadcast. Thus, he succinctly shared a few anecdotes to satiate his need for expression before relinquishing the stream to Feng Yi. Feng Yi resumed his interaction with the online audience. Isn't it frightening? He acknowledged. Indeed, I was equally terrified upon my first sighting. A viewer inquired about the individual responsible for capturing the snake. Feng Yi clarified. It certainly wasn't my doing. It was one of the experts from our team, or rather, another exceptionally skilled member. He glanced at Feng Yi, who waved his hand dismissively, indicating his desire to remain out of the broadcast frame. The expert had other commitments and could not join the live session. Feeling the urge to leave, Feng Yi noted that Professor Zhou and the others were heading to the site where he had captured the snake to collect samples and see if they could uncover any further signs of life. Feng Yi stood and led them on their way. As he departed, Feng Yi adjusted the camera to focus on that area. The snake had just opened its mouth to discuss the teeth of the Burmese python. For a brief moment, Feng Yi appeared in the broadcast, though only his silhouette was visible. Initially, Feng Yi paid no heed, but as he monitored the comments, he stumbled upon one that read, even though it was merely a silhouette and he wore a different hat, that person reminded me a bit of Snake Brother. Didn't someone speculate that Team South 6 invited Snake Brother over? That person bore a resemblance. Their height is quite similar as well. Upon reading this comment, Feng Yi's heart skipped a beat, as a particular image flashed through his mind. However, with the live broadcast in progress, he chose to suppress his thoughts for the time being. After concluding the discussion on the python's teeth, he continued engaging with the audience. This time, he noticed an increased number of mentions of Snake Brother. Perhaps these viewers had seen the previous comment, or maybe they had drawn conclusions from that fleeting glimpse. Some even directly inquired whether the individual who captured the Burmese python was Yueshan's snake brother, yet Cheng Si opted to overlook these questions, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Will we encounter cobras? He mused. If fortune favors us, it is indeed a possibility. It all depends on luck. Team South 6 devised this route with the intention of encountering more snakes, though the specific species we might encounter is left to chance. Nevertheless, I believe our team has been fortunate. We even captured footage of a crocodile lizard. Cheng Si continued to engage in light banter until Professor Zhou and the others returned from their sampling. The live broadcast concluded with the release of the reticulated python back into the wilderness. Professor Zhou offered a few closing remarks, emphasizing the importance of proper release practices. It is only considered a release when done in the correct location. Otherwise, it becomes an act of invasion or harm. Before the reticulated python was set free, Feng Yi gently touched its head, expressing gratitude for its cooperation. As he watched the python disappear into the forest, Feng Yi felt a sense of relief. The matter of the python was behind him, and he hoped not to expose himself in the future. With a relaxed smile and a stretch, he heard a voice softly emerge from beside him. Brother? Feng Yi lazily stretched halfway and shook himself, casting a glance at Cheng Si, who had leaned in. What nonsense are you spouting? Who's your brother? Normally, Cheng Si never spoke in such a manner, but suddenly, with profound emotion, he uttered those words, nearly causing Feng Yi to break out in goosebumps. Cheng Si continued to fixate on Feng Yi. After the live stream concluded, Cheng Si scrolled through his phone's photo gallery, recalling several screenshots from news articles about the Yueshan Xiaoqinglong incident. The legendary snake brother from Yueshan had graced the headlines of numerous international media outlets, achieving fame in an instant. Countless outdoor streamers envied Snake Brother's previous popularity. Just moments ago, Cheng Si had glanced at his phone, then at Feng Yi, and confirmed with Professor Zhou that Feng Yi indeed resided near Yueshan. However, Professor Zhou's reaction only deepened Cheng Si's suspicions. Snake Brother? The Snake Brother from Yueshan? Feng Yi exclaimed, did my alias slip again? Idle. Cheng Si grew increasingly excited. Observing Feng Yi's demeanor, he realized his assumptions were correct. He grasped Feng Yi's hand tightly. Feng Yi tried to pull away but couldn't escape. Brother, do you take apprentices? Cheng Si inquired. No. Feng Yi thought to himself, I don't even know how I catch snakes. Taking an apprentice would lead to misleading them. That would be morally reprehensible. Chapter 67. I'm here. Feng Yi had a high regard for his so-called exclusive skills. Such abilities were impossible to teach others. He himself could hardly articulate the methods, relying solely on instinct to catch snakes. Therefore, regardless of Cheng Si's entreaties, Feng Yi would never agree to instruct him. There was simply nothing to teach. Yet, Cheng Si was unconvinced by Feng Yi's assertions. Given his adeptness at snake catching, how could he possibly be incapable of teaching others? Despite being a skilled snake catcher himself, throughout the month-long journey, Cheng Si had come to understand that Feng Yi's skills were unparalleled, his techniques more astonishing and undoubtedly more intriguing if revealed to the public. Do not learn from me. Absolutely not. Or you will regret it. Feng Yi forcefully withdrew his hand. However, Cheng Si remained perplexed. Why couldn't he learn? He certainly didn't believe Feng Yi's words. Who could? Nevertheless, Feng Yi's resolute attitude left Cheng Si with no recourse but to devote more attention to observing how Feng Yi caught snakes and sought them out. As for Feng Yi's occasional wanderings, Cheng Si didn't follow. After all, Feng Yi was already unwilling to teach him. Trailing after him would only be more irritating. He possessed enough awareness to recognize that. After the incident involving the Burmese python, the team continued along their designated route. As long as Feng Yi was willing, he would still be the first to spot a snake. However, Feng Yi had grown increasingly lethargic and rarely ventured out anymore. Was he struggling to adapt? This expedition might last 2 months, and only 1 month had passed, which indeed posed a significant challenge for someone like him. Who was joining the team for the first time, Professor Zhou remarked. I am somewhat unaccustomed. I just need to take it slow, Feng Yi replied. If you feel any discomfort, you must speak up. Safety is paramount. Professor Zhou had reiterated this advice countless times. He was concerned whether Feng Yi had sustained a fracture or internal injury, or perhaps had unwittingly encountered poison. In the mountains, aside from venomous snakes, there exists a plethora of toxic insects and poisonous plants. After all, Feng Yi is still a youth, lacking sufficient experience in wilderness survival. Although he might excel in catching snakes, he may not be adept in other essential aspects. If he were truly injured or poisoned, with your collective experience, it should be apparent. However, we are not omniscient. Please do not worry. I am merely unaccustomed to prolonged outdoor work. Give me a few more days, and I shall likely recover. Should I find myself truly unable to endure, I will certainly contact the rescue team to bring me back, Feng Yi remarked. It was not possible to confess to Professor Zhou and the others that he was hungry, though he occasionally ventured out in search of wild fruits. Hunger still gnawed at him. Feng Yi craved meat. He could not resort to surreptitiously devouring game. No, he must exercise restraint. This temptation could not be indulged. Once he succumbed, his primal instincts would become increasingly difficult to suppress. He had consumed a considerable amount of compressed biscuits. As long as he minimized his activities, he could manage. Moreover, each time they reached a supply point, he could indulge a bit more. By reducing unnecessary exertion, he could endure for another month. If the wild fruits were nearby, he would be willing to wander. If they were further afield, he would be reluctant to exert himself. In the 6th week of their mountain expedition, Feng Yi caught a whiff of the fragrant wild fruits, along with the scent of snakes. During a break, he announced, "I'll take a stroll." Feng Yi stood up. Professor Zhou had grown accustomed to his occasional wanderings and did not harbor high hopes of him discovering a snake each time. After taking a few steps, Feng Yi turned to Qingxi. "Shall we catch a snake? I spotted one with squinted eyes. It should be relatively easy to catch." Qingxi's spirits lifted. He was nearly moved to tears. Is Brother Snake finally willing to teach me a thing or two? However, Feng Yi added, "There's a small snake over there. It shouldn't be very venomous. Could you guide him in catching it?" Without objection, Qingxi eagerly headed towards the direction Feng Yi pointed. "Squinty eyes? What kind of snake?" Qingxi exclaimed. "I've spotted it. How adorable." Despite his eyes straining to the point of nearly blinding him, he still failed to locate the snake amidst the dense thickets and various ferns. However, as the three of them drew closer, Qingxi finally discerned the peculiar creature among the branches. A green slim snake. Qingxi was elated. He had some knowledge of this species, especially its squinty eyes, which left a deep impression on him. Besides the eyes, its small face seemed sharp enough to pierce through flesh. Feng Yi stood back, observing as he guided Qingxi in capturing the snake. He too noted the green slim snake's sharply protruding face. "Thank goodness my face doesn't resemble that," Feng Yi thought to himself. Although he often referred to his own face as a cone, it was not as exaggerated. It was merely slightly pointed. However, some individuals who underwent plastic surgery did aspire to achieve a face akin to that of the green slim snake, which was the true definition of cone. The green slim snake possessed distinct characteristics: a slender body, a large head with a pointed snout, and horizontally oriented pupils that appeared to be squinty eyes. Yet, it was said that this species had excellent vision. Teacher Lei approached and took several close-up shots. From this angle, focusing solely on the head, it bore some resemblance to amphibians. After measuring the data and collecting samples, Qingxi asked Teacher Lei to assist in capturing several group photos before reluctantly returning the slender green snake to the tree. Feng Yi observed the snake thoughtfully and curiously inquired, "What's on your mind? Any thoughts?" Feng Yi remarked, "Isn't it true that horizontal pupils provide better vision?" "One cannot make such comparisons," came the reply. "Consider that although both humans and tigers possess round pupils, their vision is not equivalent. Animals with horizontal pupils likely enjoy a broader visual field in the horizontal plane. Many creatures, both herbivorous and carnivorous, as well as frogs and toads, possess horizontal pupils, each exhibiting varying degrees of vision. I am not an expert in this area, and thus lack extensive knowledge. However, I do know that among snakes, the green slender snake has relatively good eyesight. Yet, perhaps other snakes with round or vertical pupils do not require such acute vision. The evolution of life is truly remarkable, and our understanding remains limited." Having captured a green slender snake, Qingxi remained in a state of exhilaration for 2 consecutive days. He hoped to encounter more of these mildly venomous and easily caught snakes, allowing him to practice further and share more captivating updates on social media. 2 days later, the research team discovered another snake. However, Qingxi hesitated to approach. Gazing ahead, he exclaimed, "Wow, Xiaozhou." Professor Zhou regarded him with a stoic expression. Realizing the ambiguity of his previous statement, he cleared his throat and added, "The Chinese cobra, also known as the Zhoushan cobra, which we affectionately refer to as Zhou San, is rather charming." Qingxi instinctively translated rather charming to quite fearsome when discussing the cobra. This interpretation was undoubtedly fitting. He continued to converse with Feng Yi and the others, who were less informed about such matters. "I've heard that it was named the Zhoushan cobra after being discovered by foreigners in Zhoushan, but it is found in many regions. I like to affectionately call it Zhou San or Xiao Zhou. Don't you think that's rather amusing?" The others remained silent, with Professor Zhou continuing to maintain his impassive demeanor. "Our tastes differ," Qingxi persisted. "Regardless of its perception in your eyes, to me, it is undeniably adorable. Its little temper adds to its charm." Having encountered these snakes frequently, He was often invited by zoos to give lectures and assist staff in tasks such as helping the snakes shed their skin, including this particular cobra. Since several members of the team were also adept at catching snakes, they refrained from acting hastily. Chengxi glanced at Feng Yi, who shook his head. Then he turned to Feng Yi, asking, "Shall I go? Or will you?" "I will," Feng Yi replied, eager to verify certain notions. "Are your hands uninjured?" he inquired. "None at all," came the response. "Then you proceed." Chengxi settled onto a nearby rock, watching Feng Yi as he approached the cobra. Hey, wait a moment," Chengxi called out. Feng Yi turned back, puzzled. "Aren't you being reckless? Where are your sunglasses? Put them on." Feng Yi retreated to rummage through his bag and donned his sunglasses. Although Feng Yi was not well versed in the various species of snakes, he had gathered much knowledge from the stories shared along the way, which included tales of the cobra. Not every cobra is capable of spitting venom, but the one before him certainly could. After donning his sunglasses, Feng Yi approached the cobra confidently, calling out, "Are you ready?" Professor Zhou and his companions watched with apprehension. While this young man was undeniably skilled at capturing snakes, his audacity often left others on edge. It could not be said that he was unreliable. Rather, his methods were effective, albeit the intensity of the experience was overwhelming for most. Chengxi, however, felt no significant worry, as he held great faith in Feng Yi's abilities. In fact, he was filled with anticipation, eager to learn a few tricks from him. At that moment, the cobra had reared nearly half of its body upright, its neck flaring outward, a quintessential cobra posture. As Feng Yi advanced, the snake's gaze followed him intently, its head swiveling in response to his movements. Chengxi stood nearby, whispering, "It looks to be about 1.7 to 1.8 meters long. It appears rather fierce. Is it preparing to strike?" "It has begun to feel anxious, but thankfully, it remains composed and won't lash out indiscriminately," Feng Yi explained. Chengxi remarked, "Is Feng Yi getting a bit too close? Is this distance safe?" "Fortunately, for a professional, this proximity poses no major threat," came the reply. "It all depends on the type of snake. With others, such a distance would be courting death." By this time, Feng Yi had reached the cobra, crouching down and pausing momentarily, seemingly contemplating something, before positioning his palms before him. Chengxi fell silent, his gaze fixed, fearful of missing a crucial moment. What was Feng Yi's intention with this posture? As he analyzed the scene in his mind, he observed Feng Yi's feet remain stationary. His elbows bent, palms extended forward, and his body shifting to the left. The cobra mirrored his movement, swaying to the left. Feng Yi then shifted to the right, prompting the cobra to follow suit. He thrust his palms forward, causing the cobra's elevated front half to lean backward. Feng Yi retracted his hands, and the cobra straightened again. The cycle continued, left, right, leaning back, rising, and spinning. Chengxi felt as though his blood pressure was about to explode. He stared in disbelief, questioning what was unfolding. How had these two entered into a dance? Chapter 68. Controlling the snake despite the turmoil among Professor Zhou and his companions. It was not the time for outbursts. Taking a deep breath, Professor Zhou lowered his voice to inquire of those nearby, "What is he doing?" The expression was nuanced, suggesting that he might be attempting to dance with the snake. Rubbing his temples, Professor Zhou remarked, "I can see that. But why is he becoming increasingly animated? Has he forgotten the task at hand? Most importantly, does he possess enough experience to control the snake?" With these thoughts, Professor Zhou endeavored to maintain a calm tone as he cautioned, "Feng Yi, don't forget the main objective." Startled, Feng Yi halted his movements and addressed the group. "My apologies, I got a bit carried away. I merely wished to verify how it dances. It now appears that the notion of snakes dancing to the sound of a flute is indeed a deception. I did not play the flute nor did I play any music. With merely the movement of my hand, I was able to coax it into a swaying dance." Feng Yi relied solely on his innate talent and instinct. Upon approaching the serpent, he seemed to intuitively sense its emotions. Since his mutation and evolution began, Feng Yi appeared to have lost his fear of snakes. It is an indescribable feeling. Prior to his evolution, a snake was simply a snake. However, after his transformation, the serpent no longer held the same image in his eyes. If one were to draw a comparison, it was akin to a spicy strip of snack laid before him. There was no fear to be found. When confronted with this cobra, Feng Yi swiftly identified the key point. Its vision was adequate, yet it maintained a direct line of sight, fixating unwaveringly on its target. This enabled Feng Yi to easily anticipate its attacks. Since it was staring directly at him, once his hand captured its attention, it would follow the movement of his palm. Over there, he was explaining to Chengxi and others why the cobra danced in unison with Feng Yi, which aligned closely with Feng Yi's assumptions. The serpent remained fixated on a particular target. Its upright body swayed in tandem, but as it gazed, it likely pondered, What is this creature before me? When should I strike? At what moment would my accuracy be maximized? Feng Yi then asked. Why did the snake rear back when Feng Yi's hand approached? Instead of lunging forward to bite? As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand toward Feng Yi. Feng Yi instinctively leaned back to avoid it. Do you understand now? Feng Yi replied affirmatively. When an unknown object suddenly swings toward you, shouldn't you instinctively retreat? It's a similar principle. However, if one encounters a particularly irritable creature, one must exercise even greater caution. In documentaries featuring snake charmers and their serpents, a bond has been cultivated since childhood, allowing the charmer to comprehend the temperament of their snake, thus avoiding provoking it when its anger reaches a critical threshold. Yet, when a stranger encounters an unfamiliar snake, especially a venomous one with a volatile temperament, even seasoned handlers proceed with utmost caution. Despite the ease with which they capture snakes, such proficiency is born from accumulated experience, often accompanied by untold stories of what has transpired. The interaction between Feng Yi and this particular snake may appear to an untrained observer as a harmonious dance between man and serpent. However, this is far from the truth. It resembles a cautious interaction maintained at a safe distance, with both parties remaining vigilant. What seems like harmony is, in fact, a tense standoff. Experienced handlers know precisely when to exert force and when to withdraw, should this delicate balance be disrupted, and if one lacks absolute control. One party is bound to suffer consequences. The human is probing with intention, while the snake, in this dance of probing, is contemplating how to eliminate the entity before it. In my view, only suitable probing constitutes true interaction. Inappropriate probing is akin to a stranger provocatively taunting you for no reason, daring you within striking distance. The distinction between what is appropriate and inappropriate can only be grasped by those with sufficient experience. Amateurs should refrain from attempting it. Please, do not try this. In the midst of conversation, I noticed that the cobra had turned away, no longer engaging with Feng Yi. Feng Yi, it's about to flee. I wanted to warn Feng Yi, but as I grasped its tail, I cautioned him to avoid being bitten. Just as I began to speak, I saw Feng Yi rush forward, unencumbered by tools, and extend his hand directly. Whoosh. He expertly seized the snake, entirely bypassing its tail. The words I intended to say were caught in my throat. Before I could finish, Feng Yi had already completed the task. He brought the snake closer. Professor Zhou. What shall we do next? Hold it firmly. We need to collect some data, Professor Zhou instructed. Nearby, others gathered to discuss techniques for handling the snake. This topic ignited their enthusiasm, given their wealth of experience. You can also use your hands, knees, or any other object to attract its attention, while the other hand sneaks around to stroke its head. Similarly, you can divert its focus and even give it a gentle kiss. However, this greatly depends on the temperament of the particular snake you encounter. For instance, with a certain specimen, distracting it to stroke its head may not provoke aggression. Yet with another, a mere touch might elicit a hiss. Though I was startled by Feng Yi's earlier boldness, witnessing his current actions reassured me of his prudence. In my eyes, Feng Yi had already become a seasoned snake handler, allowing for a direct exchange of experiences without the fear of recklessness. As Feng Yi engaged in discussion about snake handling, he primarily listened. He contemplated trying the techniques discussed the next time he encountered a similar snake, hoping to enhance his sensory awareness regarding these creatures. Do you know how to extract venom? Professor Zhou inquired. Yes, Feng Yi replied. Perfect, that simplifies matters. We need to transfer the snake, Professor Zhou said as he approached with a vessel for collecting the venom. Typically, they employed the biting dish or membrane method for venom extraction. A snake in an aggressive state would bite the edge of the dish, initiating venom release. However, the amount expelled is often minimal, necessitating some assistance. As Professor Zhou prepared to enlist help, he observed Feng Yi already adeptly squeezing the cobra's venom sac. His precision was remarkable, and his movements were swift. Professor Zhou and the others were momentarily stunned. Teacher Lei, recording the event, remarked, "Well done, young man. That was quite a skillful maneuver." Feng Yi responded with a smile, his jaw aching. Observing from the side, I noted that the amount of venom extracted was commendable. It seemed that the earlier interaction with Feng Yi had not provoked much venom spray. Indeed, the manner in which they bite and spray venom is distinctly different. When little Zhou sprays venom, it resembles this, stretching its neck in imitation, lunging forward, opening its mouth, and raising its head. Feng Yi thought his mimicry was truly vivid and expressive, sufficient for everyone to understand. Just like that, although little Zhou is not one of those professional venomous cobras, lacking precision and having limited range, caution is still warranted, as it possesses potent toxins. Any injuries or venom splashed into the eyes could lead to troublesome consequences. After completing the data collection, this cobra was returned to the forest. Teacher Lei, responsible for the filming, was particularly delighted. He had begun recording when Feng Yi approached the snake, capturing the entire interaction between them. During breaks, he replayed the footage several times, seeking to analyze the hidden dangers behind the dance with the serpent. Chengxi felt a surge of excitement when Teacher Lei showcased the footage he had captured. Chengxi had watched it too, mentally devising various editing styles and promotional strategies. Unfortunately, Feng Yi would not cooperate with such publicity. If the person in the video were himself, Chengxi shook his head to clear his thoughts. He was not an expert like Feng Yi. While he would not fear a life-or-death struggle, controlling a snake to capture the desired footage during interaction posed a significant challenge. Thus, he could only indulge in fantasies in his mind. The following day, one could question whether Chengxi was fortunate or unfortunate. During a break, as he stepped away from the team for a moment, he spotted another cobra, initially intending to call Feng Yi over. He hesitated as a thought took root in his mind. The way Feng Yi had playfully engaged with the snake yesterday made it seem rather simple to coax it into movement. Why not give it a try? Including the catch count since entering the mountains, he had captured over 10 snakes and gained some experience. This cobra appeared noticeably smaller than the one Feng Yi had caught earlier, and Chengxi believed he could manage it. He envisioned capturing a video of himself enticing this cobra and sharing it on social media, certain it would spark considerable discussion. Not every outdoor influencer could achieve such a feat. The thought grew increasingly compelling. Lacking a dedicated camera, he resorted to using his mobile phone. The phone's filming capabilities were limited, and he could not keep the lens focused on himself at all times. So he would have to make do and try to remain within the frame of the shot. After positioning the phone and adjusting the angle, Chengxi began to recall every movement Feng Yi had executed the previous day. Time passed swiftly, and he had made a point to observe closely, with each scene vividly replaying in his mind. He had also brought sunglasses with him. Pulling them from his pocket, he took a deep breath. Here we go, little darling. Facing such a renowned venomous snake, Chengxi's heart raced. To be on the safe side, during his first interaction with the serpent, he decided against going all out. He would forego any elaborate movements for now. Keeping a safe distance, Chengxi circled around, while the snake reared its front body, fixating its gaze upon him, its head swiveling in response. Chengxi had grown somewhat audacious, stepping cautiously closer to the snake within the range of his phone's camera. Although he could not claim his actions mirrored Feng Yi's precisely, they were certainly comparable. He decided to test the waters, crouching down and extending both hands. Hiss, ah. Chapter 69. The truth. Chengxi's exclamation caught the attention of Professor Zhou and his companions, who hurried over. Feng Yi, initially wandering off in search of fruit, was drawn by the commotion, neglecting to wipe his mouth. Professor Zhou cast a glance at him, mentally noting the situation, and cautioned him against indiscriminate consumption before rushing towards Chengxi. This was not the moment for such discussions with Feng Yi. Upon arrival, they found Chengxi attempting to squeeze the venom from a wound on his hand. Bitten by a snake? Professor Zhou inquired, striding closer. Chengxi, maintaining a relatively stable demeanor, appeared slightly pale, his expression rigid and his gaze somewhat dazed. Professor Zhou assumed he was merely startled. What kind of snake? He asked, examining the wound. Just like yesterday, a cobra, Chengxi replied. Is this the only injury? Are there any others? No, just this one. My sunglasses fell, and while picking them up, I inadvertently brushed against the snake in the grass, Chengxi explained. Observing the wound on Chengxi's hand, Professor Zhou noted, you reacted quickly. It didn't bite down hard, just grazed you with its fangs, but venom has still entered your system. Seeing no other injuries, Chengxi remained composed, which allowed Professor Zhou to breathe a sigh of relief. After a venomous snake bite, the first 3 minutes are crucial for purging the poison. If one fails to expel the venom promptly and panics, it could be disastrous. The accelerated blood flow would cause the toxins to spread more rapidly. This was precisely why the research team insisted on candidates possessing sufficient field experience. Without it, they were hesitant to hire anyone. Those with experience remained calmer and more adept at handling such emergencies. In recent years, the only exception to their criteria had been Feng Yi, who had a strong recommendation from Captain Yuan of the Joint Guarantee Bureau, who was particularly impressed by Feng Yi's talent for locating snakes. Thus, they made an exception for him. Initially, when the research team decided to enlist Feng Yi, they were prepared for the possibility of him being the first to be carried away due to a mishap. Yet, unexpectedly, despite his lack of experience and some audacious choices, Feng Yi remained unscathed, while it was Chengxi, who had field experience, who was now injured. When agreeing to collaborate with Chengxi's team, both parties had planned numerous live broadcasts throughout their journey, from start to finish. Little did they anticipate this turn of events. Each member harbored their own thoughts, but the immediate priority was to administer first aid to Chengxi. Blood extraction kit. Water. Bring the first aid box. Prepare the closure solution for injection. Professor Zhou swiftly assigned first aid tasks while simultaneously contacting the rescue team for assistance. Although Cheng-Si's condition was stable for the moment, no one dared to dismiss the potential for unforeseen complications. The snakes capable of enduring periods of climatic aberration, along with their progeny, are predominantly more robust individuals, often exhibiting enhanced venom potency. One wonders if there are any other alterations. Anti-venom is prone to denaturation and inactivation at elevated temperatures, necessitating storage away from light and at low temperatures. The climatic conditions in the southern Chongshan Mountains render such storage impractical for portable use. Nevertheless, the first aid kits they carry are sufficiently equipped to sustain them until the rescue team arrives. The enclosed solution contains certain proteolytic enzymes. While the primary component of snake venom consists of toxic proteins, the hydrolases in the solution will degrade the venom into harmless peptides. The injection of this solution aims to effectively obstruct the spread of venom through lymphatic and circulatory systems, as well as soft tissues, thereby diminishing the venom's potency and preventing local absorption. Different venoms require tailored formulations of the solution. For instance, the best formulation for pit viper venom is specifically designed for species like the five-step snake and the bamboo viper, whereas cobras and king cobras necessitate their respective preparations. Pit vipers, such as the five-step snake and bamboo viper, primarily possess hemotoxins. In contrast, cobras and king cobras often contain a mixture of both hemotoxins and neurotoxins. Identifying the type of venom enables the selection of the most effective protease-based solution. The research team's preparations are indeed thorough. Following treatment, the amount of venom entering the human circulatory system is significantly reduced, thereby lowering its toxic impact on bodily tissues. The first aid kit also includes oral antidotes and topical wound dressings. In summary, before the arrival of the rescue team, Cheng-Si's life remained secure. After administering first aid, Professor Zhou noticed a phone set up nearby, still recording video. However, he did not linger and promptly retrieved the device. "Xiaocheng, your phone." Professor Zhou handed it over. Cheng-Si accepted the phone, expressing gratitude. Observing the device still filming, Cheng-Si wore a blank expression as he pressed the stop recording button on the screen, followed by deleting the video. Professor Zhou glanced at Teacher Lei, who exchanged a knowing look with him, suggesting that the injury likely held complications. Yet they should consider the child's dignity. Having witnessed similar incidents before, they occasionally engage in theatrical cooperation. Meanwhile, Cheng-Si felt compelled to conceal the fact that his greed and misjudgment of his abilities led to the mishap while recording. Thus, at this moment, his most fervent desire was to erase that incriminating video from his phone. The recording captured his entire reckless endeavor, severely tarnishing his image and undoubtedly provoking waves of ridicule within his circle, with laughter echoing long after, potentially resurfacing at unpredictable intervals. Cheng-Si understood that while he might not deceive Professor Zhou and their group, he could certainly mislead Feng Yi and others. Even if Professor Zhou's team suspected something amiss regarding the injury, they would not delve deeper. However, if others were to find out, it would spell trouble. Consequently, no matter how inquiries arose, he would maintain that he was bitten by a snake while distracted while picking up sunglasses. It was certainly not a case of failing to emulate Feng Yi only to be bitten by a snake. While Professor Zhou's team administered professional first aid to Cheng-Si, Feng Yi remained unable to assist, instead pacing nearby and keeping a vigilant watch over their surroundings. Given that the incident had occurred recently, the sin of the situation had yet to dissipate. After various odor molecules are captured by the olfactory organs, they transmit information to the brain, where it is analyzed and visualized. Soon, Feng Yi, with his extraordinarily sensitive sense of smell, perceived a hazy, dynamic image composed of scent clusters. Reconstructing everything that had transpired moments ago, he discerned Cheng-Si's path of movement, as well as the presence of a relatively small cobra. The snake, initially concealed in the grass, exhibited evasive behavior upon encountering a human but was intercepted by Cheng-Si. Subsequently, Cheng-Si stepped aside, and Feng Yi followed the scent to its source, which happened to be the location where the mobile phone was placed. Professor Zhou had retrieved the phone from that very spot just moments ago and handed it to Cheng-Si. Therefore, Cheng-Si had seen the cobra, intercepted it, and positioned the phone accordingly. The olfactory information had revealed everything to Feng Yi. Cheng-Si's injury was indeed somewhat difficult to articulate. Nevertheless, it was best not to expose the matter. Feng Yi himself had faced a similar situation with a Burmese python. In any case, the question remained as to whether the snake had struck first. Cheng-Si's wound had been treated, and upon a thorough examination, it was fortunate that it was merely a scratch from the snake's fangs, with only a small amount of venom injected. The timely first aid ensured there were no significant issues. All that remained was to await the arrival of the rescue team to transport him to the hospital for further treatment. In my estimation, he would recover within a week at most. Young Qing was quite fortunate and reacted swiftly. Had he been bitten more severely, with venom permeating his tissues, he would have faced the arduous task of managing the injury and detoxification. Moreover, if a substantial amount of venom had entered his bloodstream, spreading through his blood and lymphatic system, the situation would have been far more perilous. Professor Zhou also remarked that caution is paramount when traversing the wilderness. One must never become complacent due to experience. He seized this opportunity to remind the younger members of the team, who often harbor impulsive thoughts, especially Feng Yi. It is hoped that Qingxi's experience serves as a wake-up call for Feng Yi, warning him against arrogance and recklessness simply because he possesses some skills in snake handling. The rescue team had been contacted, but the area was unsuitable for the rescue helicopter due to dense foliage. They decided to relocate, advising young Qing not to move on his own. Thus, Qingxi, cradled in Feng Yi's arms, wore a rather complex expression. Upon receiving Professor Zhou's call for help, the rescue team immediately contacted the nearest support unit to Team Nan 6, flying to their location to effectuate the rescue. Feng Yi nibbled on a piece of biscuit, watching as Qingxi boarded the rescue team's helicopter, his gaze tinged with envy. Although Qingxi was leaving the team due to his injury, the remaining members had to continue along the planned route to fulfill their research mission. Naturally, Feng Yi was obligated to follow suit. Despite his fervent desire for a sumptuous meal, he had to endure and persevere. Having accepted this task, one must see it through to completion. If he truly wished to leave the team, he could always resort to a snake bite on his arm. But then again, would the venom of these snakes be potent enough to incapacitate him? Could their venom surpass his own resilience? Feng Yi fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Qingxi, now receiving aid, relaxed completely. His condition was stable, and his mind was clear. He thought to himself that he must ensure this injury serves its maximum purpose. A member of Qingxi's team accompanied the rescue team, and upon understanding Qingxi's circumstances, felt relieved. After a brief discussion, this individual went to consult with Professor Zhou and the others about recording several video segments to evaluate Qingxi's conduct during his time with the team. Professor Zhou and the others agreed, praising Qingxi for remaining composed and steady after being bitten by the snake. They commended his resilience and work ethic, while tacitly avoiding any mention of how he sustained his injuries. Both parties chose not to delve into the specifics of the incident. Instead, they focused on promoting Qingxi's exemplary performance before the snake bite, as well as his response following the encounter, which they deemed worthy of public attention. Qingxi's team had already begun to devise a promotional strategy, recognizing that even a single injury could generate buzz and attract considerable attention. Qingxi's only regret was not encountering the king cobra during this ordeal. Before departing, he advised them to capture as much footage as possible if they were to encounter the elusive creature, playfully suggesting that if they were fortunate enough to find it, it would likely be thanks to Feng Yi's keen hunting skills. Despite his recent lethargy regarding video documentation, Qingxi had lost hope in Feng Yi. After spending so much time together, he realized that Feng Yi had little interest in filming. Despite his remarkable talent for tracking snakes, his focus seemed to lie elsewhere, as if the wild fruits in the trees held more allure than the serpents themselves. Reflecting on recent events, Qingxi mused that it might not necessarily be Feng Yi who discovered the snake, as their team had enjoyed good fortune, after all. It was indeed Qingxi who encountered the cobra today. Please, don't mention it, he interjected. Having already convinced himself that his sunglasses had been the reason for the snake bite, he was determined to keep the true nature of today's events to himself, refusing to divulge any details. The videos had been deleted, and no one would pry the truth from his lips. No one at all. Chapter 70. Feng Yi. Feng Yi. In Rome City, after finishing his social engagements, Liu was on his way home when he scrolled through his phone and noticed a news alert. It concerned an outdoor blogger who had regrettably withdrawn due to an injury, but he had no inclination to click on it. Just as he was about to dismiss it, a few keywords caught his eye. Nanchong Nan 16? His previously throbbing head suddenly jolted to attention. Was this the research team Feng Yi had joined? He hoped nothing had happened to the lad. He needed Feng Yi's assistance. Liu opened the news alert to read it carefully before closing it again. The report mentioned that while the other members of the research team were unharmed, the outdoor blogger surnamed Chung had withdrawn due to an unfortunate bite from a cobra. The article did not elaborate on the other team members, prompting Liu to search for real-time news about the Nan 6 team. He confirmed that the other members were fine and would continue with their expedition. However, Feng Yi's name was conspicuously absent from these reports. The videos released, including the live footage of the outdoor blogger, contained no clear images of Feng Yi, only a few fleeting glimpses of his silhouette. Liu took screenshots of those few shadowy frames and sent them to Lin. When Feng Yi first went to view the property, he was recognized by Lin as the renowned Yueshan Shich. In matters of recognition, Lin undoubtedly excelled. Shortly thereafter, Lin sent him a message. It's him. Liu Yu felt reassured, realizing that Feng Yi was unscathed and had not abandoned the outdoor broadcasting host, but rather continued with the research team on their expedition. He wondered if Feng Yi could make it back in time for the annual celebration of their Qianli group. He sincerely hoped he would, as he needed Feng Yi's assistance. It was remarkable that this young man, on his first field expedition, had managed to persevere without incident thus far. Liu Yu wished for Feng Yi's swift return while simultaneously hoping that no misfortune would befall him. All he could do was anticipate the conclusion of their expedition. Setting that concern aside, Liu Yu soon received another news alert, this time concerning the outdoor host named Cheng. Unlike the previous report, this one featured a high-definition photograph of Cheng, unembellished and strikingly raw, revealing even the dead skin on his chapped lips. In a bid to capitalize on his injuries for publicity, Cheng had released unretouched images that portrayed him in a particularly dire state, as if he had spent an extended period lost in the rugged wilderness. His face bore the marks of hardship, with various minor injuries that, while not severe, were numerous. One traversing the forest inevitably encounters scrapes and mosquito bites, all vividly captured in the high-resolution photograph. Having recently enjoyed a taste of fame with the research team, it seemed that to effectuate a narrative of dedication, resilience, and authenticity, the portrayal had to be utterly dismal to garner belief. It was undeniable that Cheng had sacrificed much for this promotional effort. Upon seeing Cheng's countenance, Liu couldn't help but chuckle. He did not know Cheng personally, nor was he interested in the intricacies of his affairs. Such marketing tactics were transparent to him. Despite Cheng's team generating a plethora of news and positive endorsements from the research team, none mentioned the specifics of Cheng's injuries. Thus, Liu Yu speculated that the host must have engaged in some undignified conduct, avoiding discussion of it, while the research team merely sought to preserve his reputation. Consequently, he found no patience to linger on such sensationalized news. His laughter stemmed from the thought of Feng Yi being in the same team as this host. Given Cheng's haggard appearance, how much better could Feng Yi look? In the depths of the wilderness, there were no opportunities for grooming. Exposure to the elements could age a youthful visage by a decade or two, transforming the face of a once-groomed youth into that of a rugged villager, dark and coarse. However, the annual celebration for Qianli Group required Feng Yi's assistance, and presenting him with such a disheveled appearance would be less than ideal, clashing with the festive atmosphere. Regardless of the high-fashion attire he donned, Liu Yu contemplated that once Feng Yi's expedition concluded, he would need to arrange for facial treatments and styling to restore his appearance. Young people, regardless of gender, often care deeply about their looks. Such an arrangement would also foster goodwill. After Cheng Si was bitten by a snake, the rescue team arrived to take him away, simultaneously providing some material support to the research team. They briefly enjoyed a small luxury in terms of food. Feng Yi savored the delightful taste of the small packet of beef jerky he had just consumed. He had never realized how delectable beef jerky could be. Once this mission was completed, he resolved to buy 2 large boxes of beef jerky. No, perhaps 2 boxes would not suffice. He should purchase 10. Feng Yi daydreamed about indulging his palate with all the treats he had missed during this expedition. Meanwhile, Professor Zhou instructed the rescue team to take back the samples collected and made a minor adjustment to the upcoming exploration route. Since the rescue team had brought supplies, they could forego a detour to the next supply point and instead proceed along an alternate path, which had a higher likelihood of encountering snakes. After the rescue team departed, the research team took a brief respite before continuing their journey. With Cheng Si no longer in the team, Feng Yi became the preferred conversational partner. He appeared more relaxed, while the other team members were heavily burdened with their tasks. Moreover, Feng Yi shared a similar expertise in snake handling, offering a wealth of common topics for discussion. Feng Yi, do you think we might encounter a king cobra this time? He inquired. Perhaps, Feng Yi replied. While he was uncertain if they would encounter a king cobra along the original route, the current path might indeed lead them to one. A moment ago, he had caught a whiff of a scent that belonged to snakes, a scent that exuded a certain dominance and ferocity. Though he had yet to see a king cobra and could not definitively identify the scent, his instincts suggested a strong likelihood that it belonged to one. Hearing Feng Yi's words brought him joy. Even a small king cobra would suffice. He harbored no lofty demands, simply the desire to catch a glimpse of one. Feng Yi meticulously recalled the scent he had detected earlier, musing to himself that it seemed rather substantial. Lost in thoughts of the king cobra, he stumbled while walking, twisting his ankle slightly. The injury was not severe and would heal with a couple of days' rest. With Feng Yi, the adept snake catcher, in the team, The pressure of work was significantly alleviated, allowing him the time to recuperate and expedite his recovery. During the team's rest periods, they remained industrious, assisting Professor Zhou with the samples and conducting other analyses, occasionally aiding Professor Lei in filming relevant videos. "Professor Zhou, I'm heading over there to collect some soil samples," announced Wang Wintao, a student of Professor Zhou. In addition to assisting Professor Zhou, Wang was also working on his own doctoral thesis. Thus, although he was not responsible for capturing snakes or other targets, his workload was substantial, encompassing both assigned tasks and his personal research. Professor Zhou surveyed the surroundings and nodded, saying, "Very well, go collect your samples, but it would be best to find someone to accompany you for safety." "I'll go," Feng Yi volunteered, rising to offer his assistance. He remained idle here, unable to engage in tasks such as sample collection or data analysis. Observing his colleagues immersed in their work, he found himself yawning alone, which felt inappropriate. Upon hearing that Wang Wintao required an assistant for sampling, he rose to volunteer. Initially, Wang Wintao intended to collect samples nearby, but since Feng Yi was accompanying him, he modified the sampling site. With Feng Yi's presence, Wang Wintao naturally opted for a more suitable sampling point. The new location was not far from the resting area, merely a slight distance farther than the previous site. "Will you be collecting samples here? Do you need assistance?" Feng Yi inquired. "No need, you can sit here and rest. After your injury, your workload will increase. Conserve your strength," Wang Wintao replied. Feng Yi nodded. "Then I shall remain here. Call me if you need anything." "All right." Wang Wintao, with his toolbox in tow, examined the soil and vegetation in the vicinity. Lacking understanding of these elements, Feng Yi stifled a yawn and leaned against a tree. To conserve energy, he refrained from perceiving objects beyond 10 meters, blocking the olfactory signals his senses transmitted. Analyzing information also required substantial energy, and he was currently in an energy-saving mode. Otherwise, he risked exhaustion. Wang Wintao remained within 10 meters of Feng Yi, but as he collected samples, he gradually moved farther away. Given the prior incident with Cheng Xi's injury, Wang Wintao exercised greater caution, ensuring he did not stray too far from Feng Yi. His sampling was confined to the immediate area, diligently inspecting the ground cover, nearby shrubs, and so forth, using a long stick to probe for safety before proceeding with any sampling. While scrutinizing the surroundings, he indeed spotted a suspicious figure not far off. Unsure of what it was, he cautiously took 2 steps closer. Unbeknownst to him, his movement startled the figure, which began to slink away beneath the grass. As its body writhed, Wang Wintao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, a king cobra, a massive one," he exclaimed. "Feng Yi, Feng Yi." As he shouted for Feng Yi to come and catch the snake, he pursued the king cobra, eager to intercept it. What a stroke of luck to encounter such a large specimen. It was approximately 3 meters long, a considerable size in the wild, absolutely not to be missed. The previous 2 years had yielded no sightings of a king cobra by the research team. Even if other teams had encountered one, it was unlikely they had seen one this large. The rarity of such a substantial individual heightened Wang Wintao's excitement. The king cobra, initially fleeing, abruptly turned toward him as he closed the distance. Wang Wintao. King cobras are known to chase after people, and with remarkable ferocity. The fierce and aggressive aura surged toward him. Terrified, Wang Wintao spun around and sprinted back, shouting, "Feng Yi, Feng Yi." Chapter 71. Immersive experience. The weather was somewhat overcast. A tense atmosphere lingered in the humid air. Wang Wintao, panting, gazed at Feng Yi, who stood confronting the king cobra. It was his first time observing a wild king cobra, measuring approximately 3 meters in length, from such a close distance. The sensation was overwhelmingly intense. The wild serpent evoked feelings within him that were entirely distinct from those he experienced with the captive specimens at the reptile house. The recollection of being pursued moments ago still sent shivers down his spine. As he beheld this magnificent king cobra, the exhilaration that surged through his heart was beyond the comprehension of his fellow team members. Was this merely a king cobra? No. In Wang Wintao's eyes, this represented an exceptionally significant set of data pertinent to his doctoral dissertation. How could he possibly let such an invaluable opportunity slip away? Yet, fear was indeed palpable. He could only manage to capture smaller snakes. During his previous field training, the variety of snake species available for practice was limited, with common examples like the rat snake. But king cobras were certainly absent, let alone one of this size. Throughout this scientific expedition, he had primarily been assisting, rendering help only when necessary. His earlier recklessness had fortunately gone unnoticed by Professors Zhou and Zhu. On the very day Cheng Xi was taken by the rescue team, Professor Zhou had specifically conducted a safety lecture on fieldwork for the younger team members. Today, He was fortunate to have Feng Yi accompanying him. Otherwise, he might have become the second team member to be rescued. At this moment, the king cobra raised its forebody, fixating its gaze upon Feng Yi. Wang Wentao anticipated that Feng Yi would interact with this majestic serpent as he had done with the previous one. However, unexpectedly, Feng Yi posed a question to him. What do you think of its appearance? Wang Wentao was momentarily taken aback, realizing Feng Yi was inquiring about his impression of this king cobra, and he replied without hesitation, striking, commanding, a true embodiment of royalty. Feng Yi mused to himself. What do you see that I do not? To me, it appears only slightly more elegant than a young green snake. Feng Yi continued. Have you noticed its gaze? What does it convey to you? Wang Wentao affirmed. Ferocity, composure, the disdain of a sovereign. Feng Yi scrutinized the king cobra for a while longer. I still fail to perceive any of those qualities. The supposed disdain of royalty and the brilliance of wisdom elude my sight. As Wang Wentao prepared to contact the others, he noticed Professors Zhou and others approaching. Having heard the commotion, Wang Wentao had called out to Feng Yi quite loudly. Upon sighting the snake, they hastened towards them, moving with a speed that belied any signs of injury. The excitement was palpable. Ha ha ha, a king cobra, such a magnificent wild specimen. I told you our luck would not falter. With the reinforcements arriving, Wang Wentao exhaled a sigh of relief, hoping that Feng Yi could maintain composure. They would work together to capture the king cobra, for such a large and venomous creature was certainly intimidating. After the professor's arrival, a flicker of regret passed through Feng Yi's eyes. There were so many ideas he wished to pursue. He had envisioned gently touching its head with his hand. Of course, he had also considered the possibility of distracting it and then stealing a kiss. However, that thought had dissipated. It was not a matter of courage, but rather an inability to act. As Feng Yi gazed at the magnificent king cobra, he felt a tumultuous stir in his stomach, urging him to take action. However, he firmly believed that any unlawful behavior was unacceptable. Therefore, in a state of hunger and conserving energy, he decided to proceed with caution. Dragging his sprained leg towards Feng Yi, he was just about to shout, "Don't panic. I am here to assist you." When Feng Yi swiftly seized the king cobra with remarkable speed, it was truly as if he moved like lightning, leaving no time for a single word to escape my lips. He offered me no opportunity to intervene. His hand was astonishingly quick. It was the first time I had witnessed someone capture a king cobra in such a direct manner. I was momentarily flabbergasted, and it seemed the king cobra was equally bewildered, failing to react before being caught. The substantial size of the snake prompted Teacher Lei to take several photographs, while Professor Zhou contacted the research base to inform them of this newly discovered wild specimen. Following a period of climatic anomalies, the king cobras found in the wild in recent years have been notably impressive in size, with this particular individual ranking among the top 10. This indeed constituted significant news, as the research data that could be gleaned from this snake would be invaluable. After spending a couple of days in the hospital receiving treatment, Cheng Si was recovering adequately. Although he felt somewhat disheartened on the day he was bitten, he quickly immersed himself in a new promotional campaign. The surge in attention was irresistible. Various interviews and reports flooded in, rapidly increasing his follower count. He continuously reassured himself that as long as he maintained his FAA day, he would not expose himself during interviews, to the point where he nearly forgot how he had sustained his injury. When the photographs arrived, Cheng Si was still in his hospital bed, discussing subsequent marketing strategies with his team. Upon viewing the images, he suddenly felt the allure of the attention diminish. If only he could hold on for just 2 more days. A king cobra. This was a king cobra, such a large specimen. And if he had been present at the scene, he could have taken a picture and touched it up close. It felt like he had missed out on a fortune. The news of Team South 6 discovering a king cobra exceeding 3 meters in length during their scientific expedition was reported by the official account of the Nansheng Nature Reserve Research Base. Various media outlets shared the report, and self-media accounts began to expand upon it. Consequently, while attending a gathering with friends, Li received a news push notification. After seeing the previous report about Feng Yi's scientific expedition team, he had set up keyword alerts, never expecting to see another update so soon. What are you looking at? Someone leaned in beside him. Liu Yu turned his phone screen slightly towards him, revealing the news about the discovery of another king cobra over 3 meters long in the wild. A king cobra. The others nearby expressed their curiosity. And after reading the article, opinions varied. This one is just average. I've seen bigger, over 4 meters. I've even touched it. The one you mentioned was captive bred. This one is a wild discovery, and wild specimens differ significantly from those reared in captivity. Exactly. I remember reading a report stating that wild individuals are generally more robust, not just in size, but in terms of vitality and toxicity as well. That is certainly true. Those wild individuals have survived the climatic anomalies, undergoing rigorous natural selection. Their venom is indeed formidable. Moreover, didn't the professor from that scientific expedition mention that it would continue to grow? In my perspective, the distinction between wild individuals and those raised in captivity is akin to the contrast between wolves and dogs. When it comes to a confrontation, it ultimately depends on who possesses greater ferocity and a more formidable demeanor. Hence, the figure in the photograph featured in the news possesses an undeniable prowess. Is it truly stated that he single-handedly captured such a large serpent? That is quite impressive. The individual who captures snakes is indeed remarkable. However, I can't shake the feeling that he bears a resemblance to the famed Yushan snake brother, the one known for catching the small green dragons. Upon your mention, I too perceive the likeness. A perusal of the comments reveals that numerous individuals share this speculation. Why does the research team obscure the photographs? Are they attempting to conceal something? Listening to the discussion amongst several individuals, Liu chuckled inwardly. How long can you, Feng Yi, maintain this disguise? After a moment of amusement, Liu began to ponder how he could leverage Feng Yi's notoriety to maximize his own benefits when the time came for Feng Yi to shed his alias. At that moment, Feng Yi remained blissfully unaware of the conjectures surrounding him. He was in the midst of extracting venom. The quantity of venom from a king cobra is relatively substantial. While it may not be the highest, it certainly falls within the considerable range. Observing the venom just collected, it appeared that the creature had not yet fed, likely venturing out in search of sustenance. The king cobra does not favor ambushing prey. Rather, it prefers to launch long-range attacks. Had I not intervened earlier, it might have disregarded me entirely. If you do not feature on its menu, it is unlikely to squander its venom. Wang Wentao, upon hearing this, remarked, Indeed. Initially, it paid me no mind and continued to dash forward, presumably in search of a meal. After I pursued it for a while, it turned back to chase me, displaying a rather aggressive demeanor. In retrospect, it is understandable. When one is famished and seeking nourishment, having someone obstruct your path would certainly incite a reaction. Feng Yi empathized, envisioning the scenario. His fists clenched in response. Continuing his observations, he noted, observe the structure of its fangs. This species typically does not spray venom. However, when it bites, the venom injected is substantial, making a single bite exceedingly perilous. Moreover, as I understand, the venom of the king cobra appears to have undergone changes following the period of climatic anomalies. He glanced towards Professor Zhou and his colleagues. Professor Zhou nodded in affirmation. Through the study of venom samples, we have compared them to data from before the climatic anomalies. The variation in the venom of wild king cobras is indeed pronounced, and this change may persist. These individuals surviving in the wild continue to exhibit rapid evolution and adaptation. This is why I consistently assert that those who endure the period of climatic anomalies, along with their progeny, may emerge stronger and more formidable. Furthermore, with venom samples provided by various countries, we have conducted toxicity tests using laboratory-cultured mice and certain invasive species, comparing the lethal doses of king cobra venom from different regions. The venom of our country's king cobras is notably more toxic to rodents, predominantly consisting of neurotoxins. Additionally, the venom of king cobras evolves with age. In their juvenile stage, due to their smaller size, they primarily prey on small animals such as mice, and their venom is tailored to subdue these targets. However, as they mature and grow larger, they gradually shift to preying on snakes, with a diminished focus on rodents, consequently altering the composition of their venom in accordance with their dietary changes. This transformation is indeed intriguing, particularly concerning those that have survived, as their adaptability is remarkably robust. The alterations made in response to the shifting hunting environment warrant thorough investigation. Consequently, our annual scientific expeditions involve the collection of new venom samples for analysis. Wang Wentao nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was precisely why he was willing to take the risk of pursuing the elusive king cobra. This endeavor signifies data, scholarly papers, and higher impact factors. If it weren't for these motivations, he would have readily circumvented 10 miles upon encountering the king cobra. His focus did not lie on the specificity of the venom. Instead, he observed Feng Yi extracting the venom and remarked, Feng Yi, your technique for extracting venom is indeed impressive. Would you be interested in earning a little extra money? Feng Yi appeared puzzled. Extra money? Extracting snake venom? He continued. Numerous research teams, both domestic and international, conduct toxicity and venom yield tests annually. To perform such tests, venom extraction is essential. Some snakes can be quite troublesome to extract venom from, and inexperienced individuals may introduce significant data discrepancies. Certain teams are quite generous with their compensation. He gestured with his hand, indicating a substantial sum. Feng Yi was uncertain of the exact figure behind that gesture, yet he possessed little interest in venom extraction, as the process often left his jaws aching. He enjoyed sharing these experiences, noting that some snakes were less than cooperative during extraction, making the task arduous. Last year, an international team sought his assistance for a similar study. They discovered that there are numerous snakes yielding venom comparable to or even greater than that of the king cobra, such as certain species of Gaboon viper, eastern diamondback rattlesnake, Gaboon pit viper, and coastal taipan, all of which possess potent venom and can be extracted with relative ease. However, the data collected each year can exhibit certain discrepancies, as the size and condition of the snakes influence the final results. As he spoke, he began to express his grievances, particularly about the Gaboon viper, a large, long-fanged venomous snake that complicates extraction when uncooperative, as it retracts its fangs. Long fangs can be quite troublesome. Feng Yi recounted his experiences of being invited to assist with venom extraction, and after sharing his thoughts, he added, in any case, if you ever find yourself interested in earning some pocket money or wish to observe the testing processes of those teams, feel free to contact me directly. Feng Yi expressed his gratitude, although he genuinely had no desire to extract venom from large, venomous snakes. Nonetheless, it was a kind offer. The vivid imagery of the scenario was quite overwhelming, and he thought to himself, and those long fangs must be handled with utmost care. Chapter 72. If hunger persists, it was indeed exhilarating for Team South 6 to encounter a 3-meter king cobra. Professor Zhou's sudden change of route had, in fact, been met with some opposition from certain individuals at the base. The exploration route was crafted through collaborative discussions among numerous experts, and altering it on short notice inevitably left some discontented. Nevertheless, Professor Zhou believed that with the replenishment of supplies, taking a different path, while considering the climatic and geographical factors alongside the experiences gleaned from this scientific expedition, could yield greater rewards. Despite some opposition, Professor Zhou, who possesses the authority to make decisions, is leading the team this time. Even if there are dissenting voices from the base, they are powerless to challenge his authority. Currently, Professor Zhou is filled with confidence and communicates assertively with the base. He is quite pleased. However, while he is satisfied with the capture of the 3-meter king cobra, upon learning the details, he calls Wang Wentao over after the sampling concludes, and alongside Professor Zhou, they conduct a safety briefing. Feng Yi is required to attend as an observer, unable to escape this lesson. Witnessing Feng Yi's remarkable snake-catching skills leaves Professor Zhou at a loss for words. Such talents are innate to Feng Yi, and as he noted, few could replicate his techniques. Anyone else would have likely been bitten. Thus, it is essential to approach this situation with a different perspective. Professor Zhou can only emphasize to Feng Yi the importance of restraint and prioritizing safety. After collecting the samples and obtaining the desired data, alongside sufficient photographs and videos, Professor Zhou intended to offer some water to the king cobra, as it had lost a considerable amount of venom and likely needed hydration. This serpent had contributed significantly to the research endeavor. However, upon releasing the king cobra, it swiftly darted away. Professor Zhou remarked that it must have been frightened. This assessment seems plausible. The creature, accustomed to reigning over this territory, likely encountered no real threats considering its size. Being abruptly captured and subjected to such turmoil would certainly induce fear. Of course, another possibility exists. It might have been hungry and was eager to seek food. This prompts him to remind Wang Wentao and Feng Yi that certain snakes can exhibit aggressive behavior when starving, and they must exercise caution. He had previously mentioned this point when Feng Yi captured the Burmese python. For instance, large pythons can potentially attack humans when they are hungry. However, they tend to be more docile when satiated. He then shares anecdotes about his encounters with large snakes. He recounts an experience of tugging on the tail of a remarkably large green anaconda while accompanying an overseas research team into the jungle. Feng Yi inquires, is the green anaconda really that docile? Professor Zhou explains, when well fed, its movements are restricted. If you pull its tail, it will surely panic and attempt to flee. I only dared to pull it because I saw it with a full belly, but I wouldn't have done so when it was hungry. He then asks Feng Yi, have you seen a green anaconda? Feng Yi pauses and replies, I've seen it on television. Professor Zhou laughs. Television hardly counts as seeing it in person. I'll take you to witness one if the opportunity arises. He elaborates that green anacondas give birth to live young rather than eggs, providing better protection for their offspring. During years of climate anomalies, conditions unfavorable for egg incubation have significantly impacted those species that lay eggs. Currently, the population of green anacondas remains stable. Every time I accompany the research team into the jungle, I encounter sizable individuals. Green anacondas are particularly heavy, while they may not surpass the reticulated python in length. Their weight is astonishing. One I encountered had a girth so substantial. Demonstrating, he notes that one cannot grasp a green anaconda with a single hand. It is simply impossible, and attempting to carry one would be utterly unfeasible. As Feng Yi pondered, a question arose in his mind. When did snakes first appear? He chuckled, stating that no one truly knows when snakes first emerged. Typically, we refer to the earliest discovered snake fossils, tracing back several million years, alongside the evolutionary history that can be dated similarly. Based on the existing evidence, we can speculate about certain aspects. In the future, perhaps more fossils will be unearthed, yielding additional insights. The database of knowledge is continually updated, necessitating ongoing exploration. For instance, the recently discovered titanoboa fossils, dating back tens of millions of years, are limited in sample size, resulting in constrained analytical outcomes. Feng Yi's curiosity piqued. How large could the largest snake grow? The response was, are you referring to the past or the present? The current era cannot compare to the primitive age, when creatures were vying for dominance as apex predators. Nowadays, merely surviving is a considerable achievement. Feng Yi inquired if any snakes today could rival the size of the titanoboa. The answer was a shake of the head. In this day and age, they certainly cannot reach such sizes, due to differences in atmospheric composition and constraints of their habitat. There is limited research on paleobiology, so let us discuss how to capture a green anaconda instead. Capturing such a snake is quite different from catching smaller ones, as the anaconda is more akin to a muscular giant. Allow me to instruct you on the proper techniques. Feng Yi asked, does the anaconda have any natural enemies? The response was, in a practical sense, it has many foes during its juvenile stages, but once it matures, it loses the privilege of having any adversaries. As the sky darkened and rain threatened, Professor Zhou suggested a temporary rest, advising everyone to monitor the weather before proceeding. The others busied themselves with data and sample organization, while Feng Yi engaged in discussions about capturing the anaconda. The two were comparatively at ease, having been invited to assist Team South 6 in their snake-catching endeavors. Distinct from Professor Zhou's research team, occasionally, they would document certain data and experiences, as Feng Yi also aimed to publish articles in various journals. Feng Yi regarded himself as a mere tool, contributing to snake-catching efforts while scavenging for fruits or resting to conserve energy during idle moments. Their roles were significantly less burdensome than those of their colleagues, as they were exempt from writing scientific logs or worrying about post-expedition reports and articles. If a paper or report were required, Feng Yi would unequivocally decline. Field research is arduous, and traversing this pristine wilderness, experiencing its capricious weather, is not pleasant for most. Within this environment, one can encounter numerous wild animals, yet Feng Yi could scarcely name them accurately, while Professor Zhou and his team could only identify a fraction, as these creatures fell outside their expertise. When encountering wildlife, they would capture photographs to share with their colleagues, much like other teams documenting snakes encountered along different routes. In the 7th week of the expedition, they found themselves nearing the conclusion of their research. They also stumbled upon remnants of human architecture, specifically, the vestiges of past civilizations. This place had long been abandoned by humanity and no longer belonged to their domain. More than 30 years ago, a small village once thrived in this area, only to face existential challenges during a period of climatic anomalies that necessitated the relocation of the entire population. What remains has been surrendered to nature. Professor Zhou shared photographs of the village from its past with Feng Yi and the others, contrasting them with the current state. Indeed, it has undergone a dramatic transformation. The climate of the southern Chong Mountains is exceptionally conducive to rapid vegetation growth. Every structure has been overtaken by greenery, with vines intertwining throughout. The roofs and walls have succumbed to years of erosion from rain and wind, as well as the encroachment of flora and fauna, leading to their collapse. The extensive root systems have breached the surface, gradually dismantling what once was. Feng Yi observed several stone tablets, and over there lay a burial ground. During the village's relocation, some graves were moved, leaving the rest unattended. That burial site is now ensconced in a dense thicket of trees. As birds pass through, they inadvertently introduce seeds from distant locales, which, along with their droppings, take root and sprout here. Some stone tablets have been tilted by the pressure of tree roots, while others have been completely toppled. Those that still stand are shrouded by foliage, their endurance uncertain. Nature is swiftly consuming everything in this place. Once, there was a concrete road in that direction, but it was severed by a landslide during the climatic anomalies, and since then, no path has remained. Professor Zhou indicated the direction they needed to take. To exit the mountains, they would need a detour. Noticing Feng Yi's waning spirit, Professor Zhou inquired, tired, are we? I'm all right, Feng Yi replied. If you can't hold on, just let us know. You've already performed admirably. The entire team was aware that Feng Yi had not actively sought out snakes during the latter part of the expedition. Often, he simply sat down when he felt the need for a break and remained still. However, The team attributed this to it being Feng Yi's first experience in fieldwork and did not place excessive demands on him. Overall, Feng Yi's contributions during this scientific expedition were commendable, having recorded both the Burmese python and the king cobra. Although encounters with snakes diminished in the latter half, they had still come across a native pit viper, which pleased Professor Zhou immensely, while the latter part of the journey yielded fewer findings than the former. The overall data and samples collected surpassed those from the previous 2 years, exceeding Professor Zhou's expectations. Feng Yi had played a significant role in this success, and Professor Zhou contemplated awarding him additional points as a reward upon completion. After the team finished their sampling work, they pressed onward. When Wang Wentao approached Feng Yi, he asked, "Feng Yi, it's not sunny anymore. Why are you still wearing sunglasses?" Feng Yi smiled and replied, "They help keep away some pesky insects." Wang Wentao was merely making casual conversation, not particularly curious about Feng Yi's choice of eyewear. He had noticed that Feng Yi rarely wore sunglasses during previous excursions. Yet today he had donned them early on, prompting his inquiry. During a break, Feng Yi excused himself to find a moment of solitude. Once distanced from the others, he removed his sunglasses. His pupils had constricted into narrow slits. After blinking, they gradually expanded into circles, then slightly contracted into upright ovals. The long fangs in his mouth twitched restlessly, a sign of hunger. He was ravenous. Energy conservation has diminished their control, and the primal instincts began to assert themselves. Even though Feng Yi had sealed his olfactory organ, he remained acutely sensitive to certain scents while breathing, which incessantly reminded him of food. Find food, he thought. What a ridiculous notion. Just hold it in. While he could restrain his large canine teeth and seal his olfactory organ, his eyes and soles would occasionally tease his neural impulses. Feng Yi felt grateful that he had prepared in advance. He retrieved items from his bag, donned his contact lenses, and placed insoles in his shoes. Although wearing contact lenses necessitated activating part of his olfactory organ for normal movement, thereby consuming additional energy, there was no alternative. If he were to withdraw midway, a rescue team would conduct a complete physical examination. Yet, in his struggle to suppress his primal nature, he dared not consume anything indiscriminately. He resolved never to undertake such prolonged field research tasks exceeding a month again. Upon returning to the team, Feng Yi inquired with Professor Zhou, "Professor Zhou, how much longer will our expedition last? We should be out in about 4 to 5 days. You've worked hard." Upon hearing that only 4 to 5 days remained, Feng Yi let out a long sigh of relief. He could manage for that duration. He was indeed nearing his limits. If he continued to starve, he felt he might revert to his true form. Chapter 73. Another fake, perhaps due to the prior human habitation in this area. Even though the farmland had transformed into a forest, many fruit trees remained, thriving unchecked. The fruits, though unattended, were still edible. These wild fruit trees bore unsightly produce this season, many of which showed signs of pecking by birds and had substantial insect damage. Some of the fresher breaks on the branches might have been caused by animals from the mountains. Nevertheless, for Feng Yi, the availability of food sufficed. He was willing to overlook the imperfections of the pecked and worm-eaten fruits. Everything was aimed at providing energy for his body. After eating, he felt a notable uplift in his mood, alleviating that pressing urgency. He even managed to turn over a few stones to capture some reptiles hiding beneath them, such as turtles. By a pond, Feng Yi uncovered a small turtle beneath a stone. He was unfamiliar with its species, only noting that it appeared quite different from the turtles he commonly encountered, sporting 2 pairs of eye-like patterns on its head. Upon capturing it, he brought it to Professor Zhou and the others for identification. 4-eyed blotched turtle. Professor Zhou expressed his delight and began sampling and recording after inquiring about the turtle's exact location. "Feeling better?" Professor Zhou asked Feng Yi. "Much better. You needn't worry," Feng Yi replied. With an increase in edible fruits, Feng Yi's condition had improved slightly compared to previous days. "That's good to hear. We only have a few days left. If the weather remains favorable, I estimate we should be out in about 3 days." With this remark, Feng Yi's spirits lifted further. In 3 days, he could finally eat meat. He envisioned indulging in meat to make up for the 2 months of deprivation. Joining Team Nan 6. Feng Yi initially did not intend to stand out. The team members were still unfamiliar with one another, and due to his limitations, he preferred to play a supporting role, only stepping forward when necessary, occasionally assisting in locating snakes while often remaining passive. At that time, the team was accompanied by Cheng Si, an experienced veteran, and their collaboration was quite harmonious. As everyone grew more accustomed to the environment, Feng Yi's freedom increased significantly. Additionally, as he ventured out to procure food for sustenance, the likelihood of discovering targets naturally rose. However, as hunger intensified and his body struggled to keep pace, he began to grow lethargic, reducing his activity. The team, understanding Feng Yi's adaptation challenges, seldom assigned him tasks. Yet, as they neared the conclusion of their expedition, Feng Yi felt increasingly at ease. Assumed that Feng Yi was struggling to adapt and therefore seldom assigned him tasks. Yet, as they approached the conclusion of their expedition, Feng Yi felt increasingly buoyant. With his heightened olfactory sensitivity, even a mere third of its capacity greatly surpassed that of the average individual. Consequently, Feng Yi's efficiency in locating fruits and capturing targets soared. His heightened sense of smell, even when only partially activated, far surpassed that of an average individual. Consequently, Feng Yi's efficiency in locating fruits and capturing targets surged. His exhilaration was more profound than that of students awaiting a break. In his elation, Feng Yi's work ethic intensified, which brought him joy akin to that of students eagerly anticipating their holiday break. In truth, his elation was even more profound than that of students awaiting a vacation. The research team also conducted nocturnal investigations, as some serpents only emerged after dusk. Feng Yi caught a small snake that appeared somewhat dull-witted, making no attempt to flee. Instead of subduing it, he allowed it to coil around his hand and presented it to Professor Zhou. After a brief glance, the professor did not immediately identify the species but asked Feng Yi if he knew what kind of snake it was. "I don't know," Feng Yi replied. He allowed it to coil around his hand and brought it over to Professor Zhou for inspection. Professor Zhou glanced at the creature but did not immediately identify the species. But he refrained from admitting that he recognized its benign nature, perceiving it as lacking any threat. Professor Zhou, uncertain of Feng Yi's conviction. "I've seen it before. It's non-venomous and lacks aggression." In truth, he had not encountered it previously but felt compelled to assert that its demeanor indicated it posed no threat. Professor Zhou, uncertain of Feng Yi's confidence. "A bite could lead to severe infections." Feng Yi responded earnestly, "Yes, I will remember." Barely a moment later, he spotted another sluggish snake. Its large eyes gazing at him in a languid manner, seemingly agitated. Perhaps it had overindulged in snails. This time, Feng Yi refrained from directly capturing it. "Professor, there's another dull-headed snake over here. Should we catch it?" Professor Zhou approached for a brief inspection and decided against capturing it, suggesting they leave it be while they managed other matters. Teacher Lei had already arrived, snapping photographs. Capturing images of snakes in their natural habitats elicits a more ecological feel. Holding them for photos often seems incongruous. It was a rare encounter with such a cooperative snake, which remained unperturbed, making for excellent photographic opportunities. Observing the surroundings, Feng Yi speculated that there might be more blunt-headed snakes nearby. If their numbers were substantial, it could attract serpents that prey on them. After a while, it was a rare encounter with such a cooperative specimen, and the opportunity to photograph it was quite favorable. Observing the surrounding environment, Feng Yi speculated that there might be more blunt-headed snakes nearby. If their numbers were substantial, it could attract other snake species that preyed on them. After a while, albeit it had a rather irritable temperament. Although the scientific expedition was nearing its conclusion, the yield was commendable, and everyone was in high spirits. With limited conditions at night and the impossibility of continuing their journey, they decided to halt at their newfound target. While Professor Zhou and the others were busy measuring and collecting samples, Feng Yi chose to rest, as he could not contribute to that work. He preferred to save his energy for an early start the next day in search of food. The next day, before the others had awakened, Feng Yi set out in search of sustenance. He had caught a whiff of fruit fragrance the previous evening, but found it inconvenient to venture out. Recognizing that he could not assist with those tasks and opting to rest early to regain his energy for the following day's search for sustenance. The next day, he relied primarily on his keen sense of smell. After a brief excursion, he gathered some wild fruits to replenish his energy and then caught a peculiar snake, adorned with horns above its eyes. With the sun yet to rise, Feng Yi returned to the resting area after consuming some of the fruits. Clutching the snake he had captured, by the time the sun emerged, Professor Zhou and the others were already up, busy organizing their belongings. "Feng Yi, you're up so early. Did you go to relieve yourself? Be cautious and don't stray too far. What do you have there?" Professor Zhou quickly approached, casting aside his tasks. "A horned viper," he exclaimed, his surprise evident. "Is it truly a horned viper? How remarkable that they are present here." The sun had emerged, and Professor Zhou and the others were already up, organizing their belongings. "Feng Yi, you're up so early. Did you go to relieve yourself?" That location was not as close as he had presumed. However, since sampling was necessary at the discovery site, Feng Yi had not lied. Judging by Professor Zhou's expression, it seemed he would soon be summoned for a safety briefing. Fortunately, the professor's attention quickly shifted back to the horned viper, momentarily sparing Feng Yi from the lecture. But Professor Zhou's smile faded as he realized that the location Feng Yi mentioned was not so nearby after all, since sampling at the discovery site was necessary. Feng Yi had not lied. Judging by Professor Zhou's expression, it seemed he would soon be summoned to attend a safety briefing. Fortunately, they included photographs provided by Team N6, capturing not only the horned viper, but also the blunt-headed snake and the four-eyed tortoise discovered earlier. Data regarding the horned viper in the southern Chongshan range had been sparse, prompting Professor Zhou to contact the research base, which took the matter seriously. Teacher Lei captured several high-resolution photographs to share with the base. Consequently, when the Southern Chong research base updated its social media with news from the expedition team, which had significantly boosted the Southern Chongshan base's official accounts following. Previously, Chengxi had attracted viewers through live broadcasts. Those following the updates, including personnel from the research base, remarked on how Team 6 had become increasingly productive as the expedition neared its end. Chengxi, recently discharged from the hospital, felt a pang of envy upon seeing these developments early in the morning. Not long ago, a small faction persistently inquires, is the individual in the photographs who is seen handling a python and an indigo snake, the renowned Yueshan snake brother? Chengxi had attracted viewers through live streams, but now, without his presence on the team, those interested in the reptilian expedition updates could only follow the official social media account. Among those who diligently follow the updates from Team South 6 each day, a small faction persistently inquires, is the individual in the photographs who is seen handling a python and an indigo snake, the renowned Yueshan snake brother? He had been sidelined before he could even implement his plan. When Chengxi's assistant brought breakfast and medication, noticing Chengxi engrossed in the South 6 updates with a troubled expression, he offered some comfort. Brother Cheng, don't dwell on it too much. A setback might just be a blessing in disguise. Despite the injury, Chengxi had indeed reaped several benefits through the team's operations. Yet, he remained discontent, feeling he could have performed better. Regret over his impulsiveness gnawed at him. Meanwhile, after the South 6 team completed their data collection on the Ancestrodonticutus, they embarked on a new day of exploration. Feng Yi mentally counted down. Just 2 more days until he could indulge in a grand meal. On the periphery of the reserve, traces of human activity were becoming evident. Logically, one would expect fewer animals, yet numerous creatures still made their presence known. Occasionally startled by human proximity, some animals remained calm. Feeling he could have performed better, regret over his impulsiveness gnawed at him. Meanwhile, after the South 6 team completed their data collection on the Ancestrodonticutus, fewer individuals actively disrupted their lives, emboldening them. The sun blazed fiercely today, at noon. Traces of human activity were becoming evident. Logically, one would expect fewer animals, yet numerous creatures still made their presence known. Occasionally startled by human proximity, some animals remained calm, drawn by the alluring scent of wild fruits. The meager provisions in his pack were insufficient, and he had long since digested his morning meal. Professor Zhou. Fewer individuals actively disrupted their lives, emboldening them. The sun blazed fiercely today, at noon. For the source of the enticing aroma was indeed close by. Following the scent to gather some fruits, he quickly restored his energy and felt invigorated. Feng Yi carefully inhaled the surrounding aromas, curious about other possible edibles. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a distinct scent. Moving forward a few steps, he looked up. I'm going for a stroll. Don't wander too far. Professor Zhou cautioned. I assure you, I won't stray far, Feng Yi confidently replied. For the source of the enticing aroma was indeed close by. Following the scent to gather some fruits, he quickly restored his energy and felt invigorated. A belt secured a box to the tree. Upon inspecting the belt, he recognized the emblem of a premier global luxury brand. Under the strictest conservation laws, dense branches obscured his view, and with the contact lenses he wore, he could see little above. However, guided by the scent, he was certain something awaited him above. The tree trunk was sturdy enough to climb. Setting down his backpack, Feng Yi effortlessly ascended the tree and swiftly located the source of the fragrance. A belt secured a box to the tree. Upon inspecting the belt, he recognized the emblem of a premier global luxury brand. Under the strictest conservation laws, casually wandering nearby in search of a charming little creature. As they are engaged in this pursuit, a shout from Feng Yi pierces the air, sending a jolt down their spines. Ever since Feng Yi last shouted while dragging a python, they have become somewhat overly responsive to his calls. Chapter 74. The spirit serpent upon seeing Feng Yi sprinting towards them, devoid of a python in his arms or a snake in his grasp, their hearts momentarily eased. Yet, anxiety quickly resurfaced. Something significant must have occurred for Feng Yi to raise such an alarm. What happened? One inquired. I found something over there, Feng Yi replied. Ever since Feng Yi had previously shouted in a similar manner while dragging a python, They had become slightly overreactive to his calls. They could discern the package with careful scrutiny. "Have you climbed up to inspect it?" they asked. "Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see a belt securing the package." Though it quickly resurfaced, something significant must have occurred for Feng Yi to raise such an alarm. "What happened?" one of them inquired. "I found something over there," Feng Yi replied. "We'll inform Professor Zhou later so he can notify the forest rangers." Typically, he would not involve himself in such trivial matters, having participated in numerous scientific expeditions. He had encountered private treasure hunting activities before, yet his curiosity about them was rather subdued. One could never tell if these private treasures bore special significance. "I wouldn't have been able to see the belt securing the package otherwise," Feng Yi responded. "Is it some kind of electronic device? It seems unlikely. Then we should not concern ourselves with it. Just inform Professor Zhou later so he can notify the forest rangers." Generally, he would not meddle in such trivial matters, and thus decided to disregard it. However, since they needed to inform the rangers and the police, he resolved to provide a detailed account of his findings. "You never know if these private treasures hold special significance. I once encountered a father who deliberately hid something for his child to find," he reflected. Upon hearing this, their anger flared. This was beyond the limits of what they could tolerate. If it was indeed genuine snake skin, it would be unequivocally illegal. Following the recent stringent protective laws, while regulations may vary slightly between nations, such practices were absolutely prohibited domestically. He promptly rushed to inform Professor Zhou of the situation. "Are you certain it's genuine snake skin?" Professor Zhou asked Feng Yi. "Absolutely. I can recognize snake skin with certainty," Feng Yi replied. The package likely contained metallic items, while the belt was made of genuine snake skin. Genuine snake skin. Upon hearing this, anger surged within him. He inquired. Feng Yi explained, "There was a rather beautiful bird perched in the tree, and I intended to photograph it, only to discover the package as well." The group gathered beneath the tree, and Professor Zhou instructed Teacher Lei to document the entire process. Feng Yi ascended the tree to retrieve the package. "Are you certain it is genuine snake skin?" Professor Zhou asked Feng Yi. "Absolutely. I can recognize snake skin with certainty," Feng Yi affirmed. Professor Zhou's expression turned grave as he nodded. If it was indeed genuine snake skin, the implications could be extensive. "How did you discover that object in the tree?" Professor Zhou inquired. Feng Yi explained, "Just a moment ago, there was a beautifully colored bird in the tree. I intended to photograph it." We have squandered talent during the earlier part of our journey. Although Teacher Lei was adept in many skills related to filming, climbing trees was not among his strengths, rendering him unable to compete with Feng Yi. During our reconnaissance, there were numerous instances when we encountered arboreal snakes. On several occasions, we regrettably abandoned the opportunity to capture footage due to inconvenient angles. Once Feng Yi had securely ascended the tree, he untied the package that had been secured there. I never imagined this young lad possessed such remarkable tree climbing skills. We have several locations ahead that require tree photography. We should have enlisted his assistance back then. When Professor Zhou donned his gloves and opened the package, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. Inside lay an array of gold bars. The very sight of them suggested that this was no ordinary domestic interaction. It was highly likely that it was connected to a significant case. Professor Zhou, aware of the gravity of the situation, promptly contacted the base to relay the details of our discovery. However, he unfastened a parcel that was secured aloft. Though not large, it was surprisingly heavy, which explained the necessity of binding it with a strap, sturdy and conveniently detachable. When Professor Zhou donned his gloves and opened the parcel, his brows arched in astonishment. The contents revealed an array of gold bars. It was evident that such an item could not be attributed to mere familial interactions. It likely implicated serious criminal undertakings. Professor Zhou, recognizing the gravity of the situation, Feng Yi was informed by Professor Zhou that the individuals taking charge of the matter had arrived. 5 helicopters descended at a nearby suitable location. 2 were police helicopters. The internal team quickly aligned their narrative. Upon receiving Professor Zhou's photographs, the base wasted no time in alerting the authorities. The Joint Security Bureau was keenly interested in the matter, having been closely monitoring the scientific expedition activities in the region. However, the representatives from the Joint Security Bureau were not Captain Yuan, whom Feng Yi recognized. He exchanged only a few words with them before drifting off into his own thoughts. Professor Zhou would handle the remaining details. The team leaders and several responsible individuals had amassed experience in managing various unexpected situations, knowing how to protect the interests of the members. Due to the nature of the incident, the team was required to remain on-site temporarily. Internally, Feng Yi mused. The personnel from the Joint Security Bureau were not familiar to Feng Yi, as they were not Captain Yuan, and he exchanged few words with them before drifting off into contemplation. The remaining matters were to be managed by Professor Zhou. Leading to fingerprint analysis and comparisons with databases, quickly honing in on a suspect. During the 2 days of our stay, Feng Yi moved very little, mostly lying down. Other team members, like Wang Wentao, busied themselves with organizing records or beginning to draft papers, while Feng Yi rested nearby. Updates on the investigation were relayed to him. The package had been left behind by a pair of brothers with the surname Tian, but the gold bars belonged to their grandfather. The Joint Security Bureau focused on the snake skin, while the police scrutinized the gold bars. The parcel had left behind clues, leading to fingerprint analysis and database comparisons. I only know that the old gentleman brought gold ingots back to his hometown. However, before he could dispose of these treasures, the entire village faced relocation, and he dared not reveal the items. Thus, he found a clandestine spot to conceal them, marking the location to prevent forgetfulness. The parcel had been left by a pair of brothers with the surname Tian, and the gold bars were inherited from their grandfather, who had been implicated in a gold theft case over 30 years ago. The specific details elude me. The two brothers heard online about an expedition team and learned that the Nanchung research base had been gathering information regarding the Nanchung mountain range and its surrounding forests and species, and he dared not reveal the items. Thus, he sought a concealed spot to hide them, marking the location discreetly, to prevent forgetting. They endeavored to collect data to formulate inspection routes and assign additional tasks to various subteams. In terms of understanding this forest, the base certainly could not rival the knowledge of those who had lived there. For instance, ancestral tales, such as where particular divine beings had been sighted. The two brothers learned from the internet about a research team and discovered that the Nanchung research base had been gathering information regarding the Nanchung mountain range and its surrounding flora and fauna. This knowledge was known to Feng Yi. The base harbored concerns over potential climatic changes that could lead to the extinction of obscure endangered species in the mountains, thus making every effort to compile data and establish investigation routes, assigning supplementary tasks to each team. In terms of familiarity with these woodlands, stories that were once familiar to them now seemed trivial, but fetching 500 yuan was worthwhile, akin to selling scrap. They stumbled upon their grandfather's notebook while rummaging through old belongings, leading them to believe he had hidden something significant. They marveled at this revelation. Their ancestors had lived in the mountains. Although the brothers themselves were unfamiliar, they gleaned more information from some of the ancestral documents, such as shortcuts and concealed paths unknown to others. They successfully circumvented the patrolling forest rangers and surveillance, infiltrating the former village location. Guided by their grandfather's hand-drawn map, they unearthed the gold bars, though their tone shifted to one of schadenfreude. On their return journey, the younger brother was bitten by a venomous snake. Despite having some medication, they realized they could not delay assistance for long and might need to call for help. The elder brother stashed the gold bars in a tree before taking the younger one for treatment. He shrugged in resignation. As you might guess, a shift in tone hinted at a certain schadenfreude. On their return journey, the younger brother was bitten by a venomous snake. Although they carried some medication, it could only delay the inevitable, and they might need to call for help. The elder brother concealed the gold bars in a tree and took the younger one for treatment, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. The subsequent events are known to you. Oh, regarding the snakeskin belts, they each possessed one. Valuing their pride, yet lacking sufficient funds, they enlisted help to procure 2 indistinguishable replicas. They took great pride in those belts. The expedition team would not have discovered the package nestled in the tree. They concealed their treasures so adeptly, with inconspicuous belt patterns and fabric colors. They felt they had not been defeated by anyone, but rather by the snake. Had it not been for the snake's bite, they would not have urgently sought help while concealing the bag containing the gold bars. Were it not for the serpent, the research team would not have uncovered the package in the tree. They concealed their treasures so well, with the belt patterns and the color of the wrapping fabric being inconspicuous. Under normal circumstances, how could they possibly be discovered? This narrative transformed into a legend as it spread through word of mouth, capturing the attention of social media and generating an influx of traffic surrounding the topic on trending platforms. Upon waking to news about Team Nan 6, the passage of time had caused many to either forget or remain oblivious to it, prompting those who saw the news to search for details about the heist and it was evident that the scientific expedition team preferred to remain out of the limelight, but Cheng-Si was willing to step forward. Observing the heat surrounding the trending discussions, it acquired an air of legend, and social media became a veritable harvest of views. The related topics soared in trending searches. Upon waking today, Cheng-Si encountered more news regarding Team South 6. Beneath the articles, many of Cheng-Si's fans lamented that he had missed yet another significant event. From those reports, just try to take it easy. Who would have thought that news would break just before the expedition concluded? Those following the scientific research are few. Watching the trending discussions and news coverage across various platforms, Cheng-Si felt as if his heart were bleeding. What a loss. stumbling upon serpents at two critical moments? Even Cheng Xi's assistant shared this belief. The southern Chong Mountain must indeed be home to a spirit snake. If only Cheng Xi hadn't provoked that cobra, he could have been in the limelight on national television. To cooperate with the investigation, the scientific team delayed their activities for 2 days. During this time, Feng Yi found it inconvenient to search for food alone, sitting on the ground. With this incident being reported today, the discussions have multiplied, and many are asserting that the South Chong Mountains surely harbor the serpent. Otherwise, how could those two have faced such misfortune, stumbling upon serpents at two crucial moments? Even Cheng Xi's assistant shared this belief. Indeed, they would take the rescue team's helicopter for their departure. Feng Yi was visibly elated, quickly ordering 10 boxes of beef jerky. He could indulge upon their return. As he packed his belongings before boarding, Teacher Lei glanced back at the forest, capturing another series of photographs. Enveloped in mist, Feng Yi found it inconvenient to seek food alone. Sitting on the ground, Feng Yi stared vacantly into the distance, his heart echoing a helpless roar. However, the mountains concealed countless secrets, most of which may remain forever unknown, remembered only by the water, wood, earth, and stones, yet they would never divulge their mysteries. Teacher Lei turned to Feng Yi and asked, "So, shall we explore the mountains again next year?" Feng Yi, "Thank you for the invitation, but I must decline." He swiftly pulled out his phone and ordered 10 boxes of beef jerky. He could indulge upon returning. As they packed their belongings before boarding the helicopter, Teacher Lei glanced back at the forest and captured another series of photographs. Enveloped in mist, the broadleaf plants concealed the silhouettes of life within the mountains. Upon landing at the South Chong Research Base branch, Feng Yi noticed a group of forest rangers accompanied by their trained dogs. Seeing Feng Yi observing them, Teacher Lei introduced, most of which may never be known to humankind. Only the water, wood, earth, and stones of the mountains remember, yet they will not disclose their knowledge willingly, replied Teacher Lei. During their patrols, they often uncover various things, including both human and animal remains. This is why I remarked earlier that the mountains conceal many secrets, most of which remain undiscovered by the general populace. The few that are found are mostly by the rangers and their dogs. The bag of gold nuggets we discovered in the forest would have a higher chance of being uncovered by rangers if buried in the ground. Upon the helicopter's landing at the Southern Chong Research Base branch, Feng Yi observed a group of forest rangers accompanied by their trained dogs. Noticing Feng Yi's gaze, as Feng Yi and his companions passed by the group of rangers, several dogs bared their teeth at Feng Yi, their bodies tense with alertness. Intrigued. Indeed, Teacher Lei replied, each patrol often uncovers something noteworthy, including both human and animal remains. This was why Teacher Lei had earlier mused about the multitude of secrets concealed within the mountains, with only a minuscule fraction ever being discovered by people. Perhaps I should take a shower first before playing with them. Feng Yi, with his head bowed, silently followed Professor Zhou and the others toward the temporary dormitory. He had already caught a whiff of delicious food. His interest in anything else had waned. All he desired was to eat. However, no matter how hungry or tempted he felt, Feng Yi could only consume a limited amount of food. He had to continue enduring. The rangers merely chuckled and admonished the dog softly. "You have just emerged from the forest, and you carry some scents that have made them anxious," Teacher Lei noted. He, too, had a fondness for dogs and had intended to pet one, but upon seeing their reaction, he decided against it, chuckling. "Would you like to participate?" Feng Yi's performance during this expedition had pleased the team. Despite his occasional impulsiveness, his skills were commendable, and he did not hinder the group's progress. Although Feng Yi had faced some initial difficulties in adapting to the expedition, he had nonetheless excelled. His interest in everything else was eclipsed by his singular desire to eat. However, no matter how ravenous he felt, Feng Yi could only consume a limited amount of food. He had to continue to endure the hunger. After resting for a night at the base branch, Feng Yi was set to return home the following day. The sensation of hunger was truly unpleasant, and Feng Yi was concerned that prolonged starvation might adversely affect his health. He was still in the early stages of evolution, and hunger could impede his development. Professor Zhou was not surprised by Feng Yi's refusal, but encouraged him to consider it, assuring him that he could reach out if he changed his mind later. "Oh, and also, would you like the medical team here to conduct a thorough examination?" His skills were undeniably strong, and he did not hinder the team's progress. While Feng Yi's initial participation had presented some adjustment challenges, he had performed admirably. "I will visit the hospital once I return home. It's impossible to go to the hospital now. I just need to muddle through this situation." However, Feng Yi politely but firmly declined. "Even if it adds to my credits, I will consider it based on the specific circumstances." The discomfort of hunger was indeed unpleasant, and Feng Yi worried that prolonged periods of fasting could adversely affect his health. He was still in the early stages of evolution, and hunger could impair his development, waking only to partake in the in-flight meal before dozing off again until landing. Subsequently, it was a continuous journey of eating back home. Upon arrival, he freshened up and fell asleep, sleeping for 2 consecutive days. Upon waking, he responded to messages on his phone and took a drive around the city, indulging in various delicacies and stocking up. He then slept another day, finally recovering. After replying to messages and scrolling through the news on his phone, "I will visit a hospital after I return home. It is impossible to go to the hospital now. I must navigate through this matter." Feng Yi exchanged contact information with the team members, particularly with one who even suggested taking him to catch a python when time permits. After departing from the base, they dined at the airport, boarded the plane, and promptly fell asleep, only to awaken for the in-flight meal before drifting back into slumber until they touched down. Subsequently, they indulged in food all the way home. Upon arrival, he freshened up and fell into a deep sleep for 2 days. Upon waking, had he not experienced it firsthand, he too would have found the narrative utterly bizarre. He almost began to believe in the existence of the spiritual serpent. Closing the news page, a notification message popped up. His points had arrived. The Nancheng Team's 6 volunteers earned 1,000 points, which had been discussed extensively in his presence, had barely registered with him at the time as he had been preoccupied with thoughts of enduring the subsequent challenges. Now, Professor Zhou is a good man. The research expedition rewards are plentiful. If the next expedition is brief, he might participate again. Shortly thereafter, another notification appeared. As most self-media accounts were exaggerated, with only a few maintaining objectivity, the self-media was quite formidable. They even unearthed the village's former beliefs and various ancestral tales. Everyone else in Team 6 received reward points from the Joint Security Bureau for providing clues regarding the snake skin belt. The points were quickly transferred. Closing the news page, a notification message popped up. His points had arrived. 1,000 points for being a volunteer in Team Nan 6. And 2 points from the Joint Security Bureau, totaling 1150 points. He was unaware of how many points the others in the team earned during a single expedition, but he was very satisfied with his over 1,000 points. These points can be viewed as a contribution to the improvement of humanity's living environment. Another notification message arrived. The Insurance Bureau granted him a 2-point reward. Feng Yi inquired with Professor Zhou, who informed him that aside from Cheng Si, who withdrew midway, many of these privileges cannot simply be bought with wealth. Just as Feng Yi reveled in his newly acquired points, his phone rang. It was Liu Yu calling. He mentioned he was in the vicinity for business and decided to drop by to see Feng Yi. Naturally, Feng Yi understood that this casual visit was likely a pretext for something else. On the day before yesterday, Liu Yu left a message for Feng Yi and received a reply, learning that Feng Yi would be taking a break these days, so he did not rush over. Today, he happened to have some free time and came here to discuss some matters with Feng Yi. During the hottest time of the year, many of these privileges could not be easily purchased with wealth alone. Just as Feng Yi reveled in his newly acquired points, his phone rang. It was Liu Yu calling. He was in the vicinity for business and mentioned he would stop by to see Feng Yi. However, he appeared more spirited and vibrant than before. Initially skeptical of the rumors circulating online, Liu Yu began to question them upon seeing Feng Yi's condition. Liu Yu left a message for Feng Yi and received a reply, learning that Feng Yi would be taking a few days off, so he did not rush over. Today, there must be something special about the place. Otherwise, how could Feng Yi look even better? Are you aware of the rumors regarding the spirit snakes of the southern Chong mountain range? Liu Yu inquired. Yes, Feng Yi replied. Feng Yi appeared to have absorbed some ethereal energy instead. Compared to 2 months ago, aside from a slight darkening of his face and hands. Is the air in the southern Chong Nature Reserve particularly refreshing? Indeed, it is, Feng Yi affirmed. If there is anything memorable about this expedition, could it be true that the southern Chong mountain range harbors mystical serpents? Even if such creatures did not exist, there must be something extraordinary about the area, otherwise. But after visiting the southern Chong mountain range, I truly grasped the difference. Sleeping in the southern Chong forests is utterly delightful. Of course, I realize this is due to my own constitution. Others may not share the same experience and might find the climate too humid or oppressive. Hearing this, the air quality in the southern Chong Nature Reserve must be exceptional, then? Indeed it is, Feng Yi affirmed. If there's anything worth reminiscing about from this expedition, it is undoubtedly the pristine air of the southern Chong Nature Reserve. Before this field study, I believe the air quality near Yu Mountain was quite good. Feng Yi's current demeanor hardly resembled that of someone who had suffered. However, Liu Yu chose not to dwell on this and shifted his focus to another matter of concern. Recently, there was news regarding the belt you discovered, which was made from the skin of farmed snakes. The Joint Security Bureau, in collaboration with local authorities, dismantled a counterfeit luxury goods ring. A counterfeit luxury goods ring? Feng Yi had not noticed. He had been so astonished by the spirit snake in the southern Chong that he had not kept up with other news after the incident of his points being credited. Lu Yu was incredulous. Observing Feng Yi's demeanor, it was hard to believe he had suffered. However, he chose not to dwell on this matter further, as he had another pressing concern. A recent news report revealed that the belt used in the package you discovered was crafted from the skin of farmed snakes. You know that the 7th generation of Medusa's imitation leather is crafted to resemble the real thing, utilizing the most advanced eco-friendly leather technology. It is quite challenging for the average person to discern genuine snake skin. However, the production line at Lu Yu's company utilizes wild animal skins. This year, many prominent brands have introduced snake-themed elements. Authentic snakeskin belts from leading international brands start at over 10,000. This creates an opportunity for counterfeit products. Lu Yu felt a sense of concern. The research and development costs for eco-friendly leather remain substantial, and with only one company globally holding the technological advantage, the price of Medusa's 7th generation faux leather remains exorbitant. The testing kits and related instruments are also costly. Had it not been for someone like Feng Yi, distinguishing real snake skin can be quite challenging. The production line at Lu Yu's company utilized wild animal skins, which someone had intentionally procured to undermine them. There was not much overlap with the current incident. Nonetheless, witnessing the proliferation of counterfeit goods in the market caused Lu Yu considerable concern. The research and development costs for eco-friendly leather remain substantial, and with only one company globally holding the technological advantage, the price of Medusa's 7th generation faux leather remains exorbitant. A showcase of new products for this year and the next would take place, and it would be prudent to verify the materials involved once more for peace of mind. Their company would have suffered tremendously after this incident. Due to the successful collaboration with the new brand, Lu Yu has grown to trust Feng Yi's identification skills even further. Once the members of the Lu family learned about the situation, they prudently advised Lu Yu to extend an invitation to Feng Yi for a verification session. During the annual celebration, a showcase of new products for this year and the next would take place. While he might have been inclined to attend the Qianli Group's annual celebration out of curiosity, having endured hunger during field studies, he was reluctant to waste time on such trivialities. His plan was to arrive, conduct the verification of the garments, and depart promptly. Lu Yu, taken aback, urged him, stating he could make a quick trip. Some celebrations hardly serve the purpose of dining. They often devolve into mere social obligations filled with forced smiles and inane chatter. And many celebrities will be performing. Even if you dislike socializing, you could enjoy the performances. Having collaborated before, having endured hunger during field studies, he was reluctant to waste time on such trivialities. His plan was to arrive, conduct the verification of the garments, and depart promptly. Lu Yu, taken aback, urged him, "Won't you stay longer at the venue? We've invited several popular boy bands and girl groups from the entertainment industry to warm up the atmosphere, and many celebrities will be performing. Even if you dislike socializing, you could enjoy the performances." Having collaborated before, Lu Yu knew Feng Yi possessed some wealth and likely did not feel compelled to socialize against his will. Feng Yi then asked, "Will there be food at the venue? Something casual where I can eat whenever I want?" If there was no food, he would forego attending. "How about you arrive before noon? In the afternoon, we can take some time to review those garments, and the remaining time will be yours to enjoy as you please. Payment can be settled on site." "Sounds good. I will definitely attend." After Lu Yu departed, Feng Yi retrieved the supplies he had stockpiled from the supermarket and prepared some food for himself. Attending the celebration to indulge in a lavish meal and savor global delicacies sounded quite appealing. However, for Feng Yi, the Qianli Group's annual celebration was merely a minor affair. "We can take some time to review those garments, and the remaining time will be yours to enjoy as you please. Payment can be settled on site." "Sounds good." He could sense changes occurring within his body, albeit vaguely. He was uncertain if these changes were beneficial or detrimental. Attending the celebration to indulge in a lavish meal and savor global delicacies sounded quite appealing. However, for Feng Yi, the Qianli Group's annual celebration was merely a minor affair. Otherwise normal, but what causes excessive eating and sleeping? He quickly received a response. "Hello, during pregnancy, one may experience excessive eating and sleeping." Feng Yi exclaimed in frustration. However, he could sense changes occurring within his body, albeit vaguely. He was uncertain if these changes were beneficial or detrimental. Feng Yi retrieved his mobile phone and sought medical advice online. Reflecting on his previous diagnosis of schizophrenia, he opted for a different platform this time. He entered the query. Insufficient cerebral blood supply. Could this affect his intelligence? This was a grave concern. More details were too daunting to ask online. In times of uncertainty and seriousness, he felt compelled to contact his ever-reliable steward. After finishing his meal and ensuring his body had ample energy, Feng Yi immediately called the steward. As usual, the steward answered promptly. Feng Yi briefly explained the situation regarding his expedition, emphasizing the prolonged hunger and the changes he was experiencing in his body. Such a concern loomed large. He dared not probe further online. When faced with uncertainty and the gravity of the situation, he felt compelled to contact his ever-reliable steward. After satisfying his hunger, ensuring his body had ample energy, Feng Yi promptly dialed the steward. As customary, the steward answered without delay. Feng Yi succinctly recounted the circumstances of the expedition, emphasizing the prolonged hunger and the changes he had experienced in his body prior to joining the expedition team, or they would all cease to function. Now, he worried if this prolonged hunger, as he was undergoing an evolutionary process, would lead to any adverse changes in his body. Upon hearing this, the steward asked if there were any visible changes, such as in his pupils. No changes, Feng Yi replied. I appear unchanged, just less prone to tanning. The steward visibly relaxed. Feng Yi, as long as you have not lost control, experienced fainting, remain conscious, and can move without issue, then there should be no significant problem. Or they would collectively cease to function. Now, he was concerned whether this prolonged hunger, as he was undergoing an evolutionary process. Movement was certainly not an issue. However, he sometimes felt his mind lagging behind. Perhaps you are simply fatigued, the steward suggested. I believe so as well, Feng Yi responded. I appear unchanged, just less prone to tanning, Feng Yi replied. The steward visibly relaxed. Feng Yi, the steward continued, as long as there is no loss of control, you should be able to perceive that you are in a state of evolution where any event can influence your development. This is why I have refrained from interfering too much. Your evolution adapts according to your survival needs. However, during this period of extended hunger, he occasionally felt as though his mind struggled to keep pace. It may simply be fatigue, the steward suggested. I believe so as well, Feng Yi concurred. And to enhance survival competitiveness and increase hunting success, the toxicity may become more potent, the steward replied. Feng Yi comprehended the butler's words, which, to put it plainly, you should be aware that you are in a state of evolution where every event may influence your development. This is why I have refrained from interfering too much. Your evolution adapts to your survival needs. However, during this period of extended hunger, your body may instinctively initiate corresponding changes, such as, Feng Yi inquired, perhaps venom. The specifics you must explore yourself. Furthermore, if these changes are a result of prolonged hunger, they are likely still in flux and not entirely stable, the steward replied. Feng Yi comprehended the butler's message, which, in simpler terms, conveyed that his body perceived him as ineffectual and frail, prone to starvation. Thus, now that you have returned to the city, your body will require time to readjust, and during this period, you may encounter what is often referred to as, stress response. Stress response? Feng Yi queried, perplexed. It refers to the body's heightened sensitivity to stimuli, entering a state of arousal where vitality surges and biochemical systems undergo rapid alterations. Your stress response will certainly differ from that of an average person. His body might have adapted to that survival environment. Now that he had returned to the city, his body would require time to readjust, during which he might experience what one might call, stress response. Stress response? Feng Yi queried, perplexed. It refers to the body's susceptibility to stimuli, entering a heightened state of alertness where vitality surges and biochemical systems undergo rapid alterations. Your stress response will undoubtedly differ from that of an average individual. It may not manifest overtly, and you may not even notice it. Therefore, during this period, he should remain cautious and address any unusual changes promptly. Should you encounter any anomalies you find difficult to manage, do not hesitate to contact me, the butler advised. Understood. Listening to the butler's words, Feng Yi recognized that the impact of the past 2 months of field research was far greater than he had anticipated. It seemed prudent to act with care. He was uncertain of what could transpire during a stressed state, and the butler had no answers either. It was up to Feng Yi to remain observant. He would not have participated in the field work, enduring over a month of hunger in the wilderness. It was all in an effort to prevent his evolution from veering towards an excessively sedentary lifestyle. Do not neglect your strength training, the butler reminded him. Yes, I am aware. To Feng Yi, strength was indispensable, everything else merely supplementary. After concluding the conversation with the butler, he felt a modicum of reassurance. Change is change. As long as it does not disrupt his daily life, it is of little concern. Overthinking daily matters serves no purpose. Whether toxicity has increased remains to be validated. The purpose was to prevent his evolution from veering towards a sedentary lifestyle. Do not neglect strength training, the butler added. Yes, I am aware of that. To Feng Yi, one would not discern the presence of 2 long venomous fangs concealed within. Extending his fangs, Feng Yi bit into his own arm, aside from a slight prick of pain. As long as it did not disrupt his daily life, he deemed it manageable. Overthinking would yield no benefits. Whether toxicity had intensified remained to be seen. He wiped away the traces of blood from his arm. Upon closer inspection, one might observe that the wound inflicted by the right bite appears slightly more inflamed than that on the left. However, this redness swiftly subsides. It is possible that the venomous injection was not evenly administered during the bite. Thus, practice remains essential. One can never predict when such skills may be required. A lack of proficiency in venom application could hinder efficiency. Recalling the glass apparatus prepared by Professor Zhou and his team for administering venom to snakes during the scientific expedition, Feng Yi resolved to acquire one for himself, specifically designed for bite-style venom injection, allowing for practice in instantaneous application. During this expedition, this inflammation dissipates rather swiftly. It is possible that the venom application was uneven during the biting process, indicating the necessity for further practice. Producing only a meager amount. To achieve instantaneous application, one must rely on the pressure from both jaws. Without manual assistance, the speed diminishes considerably. Therefore, practice is imperative. In contemplation of venom toxicity testing, Feng Yi ventured out to stock up on supplies, purchasing 2 sizable fish from the supermarket, and on his return, one designed for membrane-style venom application to refine his instantaneous release technique. During this expedition, he observed how those venomous snakes delivered their toxins the moment they bite. He had requested the property management to accept the delivery on his behalf. These 10 boxes of beef jerky were of the same variety he consumed during the scientific expedition. Achieving immediate release relies heavily on the pressure exerted by the jaw. Without manual assistance, the speed of delivery is significantly diminished. Thus, practice is imperative. In light of his toxicity testing, Feng Yi drove out to procure supplies, purchasing 2 large fish from the supermarket. On his return, he also picked up a package from the property management office. His order of 10 boxes of spiced beef jerky had arrived, though he had yet to collect it. Feng Yi proceeded to prepare the 2 live fish he had recently purchased. He had informed the supermarket staff that he would dispatch them at home. These 10 boxes of beef jerky were the same variety he had consumed during the field research, and while he had longed for them at that time. Applying a few drops of venom, the fish floundered a couple of times before becoming still. They were indeed quite toxic. However, as if he were transported back to the mist-laden mountains where he had to scavenge for fruit alongside the local wildlife in times of hunger. Now, having experienced hunger, one understands the value of food. In the following days, as Feng Yi readjusted to urban life, he also prepared for the annual celebration of the Qianli group. Having earned a considerable sum from Lu Yu, he made an incision on each, applying 2 drops of venom to them. The fish struggled momentarily before becoming still. Indeed, they were quite poisonous. However, warranting a certain level of formal attire, it was important for the Lu family to recognize his regard for this event. Dressing too modestly would reflect poorly on Lu Yu, leading others to mistakenly assume that Lu Yu was withholding remuneration. Thus, Feng Yi invested in an ensemble of high-end. He also prepared for the annual celebration of the Qianli group. Having earned a significant sum from Lu Yu, dressing more formally would also lend dignity to both parties. The remuneration would likely be dispensed with greater ease. Consequently, Feng Yi purchased this singular outfit, as he seldom donned such attire. After careful consideration, he opted to forego a tie or bow tie and other accessories, as these embellishments were too cumbersome for dining. Giving face to others does not necessitate compromising oneself. The day before the annual celebration of Qianli group, Feng Yi, dragging a suitcase, flew to the venue of the event. Trendy ensemble with a business flair, yet infused with a touch of youthful casualness. After all, he was extracting funds from the Qianli group. Feng Yi indulged in a leisurely routine of eating and sleeping upon arrival. Naturally, he made it a point to inform Lu Yu that he had reached his destination and had not been absent. On the day of the celebration, giving face to others does not necessitate compromising oneself. The day before the annual celebration of Qianli group, Feng Yi, dragging a suitcase, flew to the venue of the event. The hotel arrangements were meticulously organized, conveniently located near the conference center. With no professional obligations awaiting him, Feng Yi indulged in a leisurely routine of eating and sleeping upon arrival. Naturally, the daytime outdoor setting had no strict dress code, allowing Feng Yi to dress casually and comfortably, facilitating his dining experience while remaining inconspicuous. Feng Yi arrived at the venue in the morning. The event was divided into indoor and outdoor segments, with the indoor festivities being the highlight of the evening. Animatedly discussing which direction to head in order to watch the performances of cute girls. Others nearby, overhearing their conversation, hesitated before trailing after them towards the interactive stage. Yet, Feng Yi remained resolute in his steps. Cute girls? What is there to see? That would merely hinder my efficiency in dining. Is the food in the buffet not enticing enough? He planned to change into formal attire for the evening's indoor events. Nearby, a group of college students dashed past him, animatedly discussing which direction to head in order to watch the performances of cute girls. Others nearby, overhearing their conversation, hesitated before trailing after them towards the interactive stage. Yet, Feng Yi remained resolute in his steps. Cute girls? What is there to see? That would merely hinder my efficiency in dining. Is the food in the buffet not enticing enough?